Chapter 1, Family has a petite wife. Li Xiu Yuan, you trash. What use does my mother have for you? 3 years, 3 years, you money do not earn money. The family does not care about the family. The whole day idle, lazy, not in those hooligans fooling around with, is in and out of the brothel casino. You are very rich? Are you rich? You're a poor man. Even if your family has a mine, you can't afford to be so tossed around. The dimly lit room was small and crowded. The air was filled with a thick smell of alcohol and a pungent stench that made people unable to stop wanting to vomit. A tall, delicate-looking woman pointed at a drunken man and cursed. Li Xiu Yuan, please recognize reality and yourself, okay? You're almost 3 years old. You're a family man. Can you be a bit more mature and think about Nyo and I? No matter how she scolded, the man remained motionless, snoring like thunder. The woman was trembling with anger, her shell teeth biting and rattling. She couldn't help but look around the house. The house was full of people, and the floor was full of dirty vomit. The aggression in her heart instantly magnified. 2 lines of hot tears fell silently, and she lost her voice. Oh, how am I so bitter? Married such a waste? Woo, Li Xiu Yuan, when will you be able to pull yourself together? When will you be able to change your stinking problem of not drinking? I beg you to stop being such a loser, okay? Li Xiu Yuan, get up for me. You have the ability to drink but not the ability to pretend? Why don't you drink yourself to death? Why don't you drink yourself to death? If you die early, I can remarry, so why do I have to hold on to you? The woman cursed while violently kicking the man a few times, until she kicked him off the tattered sofa and collapsed into the dirty vomit. Then, stubbornly wiping the tear tracks on her face, she twisted her head and left the room in a huff. Li Xiu Yuan, 28 years old, junior high school culture, married for 4 years, all day idle, lazy. Either he enters the wind and moon places, or he gets drunk and goes home to beat his wife. For him, wine is his nutrient fluid. A day without drinking, all over the body difficult. The woman just now is his wife, named Sun Jai, 25 years old. That is 10 miles and 8 townships famous big beauty. 5 years ago, the two were bonded by an act of bravery, and soon fell in love. Coupled with the family urge to marry. A year later, they received a marriage license. After the marriage, Li Xiu Yuan doubly happy. The family has a beautiful wife. Do anything with strength, but the wife is too beautiful is not necessarily a good thing. Always be missed by others. Married less than a year. All kinds of gossip about Sun Jai in the local rumor mill. What is being adopted? Sell their bodies and other unpleasant topics are endless. Pressure Li Xiu Yuan breathless. At first, he would step in to theorize, and would even fight for Sun Jai, not to be wronged. But after a long time, he was also tired. Always being poked in the back. How could that man stand it? Gradually, he even believed in these gossip legends. From then on, he was devastated, as if he had changed. All day long, eating, drinking, whoring and gambling all accounted for, often with the help of alcohol, either scolding Sun Chiyi, or smash furniture, even let Sun Chiyi go out to pick up money, to pay his gambling debts, buy alcohol to drink. Sun Jai, if not for the sake of her daughter, would have divorced him. That there are now these things. Half an hour later, Li Xiu Yuan sat up violently as if he had swindled a corpse and shouted angrily, asterisk 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 asterisk, you dare to betray me. I will kill you. Suddenly, he froze, swallowing back the harsh words on his lips hard. Into the eyes is a narrow room. Black goo. Less than 10 square meters. Ha, no. What kind of place is this? Didn't I die? How did I come here? This is that? Li Xiu Yuan raised his eyes and looked around, feeling somewhat unfamiliar and a sense of déjà vu. He couldn't help but frown with a confused face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old me wouldn't have been thrown into a deep forest by that? Ha, what is this smell? How come it stinks so bad? While he was puzzled, he found a strong stench emanating from his surroundings. At the same time, he also realized that there were slimy unknown substances on his body, and subconsciously touched a handful of them, placing them in front of his nose to gently smell them. ACI bar. This is which asshole spit. Actually spit all over the old man? His grandma. Looking down, he actually sat paralyzed in the middle of the vomit. His heart became more and more exasperated. Rushed to get up and walked towards the bathroom. When he saw himself in the mirror, the whole person froze. Eyes round, face shocked, like being struck by lightning. This is me. When I was young, I've been reborn? Just at this moment, a buzzing sound came from his head. Ah, pain. Good pain. My head hurts. Pain. A splitting headache, as if his head was going to explode. Li Xiu Yuan held his head with both hands and kept struggling and swaying, uncontrollably slamming towards the walls and mirrors. Bang! Wow! The mirrors in the bathroom were smashed to pieces by him, crackling and scattering all over the place, and his forehead was also scratched by the mirror, blood flowing out, looking exceptionally horrible. No, I'm the top 10 outstanding youth of Golden City. I'm sitting on tens of billions of assets. I'm being counted by my own woman and my most trusted brother. I'm being hit by a dump truck and killed. No, I'm not dead. I'm still alive. I've traveled across. Reborn. I went back to my youth. No, this is absolutely impossible. It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. As if Li Xiaoyuan had gone crazy, he yelled incoherently and rolled on the ground. As the pain gradually disappeared, a strand of memory gradually surfaced in his mind. Not caring about the wounds on his face and the direct flow of blood, he rushed to the living room, only to see a calendar hanging on the wall of the living room. It was clearly written on it, April 1st, 1998, the 5th day of the 3rd month of the lunar calendar, the year of Wu Yin, the month of Tiger Bi Mao, the day of Wu Yin, April Fool's Day, asterisk 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 asterisk. Old me actually really was reborn. I was reborn in 98 years, and it's still a ing April Fool's Day. How ing ironic. 98 years old. Yes, 98 years old. In 98 years old I would have been 28 years old. I have a virtuous wife and a 3-year-old daughter. Ha ha ha. I'm not dead. I'm still alive. Jia yi, nyo nyo. I'm really reborn. I swear, I will treat you well in this life. Luo Yu, Xin Jinshan. You pair of adulterers and adulteresses, wait for me. We will eventually meet after 20 years. At that time, I will definitely kill you by 1,000 cuts. Li Xiaoyuan cried and laughed, and was happy and happy. In his previous life, he was 50 years old, sitting on tens of billions of dollars of assets, the only person in Golden City who had been the top 10 outstanding youth for 3 consecutive terms, and the president of the Golden City Business Federation. At one time, he also had a wife, a well-behaved daughter, family harmony, wife and daughter filial piety. Chapter 2, Daughter Nyonya. Previous life. As Li Xiaoyuan's career grew bigger and bigger, his status rose, and all kinds of beautiful women flocked to him. The end is only 25 years old netizen female Luo Yu colorful, successful on the throne. You know, at this time Luo Yu is 24 years younger than Li Xiaojuan. Comparing the young and beautiful Luo Yu with the aging Sun Jia, it is clear who won and who lost. Soon after, Li Xiaoyuan was blinded by lust. Soon after, Li Xiaoyuan was blinded by lust and actually abandoned his wife and daughter and married Luo Yu as his wife. Since then, the two of them have been spending all day and night. In addition, the company of tens of billions of dollars to his good brother Xin Jinshan management. As time passes, Xin Jinshan complains about him constantly. He is working hard in the company, but he is picking up girls all day long. However, Li Xiaoyuan is even more miserable than him. On his old body, that can withstand the Luo Yu this little demon's toss? Gradually, the body does not support, the force does not store the heart, began to get tired of such a life. On second thought, he thought that his wife was good to him, and the place where he had a wife and daughter was considered a real home. But he was also enamored of Luo Yu's beauty, could not leave each other, but also do not want to bow down in front of his wife and daughter. This makes Luo Yu feel threatened. She does not want to be so hard to get on the big money, just be dumped. In the open, she and Li Xiaoyuan were paired up, but secretly she was doing the same thing with Xin Jinshan. The two together, not only short Li Xiaoyuan's tens of billions of enterprises, but also his net out of the family. Living on the street, the fate can be described as miserable to the extreme. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. The way of heaven is good reincarnation. Don't believe to look up. The heavens have spared no one. I told him to fool around, and he got what he deserved, didn't he? In the end, the homeless Li Xiaoyuan had to be cheeky to find his wife and daughter. Sun Jia, kind heart, kindly take him in. Who knows, Xin Jinshan and Luo Yu, afraid of the other side to rise again. The two ruthless, once again conspired together, decided to eliminate the roots. Just when Li Xiaoyuan and Sun Jia were shopping, a dump truck came at great speed. Li Xiaoyuan, in order to save Sun Jia, killed on the spot. Unexpectedly, he was reborn, but also reborn to 98 years. LOL. It was at this moment that the door to the room opened. In the dimness, only a tall figure could be seen walking in, with a vegetable basket in her hand. Barkla. The room light turned on, and the dim room instantly became much brighter. Li Xiaoyuan was startled and looked up at the door, only to see Sun Jia similarly looking towards him. With 4 eyes, both of them froze at the same time. Bam! The vegetable basket in Sun Jia's hand fell to the ground without listening to the call. And then, trembling all over, her eyes showed horror, and she pulled her voice and shouted, "Ah, ghost ah!" In panic, she casually grabbed the broom at the door, tremblingly pointed at Li Xiaoyuan, stuttering and asking, You, are you a human or a ghost? Why did you come to my house? This is my home. Why can't I come? Li Xiaoyuan squatted on his but on the wrecked sofa, crossed his legs, and smiled as he sized up Sun Jia. She only saw Sun Jia wearing a floral shirt and black pants, looking somewhat conservative and a bit plain. Even so, it couldn't cover her 1 meter 70 height, and her shapely figure in front and behind, especially those long legs, under the black pants, looked even more slender and straight, coupled with the delicate goose-egg face and the long black hair tied with a square scarf. She looked like the Hong Kong girl in the movie. Li Xiaoyuan secretly said, "My wife's looks are genuinely good. Just with this body and looks, she is not the least bit inferior to a first-tier star. If she was put in 2020, she would easily crush all the net stars." I was finally blinded by lard. How did I abandon such a beautiful hairy wife of mine for Luoyu that? Li Xiaoyuan was remorseful. Who hasn't been young? The young Sun Jiayi dumped Luoyu 18 streets. Sun Jiayi stared at her beautiful eyes and asked incredulously, You said this is your home? Yes, this is my home. Li Xiaoyuan stared colorfully at Sun Jiayi's proud chest, itching to go forward and unbutton the buttons that were about to burst and release them. Sun Jiayi was even more puzzled and even a bit flustered. Did the house get burglarized? There isn't anything valuable to take off? She was just about to snap. When the words reached her mouth, she seemed to realize something and asked cautiously, Are you Li Xiaoyuan? Nah. After confirming Li Xiaoyuan's identity, Sun Jiayi was instantly on fire. I told you, I just went out to buy a vegetable. Why have you disappeared as the king of hell? Feelings you made yourself into this ball of virtue. Hey, you speak properly. What do you mean by this ball of virtue? Sun Jiayi saw Li Xiaoyuan's black face and his tone of voice changed. She immediately shrunk her neck, and the anger that had just risen up was suppressed back in a raw manner, and she said in an extremely aggravated manner, Your current appearance is very, very scary. My appearance is very scary? I'm not really Yama. Is it that scary? Scary? Li Xiaoyuan's voice got smaller and smaller as strands of memory fragments flashed through his mind, and he finally remembered what had just happened. No, I seem to be injured. Yes, I'm the one who got hurt. I crashed through the bathroom mirror and I'm bleeding. Li Xiaoyuan couldn't care about getting up. He fiercely stood up and ran towards the bathroom in a hurry. Just as his front foot left, the bedroom door opened a crack. Then, poking out a small head, a little girl, barefooted and looking left and right, walked out. Her tender face was covered with tear stains, looking somewhat pitiful. Mom! Hey! Sun Jiayi rushed forward and embraced the little girl into her arms. In a milky voice, the little girl choked and cried, Mommy, Nyonya is afraid. That drunkard cried and laughed. He scared Nyonya just now. Nyonya is not afraid. Mommy is here. Not afraid. Sun Jiayi hugged Nyonyo. Her heart was filled with a wave of sadness, and 2 hot tears slid down silently, only to hear Nyonyo break into tears, stretching out her pink hands to help Sun Jiayi wipe her tears. Mommy, don't cry. Nyonyo is very good. I haven't opened the door all this time. That drunkard didn't find me. Good. Mommy doesn't cry. Sun Jiayi wiped the tear tracks on her face and forced a smile. Nyonyo is so good. In the future, when you see that drunkard, you have to hide far away. Got it? Oh. Nyonya listened to Mommy, and never bother with that drunkard again. Nyonya nodded heavily, cupping Sun Jiayi's pretty face with both hands and said, Mommy, when Nyonyo grows up she will protect you, okay? Good. Our little cutie will grow up quickly and protect Mommy. Sun Jiayi broke into a smile. Her biggest dismay was Nyonyo. If it wasn't for this little person, she wouldn't have wanted to live a long time ago. In such a family, she simply couldn't see the future, couldn't see the hope of living. Chapter 3 Trouble at the Door. At this very moment, Nyonyo seemed to have thought of something. Her big watery eyes gurgled twice, and she said in a ghostly manner, Mom, why don't you go cook? Or else the drunkard is going to beat you again. Let him beat him. It's not that bad of a meal anyway. Sun Jiayi hugged Nyonyo, unable to let go. Suddenly, a dark shadow blocked their mother and daughter's light. Sun Jiayi's heart tightened and she jerked her head up, looking towards the source of the black shadow, only to see Li Xiaoyuan's brows locked. The blood on his forehead had been cleaned up, and his eyes were hot as he looked at Nyonyo. What are you doing? I'm warning you, no bullying Nyonya. Nyonya? She's my daughter? Humph, you drunkard. I'm not your daughter. I'm warning you, no bullying Mommy. Nyonyo hid behind Sun Jiayi, gripping her pants tightly and threatening loudly. There was shock, strength, and a hint of anger on her tender face. How could Li Xiaoyuan not see the vigilant heart of a 3-year-old girl and cursed in his heart? Li Xiaoyuan, Li Xiaoyuan, you're such a asshole. What kind of heavenly anger have you done to make a 3-year-old girl so afraid of herself? Thanks to me being reborn. From today onwards, I will both take good care of you mother and daughter and make you the happiest people in this world. To be honest, having such a beautiful wife and such a lovely daughter is the dream of how many men? Li Xiaoyuan was no exception. In his previous life, he regretted his divorce right after, but he couldn't pull that face to beg Sun Jiayi to get back together. Plus, He already had the young and beautiful Luo Yu in his heart, and Luo Yu kept blowing in his ear. Gradually, he had an aversion to the 47-year-old Sun Jai. When he thought about it today, he regretted it. This is God giving me a chance to make amends to their mother and daughter. I must treat you well in this life. Li Xiu Yuan secretly vowed to take good care of Sun Jai and Nyono in this life. Nyonya, come, let daddy hug you. I don't have a daddy, I only have a mommy, Nyonyo yelled. Sun Jai's eyes were quick, and she hurriedly picked up Nyonya, taking a few steps back in a row with a wary look on her face. Nyonyo is still young and doesn't know any better. Don't come over. Fine, I won't come over. Can I say a few words to her? No, you continue to go to sleep. I'll go cook. I'll call you when it's done. As she spoke, Sun Jai was already carrying Nyonyo towards the kitchen, but Li Xiu Yuan took a step ahead of her and walked into the kitchen first. You and Nyonyo clean up the living room. I'll go cook. Swish. Sun Jai froze and couldn't believe her ears that these words would come out of Li Xiaoyuan's mouth. Has he changed his nature? Or has his brain been knocked silly? What are you standing for? Why don't you take Nyonyo out? Clean up the living room. I'll make dinner here, Li Xiu Yuan said while picking up the vegetable basket and started picking vegetables, washing vegetables, and making noodles in a decent manner. Sun Jai froze in place, somewhat in a trance. Is this really him? The old him is back? No, this is definitely not real. It's an illusion. He's definitely up to something. She originally thought that Li Xiu Yuan had changed his ways, but she quickly dismissed it. With that, holding Nyonyo, she turned around and left the kitchen. Half an hour later, Li Xiu Yuan walked out of the kitchen with 2 vegetarian dishes and 3 bowls of lumpy mixed soup. Smiling, Nyonyo, it's time to eat. However, Sun Jai and Nyonyo were unmoved and hesitated to move their chopsticks. Li Xiu Yuan's complexion gave a start and asked with a smile. What? Worried that I'll poison them? It's not like you haven't done this before? Sun Jai held Nyonyo tightly in her arms and glared viciously at Li Xiu Yuan. A year ago, Li Xiu Yuan was incomparably attentive in making a dinner in order to pay off his gambling debt, but it turned out to be tragic. He had actually slipped monk sweat drug into the meal. Luckily, Sun Jai didn't eat because she had to pee. By the time she came out of the bathroom, the naive Nyonyo had already been mesmerized on the dining table, and Li Xiu Yuan not only wanted to sell Nyonyo, but also wanted Sun Jai to go out and pick up customers. Sun Chiei, who has always been rebellious, fights to the death for the sake of Nyonyo not being sold, and fights with Li Xiu Yuan. In the end, Sun Chiei saved Nyonyo at the cost of serious injuries, and with the persuasion of relatives and friends, the matter came to an end. Since then, Sun Jai had brought Nyonyo with her at all times and was always on the lookout for Li Xiu Yuan. Li Xiu Yuan smiled sarcastically and picked up the mixed soup and took a sip of it one by one, then also took 2 bites of the vegetarian dish. Look guys, I really didn't drug it. Don't worry and eat it. Sun Jai and Nyonyo then carefully ate. Suddenly, a heavy knock sounded. Knock, knock, knock. Li Xiu Yuan, hurry up and hand your mother-in-law over to me obediently, or I'll break down the door. Snap. Sun Jai, who was in the middle of eating, skimmed the chopsticks in her hands fiercely on the table, and stared at Li Xiu Yuan with a complaining face as she held Nyonyo in her arms. You, what did you do again? I didn't do anything. What can I what? Li Xiu Yuan's face sank as he said coldly. You take Nyonyo to the inner room, and leave the matter here to me to handle. You'll handle it? How are you going to handle it? I said why are you so kind that you would cook for me and Nyonyo, so you don't have a good heart? Are you trying to sell me and Nyonyo again? As she spoke, Sun Jai's delicate pretty face was once again covered in tears. She knew that Li Xiu Yuan was not the master of offering something for nothing. This meal was not even finished yet, and someone had come to her door. Li Xiu Yuan looked at the beauty who washed her face with tears, and felt a pang of heartache. Don't be like this, I really didn't do anything. You take Nyonyo to the inner room first. I'll take care of things here, okay? I hope you won't go too far, or I'll take Nyonyo back to my mother's house right now. Sun Jai coldly threatened. Li Xiu Yuan grinned. Okay, you go inside first. We'll talk about our business later. With that, he pushed and shoved both mother and daughter into the bedroom, closing the bedroom door in his hand. Then, coming to the front door, he stretched out his hand to hold on the door handle and gently pulled it. Cluck! The door to the room opened, only to see 2 black-clothed hulks staring menacingly at themselves, as if the door gods were divided on both sides. The 2 men are very distinctive. One fat and one thin, one black and one white. At this time is holding up his fist, wanting to knock on the door again. What's going on? What's going on? What time is it? Still not letting people sleep? Something can't be said tomorrow? It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and it was already dark. In 1998, the people were still quite poor, although there was already a color television set, but the average family could not afford it. Entertainment programs were even fewer and farther between, and many people ate dinner and went to bed early. Chapter 4 Family Crisis. The obese man retracted his hand that was frozen in midair and said arrogantly, "Yell, sobered up? It seems that the amount of alcohol is still okay? Drinking 3 pounds of white wine didn't kill you. Cut the crap. What's the matter with looking for me?" Li Xiaoyuan said impatiently with a cold face. "Yahoo! Haven't seen you for 3 or 4 hours. You still have a long ing temper?" The obese man seemed to smile and not laugh as he pulled out a white paper from his pants pocket, spread it out and held it up in front of Li Xiaoyuan. "See, this is written clearly in black and white. You bet on your own wife. If you lose, let Sun Jiayi pay off the debt. Hurry up, hand over your wife to the old man. The old man wants to have meat tonight. Scram! I'm going to have sex with you. Mom to go. Really can't find a sow will do." Li Xiaoyuan glared angrily at the two men and cursed nonchalantly. These two people he recognized. Fat and white this called Fat Tiger. Black and thin this called Black. The two of them were famous big gangsters in this area, known as the Black and White Double Fury. This note is not strange to him, is indeed written by his own hand. Above the signature and handprint are his. But all of this was done by the previous one, not the current one. Taking advantage of Fat Tiger's unpreparedness, Li Xiaoyuan snatched the note, and without saying a word directly tore it up and swallowed it into his stomach. Then, burping beautifully, he faintly said, "The gambling debt has been paid. Please leave my house as soon as possible. ACI bar. You asshole, Li Xiaoyuan, your grandma." After a short period of days, Fat Tiger and Blackie immediately reacted. But it was too late. The betting strips had already been swallowed by Li Xiaoyuan. They didn't have the betting strips. They still wanted to have a fart of a betting debt. The two of them were instantly infuriated. Fat Tiger violently grabbed Li Xiaoyuan's hair and slammed it towards the wall. Li Xiaoyuan was unable to react, plus his body lost its center of gravity, and with a bang, he hit the wall hard. He felt that his eyes were starry-eyed and he was disoriented. The forehead that was originally scratched by the mirror once again oozed blood, and in the blink of an eye, it flowed all over his face. However, Fat Tiger was not yet relieved. Grabbed Li Xiaoyuan's hair with one hand, grabbed a collar with one hand, and bumped it twice more. At the end of the day, he skimmed it heavily on the ground and punched and kicked it again. "Damn, you, how dare you pit me?" Fat Tiger was about to explode with anger, his brows locked, his face showing a vicious color. "I'll leave my words here today. No matter if you honor the bet or not, your woman lousy will sleep. Not only do I want to sleep, but I also want to ruthlessly ravage. In front of you. Ravage her in front of you. Blackie, tie him up for me. Yes, brother Tiger." As he spoke, Blackie had already found a rope and walked sorrowfully towards Li Xiaoyuan. "I really didn't expect that you losers' guts are quite fat. You actually dared to pit brother Tiger and I. Today, I'll let you take a good look at what happens when you offend our black and white twins." In recent years, Li Xiaoyuan had long been emptied of his body by alcohol and sex, plus he was beaten up by Fat Tiger in such a violent manner that he almost fainted to death on the spot. How could he still have the power to resist? In the blink of an eye, he was tied up by Blackie and thrown on the floor of the living room. Immediately, the two men directly crossed over Li Xiaoyuan's body and walked towards the house. Not long after, Li Xiaoyuan gradually regained consciousness and shook his dizzy head. Only then did he realize that he was bound by ropes to death and cursed. These two sons of ES have not yet started too hard. Right, I'm almost accounted for here. Just at this moment, Sun Jiayi's heartbreaking shouts came from inside the house, as well as Nyo Nyo's cries of pain. "Ah, help! Who will save our mother and daughter? Get out of here! I told you to get out of here! Don't touch my daughter!" Outside the house, Li Xiaoyuan was burning with rage and cursed. "Damn, these two sons of ES really dare to make a move on my wife. Today I can't let them succeed even if I spell out this life." Immediately, hard to climb up, like a zombie, a jump towards the kitchen. With extremely awkward movements, he grabbed the kitchen knife, wanting to use it to cut the rope binding him. However, after trying several times, he failed and even cut his wrists. But he did not give up. Even if he cut his wrists, he still wanted to save his wife and daughter. For a while, he was anxious and sweating profusely. Inside the house, Sun Jiayi hissed and cried out, constantly begging for help. How much she hoped that Li Xiaoyuan would appear like a god of war by the side of their mother and daughter. How much she hoped that the old heavens would open their eyes and send down a thunderbolt to split these two people to death. Hope is always hope, not necessarily a reality. However, the louder her voice, the more miserable she screamed, the more excited Fat Tiger and Blackie became. Fat Tiger showed a lewd face, stared straight at Sun Jiayi's body, and said with a smile, "Little beauty, just scream, scream as hard as you can. The louder you scream, the better. TSK. Others say that this punk Li Xiaoyuan has a pretty wife who is shy of the moon and flowers. today I saw it. It's really extraordinary. Hazy looked even more excited, rubbing his hands non-stop, leaping up and pouncing towards Sun Jiayi by the bedside. Little beauty. I'm coming. Ah. Sun Jiayi screamed in fear and hurriedly picked up Nyo and hid to the side. Blackie pounced and fell hard onto the bed. Bang! There was a loud thud, narrowly missing the bedpan. But Blackie was in pain and happy. At the same time, his right hand also tightly grabbed Sun Jiayi's collar and said with a smile on his face, "Little beauty, let me see where you can escape to?" Sun Jiayi had long been flustered and did not notice the other party's movements. Only hearing a hissing sound, her own shirt was torn open with an opening, her snow-white skin instantly bare, exposed in the air. Ah, this scared her, and she was instantly scrambling, with one hand holding Nyo, one hand protecting her own body. Her feet kept kicking around, rising up to fight back. Get out for me, you bastards, get out of my house. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and Sun Jiayi's shouting came to an abrupt end. Fat Tiger took advantage of his daze to snatch Nyo, while angrily shouting, asterisk. Don't be so damn ungrateful. Your man has already sold you to us as a bet. I advise you not to resist, or I'll get your daughter killed. Mom, Nyonya is afraid. Nyonya was so scared that she lost her voice and screamed. By the time Sun Jiayi reacted, Nyonya had already fallen into the hands of Fat Tiger. Looking at her beloved daughter being ferociously choked by the other party, her legs bent and she fell to her knees. Bang, bang, bang. While kowtowing, he begged for mercy. Big brother, I know it's wrong. Please don't hurt my daughter. I really know it's wrong. What kind of gas you guys have on me is fine. Don't ever hurt my daughter. Oh, a woman is weak, but a mother is strong. At this time, Sun Jiayi can do anything for her daughter. The heartache and helplessness behind it, only she knows. Chapter 5 Chasing and Chopping Debtors. Seeing Sun Jiayi soften and beg for mercy, Blackie gave Fat Tiger a thumbs up across the room. It's still Brother Tiger who has a way. This woman is finally honest. Oomph. Fat Tiger lightly grunted, lazily ignoring Blackie, and said to Sun Jiayi smugly, now you know you're wrong. What did you do earlier? Lie down obediently and take off your clothes. That voice, that tone, just like making animals. Sun Jiayi's heart was like ashes. For the sake of Nyo, she could only follow the other party's request. When the buttons on that floral cloth shirt, one by one, were undone, Hazy's eyes went straight, and his holla couldn't stop flowing down. Tiger brother, this woman is really as beautiful as the legend. You, look at this snow-white skin, this enchanting figure. Oh my god, this is like a woman who was given birth to a child. This is clearly is not yet out of the cabinet. To be in the yellow flower big girl in the boudoir. Less nonsense. Hurry to get this little bastard to me out. I cannot wait. Fat Tiger is not blind. How could he not see Sun Jiayi's beauty? Casually glancing Nyo towards Hazy, he undid his own sash and immediately pounced on her. Hazy hastily reached out, catching Nyo, smiled sarcastically, and said with a reluctant heart, Brother Tiger, you can take it easy. Don't forget to leave me a mouthful of soup. Don't worry, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. It was at this time that a loud bang came. Bang! Then, the sound grew louder and faster in frequency. Bang bang bang. Wow! After the loud sound, the bedroom door was actually split open alive by a kitchen knife. Everyone in the room was stunned and looked towards the door, only to see Li Xiaoyuan's face covered in blood, holding a kitchen knife in his hand, staring menacingly at the crowd. He looked like a bloodthirsty killing god. Da! Li Xiaoyuan walked in with a steady, unhurried pace. To his eyes, Sun Jiayi was sitting paralyzed on the ground, and although her blouse was torn, it hadn't been taken off yet. The key was the pants, which were intact. Only the left side of her face was swollen high. A greenish-purple slap mark was clearly visible. Her hair was messy, and her makeup was haggard. Fat Tiger was bare-chested, and a pair of salty pig's hands were pressed right on Sun Jiayi's fragrant shoulders. Blackie was holding Nyo in his arms and was about to prepare to go out. Phew! Fortunately, it's not too late. Li Xiaoyuan exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Thanks to his timely arrival, fortunately Sun Jiayi was not bullied. Suddenly, accelerating his pace, he lifted the kitchen knife and slashed towards the Fat Tiger, as if making a flood of strength. Asterisk. Dare to bully my woman. I split you alive. Cold light appeared. The sharp kitchen knife took Fat Tiger's arm directly. Fat Tiger's heart burst, so scared that he let go of Sun Jiayi in a hurry, and fell to the side with his hands in a hurry, but still a step too late, only to hear a plop. The back was cut out by the kitchen knife, a 10-centimeter long mouth. Suddenly blood flowed straight, barring the spread of the ground. Ah, you actually really dare to do it to me. Lousy today. Fat Tiger bared his teeth in pain, and wanted to put some harsh words, but Li Xiaoyuan that would give him this opportunity. The words did not fall, only to see the blood-stained kitchen knife again toward him. Do not care about other. Fat Tiger even rolled and crawled toward the door to run. That lousy appearance. To how much to relieve the anger. How much to relieve the anger. However, as he ran, he still didn't forget about Blackie behind him and shouted, Blackie, run, Li Xiaoyuan has gone crazy. Tiger brother, wait for me, I'm afraid. Hazy hurriedly left Nyo on the ground and defiantly fled out the door. Li Xiaoyuan naturally didn't want to let the two go, raising his sword and chasing straight after them. Stop, you two dare to run to my house to bully the old man's woman. I have to split you alive today. Killed, Li Xiaoyuan killed. Quickly come to people, Li Xiaoyuan is crazy. Fat Tiger and Blackie ran while loudly begging for help. Li Xiaoyuan was in hot pursuit, as if he would never turn back until the two were hacked to death. The commotion over here immediately startled the residents in the neighborhood, and countless room lights were turned on. Some of the handy folk had already come to the courtyard, looking at the three people chasing after each other and pointing, but none of them dared to come forward to persuade them to fight. Do you guys think Li Xiaoyuan is crazy? His woman is out for sale and he still has to pretend to defend the other's honor. What a loser. What do you know? This is called not interfering with each other. The woman is out for sale. The man is out whoring. How harmonious. That's right. Li Xiaoyuan has been tolerating for 3 years, and the couple has been at peace for 3 years. Why did he suddenly rebel today? In my opinion, he must be crazy. Can't you see the essence of the matter? What essence? His mother-in-law must have brought wild men into the house and irritated him. Well, it looks like me. As the crowd talked and talked, Li Xiaoyuan raised his sword and chased and cut Fat Tiger and Blackie for a while. It was only when he was too exhausted to chase after them that he was willing to give up. Glancing viciously at the crowd, he panted and walked towards his home. Having said that, the Golden City of 1998 was basically small buildings with 4 or 5 floors, and the tallest building was only about 10 floors. The room that Li Xiaoyuan lived in, on the other hand, was a small bungalow of less than 50 square meters. The bungalow was also partitioned into 1 room, 1 hall, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom, so the house looked particularly crowded and small. The key to this was that the house wasn't even his. It was rented by Sun Jiayi at Sun Jiayi's expense. Inside the house, Sun Jiayi had already changed out of her tattered clothes and sat paralyzed on the bed while holding Nyo in shock, thanks to Li Xiaoyuan's timely arrival. Otherwise she could have really been defiled. It was at this time that the knock on the door sounded. Clang clang clang. Then came Li Xiaoyuan's voice. Nyo, help daddy open the door. Sun Jiayi's spirit was stunned. As if she was possessed by her soul, she fiercely stood up, hugged Nyo and walked towards the door. Bam! The door to the room opened. Sun Jiayi's heart trembled and she hurriedly covered Nyo's eyes, only to see Li Xiaoyuan's face covered in blood, carrying a kitchen knife with dried blood on it, looking so hideous. You hurry and go wash up. Don't scare the child. Good. Li Xiaoyuan grinned and awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Then, I've already chased those 2 villains away. Humph. Sun Jiayi coldly humphed, not in the mood for anything, and then carried Nyo towards the bedroom. Don't look at her calm on the surface, but she was panicking in her heart. She was worried that Li Xiaoyuan would suddenly go crazy and slash at herself with a knife, so she could only calmly escape. However, the bedroom door had already been shattered by the kitchen knife, and the only remaining line of security in her heart collapsed. However, Li Xiaoyuan not only did not hit her, but instead went to the bathroom alone to wash up. He didn't even ask her to help. A few minutes later, Nyo was already asleep. Li Xiaoyuan came out of the bathroom and consciously lay down on the broken sofa in the living room and fell into a deep sleep. This day, he had lived like a dream, plus chasing after Fat Tiger and Blackie, he had long been exhausted. Chapter 6 $800 is not much. The next morning, it wasn't until a clanking sound came from the kitchen, as well as a strong scent, that Li Xiaoyuan staggered his mouth and got up in a daze. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he walked towards the kitchen with his hand on his hungry belly. This night, he slept incomparably soundly. This night, he embraced the joy that came with being born again. This night, he didn't work intensely, didn't worry about the rise of stocks, and didn't worry about the livelihood of tens of thousands of people. This night, he also secretly swore in his heart that he would make up for his wife and daughter, and that what he owed their mother and daughter in his last life, he would double it in this life. Creak! The kitchen door just opened and Li Xiaoyuan froze, only to see Sun Jiayi wearing a pink pajamas. The style is a little old, but still cannot cover that proud curve. However, the slap mark on her face was clearly visible, adding a few strands of sadness and a bit of desolation to such a beauty. In his previous life, Li Xiaoyuan watched his wife and daughter being abused by Fat Tiger and Blackie, but he did nothing like a fool. Even untie the rope of the first time is not to save care wife and daughter. But will they abandon? Fled. In this life, he rises up and rescues his wife and daughter from danger. Li Xiaoyuan stared at Sun Jiayi in a daze. His heart aching, he sighed quietly and murmured, "In her previous life, she should have been very helpless and disappointed in me, right? But it's fine, thanks to me being reborn. In this life, I'll be the one to shield you mother and daughter from the wind and rain. I'll do it, you go wake up Nyo. Swish, Sun Jiayi, who was busy, raised her head violently and looked at Li Xiaoyuan with a horrified face. When did this person come to the kitchen? How come there was no sound when walking? With that, she barely squeezed out a smile and whispered, "You go back to sleep for a while. I'll cook the pancakes and then call you and Nyo for breakfast." Branding pancakes? You're cooking pancakes? When Li Xiaoyuan heard this, his voice couldn't help but amplify a few decibels, and he came over with an excited expression. Sun Jiayi thought that she had done something wrong and the other party was going to chastise her. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Her expression was nervous, as if she was a child who had done something wrong. She was so scared that she retreated back and forth, and her heart was even more aggrieved to the extreme. However, Li Xiaoyuan not only did not blame her, but instead took the spatula from her hand and personally went to turn the pot. 1,000-layer scallion pancake is a good thing. I love eating it the most. 1,000-layer scallion oil cake. This was one of his favorite delicacies in his previous life, but ever since he left his wife and daughter behind, he had never eaten it again. During that time, he and Luo Yu had been eating delicacies all day and night, so he still remembered this kind of poor family's noodle food. Later on, he got tired of eating the delicacies, and felt that the pancakes were still delicious. Occasionally, he would get excited for a few days when he ate a mixed green pancake, but no matter how good the meals outside were, there was always a taste of home missing. Today, not only was he reborn, he was also able to eat Sun Jiayi's handmade pancakes. It was as if overnight, they had returned to that era of family harmony and filial piety of wives and daughters. How could he not be excited? Sun Jiayi looked at Li Xiaoyuan's skillful movements, and for a moment, she was a bit stunned and carefully said, Can you stop fooling around outside? Seriously, find a job and let's live a good life. Okay, I'll go find a job today. Li Xiaoyuan agreed without even thinking about it. Sun Jiayi thought she heard wrong, but was surprised and asked again, "Are you really going to look for a job? Why would I lie to you?" Li Xiaoyuan looked sideways, smiling towards Sun Jiayi, and said with deep emotion, "Don't worry, today I will definitely find a good job, make good money to support my family, and make you and Nyo the happiest people in the world." Sun Jiayi looked at Li Xiaoyuan's action of flipping the pot, and for a moment, she was a bit frozen. Regardless of whether what he said was true or not, these words were still very flattering to her, and she had some expectations for the future. However, on second thought, her heart muttered, "He hasn't changed his nature for so many years. Why did he suddenly change his nature today? Or does he have another plan? He shouldn't be trying to drug the rice again, right? As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, 10 years in fear of a well rope." Sun Jiayi was worried that the other party would drug the rice. Her eyelids didn't dare to blink and she stared at Li Xiaoyuan. Fear that the other party will sell Nyo. Until 8 o'clock in the morning, Sun Jiayi ate breakfast as if she were a thief, dressed up, and took Nyo ready to go out. Li Xiaoyuan leaned back on the sofa and couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" "Going to work. Today, April 2nd, our unit pays wages," Sun Jiayi said while putting on her shoes, and just after saying this sentence out loud, she regretted it. The expression nervously surveyed Li Xiaoyuan, and the words turned, saying, "You can't hit my salary. Before, the money I borrowed from Sister Wang and Sister Li hasn't been paid back yet. After I got my salary I have to pay them back at the first time." This is not her being petty. In the past, Li Xiaoyuan had waited for this day for the stars and the moon. Sun Jiayi hadn't even warmed up her paycheck, and was robbed by the other party in no less than a minute. Then, either go to gambling, or go to drink flower wine, and even go to find a lady. But this time was different. Li Xiaoyuan crossed his legs, staring at Sun Jiayi's dimpled figure like a grandpa, and faintly asked, "How much did you borrow?" 500, plus the money for you to pay off your gambling debt and buy alcohol. A total of $800 was borrowed. "Oh, $800 isn't much." "It's still not much?" Sun Jiayi turned around violently, staring at the other party incredulously. Her monthly salary was only $600. Even if she paid off her debt with all of her salary, there was still a hole of $200 that she couldn't fill. And the other party actually lightly said that it wasn't much? But that's right. You can lose $200 to $300 just by playing a random hand at the gambling table. This $800 is indeed not much for you. Ha ha. Can we not mention this? Li Xiaoyuan laughed awkwardly and hurriedly changed the subject. This was a major stain in his life. He didn't feel anything about it before, but now he didn't want it to become a stumbling block between their couple. Then, standing up, he walked towards Sun Jiayi, Then you go to work. No, leave it to me. I'll be the one to bring her up today. What do you want? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Sun Jiayi had already put on her shoes and hurriedly picked up Nyo, looking at Li Xiaoyuan angrily with a guarded face. Her sixth intuition told her that this person was offering her favor for nothing and definitely had an ulterior secret. What made her most worried and panicked was the fear that Li Xiaoyuan would sell Nyo. Not daring to delay for a moment, she picked up Nyo and headed for the door. Li Xiaoyuan stared dumbfounded at Sun Jiayi's back as she left. How could he not understand the other party's vigilant heart? It wasn't until the moment the door to the room closed that he came back to his senses and jerked his head. Damn! What is all this I've done? Chapter 7 Setting a small goal of $5 million. As long as Li Xiaoyuan thought of all the assless things he had done over the years, he couldn't wait to slap himself hard twice. Damn! I'm such a ing asshole. I actually did so many things that the heavens are angry with. No wonder their mother and daughter are so wary of me. Fortunately, the heavens have eyes and let me relive a new life. Since the heavens have given me this chance to make amends to their mother and daughter, I can't let down this generous love. After murmuring for a while, he then rummaged around the room and in his pockets. After searching for a long time, he only found two 20-cent coins. What could 40 cents do? At once, a heart was as good as dead again. Hey, I can't imagine that I am a $10 billion tycoon also have such a poor time. Now I am penniless. How can I fulfill my promise? I promised my mom that I would find a job and go to work, so I can't keep my word. But what is a good job? Li Xiaoyuan thought for a long time, but also did not come up with a reason. The Golden City of 1998, although it had already begun to take on the scale of a modern city, the roads were narrow, the hygiene was dirty, and the security was not very good. Bull ghosts and snakes were everywhere. I can't go and become a pickpocket, poking and prodding, vandalizing and stealing, can I? That's right, I'm a reborn person. I have the advantage of countless information. I remember clearly the several major events that will happen in the future. So as long as I grasp the opportunity, am I still short of money? Why do I need to work for someone else? Doesn't it smell good to be my own boss? Let me think. What kind of business is good? Yes, it's spring now. It's a good time to fly kites and windmills. Why don't we start by selling windmills? I don't have the capital to do a big business, but I can still do a small business. Right, let's start by selling windmills and earn $5 million first. You must earn enough $5 million to deal with the future windfall of the property market. In my previous life, I missed the property market. In this life I must hold it firmly in my hands. On the windfall, pigs can fly, let alone Li Xiaoyuan. Without doing anything, he directly set a small goal of $5 million for himself, mainly to deal with the upcoming windfall of the property market in the future. 98 years is still in the era of information depression, unlike 2020, which is so developed. For people at that time, what online shopping, short videos, micro letter payment and so on, do not even dare to think. If someone has a black purse in his left hand and a big phone in his right hand, there is no need to question that he must be a big boss, no matter where you go. Is the existence of horizontal walking? After figuring everything out, Li Xiaoyuan started to look around the house again. In the end, he found a black suit from the broken closet, smoothed it out and put it on his body, and while straightening the collar of the shirt, he smiled to himself. The style is a bit old and it still looks like an insurance salesman, but it's enough for emergencies. This suit was still bought by him 4 years ago, and he only wore it once when he got married and kept it in the bottom of the box, not expecting it to be matched today. After dressing up, Li Xiaoyuan left the rental house. As soon as he went out, he attracted the attention of an older woman, who said to the several grandparents who were sunbathing beside him, "Hey, look guys, is that Li Xiaoyuan?" As soon as these words came out, everyone looked up and towards Li Xiaoyuan. It's still true. Why is this drunkard dressed like a man today? Did Sun Jiayi earn a lot of money last night? Looks like to me. After making such a big commotion last night, I was ready to watch a good show, but as a result, there wasn't even a single loud fart, causing me to wait for a night for nothing. An obese, short woman said with a regretful face. The commotion that Li Xiaoyuan made last night was heard by the entire neighborhood. A lot of people had stayed up until 3 or 4 in the morning, just waiting to see the joke of their young couple, but as a result, nothing happened. Another person said, "I think Sun Jiayi should have handed over all the money she earned to this drunkard to be spared. Otherwise, last night would definitely have been less of a good show." Right, I think so too. You guys say, this drunkard dressed like this, is he going to the casino, or to look for a lady? I think both. Anyway, Sun Jiayi gave big money. If he doesn't go to these two places, how can he live up to the cuckold on top of his head? Ha ha ha. The crowd roared with laughter. Li Xiaoyuan of course heard their chatter, but turned a blind eye and a deaf ear to it, and left the neighborhood without even pausing for a moment in his footsteps. Today, he had only one goal, which was to get the goods and start his own money-making journey. As for these dead they will slowly clean up later, especially that short, frustrated and fat woman. She was Li Xiaoyuan's neighbor and lived next door to their house. The gossip about Sun Jiayi all came from her. She was the creator and spreader of rumors. Now that he had been reborn and knew all the ins and outs, he naturally wouldn't let the other party off easily. Eastern Small Commodity Wholesale Market. This was the distribution center for the entire Golden City's small commodities. The market covered an area of nearly 1,000 acres, and from morning to night, there was an endless stream of small traders and vendors, with all kinds of commodities in abundance. Half an hour later, Li Xiaoyuan's figure appeared inside the market, walking and listening, picking and looking. He had been going back and forth in the market for nearly an hour, and he had a rough understanding of the current market conditions and all kinds of commodities. Since he chose to sell windmills, he naturally had to cater to the trend, and only the most innovative, good-looking and playful windmills could attract children's favor. In the end, Li Xiaoyuan's figure stopped at the entrance of a toy wholesale department. "Boss, how do you sell this windmill of yours?" A middle-aged man sized up Li Xiaoyuan without any trace. Seeing that Li Xiaoyuan was dressed in a straight suit and his shoes were polished, he looked like a big boss. Not daring to delay, he hurriedly got up, picked up the business card on the table and greeted him. "Hello, my name is Wang, named Yonggue. This is my business card." Li Xiaoyuan took the business card and it read Yonggue Wholesale Department. Manager, Wang Yonggue. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Yonggue Wholesale Department. That price is definitely not cheap. Wang boss, forgive me. I went out in a hurry today. I didn't bring my business card. Exempt your surname Li. Named Xiaoyuan. Yo, so it's Boss Li ah. Disrespectful. Dare to ask Boss Li is to take goods. Or just take a look. Take goods. Li Xiaoyuan nodded and said bluntly. In 1998, taking goods stood for wholesale, and casually looking referred to retail. Wang Yonggue sniffed and became even more certain of his thoughts that this was definitely a big customer. However, he seemed to read what was in Li Xiaoyuan's mind again and smiled sarcastically, saying, "Boss Li, don't you see that my wholesale department's name is Yonggue, but actually my wholesale price is still quite cheap?" Then, without a trace, he asked, "Dare I ask how much does Boss Li take for his goods? You didn't even talk to the offer. How can I tell you what I need?" Li Xiaoyuan unwrapped the box of the windmill, turned it around against the wind, and was quite satisfied. Chapter 8, Goods. Wang Yonggue's color was a beat, and not embarrassed, accompanied by a smile. Blunder. It's all my blunder. This one you're holding in your hand starts from 20. The wholesale price is 50 cents. Aha! Li Xiaoyuan nodded slightly, still not saying what he needed. However, another windmill caught his attention. He only saw that the size and dimensions of the windmill were similar to the one he was holding. Only the handlebar of the windmill had an extra thing similar to a wind whistle. "Boss Wang, how do you sell that windmill? Also starting at 20. Wholesale price 80 cents. Li Xiaoyuan took the windmill and opened it up to the wind, making a pleasant sound, especially that wind whistle on the handlebar. The sound varied with the windmill's rotation speed and the size of the wind. "Boss Wang, I'll take 100 of this windmill first. Can it be cheaper?" Wang Yonggue froze. He thought the other party was a big customer, but he didn't expect to take only 100. A color of disappointment flashed across his face. Let's not say anything in the dark. This windmill cost 70 cents for a starting batch of 500. Since Boss Li only needs 100, I'll give you 70 cents for it. "Boss Wang, I said I'll take 100 first. It doesn't mean I won't take enough for 500, but you bite the bullet and say 70 cents. It's too expensive, right?" Li Xiaoyuan shook his head and laughed, stretching out 5 fingers. 50 cents. Wang Yonggue's face immediately changed when he heard this. What kind of person is this? How could anyone cut the price like this? 50 cents. That was the starting price for 1,000. "Boss Li, we are small business. You see there is a gap between these two windmills. 50 cents really can't take it. Isn't it just one more wind whistle? This kind of thing, as long as it is mass-produced, the cost will not be more than 10 cents. Li Xiaoyuan, what big wind and waves have not seen? In his previous life, he was a $10 billion big brother. His business experience can write a long novel. How could he be fooled by Wang Yonggue? This kind of windmill even in 2020 is only 2 or 3 yuan cost. That is the era of prices rose dozens of times. Placed in the present, it would be a cost of 2 or 3 cents. And Wang Yonggue balked at 70 cents, with at least half of the profit in it. "Boss Li, you really impressed me. The price bite is quite hard. Aren't you the same? I'll offer 60 cents at most. If I can, I'll take 100 first to try the market reaction. If it's good, at least 1,000 to start. If it's not good, 100 is too much for me. Besides, you're not the only one selling these windmills in the wholesale market, right?" Li Xiaoyuan's sentence is very pertinent. The market is indeed more than one sales of this windmill. When Wang Yonggui heard this, he was obviously in a bit of a trance. However, on second thought, although 100 windmills were not much, a mosquito is still meat. He must not be allowed to take care of someone else's business. What's more, the starting batch price of 1,000 windmills is 50 cents. The other party offers 60 cents. Then not earn a penny more? Boss Lee, how about this? As long as you can get enough for 1,000 windmills in a week, I can give you 60 cents. What do you think? Li Xiaoyuan waited for Wang Yonggui's words and agreed with his mouth full. Okay, 60 cents is 60 cents, but I also have a condition. Speak. When I take the goods for the second time, I will settle the payment for the first time, and you have to guarantee that in the short term, the price will not go up, Li Xiaoyuan said with a smile. This was his real purpose. To know, he only 40 cents of coins all over his body, before taking the bus as well as spend out 2 cents. Now there are still 2 cents left, ready to take the bus back. Besides, he had been in the market for more than an hour. How could he not know the starting price of 1,000? The reason why he added an extra 10 cents to the other party was to let him taste the sweetness and successfully credit the goods to himself. The key is, from the beginning to the end he was calm and relaxed, did not mention half credit word, but Wang Yonggui was not stupid, and immediately reacted. Boss Lee, aren't you making fun of me? Where is credit? Boss Wang, do I look like an empty glove person to you? Wang Yonggui strangely sized up Li Xiaoyuan, nodded slightly, pursed his lips, and joked. Like, ha ha ha, Boss Wang is really good at joking. I just think this windmill of yours looks good. This wind whistle design is novel enough, so I took it to try the market. 100 windmills, tops up to $60. I'll cheat you out of $60? If that's the case, how can I buy goods in this market in the future? Li Xiaoyuan said with full of energy. His face is not red, his breath is not short of breath. He said as if it is true. There is only one small commodity wholesale market in Jincheng, and it is the cheapest in the city to get goods here. Wang Yonggui thought about it, and felt that Li Xiaoyuan said some reason, but still not willing to credit. Li boss, $60 is not much, but we are after all the first time doing business. You have to at least put some deposit, or find an acquaintance to guarantee it. You see, $60 also need a guarantor? Mr. Wang, your business is too careful, right? Li Xiaoyuan snorted with intent, but the problem is that he has no money at all. Also do not know business acquaintances. Where to find money? Find people to go? There was no way but to continue to fool around. Boss Wang, truth be told, I'm not the first time I came to this market to buy goods. Let me for 100 windmills to pay a deposit or find someone to guarantee. You are still the first person. See that Xiangha wholesale department, and that morning stationery, you go and ask around. When did I take goods to pay a deposit? Li Xiaoyuan pointed to the 2 wholesale departments that are separated by a long distance and snubbed. If it's not where they don't have a windmill, I'm too lazy to make a fool of myself in you. If you're not worried, pack up the windmills for me quickly. If you're not, I'll go to the next one. So don't delay. I still don't believe that you're the only one selling windmills in such a big market. Saying that, Li Xiaoyuan waved his hand and headed towards the door. He was gambling that Wang Yonggui would call him back. Wang Yonggui looked at Li Xiaoyuan's calm and relaxed appearance, and was really a bit unsure. However, on second thought, no matter from the other party's dress or appearance and temperament, he did not look like someone who cheated $60. Plus Li Xiaoyuan accurately said Shanghai Wholesale Department and Morning Stationery 2 names. He faltered. To the mouth of the duck cannot fly, right? Although only $60 of goods, but the mosquito is also meat, cannot be cheap. The thought of this immediately called Li Xiaoyuan. Boss Li, wait. The corner of Li Xiaoyuan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of joy, but quickly returned to normal and said coldly, What? Boss Wang has something else? Why does Boss Li need to go so fast? Can we talk about business slowly? Wang Yonggui was also testing Li Xiaoyuan, wanting to know the other party's next reaction. Chapter 9 sold out. Li Xiaoyuan would not be able to see Wang Yonggui's small mind. Said lightly, Hey, we retailers, which is not as comfortable as you wholesalers. All day long the wind comes, the rain goes. I still have to be in a hurry to get the goods to ship out, so I won't accompany Mr. Wang to chat idly. After saying that, quickly turn around, stride to leave. This time, Wang Yonggui was really anxious, quickly stepped forward and blocked Li Xiaoyuan's way. Boss Li, where to take the goods is to take. Why not take it here in my place? You see we have already negotiated this price. Boss Wang, truth be told, I didn't bring cash with me when I went out today. I can't fulfill your conditions. Hey, what is Boss Li talking about? Isn't it just $60? We don't want a deposit and we don't want a guarantor, okay? Wang Yonggui tugged on Li Xiaoyuan's arm and walked towards the wholesale department. If, according to the content of the agreement, Li Xiaoyuan took enough for 1,000 windmills within 7 days, he would be able to earn an extra $100. For the sake of $100, Wang Yonggue didn't want to lose this customer. It was important to know that the starting price for 1,000 windmills was 50 cents, while the price Li Xiuyuan offered was 60 cents. Unbeknownst to him, the reason why Li Xiuyuan would give an extra 10 cents was so that he could successfully get the goods. As for the future, as long as the amount of his take-up, there is plenty of capital to talk to each other about the price. Li Xiuyuan intentionally in the half-push, re-entered the wholesale department. Wang Yonggue did not dare to be negligent, for fear of losing this customer. Quickly said, "Boss Li, you sit down first, I'll pack the goods for you here." "That's fine." After obtaining Li Xiuyuan's consent, Wang Yonggue quickly found a woven bag and began to count the windmills for loading. Not long after, all 100 windmills were packed. Wang Yonggue took the loading list and the packed windmills to Li Xiuyuan. "Boss Li, count it. 100 windmills, 20 of each of the 5 colors." "No need. Although you don't quite trust me, I still quite trust you." As the words fell, Li Xiuyuan picked up the woven bag with a smile and left the wholesale department without looking back. When Wang Yonggue reacted, there was still half a silhouette of the other party, and he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. "We are not familiar. Can we not be careful? However, I hope you won't let me down." At noon, the entrance of the Golden City Primary School was crowded, and there were parents picking up and dropping off their children everywhere. Looking from afar, it densely stood all over the entire road. In no time, the big iron gate of the school opened. Countless children swarmed out under the leadership of the teacher, came to the pickup point of their respective classes, waiting for their parents. Some mischievous children, always not so cooperative, chased after each other in 2s and 3s, laughing and joking. Just at this time, Li Xiuyuan carrying a knitting bag into the crowd. In the crowded crowd opened up a less than 2 square meters of open space. Immediately, hastily opened the woven bag, quickly took out 2 windmills, raised it high, pulling a loud voice a shout. "Sell windmills, fun and good-looking windmills. A windmill $2. Can't lose, can't be fooled. Buy is to earn. Limited to 100. Windmills rotate in the wind, whirring and whistling, especially that eye-catching wind whistle, with the size of the wind, issued a burst of pleasant sound. This move instantly attracted everyone's attention, and they all turned around and looked towards Li Xiuyuan. "Wow, what a beautiful windmill." A tiger-headed little boy held a woman's hand and headed in Li Xiuyuan's direction. Mom, I want that windmill." "What do you want, plaything? Hurry up and go home with me." The woman pretended to be angry and glared at the boy, but the boy could not be fooled by her, and all kinds of tricks were used to get the windmill he wanted. "No, Mom, you just have to buy me a windmill. I promise to study hard and come home and help you with your chores." Okay. In the end, the woman had no choice but to compromise with the little boy. Scenes like this are everywhere. The children present have tugged at their parents' clothes, pouting and cute. All kinds of action in unison. At this time, there were already many children surrounding Li Xiuyuan. "Uncle, how do I buy a windmill?" $2 a piece. The first 10 buyers, buy one get one free. Really? Li Xiuyuan learned the tender voice of a child and highly recommended the windmill in his hand. In particular, his marketing method immediately evoked the children's desire to buy. It retailed for $2 a piece, and for the first 10 purchasers, buy one get one free, which meant that you could buy 2 windmills for only $2. $2 a piece? Buy one get one free? A little boy muttered for a while and decisively took out $2 and handed it to Li Xiuyuan. "Uncle, I want 2. Just like this." The little boy became Li Xiuyuan's first customer. Then the second, the third. Not long after, Li Xiuyuan had been surrounded by children and parents, and even stretching his arms was a little difficult. "Uncle, I want 2 too." "Kids, sorry, Uncle has a word first. Only the first 10 can enjoy the buy one get one free discount benefit. The later ones won't have this benefit." "Is that so?" A flash of disappointment instantly surfaced on the little boy's innocent face. Li Xiuyuan said with a smile, "Yes it is." At the same time, he was also unobtrusively gauging the reactions of the other children. The little boy looked at the little friends who had already bought the windmill playing happily. The sound from the wind whistle was loud and clear and pleasing to the ears. His eyes were full of envy. "Uncle, $2 is $2. Buy me one." "Good." After the little boy left, the few parents who were hesitating looked at the envious look in their own children's eyes, clenched their teeth and said, "Take one for my kid." "Okay." In the next second, another child pulled out 4 50-cent pieces of money from his own school bag. "Uncle, I'll buy one too." "Okay, I'll pick a green one for you. It just matches the color of spring." "Thank you, Uncle." Li Xiuyuan sent away wave after wave of parents and children. The windmill hooted and hollered, and the pleasant sound of the wind whistle resounded all around. Stretching on and on, blinking, The school's entrance was full of windmills with flowers and greenery, adding some color to this spring. You know, this is the most beautiful April day on earth. The wind and sunshine, spring blossoms. It is a good time to play with windmills and fly kites, coupled with the fact that parents pamper their children. 100 windmills were sold out in less than 5 minutes. Total sales of $180. Throw away the purchase price of $60. The first batch of windmills, Li Xiu Yuan net profit of $120. To know, Sun Jiai went to work 10 hours a day and was only paid $20 a day. His income this morning was equivalent to the other party's salary for 6 days. Chapter 10, The Second Coming. Not long after, as the school gate closed, parents and children went home one after another. Li Xiu Yuan looked at the empty school gates. His confidence grew, and took advantage of the noon hour to make another trip to the small commodities wholesale market. Yongguo Wholesale Department. Wang Yongguo looked at Li Xiu Yuan with a smile. A moment to pour tea. A moment to manage lunch. Attentive. He also didn't forget to pat the other party's ass one by one. Boss Li is really extraordinary. In less than a noontime, he sold out 100 windmills. It's really awesome. Awesome. Then, the conversation turned and asked without a trace. But then again, how many windmills is Boss Li going to take this time? Li Xiu Yuan picked up the woven bag on the ground and threw it to Wang Yongguo. Take an inventory of how much money is in there. Shave off the money from the last purchase and take all the rest. So much money? Wang Yongguo's eyes stared hotly at the woven bag. Excited. Thought, look at this situation. There are at least $5,000 inside tens of thousands of dollars. According to this calculation, not 10,000 windmills? However, when he opened the knitting bag the moment, was dumbfounded. Only see the bag is indeed loaded with banknotes. But damn all are 10 cents, 20 cents and 50 cents. The largest denomination is only $1. Boss Li, you wouldn't be robbing elementary school students? Why is it all gross money? I don't want you to care. Hurry up and count the money. Remember to change it into whole ones for me after counting. I still have to rush to buy a wave after school in the afternoon. Li Xiu Yuan picked up the tea and took a sip. Hard to make the business of less than $200 into the feeling of millions of dollars. Wang Yongguo had no choice but to squat on the ground and furtively organize the bills in the woven bag. For the sake of money, I'll endure. It took more than half an hour to count the gross money. Boss Li, a total of $180. Throw out the last purchase money. There is still $120 left. Are you buying all of it? Or what? All in. Okay, I'll go pack for you, Wang Yongguo said, about to walk towards the warehouse, but was shouted by Li Xiu Yuan. Wait, Boss Wang, about the settlement method we have discussed in advance. You see my $120 is not it? Right. Look at my memory. How did I forget the main thing? Wang Yongguo took out a $100 bill and two $10 bills from the drawer, handed it to Li Xiu Yuan, and went towards the warehouse. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Xiu Yuan carried 200 windmills and came to the school entrance early, circled a place, set up a stall, and prepared for a big day. There are 90 kids advertising for me. These 200 windmills are afraid that they won't even be enough to sell. If I had known, I would have taken 500. Saturate the sales of the Golden City Elementary School in one go, and change to the next school tomorrow. Won't it smell good? There was only a wall separating Jincheng Primary School and Jincheng Middle School, and the gates of the two schools were adjacent to each other, totaling more than 1,000 students. Sales can reach 600 before they are semi-saturated. Currently, he had only sold 100 windmills, with a possession rate of only 1/10, and there was still a lot of room for development in the future. Li Xiu Yuan had absolute confidence that he would sell all of these 200 windmills by the time school ended in the afternoon. Imagine a large campus with 90 children playing with windmills on the playground, running, jumping and frolicking, the pleasant sound of wind whistles ringing all around. How do the other students feel? Envy, wanting to have one, that's for sure. As a parent, who would let their child be a spectator? However, Li Xiu Yuan's goal was not this. Selling windmills was just a springboard for him. It was purely for the sake of making the current life less embarrassing, and for his wife and daughter to feel that he had a job and wasn't as idle as he used to be. To put it bluntly, he is now doing business as a second-hand dealer. This business has a characteristic: small investment, fast money, incoming goods, outgoing goods. You can get the profit difference, but this kind of business is easy to be imitated and cannot be done for a long time. This point, Li Xiu Yuan knew better than anyone. Why don't I start selling windmills from tomorrow while integrating the small stores near the school? And then, take these resources to find manufacturers. Let them produce goods for me according to my requirements. Stick my own brand. Make it branded. Won't no one be able to imitate it? Besides, with my memories from my previous life, isn't it easy to have an entire toy? Just take out a few of the best-selling toys of 2020. and they'll definitely be unprecedented and cross-generation products. Right, just do it. With this thought, Li Xiaoyuan's mind was enlightened and he had a clear idea and plan for his future business. At 5:30 p.m., the school entrance was once again bustling with parents picking up and dropping off their children. At the same time, Li Xiaoyuan's hawking voice became louder. Buy a windmill now. $2 for a windmill. You can't lose. You can't be fooled. Boss, how do you sell windmills? A woman walked over holding a little girl. Li Xiaoyuan glanced up and didn't directly answer with the woman, but squatted on the ground and enthusiastically asked the little girl, "Little friend, what color do you like? Uncle will get it for you." "Uncle, I like pink." The little girl pointed at a pink windmill and said gluttonously. Li Xiaoyuan quickly unwrapped it and handed it to the little girl. However, the woman was not happy. "I say, what's wrong with you? I asked you how much a windmill costs. I didn't say I wanted to buy your windmill. Can you not bait a small child?" When these words came out, without waiting for Li Xiaoyuan to reply, the smile on the little girl's face instantly froze. Her outstretched arm froze in midair, her watery eyes flooded with tears, and she looked pitifully at her mother. "Mom, hey, I'm asking you, how do you buy this windmill?" Li Xiaoyuan slowly stood up, pointing to a few big words on the cardboard, and was tempted to say, "Are you blind? Can't you see the words written above ah?" However, he didn't dare to say such words, smiled faintly and said lightly, $2 for a windmill. "What? $2? So expensive. Why don't you go and rob it?" The woman was immediately reluctant. $2 are enough to buy half a caddy of pork. Who the hell buys a broken windmill to play? "Come on, daughter, let's not buy it. Go home and I'll give you fried meat to eat." No, I want the windmill," the little girl cried. Li Xiaoyuan asked in a serious manner, "Is $2 expensive? This is the latest model of the windmill. On this wind whistle are more than $1. You still think it is expensive? I tell you, this windmill handle is a new type of plastic, not only strong and durable, but also on the child's health. You do not believe that you can smell. There is no odor? You look at the flexibility," Li Xiaoyuan said, while doing demonstration. Will windmill handle bar folded 360 degrees without seeing its break. Chapter 11 Nyo-Nyo's first time calling dad. The woman didn't listen to Li Xiaoyuan's introduction, but glared viciously at her daughter. "Be a good boy and come home with me. I'll make one for you with my own hands when we get home." No, the windmill you made isn't as pretty as this one. I want this pink one." The girl rolled on the ground, vowing not to stop until she got the pinwheel. The woman, who really had no choice, finally looked at Li Xiaoyuan and said helplessly, $1.05. Is $1.05 for sale? Big sister, I'm a small business. You cut off 50 cents at once. How can I still do business? Although he sympathized with the little girl, business is business. Not to mention that there are so many people around watching. If he is loose, how can he do the business behind him? $1.05. If you sell, I'll buy one. If you don't sell, forget it. After saying that, the woman grabbed the little daughter's collar and was about to leave. But the little girl cried even more. "Mom, I don't want to eat meat. I want a windmill. Want. What's there to want? $2 to buy half a caddy of pork to eat. Doesn't it smell good? Do you think pork is good or windmills are fun?" "Mommy, windmills are fun." The little girl looked at the woman pitifully. Her cheeks were already covered with tears, and she looked pitiful. The woman finally couldn't bear to see her daughter's pitiful appearance, clenched her teeth and huffed. Okay, don't cry, loser thing. I'll buy you one. Still? Thanks, Mom." The little girl instantly broke down into a smile, happily taking the windmill from Li Xiaoyuan's hands, a bright smile spreading across her tender face. This was the reason why Li Xiaoyuan chose to do business with women and children. Women go to great lengths to make themselves beautiful. Similarly, parents would do whatever it takes for their children to grow up healthy. Time rushed by. The original lively and noisy school entrance gradually quieted down. Li Xiaoyuan looked at the empty school entrance. His heart was incomparably happy. In just half an hour's time, the 200 windmills he had newly entered were madly snatched up. However, he still left one white windmill unsold, preparing to bring it home to his daughter Nyo-Nyo. Finally, the yellow sky is not a burden. Today's task has finally been successfully completed. Then, opening the woven bag, only to see that it was filled with banknotes, but unfortunately all of them were gross money, and the largest denomination was just $1. Otherwise, he would have made a fortune. Li Xiaoyuan counted the money for a long time before he was able to count the money clearly. At noon, he sold 100 windmills, netting $120. In the afternoon, he bought 200 windmills, but he netted $280. Not bad. Earning $400 a day is indeed better than working part-time, but my time and energy alone is limited. I have to consolidate the stores and kiosks near the school as soon as possible. The profit is a bit less, but with a thin margin. I'm not so tired. Then let's start tomorrow. Cheer up, Ali give. Li Xiaoyuan muttered for a while before carrying his woven bag towards the vegetable market. One should know that his one day's income had caught up with Sun Jiayi's 20 days of salary. An external debt of $800 made Sun Jiayi worry about her appetite, but when placed on Li Xiaoyuan, he only needed 2 days to pay off all the external debts. As night fell, the streets of Golden City looked a little cold and dim. Li Xiaoyuan exchanged all his change to the vendors in the food market, and by the way, he also bought 2 pounds of pork and 3 kinds of vegetables, whistled, and walked towards his home in an extremely happy mood. Tonight, he would use the first money he earned to improve the food at home and impress his wife and daughter. 7 o'clock in the evening, Sun Jiayi and Niu Niu returned home and were obviously shocked by the scene inside the house, only to see Li Xiaoyuan wearing an apron, skillfully slicing meat. There was also fragrant rice steaming in the steel pot, and the entire room was filled with the smell of rice. Mom, I smell meat? Niu Niu looked at the piece of 5-flour meat in Li Xiaoyuan's hand and swallowed her saliva. Sun Jiayi stared at Li Xiaoyuan in a daze and nodded. I saw it too. Was it that drunkard who bought the meat? Mommy doesn't know. Mom, I'm hungry. As if he had sensed something, Li Xiaoyuan jerked his head up just in time to see the mother-daughter duo, hastily putting down the kitchen knife in his hand. He wiped his hands with his apron and walked out of the kitchen, greeting them with a smile. Wife, you guys are back brush. When Sun Jiayi heard this intimate address, her pretty face instantly turned red, her eyes dodged to the side, and she started to change her shoes on her hands and knees. Li Xiaoyuan smiled sarcastically, acting as if he didn't see anything, and said to Niu Niu, Niu Niu, come, guess what gift Daddy bought you? A gift? Is it a toy? When Niu Niu heard that there was a gift to take, her big round eyes instantly straightened. Li Xiaoyuan squatted down. He wanted to pick up Niu Niu, but Sun Jiayi was quick on her feet and pulled her over. Niu Niu, come here quickly. Oh, Niu Niu cluelessly hugged Sun Jiayi's thigh, but seemed to look at Li Xiaoyuan expectantly. Li Xiaoyuan wasn't angry either. He stood up and walked towards the bedroom. Then he walked out with a white windmill. Niu Niu, look, this is the gift Dad bought for you. Do you like it? A windmill. This time not only Niu Niu was overjoyed, even Sun Jiayi froze. It had been 3 years, 3 whole years, and this was the first time Li Xiaoyuan had bought a gift for Niu Niu. Although it was just a small windmill, it contained too much emotion. Has he really changed his nature? Sun Jiayi murmured softly, then without stopping Niu Niu and Li Xiaoyuan, she walked straight towards the kitchen. Niu Niu happily received the windmill, twisted her head to look at Sun Jiayi, and took advantage of her absence to whisper in Li Xiaoyuan's ear. Thank you, Pupa. What did you say? Li Xiaoyuan's eyes rounded up and fiercely embraced Niu Niu into his arms, tears streaming down his face in excitement. This sound of daddy, he had waited for 2 whole lifetimes. In his previous life, ever since he left his wife and daughter, Niu Niu had never called him daddy, including when he was swept away by Luoyu, hit by a dump truck, and came to the end of his life. He didn't expect a father's voice from Niu Niu. At that moment, he could not rest in peace. Hearing it at this moment, how could he not be excited? His actions obviously scared Niu Niu. Niu Niu's face turned blue as she gazed at him, stuttering and calling out, Pa, 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 hey, good daughter, my baby girl, Mu-ah. At this moment, Li Xiaoyuan's heart was almost melted by this glutinous voice, confirming that the other party called him dad again. The whole person was not calm, and kissed Niu Niu's pink cheeks, as if this was the only way to express his fatherly love. Niu Niu was a little confused and even a little shocked by this sudden pampering. Her chubby little hands held the windmill tightly, and she didn't react for a long time. Chapter 12, Get Out of My House. On the other side, Sun Jiayi had already walked into the kitchen, and when she saw the 3 kinds of vegetables neatly cut on the counter, as well as a big bowl of fat and thin slices of meat, her entire body was nonplussed. Li Xiaoyuan. A hefty roar resounded throughout the room, immediately startling the 2 fathers and daughters who were interacting. Li Xiaoyuan hurriedly picked up Niu Niu and ran towards the kitchen. Old wife, you're calling me? Where did you get the money to buy the meat? And bought toys for Niu Niu? Did you go gambling again? Sun Jiayi fiercely snatched Niu Niu from Li Xiaoyuan's arms and said with a huff, Who let you hold my daughter? Is my daughter something you can hug? Wife, don't get angry first, don't scare the child. Let's eat first, let's talk about it after eating, okay? Li Xiaoyuan was not angry. He knew what Sun Jiayi cared about and understood the other party's behavior. On the contrary, it was Niu Niu. Seeing her parents about to quarrel again, her big dark eyes hid crystal tears. Wow, the tears seemed to break the dike, instantly wetting her tender cheeks, and she choked and called out, Mom, I'll leave you alone for now for Niu Niu's sake. I'd like to see what kind of donkey fart you can let out after eating. Sun Jiayi cared about Niu Niu the most, and seeing her daughter's pitiful appearance, she immediately softened her heart. To be honest, don't you see her talking tough? But in reality, she was trembling in her heart. She was afraid that the other party would suddenly get angry and beat up on her in Nyo-Nyo. However, not only did Lee Xiaoyuan not get angry, not to mention the big fight, he just smiled sardonically, and then redug into the kitchen and started frying vegetables. Sun Jiayi was in a bit of a trance, holding Nyo-Nyo and heading towards the living room. The moment she was startled down, she couldn't help but look towards the kitchen, only to see Lee Xiaoyuan's concentration and skillful movements as he stir-fried the delicacies in the pot. Could it be that he has really changed his nature? Immediately, he found a suit and shirt on the sofa, and the collar of the shirt was dirty. Is this the same suit from when we got married? Did he really go looking for a job? Forget about it, let's talk about it later. Sun Jiayi was puzzled but happy. In just 2 days, she realized that Li Xiaoyuan had really changed. The first thing was the other party's temper, obviously not as grumpy as before. The second thing was that the other party had become family-oriented, and she basically didn't intervene in last night's and today's dinner. If this were to happen before, she wouldn't even dare to think about it. The strong smell of meat and the sound of nuisance stir-fry slowly drifted out the window, instantly attracting the taste buds of the surrounding neighbors. I go, who's frying meat? This flavor is too fragrant, right? Look at you that gossip like, you care about people who fried meat, put their own days on the line. I gossip? You a loser. Dare to say I gossip? I follow you even a meat cannot afford to eat. You dare to say I gossip? Tell me yourself, how long have we not eaten meat? Come on, count me as not saying anything. You can do whatever you like, okay? The speaker is a middle-aged couple. The man called Bao Dawa, the eldest in the family, mainly to collect rags for a living. Woman called Pan Jinfeng, obese, short, look round grunt. She is unemployed and occasionally helps Bao Dawa to organize the junkyard. However, everything depended on her mood. No, I have to go and see whose house is frying the meat. With that, Pan Jinfeng grabbed the door with a gossipy face. Just as she went out the door, she realized that the smell of meat and the sound of stir-frying was coming from Li Xiaoyuan's house, and instantly, the color of gossip intensified. I go, Li Xiaoyuan, this drunkard got rich. Actually all eat meat? Or is it that Sun Jiayi made a lot of money last night? This family even improved their meals. Pan Jinfeng muttered while knocking on the door of Li Xiaojuan's house. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Sun Jiayi's voice came from inside the house. Bam! The door to the room opened. Sun Jiayi walked out with Nyo-Nyo in her arms, faintly smiling and asking in a pleasant manner, Sister Feng, is something wrong? Pan Jinfeng didn't pay attention to the other party and stretched her neck out to look in vigorously, only to see Li Xiaoyuan wrapped in an apron, laboring in the kitchen. Ha, this drunkard can still cook? How is that possible? Could it be that I'm looking at it wrong? No, I have to take a closer look, in case it's not that drunkard. This is big news. With this thought, Pan Jinfeng directly set aside Sun Jiayi and Nyo-Nyo and walked towards the kitchen in an old-fashioned manner. Sun Jiayi was speechless for a while, hurriedly closing the door behind her, holding Nyo-Nyo and chasing after her. Sister Feng, what are you doing? It's fine, I just came over to take a look. Who's cooking this? And it smells so good? Pan Jinfeng's eyes almost fell out when she saw that the person stirring the food was Li Xiaojuan. Yell, it's great. Chef Li actually went on the stove himself and even fried meat. Is this getting rich? Li Xiaoyuan didn't even look at the other party. He took the fried dish out of the pot and loaded the plate in one go. His movements were skillful. The dish was full of color and flavor. Then, placing the pot on the stove, he coldly looked at Pan Jinfeng. Who let you come to my house? Get out. What? Pan Jinfeng couldn't react well and thought she had heard wrong. Li Xiaoyuan dropped the spatula and directly grabbed the other party's shoulders, shoving him out as if he was a prisoner. Don't think I don't know about the things you did? Let me find out again that you dared to say a bad word about my wife, and I'll chop you into mincemeat. Li Xiaoyuan, you dare to slight my old lady. I'll fight you. Pan Jinfeng saw that she was mercilessly kicked out of her home by Li Xiaoyuan, and felt that she had swept away her face, and struggled with her teeth and claws open, wanting to get back in the game. But she was after all a woman. Her strength was naturally not as great as a man's. Sun Jiayi gazed at this scene in a daze, colorful and unable to believe her eyes. Is this still the wimp I know? This is too overbearing, isn't it? For a while, the favorable impression of Li Xiaoyuan skyrocketed. Li Xiaoyuan didn't give Pan Jinfeng any good looks and pushed him out of the door, casually unlocking the door. Don't be hitching a ride with this dead in the future. All those rumors and rights and wrongs about our family are all her behind the scenes. Oh, Sun Jiayi hugged Nyo-Nyo. Her brain was blank, and she nodded her head in a ghostly manner, looking very well behaved and obedient to her words. In his previous life, Li Xiaoyuan was curious to know where these rumors about Sun Jiayi selling her body and being adopted came from. In this life, He finally knew that the source of all the rumors was Pan Jinfeng. This person was not only snarky, but also had nothing to do, hanging out with a bunch of old ladies and old men all day long, either pouring out right and wrong or gossiping, always in this way to find their own existence. Simply do not care about the death of Beadawa, almost 40 years old woman, has not been childbearing, but also proud of this, really not enough to make fun of others. Chapter 13, A Well-Intentioned Lie. Li Xiaoyuan glanced at Sun Jiayi, who was in a daze, stretched out his hand and hugged towards Nyo Nyo. Nyo Nyo, Daddy will take you to wash your hands. Let's eat meat together, okay? Good. The little guy glanced at Sun Jiayi, and when he saw that the other party did not react, he crawled towards Li Xiaoyuan. Outside the door, Pan Jinfeng hissed and cursed. Li Xiaoyuan, if you have the ability, come out to me. My old lady wants to fight with you for 300 rounds. Li Xiaoyuan, you coward. Relying on your own woman to sell her body to earn money to support your family. You still have a reason. You wimp, dare to rival against my old lady. I curse not to die you. Is resting at home. Badawa heard his mother-in-law screaming and cursing sound. Know something happened, and quickly ran out from home. What are you doing? Yelling in the middle of the night? Still let others rest? You wimp, come just in time. Hurry up and help me clean up this waste of Li Xiaoyuan for a while. He actually dared to make a move on me. It's really against the sky. As she spoke, Pan Jinfeng dragged Bao Dawa's hand towards Li Xiaoyuan's house. Bao Dawa shook off the other party. What kind of ball of virtue his own mother-in-law was, he couldn't be clearer, and angrily shouted, come home with me, don't disgrace yourself here. With that, he pulled up the other party's arm and dragged it towards home. Pan Jinfeng, however, continued to roar unrelentingly. Bao Dawa, you coward, your own mother-in-law was bullied, you don't even let out a fart. Are you still a human being? Li Xiaoyuan, you wait for me. I'll settle the score with you tomorrow. Inside the house, Sun Jiayi was in a trance from the beginning to the end. If it was in the past, when Li Xiaoyuan encountered something like today, he would only go against the grain and laugh it off, or just vent all his anger on his wife and daughter. But today, not only did he not give Pan Jinfeng room to speak, he also directly kicked her out of the house. She had heard with her own ears that Li Xiaoyuan was caring for her, telling her to stay away from Pan Jinfeng and to lessen her dealings with people like that. And those rumors, how did he know that it was the other party who created the rumors? For a while, Sun Jiayi was surprised and happy. Her heart was as sweet as smeared with honey. He's really changed his nature. He knows to think about me. He knows how to maintain my and Nyo Nyo's dignity. Wife, what are you thinking about? You're so lost in thought. Hurry up and eat. It wasn't until Li Xiaoyuan came out of the bathroom with Nyo Nyo and the meal was on the table that Sun Jiayi reacted as if she was waking up from a dream. No, nothing. Eat, eat. Fragrant white rice, 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish. This was a meal that only well-off families had. This was also the first time they had eaten such a sumptuous dinner since they got married. Although it was now 8 o'clock and dinner was a bit late, Sun Jiayi felt doubly happy, especially Nyo Nyo. She ate deliciously. A moment to Li Xiaoyuan feed a mouthful. A moment to Sun Jiayi feed a mouthful. Tender face with an innocent smile. Don't look at the little one is only 3 years old, but she can clearly feel the father's love and mother's love. It was at this moment that Sun Jiayi seemed to have thought of something, slowly putting down the chopsticks in her hands and glaring at Li Xiaoyuan. You should always be honest with me now, right? Li Xiaoyuan smiled sarcastically, put down the chopsticks in his hands, pulled out $300 bills from his pocket and handed them to Sun Jiayi. Wife, you first take these $300 to pay off your debt, and then I'll buy you and Nyo Nyo a set of clothes each when I earn money later. Where did you get so much money? Sun Jiayi froze, not even hearing what Li Xiaoyuan said. Her first instinct told her that Li Xiaoyuan must have gone gambling again. Otherwise, how could he earn so much money in one day? To know, $300 was half a month's salary for her. Did you go gambling again? No, I didn't gamble on one hand. I didn't rob on the other. The way these money came from is absolutely regular, so just accept it at ease, Li Xiaoyuan said firmly. This was what he had earned back by his own hands after running around for a day. But Sun Jiayi didn't think so. After all, the impression the other party left on her was really too bad. With a dark face, she said, do you think that I will believe it? I do not dare to hope that you will believe, but what I said today from the bottom of my heart, believe me, as long as I am here, our family's days will only get better and better, Li Xiaoyuan said with deep emotion. In this life, he not only wants his wife and daughter to live a good life, but also to make them the happiest women in the world. What happened in the previous life would not be repeated in this life, much less repeat itself. Sun Jiayi's mind went blank as she looked at the other party's deep and passionate eyes. She had never seen Li Xiaoyuan speak to herself so seriously and calmly. This current scene was something she had dreamed of seeing, how she longed for it to be true. But when she thought about what Li Xiaoyuan had done in the past 3 years, She shook her head again and vetoed it. Tomorrow you'll come with me to work in the factory. I've already spoken to our leader. She'll arrange a job for you as a loader. No, I still have things to do tomorrow. When I finish the matter at hand, we will invite your leader to dinner together. Li Xiaoyuan knew that even if it was a job as a stevedore, that was what Sun Jiayi had begged for in a low voice. Otherwise, how would the other party arrange a job for him? But times are different nowadays. Doing business is his main business. Sun Jiayi looked at the other party's resolute eyes, and her heart was aggrieved. In order to solve the problem of work for Li Xiaoyuan, she did go and beg the leadership of the factory, and even gave the other party the $100 of salary that she had just sent. Who knows that the other side is not appreciated at all? The more you think, the more aggrieved. 2 lines of hot tears quietly flowed out. Li Xiaoyuan saw this, attitude slightly euphemistic. A flash of light, said, "Wife, I know you for my work is difficult, but I have found a job. Monthly salary of $900. This $300 is my advance of 10 days of wages." Really? Sun Jiayi sniffed and immediately came into the spirit. The originally sad and pretty face was instantly covered with joy. Li Xiaoyuan knew that this well-intentioned lie was right, and willed it to be wrong, saying, "Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, I'll go back tomorrow and advance $300 for you to pay back. I believe. Don't get an advance. As long as you don't gamble and don't drink, our family's living expenses are enough for this month." Sun Jiayi associated the suit and shirt, and she believed Li Xiaojuan's words. She had spent $100 of wasted money in order to solve Li Xiaoyuan's job problem, but that stevedore's salary was only $700. But the job that Li Xiaoyuan found on his own paid $900 a month. Cootie! Both knew to choose the latter. With that, he took the $300 and pulled out another $100 bill from it and handed it to the other party. "I'll take $200 to pay back the inflation. This $100 you take is living expenses." Li Xiaoyuan originally wanted to say, "I still have money," but the words to the edge of the mouth and swallowed back. Just now he but personally said that he advanced 10 days of wages. If he said he had money again, will not be exposed. Chapter 14, Meeting a Human Trafficker on the Road. "Alright, then when I get paid, I'll give you more money." Li Xiaoyuan gazed deeply at the other party and said with a sincere face, as long as his business was on the right track, not to mention $900, even if it was $9 million or $90 million, he was willing to give it to the other party. Sun Jiayi gently nodded, then didn't say anything else and continued to pick up the bowls and chopsticks to eat. Nyo looked at the two of them ignorantly and said happily, "Yay, Daddy is going to earn money to support the family and buy me lots of delicious food. Don't worry, little baby, Daddy will not only buy delicious food, but also fun things. Even if you want a star in the sky, Daddy will pick one and give it to you. Daddy is so nice." Sun Jiayi looked at the happy father and daughter and couldn't help but feel a little sour in her heart. This little guy had said yesterday that he didn't have a dad and wanted to protect mom, but now he's falling back on his words. One mouthful of dad, calling him dearly. "Alright, dinner can't plug the two of you. Hurry up and eat." Fine, eat." Li Xiaoyuan took a long breath of relief and secretly said, "Fortunately, this matter has finally muddled through." Then, he hurriedly gave his little cotton jacket a wink. The other party understood in a second, so the father and daughter didn't say anything more and buried their heads to eat their meal. Half an hour later, the 3 members of the family finally finished eating a truly meaningful reunion meal. Li Xiaoyuan took the initiative to run to the kitchen to wash the pots and pans, and then, he laid himself down on the living room sofa and fell into a deep sleep. Although he had yet to share a bed with Sun Jiayi, their relationship had obviously eased a bit. Everything was moving in a good direction. The night was silent, and the next morning was early. Li Xiaoyuan washed up and was just about to put on his suit and shirt, but he found that the shirt smelled fragrant and had a faint smell of laundry detergent. Without thinking about it, he could tell that this was Sun Jiayi washing his clothes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a happy smile as he sighed. With such a virtuous wife in this life, what is there to be unaware of? It was at this moment that the bedroom door opened. Sun Jiayi walked out wearing a set of pink pajamas. The style was a bit old and even had patches sewn on, but it was especially cleanly washed, and paired with her shapely figure, it had a different flavor. "Wife, you're up." "Aha!" Sun Jiayi rubbed her hazy sleepy eyes, and headed towards the bathroom, when she was suddenly startled. Her sleepiness was gone, and her entire body instantly woke up. "It's not even 7 o'clock yet. How did you get up so early?" "I'm not in a hurry to go to work. First day at work, can't be late." "Oh, right, I've already made breakfast. You and Nyo will remember to eat later," Li Xiaoyuan said while organizing his clothes. Immediately afterward, he fiercely stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Sun Jiayi's small waist, and whispered in her ear, "Wife, thank you for washing my clothes. It smells so good." "Ah." Sun Jiayi was stunned by this sudden scene, her hands rubbing the corners of her clothes vigorously, shyly out of shape. Last night was the happiest night in her 3 years, rekindling hope in life. When she helped Nyo wash her feet, she incidentally washed the dirty shirt. Li Xiaoyuan looked at the other party's shocked appearance and felt a little funny. She was a child's mother, still like a shy teenager. Wife, I'll go to work first. Proceeding to do so, he also gave a peck on that unbelievably beautiful face. With that, he left the rental house in a very happy mood. Sun Jiayi was in a state of confusion the entire time, and when she reacted, where was Li Xiaoyuan's shadow in the house? With a blushing face, she hurriedly ran to the kitchen, and there were indeed 2 fried eggs and half a pot of rice porridge on the counter. It seems like he has really changed his nature. Husband, as long as you stop gambling and drinking, our family's life will definitely get better slowly. Nyo and I will never leave you. At this moment, Sun Jiayi smiled, smiling with incomparable happiness. On the other side, Li Xiaoyuan, dressed in a suit and with a straight spine, boarded the bus and headed towards the small commodities wholesale market. Today, he not only had to buy goods before Wan Yonggui's heel, but he also had to expand the resources of the stores and kiosks near the school. When the time comes, he will just supply and not care about sales. If every day was the same as yesterday, wouldn't he be exhausted to death? Even if he stayed awake all day long, he would only be able to sell 300 to 400 windmills, and he would still have to catch up with the noon and evening school hours. It would be a different story if the small stores near the school were taken down. As long as the stores are open, there will be sales. The only bad thing was that profits would be lower. But it's okay, thin profits are good. If I can take down 100 stores, each selling 5 windmills a day, that's 500. Not to mention that my goal is not here. By then I'll have to add kites, toys and the like before I can officially start. Li Xiaoyuan sat on the bus, walking and thinking at the same time. Half an hour later, the bus stopped at the Wulapu platform. Li Xiaoyuan got off the bus with the crowded crowd, and before he could take 2 steps, a sharp shout came from behind him. Get lost, who are you? I don't even know you. Let go of me? Wife, stop it. Hurry and go home with me. Who is your wife? Spread your hands away from me. I won't let go until you come home with me. Quickly come to people. Ah, someone is playing a hooligan. A shout. Passers-by have stopped, coincidentally looking for the sound, only to see a man who beat the waist of Pooh tightly grabbed the arm of a long-haired beauty, with a serious expression and agitation. Wife, don't be angry. I know it's wrong. Please don't leave me and my child. Something we go home to say, okay? Who is your wife? I am not your wife. Please let go of me immediately right now. The long-haired beauty was so angry that her face was blue and covered with frost, struggling desperately and stomping her feet anxiously, but the man had no intention of letting go. The long-haired beauty was so furious that her teeth itched and shouted, come on people, I really don't know this person. Who will save me? The crowd looked at me. I looked at you. None of them went forward to block. There was a young man who was just about to go forward, but was stopped by an older woman. Young man, what do you want to do? Can't you see that the couple is in conflict? Mind your own business. The young man heard this and had no choice but to stop and become a spectator in the meantime. Li Xiaoyuan similarly stopped and looked back at this strange pair of men and women, and a bridge from a certain short video immediately surfaced in his mind. He couldn't help but be shocked in his heart and secretly said, not good. This is the usual trick of human traffickers. Then, his eyes narrowed slightly, seriously sizing up the obese man. If I remember correctly, on this day, April 15th, the Golden City Police will crack a major human trafficking case, which includes these 2 people. What are they called? Oh yeah, his name is Luo Sangun. Her name is Zhang Lily. Li Xiaoyuan thought for a while before remembering the names of the 2. Chapter 15 Zhang Lily. In his previous life, when Zhang Lily was rescued by the police, she had already been spoiled by the traffickers and had become mentally deranged. Her face was completely disfigured, so she had even been in the newspaper. Therefore, Li Xiaoyuan was deeply impressed by this and decided to do the right thing and rescue her from the fire. Thus, he quickly greeted him. Ha, isn't this Snotlout? When did you change your husband? When these words came out, the crowd didn't have much of a reaction, but Luo Sangun and Zhang Lily froze. The 2 looked at each other with different colors, as if to say, who are you? Where is this psychopath from? Li Xiaoyuan completely ignored the reactions of the 2 and continued. Snotty, don't you recognize me? I'm Li Xiaochang, your elementary school classmate, the one who burned your hair with a match. Li Xiaochang, you're really Li Xiaochang. Zhang Lily was considered to have seen the world and reacted with a flash of inspiration, which was her elementary school classmate. It was clearly the person who had righteously stepped in to save her. Li Xiaoyuan glanced at Luo Sangun, seemingly complaining. Snotty, is this your new husband? How come I've never seen it before? I'm not saying you are also 2 not good enough. Many of our classmates are still bachelors. You have started to marry for the 2nd time. You don't know to tell everyone. We can also follow the share of money. He is not my husband. I have never changed my husband. Li Xiaoyuan had long guessed that Zhang Lili would say this, deliberately pulling a smelly face and looking at Luo Sangun, asking fiercely, "Hey, let me ask you, since she is your wife, do you know her name?" With a simple sentence, the question left Luo Sangun speechless. He didn't know what the other party's name was? Secretly cursed, damn, lousy today's point how so back. It is not easy to stare at a beautiful woman, but also by this kid stirred up. No, I can't give up, otherwise, old me will have to drink the northwest wind. Zhang Lili immediately grasped the point and questioned in public. Since you said I'm your wife, then tell everyone. What's my name? Luo Sanbao's face became more and more ugly, black as the bottom of a pot, but still forced to smile. Wife, stop it. What's your name? How could I not know it? Hurry up and go home with me. Don't let people look at you funny. Then, he said to Li Xiaoyuan, Student Li Xiaochang, you are busy first. Our couple will invite you for dinner some other day. Who is your wife? You don't even know my name. Who are you to say I am your wife? Without waiting for Li Xiaoyuan to reply, Zhang Lili roared as she struggled. All the uncles and aunts, big brothers and sisters. I really don't know this person. Please believe me and please help me. Everyone present finally realized a hint of something unusual and accused Luo Sanjun. Hey, young man, since you're her husband, you should know her name. That's right. Anyway, this beauty's elementary school classmate is also present. As long as you say her name, we'll believe you're her husband. What? Can't say it, can you? I think you're a human trafficker. Li Xiaoyuan smiled faintly and gave Zhang Lili a wink. Taking advantage of Luo Sangun's unpreparedness, he fiercely struck out, grabbed Zhang Lili's arm with one hand, wrapped one hand around her slender waist, and with a strong tug, he yanked her over from Luo Sangun's hands. Luo Sangun was shocked. Before he could react, the woman in his hand was gone. At that moment, anger flared up, pulling out a dagger from his waist and pointing it ferociously at Li Xiaoyuan. Kid, you're still quite capable. Do you believe I'll stab you to death? I don't believe it. Li Xiaoyuan was not afraid in the slightest, staring at Luo Sangun with a smile on his face. He knew very well that the rule of law system in this era was not perfect enough. Human traffickers and pickpockets were rampant, and things like what happened just now happened from time to time. Some simple, timid women were often forced by traffickers to remote mountainous areas, becoming the wives of those old bachelors and bearing children for them. If you meet a good family, it's okay, but if you don't meet a good family, you can imagine their miserable fate. When Zhang Lili heard that the other party was a human trafficker, she was almost not scared to death. Glancing at the fierce Luo Sanjun in a panic, she hurriedly hid behind Li Xiaoyuan, obviously taking Li Xiaoyuan as a lifesaver. To know, there are so many pedestrians on the road, she yelled half a day. Only Li Xiaoyuan one person to take action. Now do not count on him. Count on who? Zhang Lili thought more and more afraid. Thinking about it, 2 lines of crystal tears indisputably flowed out of the eyes, wetting that delicate pretty face, muttering to herself, I can't imagine that I, Zhang Lili, will also be targeted by human traffickers for one day. It's really ironic. In the future, no matter what, I won't take the bus again, much less go shopping alone. Then, to the crowd choked and cried, all the folks, you all see it, I am not his wife at all. He is a human trafficker. He is the abduction of women and children. Such everyone has to be put to death. Please help me. Help my classmates. I am grateful. The words came out, like a thunderclap on the ground. The crowd has stood around. Damn. In broad daylight and under a clear sky, these actually abducted women with such means. The old man almost believed it. All the folks, follow me together to beat this bastard to death. A man raised his arm and called out. The crowd immediately rolled up their sleeves and rushed up with righteous indignation. Quite like a big fight with Luo Sanjun. Call the police. This matter must be reported to the police. Such a person should be punished by the law. If you ask me, let's directly break his limbs, waste his third leg, and throw it in front of the police station to relieve our anger. Luo Sanbao sniffed and backed away in fear. If it was only Li Xiaoyuan alone, he could still deal with it, but now there were so many people surrounding him. If he didn't escape, he was afraid that his life would be in danger. Good, very good. I'll keep this account for today. You guys wait for me. Wait well. Luo Sangun waved the dagger in his hand and glanced around the crowd. Finally, resting on Li Xiaoyuan, he glared angrily at the other party and roared, especially you, kid, if you dare to spoil my good deed, I'll make your life miserable. Good, I'll wait. I'd like to see how you'll make me feel bad. Li Xiaoyuan had one hand behind his back and was not threatened by the other party in the slightest. When the crowd heard this, they were even more furious. Damn, this dead. What time is it? Still dare to show off here. Give me a fight. Kill this girl. I don't know who shouted, The crowd picked up the stone on the roadside, swung the wooden stick and smashed toward Luo Sangun. Fight! Beat this bastard to death for me. You guys wait for me. Oops, my mom. Luo Sangun still wanted to put a few harsh words, but he was hit in the back by a stone. Not daring to delay, he hurriedly dropped the dagger in his hand and scattered his legs and ran. Chapter 16 Sister-in-law gives you a free ride. After driving away Luo Sangun, the crowd gradually dispersed. A few old ladies even went up to comfort Li Xiao Yuan and Zhang Lili a few words. In their eyes the two are elementary school classmates. Accompanied by each other should not be in trouble. In the end, only Li Xiao Yuan and Zhang Lili were left on the road. Zhang Lili stroked her waterfall hair, and followed behind Li Xiao Yuan with palpitations in her heart, not daring to leave alone. Benefactor, thank you for saving my life. Dare I ask, where are you going? I'm going to go to the small commodities wholesale market. If there's nothing else, you hurry up and leave, and don't mind what I just said, Li Xiao Yuan said as he walked. Zhang Lili couldn't even thank her enough. How could she mind? I can't even repay my benefactor for saving my life. How could I mind? With that, Nua graciously stretched out her tender white little hand and introduced herself. Benefactor, my name is Zhang Lili. What is your name? It's not enough to raise my hand. Li Xiao Yuan lightly glanced at the other party's arm and had no intention of shaking hands. Zhang Lili wasn't embarrassed either. Following Li Xiao Yuan's footsteps closely, she continued, I'm also going to the wholesale market. We happen to be on the same road, yeah. Aha! Li Xiao Yuan nodded slightly, so he no longer ignored the other party and walked straight towards the small commodities wholesale market. Zhang Lili guffawed and quickly followed, but in her heart, she was slandering. What a weirdo. I'm at least a big beautiful woman. As to be so high and cold? Li Xiao Yuan couldn't even care about Sun Jiai and Nyo, so he still had this idle mind to consider her thoughts. Today, not only did he have to get the merchandise, he also had to expand the stores near the school. A heavy task. Not long after, the two arrived at the eastern small commodity wholesale market. Zhang Lili quickly came in front of Li Xiao Yuan, smiled faintly and said, Benefactor, you get busy first. I'm going to work. Whatever. Li Xiao Yuan couldn't wait for the other party to hurry up and leave, and coldly answered. Then with a twist of his head, he headed towards the Yongguo wholesale department. Yongguo wholesale department. Wang Yongguo is not in the store. Today is his wife Qian Xiaoxiao looking at the store. The husband and wife discussed in harmony. In the morning Qian Xiaoxiao looked at the store. Wang Yongguo slept at home. In the afternoon, Wang Yongguo watched the store. His wife shopping, with children, do housework. Not long after, Li Xiao Yuan's figure appeared at the entrance of the wholesale department and shouted from a long distance away. Boss Wang, open the door so early today. Didn't you make out with your daughter-in-law at night? As soon as the words fell, he froze, only to see Qian Xiaoxiao walking out of the store with a black face. Who are you? Early in the morning ghost cry wolf howling called my old Wang. What is the matter? Yo, so it's sister-in-law. Disrespectful. Li Xiao Yuan could not help but blush with embarrassment. He didn't expect the visitor to be Wang Yongguo's wife, and secretly said in his heart, this time it's embarrassing. Chen Xiaoxiao clasped her hands in front of her chest, originally wanting to be furious at Li Xiao Yuan, but then realizing that it was a big handsome man, the anger on her face instantly disappeared. In her mind, she secretly sized up the other party. The appearance is quite handsome. The height is also satisfactory. Not bad. Is my ideal big handsome man, then associated with Wang Yongguo that greasy and fat body, simply comparable to the model of middle-aged uncle. I thought, where is this handsome young man? Much more handsome than old Wang. Little brother's mouth can be really sweet. What is the purpose of looking for my old king? No big deal. I came to get some goods, and by the way, settle the payment for yesterday's goods, Li Xiao Yuan said indifferently, sizing up the other party without any trace. Qian Xiaoxiao long a melon face, height of 1 meter 6, body slightly fat, fair skin, dress is very fashionable. At a glance it is not less to spend money on themselves. Match Wang Yongguo more than enough. Chen Xiaoxiao heard the other party's intention. The mood became more and more excited. Taking goods is good. Taking goods is good. Dare I ask how much goods the handsome man took? I took 300 windmills yesterday. I have to take at least 600 today, but I have to take it twice. Look at my small body. I can't take it once. Li Xiao Yuan could see the other party's abnormality, but he didn't think much about it. After all, Qian Xiaoxiao was a married woman, so she shouldn't be able to do anything to him, right? Not to mention that this was in 98 years. Most people's minds were still in the conservative stage and didn't want to open up over there in 2020. Like Sun Jai, to reveal her arms is a shy thing, not to mention what to show thighs. Low-cut dress, she could not wait to wrap herself into a gift. Qian Xiaoxiao is the opposite. Not only fashionable, but also a hungry young woman. Seeing a handsome guy like Li Shouyuan, she couldn't wait to show her most flirtatious side, so that she could show off her body as a gift. Seeing a handsome guy like Li Shouyuan, she couldn't wait to show her most flirtatious side to attract the other party's attention. At this time, she still had the mind of doing business, and directly said, "It's fine, it's fine. Which windmill you have your eye on? Just pack it yourself. Sister-in-law will give it to you for free." "Nanny? Send me? Free of charge?" Li Shouyuan was confused by this sudden sentence, thinking to himself, "Your family's old king has to be catty with me for a dime. You this loser opened her mouth to send me 600 windmills. It's really not a general generosity. Speak nicely. If you keep this up, I'm going to go to another house to get the goods." Cough cough cough. Qian Xiaoxiao only then returned to normal, as if she had changed, smiling. 50 cents apiece. You give $300. I'll pack it for you here. Nanny? 50 cents? Li Shouyuan sniffed, and froze again. Wang Yonggui gave him an open mouth of 70 cents, and wasted half a day to talk about 60 cents. This loser opened her mouth for 50 cents, a hair lower than his take-home price. Qian Xiaoxiao seemed to see the doubts of Li Shouyuan, honestly said, "Which windmill you took is 60 cents for a starting lot of 500, and 50 cents for a starting lot of 1,000, and since you took 300 yesterday, we're old acquaintances. 50 cents is really the lowest price." "Well, I know, you load me up." Thanks to seeing Qian Xiaoxiao today, otherwise he would have been bullied by Wang Yonggui, the treacherous merchant. In his heart, he did not know how many times he had greeted the other party's ancestors. At this moment, a warm voice suddenly came from behind the two. "Benefactor? Brush, brush." Li Shouyuan and Qian Xiaoxiao turned back at the same time and looked at the voice coincidentally. They only saw a young woman with a tall figure and white skin walking over. The woman was dressed in a beige suit, a large lapel shirt, and her waterfall hair was draped over her shoulders. Regardless of her appearance or temperament, she was very outstanding. Compared to Qian Xiaoxiao, she was simply different. The person is like a beautiful white swan, while Qian Xiaoxiao is like an extremely home-reared hen. Li Shouyuan's double eyebrows twisted as he secretly said, "How is she?" The person who came was no one else but the very same Zhang Lily that he had saved at the bus stop. In 98 years, a woman who can dress like this is either a golden lady or a rich wife. Li Shouyuan never expected that the person he unintentionally saved was actually a rich person. Chapter 17 How to Buy Huazi? When Qian Xiaoxiao saw Zhang Lily walking towards her, she brushed Li Shouyuan aside and greeted her like a pug. "Yell, it's General Manager Zhang Ah. Welcome welcome welcome. Welcome to my store for inspection. Hurry up and please come inside." Zhang Lily nodded slightly to him as a greeting, then came straight in front of Li Shouyuan. "Benefactor, I didn't expect us to meet so soon. Are you buying goods here? Do you want to sit in my office? Next time. I still have a large batch of goods to get out today." Li Shouyuan politely refused Zhang Lily. The sight of the money smiled and smiled with a gossip face. Secretly muttered, "No wonder this little handsome man is not interested in my mother. The feelings are on the side of Zhang Lily. This big money. The old lady's efforts today are in vain." Immediately, the brain also became bright, incomparably attentive and said, "Boss Li, I can't imagine that you even know General Manager Zhang. With General Manager Zhang, you don't have to get entangled. I guarantee to give you the lowest price in the entire market." "Oh, it can still be lower than 50 cents, can't it?" Li Shouyuan's first reaction was to see if the wholesale price could be pressed down a bit more. To earn a penny is a penny. Zhang Lily saw the two start talking business, so she stood aside, smiling without saying a word. Qian Xiaoxiao was just like a big mouth, gushing, "Boss Li is really good at joking. This price really can't be any lower. If you don't believe me, you can ask General Manager Zhang. She is the boss lady of our market. The whole market is owned by their family, so just put your heart in your stomach. I guarantee I won't pick you a penny." Zhang Lily stared at Qian Xiaoxiao's demonic gossipy face and faintly asked, "Boss Qian, how much did my benefactor take for the goods?" "Not much, a total of $300. $300? That's indeed not much." Zhang Lily was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Li Shouyuan to only take $300 of goods. According to her thoughts, it would have to be at least 1,000. In the future, no matter how much money he takes in goods, it will be put on my account. Good ah good ah. Qian Xiaoxiao sniffed and was excited. Anyway, he had to pay rent to the other party. Keeping the account was equivalent to taking goods to cover the rent, which was a great thing for them as businessmen, but Li Shouyuan didn't think so, and with a black face, he politely refused to Zhang Lily. I don't need you to meddle in my business. Those who know think you're being thankful. Those who don't know think I've been adopted by you." Then, angrily glared at Qian Xiaoxiao, thinking to himself, "You're really Qian Xiaoxiao. You can't stop smiling when you see money. Boss Qian, hurry up and pack 300 windmills for me. I still have to ship them out while school is out at noon, and I'll come back for the remaining 300 in the afternoon. Alright, I'll go pack them now. Qian Xiaoxiao smiled sarcastically and headed towards the warehouse. For a while, only Li Xiaoyuan and Zhang Lili were left at the entrance of the wholesale department. Zhang Lili wasn't embarrassed, and with a sarcastic smile, she took the initiative to say, "Benefactor, don't need to misunderstand. I appreciate your good intentions, but there's really no need for this. Since you're the boss lady of this market, you should still have a lot of things to deal with, right?" Li Xiaoyuan directly interrupted the other party's words, seemingly speaking politely, but in fact it was the rhythm of driving Zhang Lili away. How could Zhang Lili not understand the other party's implication? The first thing she did every day at work was to inspect the safety hazards in the market, especially fire hazards. She just didn't expect that she and Li Xiaoyuan would meet again so soon. "Well, in that case, I'll thank you for saving my life some other time." After saying that, Zhang Lili twisted her head and walked elsewhere. She didn't like owing favors, and she wasn't the type of person who was brazen enough to fall back on favors, and she wasn't the type of person who held a favor and didn't repay it. She believed that she and Li Xiaoyuan would still have the chance to meet each other, and this favor would be returned sooner or later. Not long ago, Qian Xiaoxiao dragged 2 big bags of windmills and walked out, looked around, did not find Zhang Lili's figure, could not help but ask, "Boss Li, where is MS. Zhang? She's gone gone or not, can't you see?" Li Xiaoyuan dropped these words and directly picked up the windmill and walked towards the door. "Tell your family's old Wang that I'll pay him when I pick up the goods this afternoon." He finally saw that this woman was a brainwashed person. Wang Yongui let her look after the store. Sooner or later she would lose it all. Regarding the money for the 200 windmills yesterday and the money for today's batch of goods, he didn't dare to give it easily. In case he couldn't make it clear, it would be a big loss. What's more, he has to calculate with Wang Yongui the wholesale price of this problem. Earn him a dime more interesting? "Hey, Boss Li, I still have a lot of things to ask you. What is your relationship with Mr. Zhang? Are you married?" With these words, Li Xiaoyuan nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. Carrying a large bag in one hand, he left the wholesale market without looking back. Qian Xiaoxiao resat on the chair with slight disappointment, grabbed a handful of melon seeds, and knocked them out. "I don't know if he's married or not. Is he my type or not? No matter. Anyway, he still needs to buy goods. I don't believe that I can't take him." But on second thought the other party and Zhang Lili relationship to be good, and glanced toward their slightly fat belly. "No, I have to lose weight." Then, dropping the melon seeds in his hand again, he left the wholesale department in a hurry. Li Xiaoyuan never dreamed that he was being looked at by Wang Yonggui's wife, even going on a diet for his sake. If Wang Yonggui knew about this, I don't know how he would feel. Jincheng Elementary School. Li Xiaoyuan carried 2 big bags of windmills and came to the entrance of a small store called Want. The storekeeper was a middle-aged man around 50 years old. Seeing Li Xiaoyuan walk into the store, he obviously recognized the other party and asked enthusiastically, "Young man, today came quite early. Yesterday's windmill business did not earn less, right? Hey, just that little windmill can earn a few money. The wind comes, the rain goes are not enough for my hard money," Li Xiaoyuan said while picking up a bottle of mineral water in the store and drank it. "Uncle, how much is this water?" 30 cents. Li Xiaoyuan pulled out a 50-cent piece from his body and handed it to the other party, looked around the small store, full of 20 square feet, and continued, "Uncle, how many stores like yours are there near our school?" "Not many, just 5 including me," the old man answered directly without thinking. Li Xiaoyuan pointed at the cigarettes in the cigarette cabinet again and asked, "Uncle, how do you buy huazi?" "Nice young man, still want to smoke huazi? Hey, have a taste. I'll give you $20 for a pack." "Okay." Without saying a word, Li Xiaoyuan handed the other party $20. This was in 1998. If it was in 2020, a box of soft huazi would cost $70. Now that I think about it, prices were still cheap in the 90s, and after the year 2000, they started to skyrocket. Especially after 2008, prices rose even more outrageously. Chapter 18 Integrating Small Stores. Li Xiaoyuan unwrapped the cigarette box and offered one to the old man. "Smoking? Have one. This one huazi can be worth $1. Not smoking for nothing." But the old man was quite decent, and gave Li Xiaoyuan another box of matches. An old man and a young man, just like this, smoked and chatted in the small store. Anyway, there were no students now, so Li Xiaoyuan wasn't worried about the sales of the windmills. "Uncle, what is your name?" "Exempt from your surname Lu. Name Buwei, if you don't mind. You can call me Uncle Lu," the old man said with a smile and a kind face. "What? Lu Buwei?" Li Xiaoyuan's heart was shocked when he heard this name. In his previous life's memory, Lu Buwei was a retail tycoon in Golden City, with 7 large supermarket chains in his hands, and later stepped out of Golden City to enter the national market. It even went public in Hong Kong City. I said, why does this old man look so familiar? Feelings that he is Lu Buwei. Ha ha, this life, my life is really wonderful. As soon as he thought of Lu Buwei's future development, Li Xiaoyuan instantly became excited. Who would have thought that the future retail tycoon started out from running a small store? It's a rare opportunity. I have to capitalize on it. Lu Buwei couldn't help but ask Li Xiaoyuan when he saw him giggling hard. Young man, what are you giggling about? No, nothing. Li Xiaoyuan waved his head repeatedly and quickly returned to normal. Lu Buwei shook his head and smiled. Continuing, young man, I see that your windmill is doing well. Can you put some in my store? Yes. Without thinking, Li Xiaoyuan directly agreed. The reason why he came to the store was because of this sentence. Instead of selling it himself, it was better to let the other party take the initiative. How good the business was yesterday. He believed that the owners of the small stores around him had seen it. Although they only made $400, who wouldn't be jealous? With that, Li Xiaoyuan had a bright idea and said, Uncle Lu, truth be told, our company is a manufacturer specializing in children's toys. Yesterday I came here to investigate the market. And secondly, to make a little money. If you want to do the windmill business, I can let you become the general agent of this area of the Jincheng Elementary School. That should cost a lot of money, right? When Lu Buwei heard about the general agent, his heart beat back again, but Li Xiaoyuan's next words brightened his eyes, only to hear Li Xiaoyuan continue. Our company now has preferential policies. Do not join the fee, do not agent fee, as long as the first time to take goods full of 100 on the line. Oh, so it's like this. Lu Buwei was obviously moved. This kind of agency model, he had never heard of, and could not help but ask, then what is your take price? $1 for a windmill, with a guaranteed retail price of $2. Li Xiaoyuan said while also gesturing with his fingers. Originally he wanted to say 5 yuan, but on second thought, the heart cannot be too black. A windmill to earn 50 cents on top of the contentment, thin profit and multi-selling. Otherwise, why would he integrate a small store? Lu Buwei heard, immediately came to the interest. They only need to take $100 of goods can become the general agent of the Golden City primary school area. This is a pie in the sky, cannot miss. Yesterday, Li Xiaoyuan's business is how hot, he is in the eyes. A calculation in his mind, then agreed. Young man, then I want 700 windmills. I'll take all the general agents of the 7 elementary schools in Golden City. Old man, this can't be a joke. 7 elementary schools would need 7 stores to be able to do this. Otherwise they can't be the general agent. Li Xiaoyuan's aim was to integrate the small stores near the schools. Without stores, he didn't want to easily agree to the other party. Lu Buwei smiled sarcastically, reached out and gestured. I have 7 stores, all next to the elementary school. Nani? So posh. Ah nah. Lu Buwei nodded, looking a little smug. Li Xiaoyuan thought for a second and had a bold guess. These 7 small stores couldn't be the 7 large variety stores in the future, right? Okay, I can promise you, but we have to sign a contract. I only have 300 windmills with me right now. I'll bring you 400 more later. I won't sell any of the 7 elementary schools within the Golden City limits from today onwards, and will hand over the entire market to you to sell all of them. Good. The two of them agreed at once, and as they spoke, Lu Buwei had already started counting the money. This is $300. The remaining $400 after you bring the goods. I will pay. Okay Lu. Li Xiaoyuan hurriedly took the $300 and quickly carried the 300 windmills back to the store. Uncle Lu, you are busy first. I will go to the factory to get the goods for you. Good. Then I'll trouble little Li. Lu Buwei said with a smile. As soon as Li Xiaoyuan's front foot left, he couldn't wait to open the woven bag and took out a dozen windmills at once, all of which were inserted on the store's doors and windows. The breeze blew. The windmill hooted and hollered. With the size of the wind whistle issued a burst of pleasant sound. The sound is so big that it resonates throughout the whole street, and can be heard from a long way away, and the Wat shop has obviously become the most beautiful scenery of the whole street. At 12 noon, Li Xiaoyuan rushed back to Yonggui wholesale department in a hurry. Just before arriving at the door of the wholesale department, he heard Qian Xiaoxiao's sharp hissing sound. Wang Yonggui, your grandfather. Up the guts is it? Dare to annoyed with the old lady? Believe it or not, I will divorce you now. Divorce on divorce. I have long been fed up with you. Let you watch a store. You run to lose weight. You that is to lose weight? Wang Yonggui, you have the guts to say what you just said again. I get up early in the morning and work hard. What do I want? What's wrong with me losing weight? Wasn't it to gain face for you? How dare you say that about me? Did I accuse you? Where did you go this morning? Chasing after handsome men all over the market. All the money in the store was stolen and you didn't even know. Originally, after Li Xiaoyuan left, Qian Xiaoxiao also left the wholesale department. But this heartless loser old woman forgot to close the store door, and all the $500 of change put in the store was stolen. Li Xiaoyuan stood outside the door dumbfounded, but also really a loser old lady. Wang Yonggui so smart people, how to meet such a heartless, should I go in or not? I'm afraid it's not the right time to go in now, right? Why don't I go somewhere else first? However, just as he turned around, Chen Xiaoxiao walked out from the wholesale department, glared angrily, and left with a tilt of her head. Compared to the enthusiasm of that morning, it was a world of difference, as if the fact that he had suffered so much anger was due to Li Xiaoyuan. His face was full of resentment. Get lost as far away as you can. Don't ever come back after you leave. Lao Zi is living a wonderful life without you. Wang Yonggui stormed out and chased after him from the wholesale department. Just the moment he saw Li Xiaoyuan, he immediately changed his smiling face. Yo, Boss Li is here. Hurry up and please come inside. Chapter 19, Wang Yonggui complaining of bitterness. Wang Yonggui stormed out and chased after him from the wholesale department. Just the moment he saw Li Xiaoyuan, he immediately changed his smiling face and greeted him like a nobody. Yo, Boss Li is here. Hurry up and please come inside. Is it appropriate for me to go in now? People have left. What's not appropriate? Hurry and take a seat inside. Li Xiaoyuan was forcibly dragged into the store by the other party, followed by a cry. Either he was talking about how Chen Xiaoxiao spent her money, or how much of a loser the other party was. All day long, only looking at the store for one morning, and still not good enough. What's the use of having her? Brother, don't believe me. That's a brainwashed person. Except for spending my old man's money, there is no other use. If not for me looking at the child's sake, I would have divorced her. Encountered this kind of thing, Li Xiaoyuan can what to do. The Qing official difficult to resolve family affairs. Cannot persuade people to divorce it? Have no choice but to be a faithful listener. But in his heart, he can't help but think of Sun Jiai and Nyo. In his last life, he did not think that Sun Jiai is nothing but a child. But in the end, the one who loves and cares about you the most is often the wife. Even though she was good for nothing, she kept the house in order. As the saying goes, the man is the master, the woman is the master. What else do you want your woman to do? Throw her head in the sand and get drunk all day for socializing? Forget it. That way, family conflicts will only get bigger and bigger. Wife, Nyo, I will definitely love you all well in this life and make you the happiest women in the world. Ha, I haven't seen the two of them for half a day. Why do I suddenly miss them so much? It's like a lifetime has passed in my heart. No, I have to find a way to buy 2 Xylingtongs, or even worse, 2 big brothers. When the time comes, I'll take one to facilitate contacting business, and my wife will take one so that I can listen to both of their mothers' voices. Li Xiaoyuan appeared to be listening attentively to Wang Yonggui's complaints, but in his heart, he was thinking about Sun Jiai and Nyo. Even, there was a desire to buy a cell phone for Sun Jiai, but the problem was that a small smartphone in 1998 would cost $2,000 or $3,000 for one, and 2 phones would start at least $5,000. With his current financial strength, it wasn't allowed. No, I want to earn money. I must settle the phone matter first. With this thought, Li Xiaoyuan took out $250 from his pocket and interrupted Wang Yonggui. Boss Wang, this is the money for the 200 windmills yesterday and the 300 windmills I got this morning. Please pack another 400 for me. Ha, that's not right, brother. According to the price we agreed on, it should be $300. Seeing that the other party had interrupted him, Wang Yonggui stopped talking and stared at Li Xiaoyuan suspiciously. Li Xiaoyuan really couldn't bear to crack down on him, but business is business and can't be mixed with too much emotion. The corner of his mouth lifted up and said with a smile, Elder brother Wang, you tricked me so hard. This morning sister-in-law but personally told me that the starting price of 1,000 windmills is 50 cents, but you told me 60 cents. If you don't believe me, go ask sister-in-law, she boasted in front of Zhang Lili. Oh, Zhang Lili, you know Mr. Zhang? Wang Yonggui was stunned in his heart, not expecting that the other party actually knew the market boss's wife. This was something that he really didn't see. Li Xiaoyuan took out a huazi from his pocket and let the other party have it, saying indifferently, count on knowing each other. Yo, Boss Li is not bad. All smoking huazi? I've always smoked huazi. It's just that you didn't notice. Li Xiaoyuan's this pie pretend. People have to give full marks. Wang Yonggui ordered huazi, beautifully inhaled a mouthful. The light tobacco flavor seems to be like a healing medicine. Just a mouthful can let him put all the sadness and troubles all behind his head. Okay, Boss Li has said so. I want to insist again, but it seems to be out of the ordinary. But this time, how many windmills do you intend to take? Didn't I just say it? 400. Li Xiaoyuan did say 400 windmills to the other party just now, but Wang Yonggui didn't hear it. Then, as if he thought of something, his eyes gurgled twice and said, Boss Wang, I want to inquire about something? Boss Li, Please speak. Brother, I promise to know everything and say everything. Painful. Li Xiaoyuan slapped his knee, poked his head over and said mysteriously in Wang Yonggui's ear, Boss Wang, do you know where there is a small toy processing factory in our Golden City? I want to customize a few toys. You want to customize toys? Wang Yonggui was shocked in his heart and couldn't help but resurvey Li Xiaoyuan the same way. Customizing toys is not a small thing. First of all, there should be a market demand. Secondly, the toy style should be novel. And lastly, it needs a huge amount of money to support it. Otherwise, if you produce toys that no one wants, won't it be in vain? Even a wholesale department like him was not qualified to customize toys. What did Li Xiaoyuan have the right to do? Brother, customizing toys is not a simple thing. Let's put aside the other things. Let's say the amount of customization. A small amount of manufacturers will definitely not do it. This you can rest assured. You just need to tell me where I can customize it. Li Xiaoyuan was not worried about the style and sales in the slightest. With his memories of his previous life, just find the style of 2 best-selling toys. They can all become explosive in 98 years. Seeing that the other party was so firm, Wang Yonggui was too embarrassed to say anything more, and thought for a moment and said, This matter? You have to find General Manager Zhang Ah. Don't you know her? She is the market boss's wife. Large and small commodity production factories have dealings with her. Alright, you go pack the windmills for me first. After Wang Yonggui left, Li Xiaoyuan secretly pondered. It seems that if he wants to get his product labeled and listed, he still has to find Zhang Lily. It's just a matter of taking some time tomorrow to find her again. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in front of the entrance of the Golden City Elementary School small store, Lu Buwei was in a hurry. His old face was covered with an anxious look. The 300 windmills he had brought from Li Xiaoyuan had been snatched up in just one noon, and were now at the point of being sold out of stock. What's wrong with this young man? How can it take so long to get a shipment? If I had known, I would have asked for 7,000 windmills at once, and put 1,000 in each store. But now, 300 windmills are not enough for one store to sell. No, I can't sell them like this. I must raise the price to $50 a piece from this afternoon. It was at this moment that Li Xiaoyuan dragged 2 large bags of windmills and came staggering in. Just as his figure appeared, Lu Buwei saw it and greeted him in a hurry. Little Li, you've finally come. I'm going crazy with anxiety. Uncle Lu, what's wrong? Encountered something troublesome? Li Xiaoyuan asked in confusion, thinking that the other party had encountered some big trouble. Lu Buwei received a large bag of windmills in Li Xiaoyuan's hands, casually slung it over his shoulder, and walked towards the store with large strides, not seeing that he was 50 years old in the slightest. Chapter 20 Big Deal. Seeing this, Li Xiaoyuan hurriedly chased after him. While walking, Lu Buwei said, Little Li, truth be told, those 300 windmills you put in my store before have already been looted. I guess these 400 windmills are not enough to sell in the afternoon. You must find a way for me to get another batch of goods back. The more the better. My other several stores haven't even started to spread the goods yet. When Li Xiaoyuan heard this, the corner of his mouth involuntarily lifted, revealing an imperceptible smile. He finally understood why this old man was in such a hurry. The feeling was that he had tasted the sweetness. However, the business of second-hand dealers is like this. While others have not reacted to hurry to earn some quick money, waiting for others to react, the first wave of leaks have been harvested. The market has also reached saturation. At that time, there will only be malicious bidding, whether the cost or profit will be reduced. Manufacturers in order to ship, reduce costs. Merchants in order to ship, reduce the retail price. The entire market is fighting a price war, and what profits can be made. But now it is different. First of all, this season is the most suitable for flying kites and windmills. Secondly, the style of this windmill that Li Xiaoyuan has set his eyes on is new and innovative, and there are almost no such things on the market, which is loved by children, and that's why it is such a bestseller. From this, it can be seen that now Lu Buwei is more anxious than Li Xiaoyuan. Before long, the two of them arrived at the store, and Li Xiaoyuan stared at the other party with a smile on his face. Uncle Lu, how much goods are you going to ask for? 7,000. Lu Buwei stretched out his right hand and gestured, then vetoed it. Oh no, you can just round up a whole number for me. Su 10,000. What? 10,000? Li Xiaoyuan couldn't help but be shocked. With 10,000 windmills he would be able to earn $5,000. With this $5,000, he would be able to buy 2 cell phones. At that time, no matter contacting business or talking to Sun Jia's mother and daughter would be much more convenient. But this fell on Lu Buwei's ears, and thought that the other party was too little, and changed his words. What? Too little? Ah, then take 15,000. Uncle Lu, I know that you have 7 small stores, and the audience group is all primary and secondary school students. In terms of market size, you have already reached the standard of a supermarket chain. What supermarket? Lu Buwei looked puzzled and interrupted Li Xiaoyuan's words. Li Xiaoyuan did not get angry because of this, but instead patiently explained. Chain supermarket that is to say the operation of the same category of goods and after-sales service of a number of supermarkets, in a certain form to merge into a unified whole. Through the standardization of the corporate image of the appearance of the standardization of business management activities, the specialization of the organization of the personnel standardization and the modernization of the means of internal management, so as to achieve the complex business activities to achieve relative simplicity, so as to achieve the effective scale. I say this you may not understand. In short, you just need to run 7 small stores, unified management, operation, and then expand a little bit larger. You can reach the standard of supermarkets, as if this store of yours, as long as it expands to 300 square feet, and the variety of goods is a little richer, it naturally forms a supermarket, as it were, is a chain of supermarkets. Oh, so it's like this. Lu Buwei nodded his head as if he understood, but the general outline of a supermarket was already in his mind. Li Xiaoyuan knew that even if he didn't say anything today, the other party would still learn about it in other ways, but having encountered it today, he didn't want to miss this opportunity and continued. In this way, you have an absolute advantage, both in controlling the suppliers and absorbing more consumers. Even the supply price is lower than that of other small stores. As long as you earn a dime or a penny less profit, other small stores will all be squeezed out by you in less than a month. Got it. This will I completely get it. Thank you, little Li. Young people are different. This brain is flexible and knows more. Lu Buwei resized Li Xiaoyuan with no trace, and appreciated him quite a bit. Li Xiaoyuan thought about it and took the opportunity to say, Uncle Lu, so I suggest that you take 10,000 windmills and then 5,000 kites, with more styles to give consumers options, but not more than 3 styles, or else they'll be picky. Right. It's spring now. Tomorrow is the Qingming festival. Parents and children, in addition to ancestor worship and trekking, also need to add some parent-child activities. Flying kites and playing with windmills is undoubtedly the best program. After all, Lu Buwei was the owner of 7 small stores, and had opened his store for almost 5 years, so he knew all these things at once. Little Li, like this, you help me match 10,000 windmills and 6,000 kites, and send them over now. Okay, but the kites are more expensive than the windmills. The small ones cost $2, the medium ones $3, and the large ones cost $5. It's okay, you watch and match, I believe you. However, when I'm going to organize that supermarket chain later, you have to give me more ideas. Don't worry, Uncle Lu, other dare not guarantee, but in the matter of chain supermarket, I guarantee to know everything, Li Xiaoyuan said with conviction. The other party was a future retail tycoon. Even if they didn't look for him, he still had to take the initiative to look for the other party. When his own new products hit the market, he would still have to rely on the other party for sales. Lu Buwei smiled incomparably. Good. Then we can make a deal like this. Your kid is not allowed to back out. Never go back on my word. Li Xiaoyuan happily agreed, then pointed to a landline phone and said, Uncle LV, let me borrow your phone. I'll arrange for delivery. You can rest assured that the call is. Li Xiaoyuan quickly dialed Wang Yonggui's phone and told the other party to prepare 10,000 windmills, 2,000 of each of the 5 colors, 2,000 of each of the large, medium and small-sized kites, a total of 16,000 goods, and deliver them to the Wang Wang small store near the Jincheng Elementary School as soon as possible. On the opposite side of the phone, Wang Yonggui was so excited that he almost didn't choke. His little heart jumped to his throat. Brother, this is a big business. No jokes, especially the payment for the goods. Do you know what I mean? Li Xiaoyuan couldn't help but look at Lu Buwei and asked with a difficult face. Uncle Lu, the factory is worried about the settlement of the payment for the goods? This is where he is smart. From the beginning to the end, he did not talk to Lu Buwei about the payment of goods, waiting for Wang Yonggui to bring up the issue, so that he can take advantage of the slope, and then convey his intention as a third party. In this way, neither hurt the peace between them, also will not because of the payment of goods and disputes. The content of the two men's conversation had long been overheard by Lu Buwei, who directly patted his chest and said, Little Li, tell your boss to put 100 hearts in his mouth. The payment for the goods will be settled now, but I have 2 requests. Uncle Lu, you say, Boss Gong Wang and I are listening. The quality should be good, and the delivery should be fast. Lu Buwei said simply and clearly. Li Xiaoyuan was delighted in his heart and said into the phone, Boss Wang, do you hear me? Hear it. Wang Yonggui answered repeatedly. Chapter 21 Good Fate Toys. Li Xiaoyuan was delighted in his heart and said into the phone, Boss Wang, do you hear me? Hear it. Wang Yonggui answered repeatedly. Wait for me for an hour. I'll arrange to load the car and personally deliver the goods. The phone hung up. No matter Wang Yonggui or Li Xiaoyuan are very excited at this time. This is the first big deal ever. First of all, regardless of how much money Wang Yongguei can earn, let's say Li Xiuyuan, 10,000 windmills 5,000 yuan profit. This is the nail in the coffin. The profit of the kites is even more substantial. Small kites make a profit of $1. Medium kites make a profit of $1.5, and large kites make $2.5 for 2,000 of each. That's $2,000 plus $3,000 plus $5,000. My goodness, I can make $15,000 today. Fragrant, so damn fragrant. I become a $10,000 man if I'm not careful. Ha ha ha. When I get the money, I will immediately go to buy a cell phone. And by the way, buy a motorcycle. By then, no matter traveling or delivery is convenient. I never have to live the day of squeezing the bus. Before the money arrived, Li Xiuyuan had already thought about how to spend it. A cell phone is definitely a necessity. For a businessman, a cell phone is not only a status symbol, but also a source of business. As for the motorcycle, Li Xiuyuan didn't have enough free money on hand, otherwise he would have never bought it. His goal was a minivan, and at the very least, he had to buy a Santana. An hour later, a microvan stopped in front of Want supermarket. Li Xiuyuan saw Wang Yonggui's figure through the glass window and said to Lu Buwei, "Uncle Lu, the van has arrived. Let's go out." Good. Lu Buwei nodded slightly, and the two of them walked out of the door quickly. At the same time, Wang Yonggui also saw Li Xiuyuan through the glass window, and hurriedly got out of the car and greeted him with a smile. "Boss Li, I've already sent the goods you wanted." "Thanks Boss Wang, come, I'll introduce you." As he spoke, Li Xiuyuan gave Wang Yonggui a wink without a trace, telling him not to talk nonsense, not to mention not to expose their wholesale price. The latter understood in seconds. With that, the two came to Lu Buwei and introduced themselves. "Boss Wang, this is Mr. Lu, who has 7 supermarket chains in Golden City, and in less than 2 years, he will become the largest retailer in the entire Golden City." Oh, Wang Yonggui obviously did not understand Li Xiuyuan's words, but he still understood the name Golden City's largest retailer. Without asking any more questions, he hastily stretched out his hands and warmly greeted him. Lu Buwei glanced at Li Xiuyuan with a strange expression. He understood all of the other party's words. This was the meaning of exalting himself. Similarly stretching out his hands, he took the initiative and said, "I've heard of Boss Wang's great name for a long time. Today I see that it's really extraordinary. On this matter, you send someone to send it is. Why bother you to personally run a trip?" LV Mao is really ashamed. "Mr. Lu is polite. Today I have the honor to see you such a big boss. Seniors, but I and Li's blessing is the object of our common learning. In the future in the business also hope that you do not hesitate to give advice." Although Wang Yonggui didn't understand Li Xiuyuan's words, but the person who can open 7 stores must be extraordinary, especially the name of the biggest retailer in the Golden City, so that he can make more respect to Lu Buwei. Lu Buwei was happy to hear this. Since he opened his store, it was the first time someone honored him like this. His vanity was satisfied like never before. Nodding his head repeatedly, he responded, Definitely. The two of them went back and forth touting each other and elevating each other. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Wang Yonggui handed the delivery slip to Li Xiuyuan. "Boss Li, take a look first. Is this the quantity?" Li Xiuyuan took the delivery slip and looked at it. The name, quantity, and specifications were all correct. Only the unit price and amount did not fill in any information in the 2 columns. "Well, all correct. Unload it." The 3 of them plus the driver quickly finished unloading the goods. The kites and windmills seemed to be a lot, but they were all light goods. Not to mention Li Xiuyuan and Wang Yonggui, even Lu Buwei, an old man, could easily move them. "Boss Wang, you and Uncle Lu, hand over, I'll fill out the contract." After unloading the goods, Li Xiuyuan took the opportunity to walk to the side and started to fill in the quantity and amount on the contract and delivery note. Not long after, Wang Yonggui and Lu Buwei had already finished handing over the goods, and Li Xiuyuan's contract and delivery note were also filled out one after another. "Uncle Lu, check the contract. If there are no problems, sign on it." "Good." Lu Buwei took over the contract and delivery slip and roughly checked it. The contract was complete, and on the column of brand agent, it was written, Jiayuan Toys. "Little Li, this Jiayuan Toys is?" "Uncle Lu, it's like this. This Jiayuan Toys is a new brand of ours. The trademark is being registered, but you can rest assured that all the toys we produce in the future will replace the outer Jiayuan. This batch of goods, you want in time, and it was produced before, so the trademark hasn't been changed over yet," Li Xiuyuan explained. From the time he started integrating the small store, he had already planned all of this. The market that he had worked so hard to run down, he couldn't do it for others? Since he had already thought of producing toys under a label, he had to have his own independent brand. Jia Yuan Toys, is his future to build the toy brand? And Jia Yuan word, from his and son Jia's name. Wang Yongui looked oddly surveyed Li Shouyuan, secretly muttered, Boss Li does things, it is really watertight. At noon still in front of me in the hall labeling matter. Now all have already thought of the brand name. This kind of speed of doing things, I have to be unconvinced. But he does not know. This is only a small beginning of Li Shouyuan's huge chess game. Although Wang Yongui appreciated the other party, he did not see the essence of the matter. If he had known that Jia Yuan Toys would sweep through the entire Golden City in the next 6 months, and that Li Shouyuan was earning a fortune, he would have definitely not hesitated to take a stake. After listening to Li Shouyuan's explanation, Lu Buwei also understood, quickly skimmed through the contract, and did not find any anomalies, so he signed his name on it, and also stamped his handprint. After everything is done, let a person's surprised scene appeared. Lu Buwei actually under the windowsill strained to carry out a canvas bag, zipper open, which is loaded with a bag full of bills, from $1 to $100. Each denomination of money was neatly bundled together, a rough estimate of at least $50,000. Wang Yongui secretly muttered, as expected, the boss of the 7 stores, with a handful of money, there is so much money. As a wholesaler, I am a bit envious. Regardless of the exact amount of money in the bag, there weren't many people who could store so much money at home in 1998. Li Shouyuan shook his head and lost his smile. No wonder this old man always sits at the window without moving, feeling that his small vault is hidden under the windowsill. Chapter 22, Profit of $15,000. Lu Buwei pulled out a bundle of $100 denominations from his pouch, followed by 2 bundles of $50 denominations, and many more bundles of $10 and $5. This is $30,000, you guys count it. Li Shouyuan picked up a bundle of $100 bills and gently weighed it, then gently rubbed it again. It made a chuffing sound, which sounded quite pleasant to the ears. There's no need to count it. I'm still assured of Uncle Lu's character. You really don't want to count it? After leaving this door, I won't recognize it. Lu Buwei knew better than anyone whether this money was enough to count, and said in a serious manner, this was $30,000, not $30. How was it like $3 in the other party's eyes? Wang Yongui would like to go up and have a good time, but no matter what, his money will definitely not be 1 point less, and even if something goes wrong, it will be counted on Li Shouyuan's side. If the two of them knew that they would all be tens of billions of dollars in 20 years, who the hell would be interested in $30,000? $30,000 only. What's there to count? If there are millions of this, it's still not hand-counting waste? Li Shouyuan said with a bashful face, casually finding a plastic bag and putting $30,000 into it. Uncle Lu, I wish you a prosperous business. We will leave you alone for now. You can call me anytime if you have any needs. Good. If I have any more needs on my side, I will give you an immediate call. Bye Uncle Lu. After bidding farewell to Lu Buwei, Li Shouyuan and Wang Gui left in the delivery van. In the car, Wang Yongui gave a thumbs up to Li Shouyuan and said with a beaming face, Brother, you're awesome. I never thought that your marketing skills are so strong. This single is almost catching up with my sales for a month. I should have known how good it would be if I recruited you as my employee. As soon as he opened his mouth, Li Shouyuan knew what he wanted to say. To be attentive to nothing is to be either a traitor or a thief. This is a constant truth. Li Shouyuan pretended to be angry and glared at the other party. Alright, don't cry poor in front of me. You only have this amount of sales a month. I'm afraid you're going to drink the northwest wind. I'll give you a present settlement for this time as well. It's always okay, isn't it? He. I don't mean that. Wang Yongui smiled awkwardly. He didn't mean this. What else could he mean? Li Shouyuan took out a bunch of $150 denominated bills from the plastic bag containing the money, and threw all the remaining money to Wang Yongui. Your payment for the goods. I can settle it all. Good talk. Good talk. For Wang Yongui, how much money Li Shouyuan earned didn't matter much to him, as long as the other party didn't default on his payment for the goods. Besides this was 15,000, not 150. He couldn't afford to take credit. Li Shouyuan tucked his 15,000 away and said faintly, Put me in the motorcycle market. I'm going to take this money to buy a motorcycle for fun. Buy a motorcycle? Wang Yongui was a little surprised. Shouldn't he buy a small car? Why buy a motorcycle? Li Shouyuan saw the other party's doubt and joked. You old people don't understand the joy of our young people. Brother, I'm only 39 this year. I'm still young. Then do you play with motorcycles? Li Shouyuan asked in a serious manner. Wang Yongui shook his head, indicating that he didn't play. That's not it. I suggest that you also buy a motorcycle. Take your wife and child to the Yellow River for a ride. More cool than that small car. Especially in this spring, summer and fall seasons. Hey, forget it. Explains so much to you. You won't understand. When you buy a motorcycle you'll know. Li Xiaoyuan didn't want to tell Wang Yonggui that he bought the motorcycle to run his business. That would be a fall in value. So, naturally, he had to make it sound lofty. Wang Yonggui was obviously fooled by it and murmured softly, "Is that so? Well, it's like this especially in summer. Riding a motorcycle is more comfortable than driving a car." The driver on the side couldn't help but say something. The summer in Golden City was hot as hell, and some people naturally wouldn't turn on the air conditioning in order to save on gas costs. Comparatively speaking, riding a motorcycle was indeed more comfortable than driving a car. Half an hour later, Li Xiaoyuan got off at the motorcycle market. Unbeknownst to him, he was stared at just as he got off. Not far away, the tall Luo Sangun's eyes lit up. "Ha, why this kid? Who?" A man with a sharp mouth and a thin body asked. Luo Sangun pointed in the direction of Li Xiaoyuan, his face showing a vicious color. "Skinny monkey, it's this bastard who stirred up my good things. It's hard to ease my heart's hatred if I don't pack him up hard today. Brother Cannon, just this weak thing can also spoil your good deed?" The thin monkey looked in Li Xiaoyuan's direction and was puzzled. No matter how he looked at it, the other party couldn't possibly be Luo Sangun's opponent. Luo Sangun glared viciously at the other party. "Humph, if it wasn't for him inciting the crowd to cause trouble, I would have stabbed him to death long ago. Would I have stayed until now? Brother Cannon, this is a good thing, since we were allowed to meet here. This is meditative. Let's go. I'll take out the anger for you. He must be made to pay a heavy price." Luo Sangun gritted his teeth and said. The two of them clicked together and followed. Li Xiaoyuan didn't notice the two and walked towards the motorcycle market with a happy heart. He had to hurry up and finish buying the motorcycle, and later on, he had to go buy a cell phone. Today not only to give Sun Jiayi a surprise, but also to take the woman for a ride. Suddenly, a silhouette swooshed out and blocked his way. "Kid, you're in a good mood. Look like you're going to buy a motorcycle. You should have a lot of money on you, right?" "Ha!" Li Xiaoyuan stopped his footsteps, had a bad premonition. "This is ready to touch the porcelain, or robbery?" His eyebrows could not help but twist into a Chuan character. His face stared at the other party with a gloomy expression. "Ha, how does this kid look a little familiar? As if he has seen it somewhere." Li Xiaoyuan quickly searched the other party's figure in his mind, and with a flash of aura, he indeed found some memories about the other party. Right, that human trafficking case, he was with Luo Sangun. What was his name? Seems to be called Thin Monkey. After knowing the other party's origin, Li Xiaoyuan acted much calmer, his tightly frowning brows gradually stretching as he coldly asked, "You want to rob?" "Yes and no." The skinny monkey pulled out a dagger from his waist and arrogantly played with it, saying in an old-fashioned manner, "Not only do I want to rob, I also want to take your life." Swish! Li Xiaoyuan's heart snapped. His first instinct told him that he was definitely being targeted by the traffickers. It was bound to be related to this morning's incident. However, it quickly calmed down. Over the past 3 years, he had been in and out of casinos and brothels every day. What kind of hooligans have he not seen before? How could he be intimidated by a human trafficker? What's more, he is also a reborn person, with his own gangster spirit and big brother aura. Unsaltedly said, "Your name is Skinny Monkey, right? If I'm not mistaken you should be here with Luo Sangun. Where is he? Let him come out to see me." Chapter 23, Fighting Human Traffickers. Li Xiaoyuan said in a salty manner, "Your name is Skinny Monkey, right? If I'm not wrong you should be here with Luo Sangun. Where is he? Let him come out to see me." "How do you know?" At these words, Thin Monkey was startled. Their identities were not to be seen in the light of day. How could the other party know so clearly? Could it be that what happened this morning was not a coincidence? While the Thin Monkey was wondering, Luo Sangun appeared behind Li Xiaoyuan. "Kid, I can't imagine that you not only know my old man's occupation, but also know the names of me and Thin Monkey. It seems that I can't keep you." Li Xiaoyuan slowly turned around and fixed his eyes, only to see Luo Sangun staring at himself with a gloomy face. Obviously, the other party had already moved to kill. "Oh, you want to kill me? What do you say?" Luo Sangun coldly asked back. Li Xiaoyuan shook his head and smiled, asking in a nonchalant manner, "Ha ha ha, aren't you guys curious as to why I know your identities?" Just now, he was indeed a bit nervous and even a bit fearful, but now, on the contrary, he was not afraid in the slightest and had to overwhelm the other party from his aura. "If I'm not mistaken, you guys also have a human trafficker named Flower Chicken together, right? How come he didn't come? Did he go to start work? You even know about Flower Chicken?" Luo Sangun's heart tightened. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared blankly at Li Xiaoyuan. He, Skinny Monkey, and Flower Chicken were known as the strongest trio, the largest human trafficking organization in the country. They had at least 20 people under them to provide services for them, and in recent years, they had circulated all over the country and committed nearly 100 crimes. Luo Sanjun has a big body, a fat face and is rude. so people in the circle call him Brother Cannon. He is mainly responsible for abducting and forcibly abducting women from good families, and is also the boss of the Thin Monkey and the Flower Chicken, Li Xiaoyuan said nonchalantly. Is it hard to know your bottom line? Do you guys know who is in charge of this area? Who? Luo Sangun subconsciously asked, thinking to himself, now it won't be the police. If it's the police, then it's even more important not to stay, and they have to move as soon as possible to escape from Golden City. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Xiaoyuan seemed to have seen the other party's mind, and said in a calm manner, let me tell you, this area is my tiger's world. You want to move me, you have to weigh your own weight. May as well tell you, I am by the name of Brother Tiger. To buy him a motorcycle, if you dare to wrong Brother Tiger's business, do not want to mix in the Golden City. Between words, Li Xiaoyuan also took out $5,000, slapped it on his hand and said very arrogantly, see, this is the payment for the motorcycle. If you have the ability to come and rob, I guarantee that you can't walk out of Golden City. You are on the road? Luo Sangun breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the other party is not a police officer, everything is fine. What's more, they knew the reputation of the black and white twins, especially in this area. Fat Tiger and Blackie were big gangsters who looked after the venues and set up gambling houses. Even they didn't dare to have a head-on conflict with each other. Li Xiaoyuan was confident. He knew that he had already bluffed these two from his aura. In his heart, he kept snickering, just you two goons. You also learn from others to rob, and you still want Lousy's life. Lousy will scare you to death with just one sentence. But then again, the reason why he has this bottom, because the Fat Tiger and Black Sun was cut by him. At this time, it is estimated that they are still in the hospital or at home to recuperate. Since this was the case, then he would continue to pretend. Let me tell you, I am the first fierce general under Fat Tiger. Blackie is also. You are Brother Blackie? Without waiting for Luo Sangun to reply, the Thin Monkey was the first to speak. Li Xiaoyuan raised his sword brows and asked with a smile. What? Doesn't look like it? He. Like, how can it not be like? The skinny monkey immediately wimped out and compensated with a smile. Although they were human traffickers, it was all a matter of not being able to see the light of day. Not to mention the fact that a strong dragon could not suppress a snake in the ground, especially acting on the other party's territory. They should have visited people a long time ago, but had been dragging their feet. Luo Sangun turned his thoughts around and did not doubt Li Xiaoyuan's words in the slightest. Since the police had been ruled out, it was only people from the Dao. Otherwise, it was impossible to know their affairs so clearly. While he was pondering, Li Xiaoyuan spoke again and snapped, get out of the way. I don't know who gave you the guts to stop and rob old me. Believe it or not, I'll make it impossible for you to mix in Golden City. Believe. Brother Black, please. The skinny monkey then still had the guts to stop the other party's path, and hurriedly made way for a channel, nodding his head as if he were pounding garlic. Like a pug. Humph, count on you guys to be sensible. Li Xiaoyuan loaded up the $5,000 and then strutted into the motorcycle market. Luo Sangun always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. With a gloomy face, he looked at Thin Monkey and asked suspiciously, Thin Monkey, are you sure he's the first fierce general under Fat Tiger? Blackie? Brother Cannon. He is definitely Brother Blackie. Think about it. In this part of Golden City, who dares to waltz around with $5,000 in cash? And who can know our details so well? Since he's not a cop, he must be someone from the road. Thin Monkey was convinced of Li Xiaoyuan's identity as a black man and said in a heated manner, Brother Cannon, think about it again. Is it true that you have never seen him before this? Much less offended the other party? You don't say. It's true. Luo Sangun pondered for a while, and it seemed to be true. Before this, he really hadn't seen Li Xiaoyuan. After being told this by the Thin Monkey, he felt at ease and accepted in his heart that Li Xiaoyuan was Blackie. Then, looking at the back of Li Xiaoyuan leaving, lamented, hey, I don't have so much free money on hand. Or Tiger, this motorcycle, I helped him buy. Don't worry, Brother Cannon, as long as we send this batch of goods away safely, not to mention buying a motorcycle for Brother Tiger. Even sending a small car is not a problem. Thin Monkey smiled and relieved the other party. Luo Sangun nodded with satisfaction. That's also true, but it's a pity. That woman this morning, she can't be moved in the future. He was naturally referring to Zhang Lily. Since the other party was Blackie's classmate, she couldn't be moved again, or else something would happen and there would be a lot of trouble. The Thin Monkey looked at Luo Sangun with an odd expression. Brother Cannon, if we can't move it, we can't move it. Anyway, if this batch of goods can all be finished, it's enough for us to dash around for a while. Well, when will the cargo owner arrive? For the time being, it's scheduled for mid-April. Good, it's only half a month. Let's hold on, it'll be over soon. Luo Sangun calculated. It would only be about 10 days. As long as they were careful, nothing should happen. Then, with a ghostly sigh, he commanded, "Tell Flower Chicken to cancel all activities in the last few days so that they won't be targeted by the police, and absolutely nothing can go wrong with this shipment." "Okay, Brother Cannon," Thin Monkey respectfully answered and left. Luo Sangun shook his head and also disappeared into the crowd. Chapter 24, Driving Around. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Sun Jiai got off work early and returned home with Nyo Nyo in a very beautiful mood. Today she had not only paid off all of her family's foreign debts, she still had $50 left in her hand. As the saying goes, being debt-free, coupled with Li Xiu Yuan's change, made her rekindle her hope for life. At this time, Sun Jiai, dressed in home clothes, is in the kitchen to do dinner. Bumpy figure is very seductive color, face hangs a faint smile, looks beautiful and moving, especially that proud chest posture, with the movements of her hands, rising and falling, waves, a beauty so virtuous and so voluptuous, that man would not be moved by it. It was at this time that Nyo Nyo, with 2 crochets and a white windmill in her hands, walked in with her short little legs and asked in a milky voice, "Mommy, it's dark, why isn't Daddy coming?" "What, my little baby misses Daddy?" Sun Jiai asked with a smile while kneading the dough, but there was always an indescribable sour taste in her heart. A few days ago, she was still calling a drunkard in one mouthful, but today, she changed her name to Daddy. Biological is biological, bloodline can never be changed. Nyo Nyo mischievously smiled. "Doesn't Mom want Dad?" Sun Jiai wanted to speak. She couldn't say she wanted to. She couldn't say she didn't want to. In short, her heart was very contradictory. "Nyo Nyo, you honestly tell Mommy, do you love Daddy more, or do you love Mommy more?" "Of course Nyonya loves Mommy more. If Daddy doesn't buy Nyonya a present and he bullies Mommy, I won't love him anymore." The little guy tilted his head, his big dark eyes staring blankly at Sun Jiai, an innocent smile on his tender face. Sun Jiai finally got a hint of comfort when she heard this, feeling that her own daughter wanted a gift, not her father. Then, jokingly said, "Yo, it turns out that my little baby is thinking about the gift, not her father." "Oops, Mom, you're annoying." Seeing that his true thoughts were demolished by Sun Jiai, the little guy couldn't help but have his little face blush and ran out of the kitchen with the windmill. Sun Jiai shook her head and smiled. If she wasn't worried about Nyo Nyo not having a father, she would have divorced Li Xiujian long ago, so would she have waited until now? Nyo Nyo shyly ran back to the living room, playing with the windmill while anxiously waiting for Li Xiu Yuan. "Why hasn't Daddy come yet? Does he not want me and Mommy anymore? He wouldn't have run off to drink again, would he? If he drinks again, Nyo Nyo won't call him Daddy." Not long after, Li Xiu Yuan rode his brand new motorcycle into the neighborhood and stopped in front of the rental house. Seeing the dim lights inside the house through the glass window, he knew that Sun Jiai's mother and daughter had returned. He shouted, "Nyo Nyo, Nyo Nyo, hurry up and come out, Dad will take you for a ride." Sun Jiai was in the kitchen and did not hear his voice, but Nyo Nyo heard it and saw Li Xiujuan riding a motorcycle through the glass window. The lights on the motorcycle were bright and blinding, and the little guy immediately dropped the windmill and grabbed the door. "Papa, you're finally back. I missed Nyonya to death." "Yes?" Li Xiujuan's entire heart melted when he heard this sticky voice. "Good daughter, let's go. Baba will take you for a ride." "Take a ride?" Nyo Nyo obviously didn't know what this meant, but looking at the brand new motorcycle, her little eyes went straight. "Daddy, is this the car you bought?" "Yes, little baby, do you want to go up and sit on it?" "Yes." Nyo Nyo's innocent face was full of longing. She had grown up so much, not to mention motorcycles, she hadn't even sat on a bicycle. Saying that, Li Xiujuan had already carried the other party onto the motorcycle, letting her lie on the gas tank while he rode on the back. "Nyonya, Daddy is going to start the bike, don't be afraid." "Nyonya, Nyonya is not afraid." The little girl said she wasn't afraid on her lips, but her heart was panicked as hell. Her little face was white with fear. Li Xiujuan smiled sarcastically, started the car and started riding around the yard. At first, Nyo Nyo was too scared to move a little. Slowly, she realized that sitting on it is quite comfortable, and did not imagine that kind of horror, especially under Li Xiujuan's deliberate operation. The motorcycle traveled especially slowly and steadily. Nyo Nyo snuggled into its arms, and for the first time felt her father's thick and broad arms, as well as his hot chest. At the same time, for the first time, she felt the sense of security that her father brought to her. Gradually, Nyonya's boldness grew and she said happily, "Baba, this car is so nice. Tomorrow you send me and Mom to work, okay? Good. Whatever my little baby commands, Daddy will carry it out." Li Xiujian learned Nyo Nyo's tone and said with a kind face. When Nyo Nyo heard this, she excitedly danced with her hands and feet and cheered. "Yay, great. I can finally see Mommy and Daddy go to work together." "Daddy, you're not allowed to back out, or else Nyo Nyo won't love you anymore." "Don't worry, good daughter, Daddy will never back out." He. Li Xiaoyuan looked down at the giddy little person in his arms. His heart was not in a good mood. Even a 3-year-old child knew how much of an asshole he was in the past, and he himself was blissfully unaware of it. The sound of the two, as well as the roar of the motorcycle, instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding neighbors, who came out to watch, especially Pan Jinfeng, who had been waiting for Li Xiaoyuan for a while today, vowing to avenge last night. She had just gone out when the motorcycle flashed past in front of her. Ha! Isn't this the drunkard Li Xiaoyuan and his little? Why are they even on a motorcycle? Could it be that Sun Jiai has been adopted and earned big money? While she was wondering, the motorcycle flashed past her again. Che, isn't it just earning some money by selling your woman's body? What's so flashy about it? Can you stop embarrassing yourself? We are all neighbors. Is it fun for you to do this? Hurry up and go inside to eat. The food is getting cold. At this time, Bao Dawa opened the door to the room, seemingly reproachful, urging Pan Jinfeng not to look for Li Xiaoyuan's trouble. Hurry into the house to eat. But Pan Jinfeng did not catch Li Xiaoyuan. A stomach of anger has not been released. How would listen to him? Angrily glared at Bao Dawa. You wimp, all day long you know how to eat? Why don't you eat you to death? Tell me about you. Either you are thinking of eating, or you are thinking of who has rags in their house. You are a 40-something person. You can't even afford to buy a motorcycle. What do I want you to do? What's wrong with collecting rags and garbage? I rely on my own hands to make a living. Is there anything wrong with that? Even if Bao Dawa's temper was good, hearing the other party burying himself like this, his heart was not very comfortable. At that moment, the anger did not come out and he angrily shouted, I also want to ask you, married for so many years, you idle all day long. The family does not care about the family. The baby does not give birth to a baby. I want you to have what use? Find a sow can still give birth to a litter of piglets to sell money. You, what can you do? Chapter 25 Giving Gifts. Even if Bao Dawa had a good temper, hearing the other party burying himself like this, his heart was not very comfortable. At that moment, the anger did not come out and angrily shouted, I also want to ask you, married for so many years, you idle all day long. The family does not care about the family. The baby does not give birth to a baby. I want you to have what use? Find a sow can still give birth to a litter of piglets to sell money. You, what can you do? Good you Bao Dawa. You've got hard wings, right? Pan Jinfeng heard the words, fire. She did not come to the package Dawa angry. The other side towards her first angry. Bao Dawa, speak with a conscience. Is it my business to have a baby? They cannot say that they cannot, but also to the old lady on the blame. Then you with the sow in the past. The old lady does not play with you. Divorce today. This day cannot live a day. Leave then leave. You get out of here now. Get lost. I'll see how long you can be arrogant. The two argued for a while. Pan Jinfeng pushed away Bao Dawa, walked into the rental house, casually took a few changes of clothes, and headed for the door. Bao Dawa, my old lady told you. I'm going back to my mother's home now. If you dare to come to me with a thick skin, my old lady, in this life I despise you. Don't put gold on your face. If you want to roll quickly. Bao Dawa rare hardened once. The years of pent-up grievances a brain spread out, pointing at Pan Jinfeng's nose angrily roared. They had been married for almost 15 years, but there had been no children around. When they went to the hospital for a checkup, it turned out that both of them had problems. Pan Jinfeng was born with a cold uterus, blocked fallopian tubes and necrotic ovaries. Bao Dawa long-term with all kinds of garbage, sperm quality inactive, survival rate of less than 1 in 10,000. So many years down, the two are safe and sound. Who is stupid enough to 80 paces to laugh at 100 paces? In recent times, the couple is still planning whether to go to the orphanage to adopt a child. Did not expect today for no reason to quarrel. Maybe it is because of Li Xiaoyuan, Pan Jinfeng envy and jealousy. Perhaps it is due to the couple's perennial pent-up resentment, which will completely explode. At this very moment, Li Xiaoyuan took Nyo and parked the motorcycle at the door of the rental house, turned off the engine and got off the car. Smiling, this said, Nyo, today we will play here first. Tomorrow Dad will take you to ride the car. Okay, rest pupa. Nyo answered in a milky voice, and even gave a kiss on Li Xiaoyuan's face. This scene was just seen by Pan Jinfeng, who grabbed the door and said in a conspiratorial manner, Che, is not just rely on women to buy a broken motorcycle? What's so godlike? The whole with their own bought a small car like, waving through the city, Turkey. Li Xiaoyuan naturally heard the other party's spiteful voice, but he turned a deaf ear. Putting Nyo down from the motorcycle, he casually took down 2 handbags on the handlebars. Nyonya, go give this cell phone to your mom and say that it was issued by Dad's workplace. Nani? A cell phone, or workplace issued? Pan Jinfeng sniffed and stopped in her tracks. looking at Li Xiaoyuan with an envious face as he handed the brand new cell phone gift bag to Nyonya. That sizzling eyes couldn't wait to immediately rush forward, snatch it and take it for themselves. No, I can't just leave with nothing. How can I say that my mother has also accompanied that loser for more than 10 years? I want a cell phone as well, otherwise I'll be at a disadvantage. With this thought, Pan Jinfeng immediately turned around and walked towards her home. Li Xiaoyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. A flash of ruthlessness flashed across his face as he glanced at the other party's direction of departure. All these years, you've made my family have a bad time. Next, I'll make your family have a bad time. Everything that happened just now was done by Li Xiaoyuan for a reason. Didn't Pan Jinfeng like to gossip? Then he would borrow the other party's mouth to spread the word about his finding a job, buying a motorcycle, and the unit's allotment of cell phones. In this way, the rumors about Sun Jiayi will not be broken. On the other side, Nyo had already knocked on the door of the house and cheerfully drilled into Sun Jiayi's arms. Mommy, Daddy bought you a present. A gift? What gift? Sun Jiayi received the handbag in Nyo's hands with a dumbfounded expression, then probed her head towards the outside, only to see that Li Xiaoyuan had somehow brought a broken wooden board from there, patted it on the steps, and clapped his hands. Wife, open the door wider. I'll move the motorcycle in. Motorcycle? Sun Jiayi was even more confused. It was only a day ago. Why is this person giving gifts and buying a motorcycle? Did he get rich? It was only after Li Xiaoyuan pushed the motorcycle into the door that Sun Jiayi reacted. Li Xiaoyuan, where did you get so much money to both buy a gift and a motorcycle? Wife, hurry up and close the door. Otherwise, later on, Pan Jinfeng's deadass voice will probably be able to make people die. I'm asking you, don't you digress? Even if Sun Jiayi was stupid, she could tell that this was a newly bought motorcycle, and the plastic film on it hadn't even been torn yet. But the next second, there was indeed a hissing sound from Pan Jinfeng. Bao Dawa, you're ing crazy. Dare to do it to my mother. Do you not want to live? I don't want to live, but you don't want to feel better either. Today, I'm not only going to make a move on you, I'm going to beat you to death. You loser. You want a cell phone, right? Fine. I'll give it to you now. With a hand, but without a machine. With that, there was a crisp slap. Then, there was a sound of punches and kicks. Not long after, Pan Jinfeng's voice became smaller and smaller, accompanied by sharp gasps. This woman was accustomed to spilling her guts, and even then, she still let loose with harsh words. Bao Dawa you wimp. If you have the ability, you will beat me to death. If you can't beat me, I look down on you. Oh. Why am I so bitter in life? Li Xiaoyuan glanced at the dazed Sun Jiayi, took a step forward, casually closed the door and said, what's there to hear? That is estimated to lie in the hospital for a few days. Oh. Only then did Sun Jiayi come back to her senses, placing the gift in her hand on the coffee table. Say it, why did you give me a gift? Wife, don't you want to open it? Li Xiaoyuan said mysteriously. His daughter-in-law is good at everything, just like to board a bitter face. The whole thing is if he owes her millions. Unbeknownst to her, Sun Jiayi's heart at this time is as sweet as smeared with honey. Happy. At this moment, Nyo had already picked up the gift box on the table and quickly opened it. A brand new little smartphone was presented in front of the three of them. Sun Jiayi instantly became nonchalant, fiercely squatting down, body and hurriedly stopped Nyonya's action. Aya, my little heart, you have to be careful. You can't drop this thing. Why? Nyo looked at the cell phone in the box and loved it, thinking it was a toy that her father had bought for her. Chapter 26 Nyo seeks benefits for her father. Sun Jiayi was even more excited than her. She had heard with her own ears that this was a gift from Li Xiaoyuan. This was also the first time in 4 years of marriage that the other party had given her a gift, or such an expensive cell phone. For a time, full of joy, pretty face blushing, shy like a little woman, looking aside, Li Xiaoyuan was in a stirring mood, itching to put him on the spot. However, Nyo's words interrupted the thoughts of the two. Mommy, why can't this toy be dropped? Baby, this is not a toy, it's called a cell phone. Just this one can top Mom's salary for 4 or 5 months. It's worth a lot of money. As the words fell, Sun Jiayi seemed to think of something and looked up sharply at Li Xiaoyuan. Where did you get so much money? Both buying a cell phone and a motorcycle. Together I'm afraid it's a small 10,000, right? Where do I have so much money to buy these things? These are all issued by our unit, Li Xiaoyuan said without blushing or gasping. On his way here, he had already thought of what to say. How could he be asked by the other party? On the verge, he also added a sentence. Oh yeah, I'm a salesman now. And the boss matched the cell phone and motorcycle in order to increase the company's performance. Saying this, Sun Jiayi was relieved. As long as it wasn't illegally obtained, it was good. Li Xiaoyuan pulled out another $300 from his pocket and handed it to the other party. Wife, tomorrow is the Qingming festival. Our unit is on vacation for 3 days, but our business department is not on vacation. So the boss gave each of us in the business department $300 for the festival. I'm going to work overtime in the next few days, so Nyo will ask you to bring her. You can take this money to subsidize the family. In this way, Sun Jiayi believed Li Xiaoyuan's words even more, because she had also obtained $200 for the festival, together with her own salary and the $200 that Li Xiaoyuan had given her yesterday. Only then had she paid off all the external debts of her family. Okay, I'll take these $300 as living expenses. I've already paid off the external debt at home. Pay attention to your safety at work during this period of time. Okay, thank you, wife. Li Xiaoyuan did not expect the other party to care about him. Although it was a simple sentence, it made him feel doubly happy. Suddenly, a strong burning smell came from the kitchen. Sun Jiayi jolted and hurriedly skipped her cell phone and ran towards the kitchen. No good. My dishes. By the time she reached the kitchen, the dish was already burnt. What to do? There's only one dish tonight. One dish is just one dish. I'll eat noodles. You two eat more vegetables. Wait until tomorrow and buy some meat back. Nyo is growing her body. Don't treat our little baby poorly. Li Xiaoyuan followed closely and walked into the kitchen. Looking at Sun Jiayi's chagrined expression, he comforted. Then, Nyo also followed in and said in a sticky voice, Nyonya doesn't eat vegetables. Nyonya wants to let Daddy eat. Daddy is the backbone of our family. He has to earn lots and lots of money to feed me and mommy. Swish! Li Xiaoyuan and Sun Jiayi looked towards the little girl at the same time. The two of them couldn't believe their ears. A 3-year-old child could actually say such words, especially Li Xiaoyuan. He was touched to the core. In the past 3 years, when had Nyo ever cared about him like this? Girl, you really are Daddy's sweet little cotton. But then, you need to eat more vegetables in order to grow taller, so that you can protect mommy and daddy when the time comes. Got it? Well, Nyonya knows. Nyonya will protect mommy and daddy when she grows up, and she will also buy mommy and daddy lots and lots of gifts. This voice froze the couple again. Where did this all come from? Immediately afterward, with a snort, the two unanimously burst out laughing. Li Xiaoyuan extremely dotingly gently scraped on which tiny agric nose and said, Nyo is awesome. You all know how to protect mom and dad. Hee, happy face. Nyo bared her teeth and was happy. Half an hour later, the family of 3 happily finished a simple dinner. Li Xiaoyuan cleared the table and even washed the pots and dishes. Sun Jiayi took the opportunity to take the shirt he changed out of and took it to the bathroom to wash up. Not long after, Nyo sneaked into the bathroom and whispered in Sun Jiayi's ear, Mom, I want to sleep on the sofa with Dad tonight. No, the sofa is too small to sleep with you and Daddy? Sun Jiayi didn't even think about it and directly vetoed it. On Nyo's little face, she immediately changed color, deflated her mouth and said pitifully, Mom, I see that Dad is quite poor. Why don't you let Dad come to bed and sleep? I'll sleep between Mom and Dad, okay? When these words came out, Sun Jiayi couldn't help but blush. Speaking unintentionally, but listening intentionally. Although she and Li Xiaoyuan had been married for 4 years, even the baby was so big, but in the past 3 years, they had never shared the same bed. Now, suddenly being mentioned by this little girl, it was still weirdly embarrassing. Nyo, tell me honestly, is it Dad who taught you to say that? No. Nyo shook her little head vigorously. Daddy didn't say anything. I just want to sleep with mommy and daddy. Really? Sun Jiayi looked at Nyo with a stern face. Knowing her daughter is like a mother. Whether her daughter lied or not, she could tell at a glance. Nyo eyes dodge. Cannot help but under the small head, extremely aggrieved said, Yes, it's little sister Hong who told me. She said that her mom and dad sleep together every night, and she often sleeps in the middle of her mom and dad. I just sleep with mom and dad. Sun Jiayi realized that she had taken Nyo to work during this period of time. Nyo got to know a few children. This child called Xiaohong is the daughter of their workshop director, half a year older than Nyo. The two get along quite well, but Nyo didn't tell Sun Jiayi because she was despised by Xiaohong for this matter. That's why the little girl strongly suggested that Li Xiaoyuan send their mother and daughter to work, suggesting that mom and dad share the same bed. For such a young person to have this mind, it could be said to be well-intentioned. Hearing this, Sun Jiayi naturally understood the original, and could not help but soften her heart. Alright, then you go tell Dad to let him sleep in the bed tonight. Okay, thanks Mom. On Nyo's naive face, a bright smile immediately surfaced, and she ran away happily. Then, as if she thought of something, she ran back again with her short little legs and gave Sun Jiayi a fierce kiss on her white face. Thank you Mom. Not long after, Li Xiaoyuan's exclamation of surprise rang out from the kitchen. Good daughter, you can't lie to Dad about this. Your mom really said that? Nah, don't believe me. You can go ask Mom. Li Xiaoyuan sniffed, not bothering to wipe his hands. He kissed Nyo-Nyo's pink and tender little face all over the place. Good daughter. You're really daddy's sweet little coat. Too good at making benefits for daddy. Hee hee. Li Xiaoyuan teased Nyo-Nyo's flowery branches and her tender laughter spread throughout the room. Chapter 27, Sublimation of Feelings. Sun Jiai, who was in the bathroom, heard the conversation between father and daughter. Her face blushed with shame. Her heart thumped like a deer in the headlights in the atrium, and her small heart jumped to her throat. However, she didn't want to spare any details and quickly wrung out her clothes before listening with her ears perked up. It wasn't until Li Xiujin said, "Alright then, daddy will sleep in the bed with my little baby tonight." Only then did Sun Jiai's hanging heart fall to the ground, filled with a shy smile, where the red pretty face was just like a ripe red apple. Sun Jiai, ah Sun Jiai, aren't you ashamed? What are you imagining? Even if he sleeps in the bed, you guys can't do a thing. Blah blah blah, what am I thinking? How can I have such evil thoughts? For 3 years, Sun Jiai had a husband in her honor, but in reality, it was no different from being widowed. Nowadays, Li Xiaoyuan has changed prominently, is both motivated and good to both their mothers, not to mention, her dead heart was rekindled, whether it was for life or for the husband and wife relationship. She had some expectations. 9 o'clock in the evening, Li Xiaoyuan purposely went to the bathroom to take a shower. Wearing the pajamas that Sun Jiai had carefully prepared, he carefully walked towards the bedroom. Inside the bedroom, Sun Jiai and Nyo-Nyo were lying on the bed playing with their cell phones. A large and a small, a long and a short forelegs were constantly shaking in the air. Especially Sun Jiai's pair of long legs, her white calves were exposed, and with those 37 size small feet, it was simply sexy. Mom, the cell phone that dad bought for you is so beautiful. When Nyo-Nyo grows up, she will also let dad buy me one. Good. If daddy doesn't buy it for you, mommy will buy it for you. Surely I won't treat my little baby badly. Sun Jiai learned Nyo-Nyo's tone and said sweetly, Nyo-Nyo, have you memorized daddy and mommy's phone numbers? In the future, if daddy isn't home, you can take mommy's cell phone and talk to daddy. If mommy isn't home, you can take daddy's cell phone and talk to mommy. Got it? Nyo-Nyo, remember, mommy's phone is 139-0931, 77 and daddy's phone is 139-0931, 88. 98 years cell phones were far from being as smart as this in 2020, using the 2G network, and could only make calls or send text messages. However, on these two cell phones bought by Li Xiaoyuan, they could still play small games such as stepping on landmines and Tetris. But unfortunately, Sun Jiai couldn't play it, and Nyo-Nyo couldn't play it even more. Therefore, Sun Jiai taught Nyo-Nyo how to make phone calls so that she could memorize both of their phone numbers. Obviously, Nyo-Nyo was quite smart, and after only saying it twice, she had memorized both of their phone numbers. It was at this moment that a thin, lilting sound of a door opening rang out. Creak! Li Xiaoyuan tiptoed into the bedroom, smilingly staring at the two people on the bed. When Nyo-Nyo heard the commotion, she violently climbed up from the bed, dropped her cell phone and pounced towards Li Xiaoyuan. Poop! Hey! Li Xiaoyuan embraced her into his arms and asked with a kind face, is the cell phone fun? Fun! Mom is teaching me to memorize your and her phone numbers. When the time comes, I'll be able to talk to you on the phone. Nyo-Nyo didn't know what talking on the phone meant, but Sun Jiai had taught her so she just said so. Li Xiaoyuan dotingly scraped the other party's small agaric nose and said with a smile, baby is so good. So did mommy say if she wants to talk to daddy on the phone? Ha! The little girl froze, as if recalling. It seemed like Sun Jiai hadn't said it. The big dark eyes gurgled twice, and replied quaintly, mommy said that she wants to talk to daddy on the phone the most. You little ninny, open your eyes and talk nonsense. When did I say I want to talk to your dad on the phone? Hurry up and go to sleep. Sun Jiai heard the conversation between father and daughter. She was really shy, dropped her cell phone, pulled over the quilt, and fell back to sleep. Nyo-Nyo mischievously spat out her tongue and hid in Li Xiaoyuan's arms, refusing to let go. Daddy, mommy seems to be shy. I can see that. Let's go to bed as well. Ah nah. Father and daughter went to bed from the other side. This was a qualitative leap, and the first time Li Xiaoyuan climbed into Sun Jiai's bed since he had Nyo-Nyo. At this moment, even the two-timer Li Xiaoyuan was a bit excited, not to mention Sun Jiai. Sun Jiai only felt her blood flow backwards, her heartbeat accelerated, and her little heart was about to jump to her throat, burying her body and head as much as she could under the comforter. She didn't dare to show her head at all. If you looked closely, you would find that her body was actually trembling. Seeing how nervous she was at this time, not long after Li Xiaoyuan coaxed Nyo-Nyo to sleep, he asked in a low voice to her, wife, are you asleep yet? Still, not yet. Sun Jiai was so nervous, how could she sleep? Li Xiaoyuan smiled sarcastically and drilled into the other party's quilt, whispering in his ear, wife, you've worked hard these past few years, quit your job when you have the chance. and enjoy yourself at home with Nyo Nyo. A hot airflow blew over Sun Jiayi's ear, carrying the flavor of hormones. Tonight, Li Xiaoyuan had not only bathed, but also brushed his teeth. His heart was obvious. Sun Jiayi was smothered by this long-lost flavor and appeared even more nervous, reminding herself one after another that she must be calm, and calm again. Then, stubbornly said, I don't want to quit my job. Just, even if I bring Nyo Nyo me, I can still work as usual. In her heart, Li Xiaoyuan only had a monthly salary of $900. If she quit her job, it would be the same as the other person alone having to support their family of 3. For the moment, life was definitely no problem. But once Nyo Nyo went to school, the $900 was obviously not enough. Today, she had just finished paying off her external debt, so she couldn't just borrow money to live again, could she? What's more, the factory takes care of the noon meal every day, and Nyonya only needs a 10-cent meal ticket to eat white rice, sometimes with chicken, duck, fish and meat. Where can I find such a good thing? However, the only drawback was the long working hours. Sun Jiayi had to work 10 hours a day. Seeing this, Li Xiaoyuan did not force himself. Looking at Sun Jiayi's long and white swan neck, he smiled evilly, stretched out his right hand, quietly wrapped it around his arm, and gently placed his other hand on the other party's small waist. Sun Jiayi trembled, as if she was electrocuted. She dared not utter a single breath and was nervous. Seeing that the other party did not resist, Li Xiaoyuan's heart became more and more agitated. It seems that your wife is accepting me, and said in its ear with deep emotion, Wife, I'm sorry. These years I'm such a ing asshole. I can marry such a beautiful, virtuous wife like you. It's a blessing of 8 lifetimes. Our old Li family's grandfather is going to smoke, and I don't know how to cherish. Let you suffer so much. I'm really not a person, I swear. Chapter 28, Sending Mother and Daughter to Work. Sun Jiayi violently turned around and reached out to block Li Xiaoyuan's mouth. I don't want you to swear. As long as you don't gamble and don't drink, Nyo Nyo and I will always be with you. Obviously, she was touched by this deep confession from Li Xiaoyuan. The changes that Li Xiaoyuan had made during this period of time, she had also seen in her eyes. Whether it was his attitude towards life or his care for both of their mothers, there was an obvious improvement. At least everything was moving in a good direction. Li Xiaoyuan smiled happily and took the opportunity to embrace her in his arms. Wife, you're so good to me. When I make a lot of money, we'll move, live in a building, buy a TV, and drive a small car. I believe in you. Sun Jiayi buried her entire head on top of Li Xiaoyuan's broad chest, shyly out of shape. As the saying goes, love is naturally thick in the depths, and the two of them have been a couple for many years. It is even more so. However, just when Li Xiaoyuan wanted to go further, a tender voice came from behind. Dad, I forbid you to bully Mom. Swish, the two of them seemed to be like birds of prey in shock as they hurriedly let go of each other. Li Xiaoyuan quickly turned around, only to see the little girl with both hands crossed, staring at him with dark eyes, looking at him viciously. That droll look made people cry and laugh. Having no choice, Li Xiaoyuan could only accompany the smile and said, Daughter, how could Dad bully Mom? I'm just catching up with your mom. You'll understand when you grow up. Although the words were said this way, the heart did not think so, which is lousy sweet little cotton patty. It is clearly the black-hearted little cotton patty. Just one step away, just a little bit away. I can take your mom down. You are good, disturbing my good deed. No, I have to find a new house as soon as possible, and then I will let you live in a room by yourself. I'll see how you can still disturb your old man's good deed. Nyo Nyo naturally wouldn't know what Li Xiaoyuan was really thinking at this moment. Without saying a word, she plopped back into the middle of the bed and burrowed into Sun Jiayi's arms to fall asleep. And the place where she grabbed her hand was exactly where Li Xiaoyuan dreamed of. Good you a little girl. Your old man went to great lengths not to try. You're good, so easy to get. No, that place is lousies. Sun Jiayi seemed to notice that something was wrong, and couldn't help but look towards Li Xiaoyuan, only to see the other party staring colorfully at her chest. Hastily, she grabbed the quilt and covered her and Nyo Nyo in it. Stinking rascal, why don't you hurry up and sleep? Li Xiaoyuan could not cry, but his position had already been occupied by Nyo Nyo, and the best time had already been missed. What could he do? Having bitterness to swallow by himself, he obediently lay down and fell into a deep sleep. Sleeping on a bed is really better than sleeping on a broken sofa. Not only is the bed soft, but there is also Nyo Nyo's milk scent and Sun Jiayi's body odor. This night, Li Xiaoyuan slept incomparably sweet. In his sleep, he also dreamed of their family of 3 living in a luxury villa, his wife and daughter filial piety, and beautiful life. The days are not pleasant. Suddenly, a burst of silver bell-like laughter resounded throughout the room. Daddy is a turtle. Ha ha ha. What's going on? Li Xiaoyuan opened his sleepy eyes in a daze, only to see Nyo Nyo really holding a colorful pen. drawing at his face, one after another. That innocent smile could melt everyone's heart. Daughter, why did you get up so early? Tossing your old dad as soon as you wake up. Ha ha ha, daddy is a wangbang. If I'm a wangba, you're, Li Xiaoyuan said with a smile. Ken Nyo doesn't understand the relationship between Wang Bao and, he said it in vain. At this time, Sun Jiayi pushed the door to enter. Quickly get up, breakfast is all ready. Send me and Nyo to work after eating. Yes, promise to complete the task, Li Xiaoyuan said righteously, then smiled at Nyo. Little baby, let's go. Daddy will take you to wash up and then ride your beloved little motorcycle to send you and mommy to work. Okay? Okay. Nyo put down the coloring pencils in her hands, lay down in Li Xiaoyuan's arms, and walked towards the bathroom. Half an hour later, after the family had breakfast, Li Xiaoyuan rode his brand new motorcycle and carried Sun Jiayi and Nyo to the entrance of Jincheng Electronic Factory. The two had just gotten off the bike when they saw a middle-aged woman with a tall figure, oval face, and short, lean hair bring a girl about the same age as Nyonya to the entrance of the factory. When Nyo saw the visitor, she immediately opened her short legs and ran up. Little red, Nyo. The little girl also saw Nyonya and similarly ran over. Nyo pointed in the direction of Li Xiaoyuan and Sun Jiayi, revealing a bright smile as she said triumphantly, Little red, look, that's my dad. He's the one who rode the motorcycle to send me and mom here. Your dad? The middle-aged woman happened to walk over and looked in the direction of Nyo's finger. Sure enough, she saw Li Xiaoyuan, but before she could take a closer look, Li Xiaoyuan left on his motorcycle. Ha, isn't Sun Jiayi's husband rumored to be a loser who eats, drinks, whoredoms and gambles? How could he be so understanding and ride a motorcycle to send their mother and daughter to work? Did the sun come out of the west? Middle-aged woman called Ma Haiju, nearly 40 years old, is Sun Jiayi's workshop director. With that, Ma Haiju held Xiaohong and Nyo's little hands and came to Sun Jiayi's side, asking with a gossipy face, Little son, which little handsome man just now is really Nyo's father? Auntie Haiju, that's my dad. Last night, I slept with my mom and dad. Without waiting for Sun Jiayi to reply, Nyo grabbed the opportunity to say. That milky voice seemed like she wanted the whole world to know that Li Xiaoyuan was her dad, and that it was her dad who sent her and her mom to work. But before she could finish her words, she was stopped by Sun Jiayi, her fair and pretty face covered in redness. You little ninny, what are you babbling about? I'm not bull asterisk ting. Mommy, daddy and Nyo were already sleeping together? Seeing Sun Jiayi being mean to herself, the little guy's voice became smaller and smaller as he spoke, and it was almost inaudible at the back. That aggrieved little expression was adorable, causing a burst of laughter. Sun Jiayi smiled shyly and explained to Ma Haiju, Sister Ma, don't mind. A child's mouth is too big to be taken seriously. It's fine, as long as your family is happy. I am sincerely happy for you. Ma Haiju is a smart person, and is a typical person who has been there. How can she not see the essence of things? From Sun Jiayi's shy demeanor, she could use her heels to think about it and know that what Nyo said was true or not. Sun Jiayi nodded slightly and gave a warbling Well, thank you Sister Ma. You're welcome. These days I've made a family gathering benefit for all the overtime workers in our workshop. When the Qingming festival is over, bring your husband and Nyo with you, and we'll all get together. Ma Haiju invited. Chapter 29 Visiting Zhonglili. During the Qingming festival, many units had a vacation, and everyone went home to pay homage to their ancestors and sweep their graves. But some units had no way to take a vacation. Just like the Jincheng Electronic Factory, someone had to work overtime. Otherwise, there is no way to fulfill the production orders. Therefore, Ma Haiju applied for a post-holiday party benefit for the overtime workers, and at the same time, she also counted on inviting Sun Jiayi's family. Sun Jiayi nodded and responded, Okay, Sister Ma, I'll discuss it with Nyo's father when I go back tonight. I'll wait for your good news. Let's go. We'll go to the workshop first. The two women exchanged a few pleasantries, and then took Nyo and Xiaohong towards the factory. On the other side, Li Xiaoyuan rode his motorcycle to Yonggui wholesale early, probably due to yesterday's quarrel between Wang Yonggui and Xian Xiaoxiao. Xian Xiaoxiao wasn't in the store today, and Wang Yonggui was the only one. At this time, was black-faced, gnawing on dry biscuits alone. Seeing Li Xiaoyuan walking towards him, he hurriedly put the cakes away and greeted him with a smile. Boss Li, so early, you're still the same? Li Xiaoyuan glanced at the dry biscuits on the table that were half chewed by Wang Yonggui and asked with deep sympathy, Didn't eat breakfast? Eat. Yesterday that old took my son back to her mother's house. I was too lazy to cook alone, so I nibbled on a cake to fulfill my hunger. Wang Yonggui said with a sad face. Yesterday, after he and Xian Xiaoxiao argued, the other party directly took his son from school. After getting off work in the evening, he went to his mother-in-law's house. Dinner rubbed in. But the other party would rather die than go home. There is no way. He can only let go of his freedom. No one to cook. This will only take dry biscuits to fill up the hunger. Li Xiaoyuan shook his head and smiled, gave Wang Yonggui a huazi, and said faintly, "Women? It's good when the anger subsides, as long as she and your son are safe and have a place to live. After a long time, she also feels meaningless. Surely she will come back. Not bad, Boss Li knows a lot." Wang Yonggui's eyes lit up, just as Li Xiaoyuan said. Qian Xiaoxiao also had a brother and had already started a family. For a day or two, her mother's family would welcome them, but if they stayed for a long time, wouldn't her sister-in-law be annoyed? Sooner or later, they would have to return to the Wang family. Li Xiaoyuan slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke. "I also have a wife and daughter. How could a man's troubles not be understood?" "Ha, Boss Li is already married? Well, the daughter is 3 years old. Every family has a difficult scripture." Two big men brought up housework. More or less some resonance. Could not help but chat some more. Each other is also considered to have a deeper level of communication and cognition. 10 minutes later, Li Xiaoyuan pinched out the cigarette in his hand. This was already the 4th cigarette he and Wang Yonggui smoked. "Well, after chatting with you so much, shouldn't you accompany me on a trip?" "Where to?" Wang Yonggui thought that the other party had contacted another big deal, and his heart was a little excited. Although he didn't earn as much as the other party in yesterday's deal, he still made a profit of nearly $5,000. Li Xiaoyuan smiled faintly and said mysteriously, "Accompany me to find Zhang Lily." "Oh, Zhang Lily?" Wang Yonggui wanted to flirt with the other party for a few moments, but his mind suddenly flashed to what Li Xiaoyuan had said yesterday and exclaimed, You really want to customize the toy?" "Yes and no. To be precise, I want to label and market it." Li Xiaoyuan's eyes revealed a bright light and said with confidence. Thereupon, a hand grabbed Wang Yonggui's shoulder and urged, "Don't ink. Hurry up and accompany me to Zhang Lily's office." "Okay." Wang Yonggui locked the store door. The two went towards the market office building. The market office building is located in the east of the market, is an independent 5-story building. Zhang Lily's office was on the 5th floor, overlooking every storefront in the market. At this moment, Zhang Lily was dressed in a gray suit. Her feet stepped on black high heels, a head of black hair was coiled up high, and her delicate pretty face had a faint tiredness. She was sitting on the soft office chair and rubbing her long and white swan neck. Not long after, a young and beautiful woman dressed in a suit and large lapel shirt walked in. With a smile on her face and a cup of tea in her hand, she looked extremely elegant with her knitted brows and smile. This woman is Zhang Lily's private secretary, but also the entire small commodity wholesale market of the second person in charge, named Yuan Xia, graduated from the South Central University of Finance and Economics. This was a serious high school student, and was hired by Zhang Lily at great expense. "Sister Zhang, the tea is ready." Put it on the table," Zhang Lily said as she pointed to her desk. Yuan Xia put the teacup down, turned around and came behind Zhang Lily and helped her start pinching her shoulders. "General Manager Zhang, in fact, you don't need to work so hard. You can specifically assign one person to focus on the security patrol of the market." "Xiao Ya, you don't know. If I don't personally patrol the market once, I don't have any idea in my heart. I'm always not quite at ease, and if the market catches fire, our loss is incalculable," Zhang Lily said while enjoying Yuan Xia's service. For wholesale markets, the most feared thing is fire. Fire safety is the top priority. Never take it lightly. Once a fire breaks out, hundreds or tens of millions of goods will be reduced to nothing in an instant. This point, Zhang Lily is clearer than anyone, so she developed a habit. Every day, the first thing to and from work, is to inspect each store, check whether the storage room has hidden safety hazards. Knock knock knock. At this moment, a light knock sounded. Zhang Lily quickly tidied up her attire, and Yuan Xia stood respectfully at the side. "Enter." The door to the room opened and Wang Yonggui walked in with a smile. "General Manager Zhang, I'm not disturbing you, am I, Boss Wang? Rare guest. What's the matter of coming over so early to find our General Manager Zhang?" Yuan Xia looked at the other party's face full of smiles, always had a feeling of lewdness, secretly muttered, "This smiling tiger, at a glance, is not a good person." But Wang Yonggui didn't care about the other party's eyes at all, smiled sarcastically and said, "General Manager Zhang, Assistant Yuan, it's not me looking for you, it's my brother looking for you." With that, Li Xiaoyuan's figure appeared at the doorway. Zhang Lily merely glanced at it and was nonchalant. Dabbing up from her office chair, she opened her long legs and greeted her. "Benefactor, why are you here? I hope you'll pardon me if I've missed the welcome." "Xiao Ya, quickly go pour 2 cups of hot tea over." Yuan Xia oddly glanced at Zhang Lily, surprised at the other party's enthusiasm, but without saying anything more, she twisted her head and walked towards the pantry. Li Xiaoyuan smiled as he walked in from the doorway. "General Manager Zhang, Coming to bother you today has not disturbed you, right? How can I say disturbing? You can come to my office. I'm too happy to be happy. How can I say anything about disturbing? Zhang Lili elegantly stretched out her slender jade arm, wanting to shake hands with Li Xiaoyuan. Seeing the other party reaching out, Li Xiaoyuan was not in a position to reject it, treating it as business etiquette. Only, when he shook the other party's hand, he was not calm. That snow-white small hand, slim and slender, smooth and delicate, with a light grip, it was as soft as boneless. Chapter 30 Rent Stores. When Li Xiaoyuan saw Zhang Lili reach out her hand, he could not refuse, treating it as a business etiquette. Only, when he held the other party's hand, he was not calm. That snow-white small hand, slender, smooth and delicate, with a light grip, it was as soft as boneless. This could make Wang Yonggui on the side envious. Zhang Lili is recognized as the first beauty in the market. Small to small traders, large to wholesale department bosses, as well as manufacturers and suppliers would like to kiss, but has always been unattainable. Even a handshake opportunity is not. Unexpectedly, the other side actually took the initiative and Li Xiaoyuan handshake. The most critical thing is that Li Xiaoyuan is still a bit disgusted, which makes Wang Yonggui very crazy. Smilingly stretching out his hand, he wanted to go forward and shake hands with Zhang Lili. As a result, the other party didn't even look at him, much less extend his hand, and warmly greeted Li Xiaoyuan. This is awkward. Wang Yonggui's outstretched hand froze in midair, smiled helplessly, and then sat himself down on a side chair. Since you guys aren't taking care of me, it's always fine for me to take care of myself, right? There was no way around it. He could only become a spectator. After Zhang Lili greeted Li Xiaoyuan and sat down, she sat back in her own exclusive office chair and said with a big smile, "Benefactor, if you don't mind, just call me Zhang Li or Lily. Chief Zhang sounds too foreign. I'll still call you Mr. Zhang. I think this title matches your status. However, you shouldn't keep calling me benefactor. Call me Li Xiaoyuan or Boss Li." Li Xiaoyuan thought to himself, whether it was Zhang Li or Lily, he couldn't call out, especially the name Lily. It always sounds like a very ambiguous feeling. Those who knew would consider it cordial, and those who didn't know thought that the two had a special relationship. Wang Yonggui stared at the two. His heart kept muttering, there is no one in the entire market who dares to call Zhang Lili by her first name, and Li Xiaoyuan is definitely the first person. To be honest, he also wanted to call each other this way, and even wanted to call him Lily. Unfortunately, he didn't even have the chance to open his mouth. Zhang Lili pondered for a while, then I'll call you Boss Li. Li Xiaoyuan is too much of a stranger. Okay. Li Xiaoyuan waited for this answer. No matter if Zhang Lili was thankful or had another purpose, for Sun Jiayi's sake and for his own sake, he only wanted to keep a distance from the other party. Not long after, Yuan Xia came back to the office with 2 cups of hot tea, and after handing the tea to Li Xiaoyuan and Wang Yonggui respectively, he sat beside Zhang Lili. Immediately afterward, she shot a glance at Li Xiaoyuan without any trace, only to see the other side of the suit. Eyebrows, clean and tidy, belonging to the typical handsome boy. The only drawback was that the suit was somewhat cheap. Secretly muttered, well, looks are okay, age is estimated to be less than 3 years difference with Sister Zhang, dresses like a businessman. Just matching Sister Zhang is not enough. Thanks to the fact that Li Xiaoyuan didn't know her inner thoughts, otherwise he would have definitely said, big sister, don't judge me by your heart, Laozi is a family man. At the same time, Li Xiaoyuan glanced faintly at Yuan Xia, and as his 4 eyes met, his heart snapped. Ha! This woman is actually hostile towards me. It seems like I haven't seen her before, much less offended her, right? But this little looker is not bad looking. If it were in 2020, with her current occupation, she would definitely be the object of a mad rush by all the major bosses. Only to see Yuan Xia's tall figure, delicate features, skin like snow, especially under the backdrop of that professional outfit. It was a perfect display of the concave and convex figure. Compared with Zhang Lili, her appearance does not lose each other in the slightest. Only the temperament of this piece, a few points difference. Yuan Xia saw Li Xiaoyuan glancing at himself with contempt, and couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. Humph, men are all lustful men. They can't move their eyes when they see a pretty woman. Then, viciously glaring at the other party, as if to say, what are you looking at? Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. Zhang Lili seemed to have noticed the 2 eye movements, and with a strange expression, she scanned back and forth over the 2 of them, and asked in Yuan Xia's small voice, Xiao Ye, you know Boss Li? How could I possibly know him? Yuan Xia said with a look of contempt, such a turd is only Zhang Lili who takes him seriously. If she were to say, she is not even worthy of lifting my lady's shoes. Unbeknownst to her, the reason why Zhang Lili thinks so highly of Li Xiaoyuan is not only because the other party saved herself, but she always feels that Li Xiaoyuan's aura is different from others. For example, Wang Yongui, size is also a boss. His speech and demeanor always give people a feeling of constraint. Li Xiaoyuan is different. A strong aura. Extraordinary. Words and deeds seem particularly natural, especially in her office. Not at all formal. Zhang Lili turned back to Li Xiaojuan and Wang Yongui and smiled. Boss Wang, I don't know what you and my benefactor came here for today? General Manager Zhang, it's not me looking for you, it's Boss Li looking for you. Ahem. Li Xiaoyuan cleared his throat and said, General Manager Zhang, truth be told, I came to find you this time and have two things to talk about. Oh, tell me. Hearing that the other party had something to look for, Zhang Lili's heart rejoiced. It seemed that the opportunity to be thankful was coming. Li Xiaoyuan glanced around the crowd and continued. I'm looking for you. Firstly, I want to customize a batch of toys, and I want to ask you to introduce a familiar and strong manufacturer. Secondly, I want to find a store within the wholesale market. Do you think? After saying that, Li Xiaoyuan then looked at the other party in a daze, waiting for an answer, only to hear Zhang Lili greatly said, this is good to say. There is an unused store right next door to Boss Wang. It's about 300 square feet. You can just take it and use it directly. Right. Why did I forget about this? Wang Yongui said with an excited look as an afterthought. That store is 80% new. You can use it directly when you take it over. At that time, not only can you save a sum of renovation fee, we can also have a care between us. But Li Xiaoyuan's face sank, reaching out his hand, stopping the other party from speaking, raising his eyes to look at Zhang Lili. Dare I ask General Manager Zhang, how do I calculate the rent for this store? You take it and use it is. Talking about money hurts your feelings. Don't. We are one size fits all. What should be how? No specialization. If you don't collect the rent, I would rather not rent. Li Xiaoyuan directly rejected Zhang Lili's good intentions. Talk about money hurt feelings. He and she have feelings to speak of? What's more, he is not the person who holds the grace to say things. There is something on the table to say, so as not to let others mistakenly think that he is a soft rice eater. Seeing that the other party was so insistent, Zhang Lili thought about it and said, Boss Li, then charge at 10% off the market price. This is settled. 1% off? Wang Yongui almost didn't jump up in excitement. Chapter 31 Contacting the Manufacturer. You should know that the rent for stores here is $5 per square foot, and the monthly rent for a 300 square foot store is $1,500. If it was calculated at a 10% discount, wouldn't it be $150 per month? Such a low price is hard to find in the entire Golden City. Wang Yongui muttered secretly in his heart. To say that these two people don't have a leg up, killing me wouldn't believe it. This concessions are too much. Yuan Xia on the side even violently widened her soulful eyes and turned sideways to look at Zhang Lili. General Manager Zhang, don't say much. Zhang Lili knew what the other party was going to say, and with a stretch of her hand, she didn't let Yuan Xia open her mouth at all. What's wrong with General Manager Zhang? Usually she hates to ask for more rent when she talks to others about stores. Why is she asking for such a low price today? A rent of $150 a month. Why not just give it to the other party? Mr. Zhang, this cannot be. Avoided. Benefactor, don't say anymore. My mind is made up. This matter is settled. Before Li Xiaoyuan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhang Lili. Thereupon, she instructed Yuan Xia, Xiaoya, go prepare the lease contract with a 10% discount on the rent. Okay, Mr. Zhen. Seeing this, Yuan Xia didn't dare to delay and hurriedly got up and headed out of the office. Li Xiaoyuan was helpless. Things had come to this. What else could he do? He could only accept it. Thank you for Mr. Zhang's love. Mr. Li can't thank you enough. No need to be polite. Zhang Lili smiled sweetly. It was just a store. How could it be compared to her life? If it wasn't for Li Xiaoyuan's timely intervention to save her, she wouldn't have today. And at this time, she didn't know that she was being abused by human traffickers in that dark room. She has been abused by traffickers in that dark room. After the stores of the things to talk about, Li Xiaoyuan began to say the toy processing plant. Zhang Lili the same without saying a word. Will Lele Toy Factory contact information told each other. Lele Toy Factory, the largest toy factory in Golden City, had 5 production lines, as well as a grand-scale modeling area and printing area. This is the contact information of Mr. Ma of Lele Toy Factory. You can contact him directly and say that I introduced him. Hey, forget it, it's better for me to accompany you on a personal trip. Zhang Lili originally wanted to let Li Xiaoyuan and Lele Toy Factory contact each other on their own, but on second thought, help someone to the end. Send Buddha to the west. Since it was to repay her for saving her life, it was all the more important to go all out. This time, Li Xiaoyuan did not reject Zhang Lili. Good, with you accompanying me there, the other party is also a bit more at ease. To know, he had less than $5,000 on him, and the order price of this batch of toys was at least tens of thousands. On what basis did he take this order? And why would the toy factory give him free production? However, now it's good. Have Zhang Lili come forward will certainly reduce many unnecessary trouble. Here does not rule out the possibility that he borrowed the momentum. After all, Zhang Lili's reputation and a large market in which to put that producers do not give her face. Although Zhang Lili promised Li Xiu Yuan, she was still curious and asked, "Dare I ask what toys Boss Li wants to customize?" For now, if I plan to customize 4 items, windmills, small cards and small car models, as well as dolls, and I will add some stationery at a later stage, but all of the products should be strictly in accordance with my design standards. Li Xiu Yuan said bluntly without thinking, these 4 products, he had been planning for a long time. The windmill was currently one of the most sought-after products. It was definitely a bestseller in the short term, and once it entered the off-season or after the market was saturated, he would stop producing it. Small cards not only low production costs, but more importantly, in his memory this year there will be a set of 7 Dragon Ball small cards on the market. Once on the market, it was coveted by children and could be considered a bestseller. He decided to shortcut the market and grab the business. As for the small car models and dolls are completely customized products for boys and girls. He understands that the boy's biggest dream is to have a toy car. The girl's biggest dream is to have a cute doll. As long as there is a demand, there is definitely a market. In the past few days, he also did a brief survey. These 4 kinds of goods can be found in the market, but the sales are not very satisfactory, mainly because the style is old, the workmanship is rough, and the pattern is not exquisite enough. As long as he slightly modifies them and incorporates some fashion elements in them, they will definitely be today's unrivaled bestsellers. Li Xiu Yuan spoke at great length, whether it was Zhang Lili, Wang Yongui, or Yuan Xia who listened in a daze. I already have the design draft of these 4 toys in my chest. I just don't know if the manufacturers can produce them. This doesn't matter. If you have time, I'll call Mr. Ma now. We can go to his factory to have a look before. Zhang Lili proposed. As the boss lady of the small commodity market, she had a keen sense of business. Although Li Xiu Yuan's introduction was rather subtle, to her ears this was by no means simple. Wang Yongui, in particular, immediately captured the business opportunity brought by the new product. With his many years of wholesale experience, as long as there was a new product on the market, it would definitely be looted, which had already formed a law. As for what would happen in the future, he didn't dare to guarantee it, but the first 3 months would definitely be profitable. Boss Li, let's say goodbye. Although you now have your own wholesale department, but before the new products are listed, you must give me the first batch of the store to put a batch. Not allowed to be stingy. Don't worry, there is no shortage of your benefits. Even if the other party didn't say anything, Li Xiu Yuan would still put the goods in Wang Yonggui's wholesale department. While talking, Zhang Lili had already dialed Mr. Ma's phone and explained the intention. The other party immediately agreed. There was business coming to the door. There was no reason to refuse. The phone hung up. Zhang Lili said with a smile, "Today happens to be the Qingming festival. Mr. Ma is giving out benefits to his employees in the factory. Let's go over there now before it's too late." Good. Li Xiu Yuan thought about it. Since the other party was so enthusiastic, he couldn't disturb people's enthusiasm. Not to mention that the matter of customized toys was already on the agenda, so it would be better to finalize the production before it was too late. Not long after, Li Xiu Yuan, Wang Yonggui and Yuan Xia got on Zhang Lili's Santana and drove towards the western city. In the car, it was extremely quiet and the atmosphere was a bit strange. Zhang Lili's spine was straight and she was driving the vehicle seriously. Yuan Xia sat in the passenger seat, while Li Xiu Yuan and Wang Yonggui sat in the back seat. The two of you look at me, I look at you, obviously to Zhang Lili's seat, very surprised. But on second thought, she is the boss lady of such a big market. A Santana is nothing. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Lili has changed her mind since she met the traffickers. Whether she is high profile or low profile, safety is most important. She swore that she would never go on a bus again in her life. Not to mention that the family puts 3 small cars do not open. Why do you want to be tired of squeezing the bus? Which is not idle panic. This morning, she wanted to drive the Tiger Head Ben, but she felt it was too high profile, so she finally chose this Santana. Chapter 32 Ma Sanqian, Xiqing District, the key industrial area of Jincheng, had hundreds of large and small enterprises. Even the nationally recognized Jincheng Petrochemical is in the West City District. Li Xiu Yuan and others to go to the Lele Toy Factory, next door to the Jincheng Petrochemical. The two factories are only separated by a road. Half an hour later, Santana slowly drove into the Lele Toy Factory gate. Into the eyes of the crowd, in addition to the wide plant, there is a medium-sized, thin middle-aged man. The man stood in front of the office building, waiting here early. Seeing the approaching vehicle, he hurriedly greeted it. Before the vehicle even stopped, he came to Zhang Lily's side and said with a smile, "General Manager Zhang, welcome, welcome, you can come to our factory to guide the work." Ma was flattered. Flattered ah. Zhang Lily unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the car door, elegantly stepped out of the car, extremely high and cold looking at the other party, just like a different person, exuding the air of a domineering general manager. "Mr. Ma is polite. I'm not the one who came to find you today. It's mainly a little brother who wants to find you to talk about a cooperation. I'm just a lead. It's good to talk about business. I can't imagine that Mr. Zhang would be so kind to me. I'm grateful to Mr. Ma." This person was the boss of Lele Toy Factory, Ma Sanqian. Don't look at his mediocre looks, but his IQ and EQ were both first-rate. If this was placed in 2020, it would definitely be a match for Ma Papa. At this moment, Li Xiu Yuan, Wang Yonggue, and Yuan Xia came down from the car one after another. Wang Yonggue obviously recognized Ma Sanqian and grinned. "Ha ha ha ha, Boss Ma farewell, we meet again. Yo, Boss Wang is also here. Rare guest, rare guest." After all, the two of them knew each other and were big men, so they had to appear a bit more brash in their exchanges. Unlike with Zhang Lily in the way of the opposite sex, but also have to pay attention to the distance between the two problems. After Ma Sanqian and Wang Yonggue greeted, his eyes fell on Li Xiuyuan, glancing over, but in his heart, he secretly muttered, "This person should be the little brother in Zhang Lily's mouth. Can let the three of them accompany to come to find him. His identity is certainly not simple." With that, he warmly greeted, "Everyone don't stand. Hurry to my office. I have prepared tea, just waiting for you. Boss Wang, let's have a drink together at noon today. I've recently hidden a few bottles of good wine. I guarantee you'll like it." This, Wang Yonggue looked at Li Xiuyuan and Zhang Lily without a trace, and when he saw the two nodding slightly, he answered, "Then I'll be polite. Mr. Ma's good wine is definitely not ordinary." However, all these actions of his were caught in Ma Sanqian's eyes. In his heart, he was even more certain that this young man's identity was not simple. A few minutes later, the group arrived at Ma Sanqian's office. After the people were seated, Ma Sanqian personally took over, and poured water, and gave cigarettes to Wang Yonggue and Li Xiuyuan, and was enthusiastic. Thereupon, taking the opportunity to ask, "Mr. Zhang, I think this is the little brother in your mouth, right?" "Exactly. Boss Li is looking for you today, mainly because he wants to customize a few toys. I wonder if you can meet his requirements." Zhang Lily opened the door and said bluntly. Ma Sanqian smiled like a chrysanthemum when he heard that business was on the doorstep. "I don't dare to guarantee the others, but when it comes to toys, I dare to say second. Absolutely no one in Golden City dares to say first." "Mr. Zhang, truth be told, a while ago, I entered 2 more production lines that are purely imported equipment. It's full of foreign codes, advanced equipment. The products produced, each piece can be comparable to a work of art." "Oh, is that so?" Zhang Lily sniffed. Her heart was happy. The other party's words were definitely watered down, but they could definitely fulfill Li Xiuyuan's requirements. Li Xiuyuan was also excited when he heard this. If it was true that the equipment was purely imported as Ma Sanqian said, then his 4 commodities could definitely stretch out. Ma Sanqian smiled sarcastically. "Mr. Zhang, how can I just joke about this kind of thing? Absolutely, must be." With that, he turned back to Li Xiuyuan and asked without a trace, "Dare I ask how the little brother is addressed?" "Mr. Ma is polite. Exempt from your surname Li, named Xiuyuan." Li Xiuyuan stood up. Nua generously introduced himself. Ma Sanqian hastily stretched out his right hand and greeted him like a smiling tiger. "Free your surname Ma, name 3000. I am a few years older than Boss Li. If you don't mind, you can address me as Brother Ma." "Mr. Ma is joking. How would I mind?" Li Xiuyuan similarly extended his hand and shook it, thinking to himself, "That's you being a few years older than me. You're clearly in your teens, okay?" Smiling, he said, "Good day Brother Ma. Good day Brother Li. Ha ha ha." The two were like a pair of brothers who hadn't seen each other for a long time, holding each other's hands for a long time without letting go. It was thanks to the fact that there were other people in the office. Otherwise, these two could probably hug each other. Li Xiuyuan hurriedly changed the topic while loosening his tight grip and said, "Brother Ma, why don't we go and take a look at the production line first? How about it?" "No problem, but you guys drink some water first. It's not too late for us to go over there." Li Xiuyuan only wanted to hurry up and confirm the manufacturing process, and then produce his product as soon as possible and put it on the market. He didn't think much about the rest. For him, time is money, time is life, and he had no time to think about drinking tea. Not long ago, a group of people walked towards the production workshop. Not to mention, this Lele toy factory is really worthy of being the #1 toy manufacturer in Golden City. Regardless of the scale, or staffing, including facilities and equipment. There is nothing to say, especially those advanced equipments, all surpassed the technical level of today's era by at least 3 years. At this moment, a worker ran over in a hurry. Mr. Ma, our new batch of equipment is out of order again. Hurry over and take a look. Ma Sanxian couldn't help but blush, and cursed in his heart. What do you mean? Something is wrong again? This colorless thing, really where the pot is not open to mention which pot. Did not see that I took the honored guests to visit the workshop? If it's bad, it's bad. Put it aside first and talk about it later. But, the worker was obviously a bit embarrassed, and wanted to say something, but was stared back fiercely by Ma Sanxian. Li Xiaoyuan looked at the expressions of the two men, and heard that it was new equipment, and immediately became interested, and couldn't help but say, Brother Ma, these old equipments of yours may not be able to fulfill my production requirements. Why don't we go and take a look at your new equipments? Yes, Mr. Ma, since these old equipment can't meet Boss Li's requirements, we can only pin our hopes on your new equipment. Wang Yonggui glanced at the workers and agreed with a smile. Zhang Lili naturally saw Ma Sanxian's difficulty and said in a serious tone, Mr. Ma, we are all on our own. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I'm only looking at whether I can meet Boss Li's production requirements, and I don't care about anything else. That's fine. It's good for us to go over there together and take a look. Ma Sanxian had no choice but to harden his heart and lead the crowd in the direction of the new equipment. Chapter 33 Imported Equipment. Not far away, beside a brand new assembly line, a group of workers were surrounded by a group of workers who were smeared in black by machine oil. They were checking and repairing the tracks, motors and printing machines on the assembly line. All kinds of equipment parts and tools were thrown all over the place. When Ma Sanxian saw this scene, his heart was dripping blood. To know, this is the German equipment that he spent nearly $1 million to buy, which came from far away. It was put into production for less than a month. How could it be broken? Seeing those parts and tools on the ground again, the whole person was not calm. What are you doing? What are you doing? Who told you to dismantle the imported equipment like this? Brush. The workers present turned around, coincidentally looking towards Ma Sanxian's side. A worker who was dirty and looked down on his looks stammered. Mr. Ma, it's Su, Laborer Su. Laborer Su asked us to dismantle it. Mr. Su, can he read the foreign codes on it? He told you to dismantle it. And you dismantled it? Do you know the structure of these machines? Can you see the foreign codes on them? No, I can't. Can't understand and still dismantle my equipment. Check out the problem? Ma Sanxian was really angry and glared viciously at the crowd. This was thanks to Li Xiaoyuan and the others being in front of him. Otherwise, he guessed that he would have the heart to kill at this moment. Another worker, seeing Ma Sanxian's anger, hurriedly wiped his hands, picked up the equipment manual and explained. Mr. Ma, it says here that the motor is malfunctioning, and that the tracks need to be removed before the motor can be disassembled for servicing. Is that so? You can read the foreign code on it? Ma Sanxian was delighted in his heart, clasping his hands to his chest, waiting for the German text on the manual and looking at the worker in a daze. The worker was obviously a little weak, shrunk his neck, and said in an extremely aggravated manner, Look, can't read it. But worker Su said that's what's written on it, and that's what we did. Damn, it's Su Gong again. Where is he? Why don't I see him? Mr. Ma, I'm here. A dirty middle-aged man crawled out from under the tracks, his face smeared like a flower cat, and said with a smile, Mr. Ma, the equipment will be fixed soon. It will be running in 5 minutes at most. You can fix imported equipment? SOSO. Good, then I'll wait for you for 5 minutes. When Ma Sanxian saw the other party say so, the anger in his heart extinguished for a few moments and he turned back to Zhang Lili and Li Xiaoyuan. MS. Zhang, elder brotherly, do you mind delaying for a few minutes? It's fine. I also want to see what's so great about this imported equipment. Zhang Lili was accompanying Li Xiaoyuan, the purpose of which was to determine whether Ma Sanxian had this production capacity. Since the old equipment couldn't fulfill their requirements, they could only rely on the imported equipment. Not to mention 5 minutes, even half an hour, Li Xiaoyuan could wait. If his own needs Ma Sanxian could not produce, he would have to go outside the province. That would not only raise transportation costs, but also waste a lot of his time, which was not what he wanted. 5 minutes later, Su Gong and the crowd loaded the equipment parts back into place one by one. Energize. Start up. The tracks began to turn, but there were still beeping alarms, as well as the center console showing a red exclamation mark that dominated the entire display. Looking unusually striking, Su Gong panicked. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, wiping the sweat while cursing. Damn, why is this foreign thing so broken and annoying? Why is it still malfunctioning? It's too damn irritating. Ma Sanxian's face wasn't good either. Knowing that he had sworn a promise in front of Zhang Lili and Li Xiaoyuan, who were watching right in front of him, now the equipment is still the same. This is not intentionally make oneself embarrassed? The more Ma Sanxian thought about it, the more angry he became, pointing to the exclamation point on the center control screen, angrily shouting, Su Jingye, what the hell did you just say? 5 minutes can make the equipment normal operation. What does this exclamation point mean? You're determined to embarrass me, aren't you? Ma, Mr. Ma, don't get angry. Give me another half an hour. I guarantee I can fix it. Su Gongye said with conviction. His real name was Su Jingye, and he was the chief technical engineer of Lei Toy Factory. Although he couldn't see Devon, the technology in his hands, it wasn't blowing, it was solid. In terms of mechanical maintenance, that is a person who has won the province's championship. Zhang Lili took advantage of the crowd, whispered in Yuan Xia's ear, Xiao Ye, aren't you a high school student? Should know foreign languages, right? General Manager Zhang, I've only studied English, not German. Yuan Xia graduated from the Central South University of Finance and Economics and had a 4th grade in English, but these devices belonged to the German system and all of them were in German, so she really couldn't read them. At this time, Li Xiaoyuan came to Ma Sanxian's side and said indifferently, Mr. Ma, give me the manual, let me take a look. You can read these foreign codes? Ma Sanxian turned back violently, looking at Li Xiaoyuan with a complex expression, just like looking at an alien. Before 2000, the so-called bosses like them were all private entrepreneurs who responded to the country's call to go down to the sea to start their own businesses. Most of them have not even entered the threshold of the university, and some of them have not even graduated from elementary school. Not to mention the German language. Even the complexity of some Chinese characters are not necessarily written. I'm afraid that the foreign language know them. They don't know the foreign language. Looking at those curved and twisted hair characters, as if reading a heavenly book, Li Xiaoyuan nodded slightly and said with a smile, recognize some. I really didn't see it. Old brother Li is still a high school student. He even understands these foreign codes. Admire, admire, admire. Ma Sanxian got the other party's accurate reply and almost didn't jump up in excitement. That bold voice instantly attracted everyone's attention. Zhang Lili was even more beautiful, her stunning face flushed with excitement. Unexpectedly, he's even a high school student. But Yuan Xia beside her wouldn't think so and muttered in her heart, could it be that I'm mistaken? This kid still knows German? Impossible. Currently the only schools in the country that are open to German are Mizuki and Kyoto universities. Could it be that he graduated from one of them? Or is it that he has stayed in the ocean? On the side, Wang Yongui was full of smiles, smilingly sizing up Li Xiaoyuan. I was right. Boss Li is not only talented, he also has a strong business mind. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, as if he had captured something joyful, and his smile intensified. No, I have to find a way to get in some shares on his new product before I can do so. A product designed by such a talented person will definitely lead this era. It had to be said that his vision was still quite unique. Based on this alone, he was able to capture the business opportunity. Ma Sanxian viciously snatched the manual from Su Gong's hand, then, smilingly handed it to Li Xiaoyuan. The difference between the front and back was less than a second, but the expression on his face was quite obvious, changing his face faster than turning over a book. Chapter 34 Being Cultured. It's scary. Ma Sanxian viciously snatched the manual from Su Gong's hand, then, smilingly, handed it to Li Xiaoyuan. The difference between before and after was less than a second, but the change of expression on his face was quite obvious. Changing his face was faster than turning over a book. Previous life. Li Xiaoyuan started to wake up at the age of 30, and transformed from an uneducated drunkard and gambler to a diligent, hard-working entrepreneur. Starting from nothing, his entrepreneurial process can be described as arduous, but highly legendary. A person with only junior high school education. It took 2 years to finish all the courses of the undergraduate program. Subsequently, it took another 2 years to further study all the subjects of MBI, and he is unique in the field of business administration and economics. The most surprising thing is that in order for his company to enter the overseas market and become a large international company, he started learning foreign languages again from the age of 38. With his linguistic talent, he quietly mastered 8 languages. Among them was German. Li Xiaoyuan took the manual, came to the center console, and after reading the fault code, he flipped the manual and found the code description on it. That calm and unhurried demeanor, steady and mature character, looked at Zhang Lili and Yuan Xia in a daze. Plus, his body exuded the charm of a successful man, and his every move pulled everyone's attention. The whole place was quiet to the extreme. No one dared to disturb without authorization, especially that group of gray-faced workers, but also the atmosphere did not dare to utter a sound. After a while, Li Xiaoyuan pointed at the access port in front of the center console and said, Open this access port. Su Gong unconsciously looked at Ma Sanxian, seemingly inquiring about the meaning. After seeing the other party nodded, he picked up a screwdriver and wrench, and dismantled it in 3 or 2 strokes, only to see that inside the access port, there was a dense row of colorful wires. Li Xiaoyuan stretched out his hand and began to check one by one whether the wires are loose. Sure enough, he found the DN11 red wire is not quite the same as the other wires. There is a faint black color on it, accompanied by the smell of burnt rubber. Ha! So it's this little gadget of yours that's playing tricks. Li Xiaoyuan was delighted in his heart and turned back to the crowd. The fault has been found. It's the secondary fuse of the center console that burned out. Change the fuse and the device will run normally. Change the insurance and it will run normally? Elder brotherly, are you sure you're not joking? Ma Sanxian was incredulous. The equipment failure that had overwhelmed the entire plant's technical workers was actually a secondary insurance problem. If this were to be spread out, wouldn't it be laughed off by others? Su Gong followed closely behind, obviously not quite accepting the result. Impossible. Obviously motor failure. How can it be an insurance problem? It's a motor failure, but isn't the insurance part of the motor? Li Xiaoyuan's light sentence asked Su Gong speechless. According to their past experience, as long as they encountered this kind of failure, they would check the motor. Who the hell would check the insurance? Li Xiaoyuan saw that the other party was still hesitating and continued. The German industrial level has been the first in the world since World War II. How complex and precise the motor construction is, I don't explain. You should be able to understand. But then, these foreigners are smart. They have long anticipated the unstable voltage situation around the globe. In order to give their customers a better experience, they installed not only a transformer outside the motor, but also multiple power insurances, in order to protect the motor from being harmed. Simply put, even if the power insurance burns out, nothing will happen to the motor. Besides, how much can the insurance be worth? How much can the motor be worth? When Li Xiaoyuan spoke here, not to mention that Su Gong and the workers present understood, even Zhang Lili and Yuan Xia, who knew nothing about machinery, heard and understood. At that time, there was no power insurance on domestic motors, and power insurance was generally installed at the power gate or switch. Due to the unstable voltage, the motor was often burned. But the German equipment is different. They have long anticipated this. The load of the power supply insurance is less than the voltage load of the motor. If there is no accident, the first thing to burn is the fuse, while the motor is intact. Therefore, in order to protect the motor, foreigners installed a transformer and multiple power insurance. After listening to Li Xiaoyuan's explanation, Ma Sanxian instantly understood and immediately instructed a worker. Xiao Lu, go find a secondary fuse over here. Okay, Mr. Ma. Not long after, Xiao Lu quickly brought 2 secondary insurances from the electrician's class, looking at Su Gong in a daze, as if asking, Su Gong, change, or not? Thanks to the fact that Su Gong's face was covered with motor oil, otherwise, his old face would have no place to rest. What are you looking at me for? Why don't you hurry up and change the DN11's insurance? Good. Xiao Lu sniffed and hurriedly went forward, changing the insurance. Li Xiaoyuan once again came to the center control machine and after confirming that it was correct, he said to Ma Sanxian, it can be energized. The words fell. Su Gong straight to the power gate knife, secretly muttered, I hope you do not let me down. Thereupon, he grabbed the power gate knife and slammed it closed. Immediately came the buzzing sound at the motor. The whole assembly line also began to bang running up. The fault on the center control screen also disappeared, and even the previous murmur became smaller. Yay! The malfunction has finally been removed. Holy, that's it? This is too easy. Some people rejoiced, while others were doubly amazed, especially those so-called maintenance workers, who had been tamping and repairing themselves for a morning, making themselves look like coal miners. As a result, a simple change of insurance will be fine, but also really ironic. I have to say, educated, really scary. Su Gong hid on the sidelines, like a defeated rooster, not daring to come forward. Ma Sanxian was full of spring and happy, striding to Li Xiaoyuan. Brother Li is really extraordinary. Even such a tricky matter can be handled. It really impresses me. Then the conversation turned and smiled. Brother, since you know so much about foreign languages, can these devices of mine fulfill your needs? Mama, it's not too bad, Li Xiaoyuan said in a salty manner. Just now, when he was checking for faults, he had read all the functions on the manual about the equipment. It had to be said that this device was indeed advanced and could basically fulfill his market needs for the next 3 years. At the same time, Li Xiaoyuan also glanced at Su Jingye, who was not far away, and said to Ma Sanxian, Mr. Ma, I have to admire this Su Gongye of yours. The work in his hands is quite impressive. Oh, Ma Sanxian thought that the other party was going to say something bad about Su Jingye. Not far away. When Su Jingye heard this, his entire heart was half-cooled, and he was even prepared to be fired. However, the words that Li Xiaoyuan took next made everyone doubly surprised. Chapter 35 You're married? When Su Jingye, who was not far away, heard these words, his entire heart was half-cooled, and he was even prepared to be fired. But the words that Li Xiaoyuan picked up on doubled everyone's surprise. German machinery is not ordinary equipment, can be disassembled by personal experience, and then accurately installed back into its original position. Such talent is not rare. That is the existence of real kung fu. Brother, what do you mean? Ma Sanqian seemed to have realized something. His gaze condensed and he looked at Li Xiaoyuan in a daze. Li Xiaoyuan revealed a smile that looked like a smile, saying, "You have 2 German assembly lines here, and I'm afraid that you will introduce more advanced equipment in the future, right? Well, indeed. After those old equipment are eliminated, I have to introduce new equipment in. That won't be enough." Li Xiaoyuan's words clearly made Ma Sanqian confused. "Brother, I didn't understand what you meant after you said this for half a day." Cough. Li Xiaoyuan lightly coughed the 2 and said in a serious manner, "You want to introduce high-end equipment. You need to have high-end maintenance personnel to do equipment operation guarantee. I suggest that you pick a few skilled people to learn foreign languages and mechanical theory, especially the specialized terminology of mechanical manufacturing. It's always better than you spending a lot of energy to hire the manufacturer's people for maintenance, right?" Ma Sanqian was so smart that he understood at the slightest point. If Li Xiaoyuan didn't help today, the equipment failure couldn't be removed. He could only invite the manufacturer's people to come over to repair this round trip, not to mention the repair fee. Just the round-trip airfare for those foreigners would cost tens of thousands of dollars. It would be better to use this money to train your own people, and in the future, any problems in mechanical maintenance will not be easily solved. Brother, you are really my nobleman. Ma Sanqian shall not be unconvinced. Listening to you is better than reading 10 years of books. Ma Sanqian admired Li Xiaoyuan. A simple sentence, how much cost he saved. His heart is more than anyone else. Immediately, to not far away, Su Jingye, who was still in a daze, shouted, "Laborer Su, why don't you hurry over and thank Boss Li?" Only then did Su Jingye wake up as if from a dream, jogged over and respectfully thanked him. "Thank you Boss Li for your generosity. Thank you for helping us solve the problem. I can't thank you enough for today's favor." "Don't be polite. You are one of the maintenance personnel I've seen. Your skills are quite good. Follow Mr. Ma and do a good job. He definitely won't treat you badly." For Shugong's technology, Li Xiaoyuan still admired, but what he admired most was not Shugong, but the one he met later. Let's leave it aside for now and reveal it later. Ma Sanqian smiled like a flower, patted Su Jingye's shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Su Gong Boss Li is not only my nobility, but also your nobility." With immediate effect, I decided to let you and Xiaolu specialize in learning foreign languages, whether you go to Suweimu University or Kyoto University, or hire a foreign tutor, as long as the costs about this are borne by the company. Once you have completed your studies and return to your home, double your salary. You don't want to let me and Boss Li disappointed. Su Jingye was unable to react and froze in place. The workers around him cast envious gazes at him and Xiaolu. Going to Suweimu University and Kyoto University, that was the place that how many people dreamed of. Especially in this era of knowledge-changing fate, it was the holy land in the hearts of many students. Ma Sanqian deliberately made a stern face and said, Hurry to clean up the things on the ground. Go to the office to apply for formalities. Let them immediately contact Suweimu and Kyoto University, as long as it allows you to learn foreign languages, no matter how much money you spend." He just finished his sentence and regretted it. How difficult was it to go to Kyoto University and Mizuki University? Could it not be that he could go there just because he wanted to with a word? But he couldn't hit the self-confidence of the crowd. Then, added, "If you can't go to the university, hire foreign teachers and let them come to our factory to teach. As long as someone learns a foreign language, after the assessment is successful, what I promised will always be the same." "Yay! Thank you Mr. Ma, thank you Boss Li." Su Jingye hadn't reacted yet, which excited the workers around him. If a foreign teacher was brought in, everyone present would be able to learn. As long as they could master the knowledge of a foreign language, they would be able to increase their wages, and that was the point of their happiness. "Alright, everyone work hard, don't let me down." After Ma Sanqian finished arranging the work, he took Zhang Lili, Li Xiaoyuan and the 4 of them, Wang Yonggui and Yuan Xia, and left the workshop, heading straight to the Golden City Grand Hotel. Needless to say, today is definitely Ma Sanqian's host. He not only wants to thank Zhang Lili, the boss of the wholesale market, but also wants to thank Li Xiaoyuan for helping him solve the equipment problem. Jincheng Grand Hotel. The main building is 8 floors high. The annex building is 5 floors high, in a trilateral shape, was built in 1956. is currently the landmark building of Jincheng, is also one of the most luxurious hotels, a single table consumption of $2,000 guaranteed. In his previous life, Li Xiaoyuan did not rarely come here to spend money. This life is still the first time. Although the Golden City Grand Hotel had been redecorated once in 2010, the display and layout inside, as well as the number and names of the private rooms had not changed significantly. Not long after, Ma Sanqian, Li Xiaoyuan, and Zhang Lili, 5 people parked their cars and walked towards the 3rd floor of the main building under the guidance of the waiter. Wang Yonggue seemed like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden, unable to find the north, and kept sighing. I go. Golden City Grand Hotel is really worthy of being one of the most luxurious hotels. This decoration is too damn luxurious. If I didn't see it with my own eyes today, I really can't believe it. Is this your first time here? Li Xiaoyuan whispered in Wang Yonggue's ear and asked. Wang Yonggue was not shy and nodded his head. Indeed, it's the first time I've come. Today I've really dipped into the light of Mr. Zhang and you. Letting Mr. Ma break the bank. What's there to break the bank for? Today you must have a few good drinks with me. Ma Sanqian looked to be a regular customer here, speaking and doing things with a strong bottom. Wang Yonggue became happier and happier, and answered repeatedly, yes, 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 today I must accompany Mr. Ma and Boss Li to drink a few more cups. Between words, the crowd had already arrived inside the box. Ma Sanqian glanced at Li Xiaoyuan, who didn't say a word and couldn't help but say, Elder brother Li, you have to drink a few more cups today. Good, then I'll have a small drink, but I don't dare to drink more. I still have to bring my baby back home. Li Xiaoyuan smiled slightly. His relationship with Sun Jiayi had just eased. When he went back drunk, he was afraid that the good relationship that the two had just established would go back to pre-liberation. Once this was said, apart from Wang Yonggue, the others were stunned. Especially Zhang Lili, a pair of beautiful eyes stared at the boss. The heart is even more mixed feelings. Lost his mouth and asked, Boss Li, you're married? Well, married for 4 years. When Zhang Lili heard this, a flash of disappointment immediately surfaced on her handsome little face. The box instantly went quiet, and the atmosphere still seemed a little weird. Chapter 36, Ordering Food. Ma Sanqian watched all this and looked at Zhang Lili's disappointed expression. The heart secretly muttered, could it be that Mr. Zhang is interested in Li's brother? I can't imagine that the cult president also has a time of love, but it's a pity that Li's brother is already married. Otherwise, they look quite compatible. In order to alleviate the awkward atmosphere in the box, Ma Sanqian hurriedly handed the menu in his hand to Li Xiaoyuan and said, Elder brother Li, today you are the main character. Come, pick a few of your favorite dishes. Don't save money for old brother me. Let Mr. Zhang and Boss Wang order. Li Xiaoyuan pushed the menu to Zhang Lili, and only then did the other party come back to her senses and smiled awkwardly. Just give me a celery lily, and you guys just order the rest as you see fit. Good. Then we'll each order one of our favorite dishes. Don't even save me any money. Pick the most expensive order. Ma Sanqian looked quite bossy, then handed the menu to Yuan Xia again. Ladies first. Secretary Yuan, you order one too. I'll order a pickled fish then. Yuan Xia flipped through the menu for a while. The cheapest shredded potatoes cost 88 yuan. She really didn't know what to order, so she finally chose an inexpensive jiangtuan fish as her main dish. Wang Yonggue ordered a golden beef brisket. The menu then returned to Li Xiaoyuan's hands once again. Ma Sanqian grinned and said, Elder brother Li, Mr. Zhang and Boss Wang have finished ordering. Now it's your turn to order? Li Xiaoyuan nodded slightly, closed the menu and asked towards the waiter, is your head chef Lao Ge? Ha? The waiter was a bit unable to react. Just order the food. Why are you still inquiring about the name of our head chef? Li Xiaoyuan thought that the other party did not hear, and continued to ask, is your head chef Gu Hong? Yes. May I ask this gentleman, do you have something for our head chef? Nothing, as long as it's him. Li Xiaoyuan clearly remembered that Golden City Restaurant had 2 signature dishes. One was golden potato and the other was lamb chop double eat. In his previous life, whenever he came to Golden City Hotel, these 2 dishes were a must order. He was not tired of eating. The most critical thing is that these 2 dishes are from Gu Hong's hand. Especially lamb chops double food is the signature of the signature. All come here to eat. Hospitality people will order it. When business is at its best, you have to make a reservation 3 hours in advance, or you won't be able to eat it. Li Xiaoyuan smiled sarcastically. Give me an order of golden potatoes, sprinkled with pretzel salt, and then a lamb chop double meal with garlic slices and chili rings. The moment these words came out, everyone present froze, and everyone stared at Li Xiaoyuan with a strange look. What kind of way to eat lamb chops double? And what the hell is golden potatoes? Also sprinkle pepper salt? Delicious? The waiter stared at Li Xiaoyuan in a daze, until a few seconds later, he exclaimed, Sir, How did you know about these two new dishes of ours? Isn't this your Chef G's specialty? How is it a new dish? Sir, these are indeed our new dishes. The menu hasn't been updated yet. Alright, as long as there is something to eat. Li Xiaoyuan only thought about eating, but forgot that it was 1998. These two dishes, which were indeed from Gu Hong's hand, but only started to be known after 2002. It reached its peak after 2010, dominating the culinary world for decades, and its fame did not diminish, even becoming the #1 cuisine in Golden City for a time. Ma Sanxian listened to the conversation between the two and said with a smile, "Elder brotherly, it seems like you're a regular here. You even know the dishes they haven't updated yet." Not simple. He was not the only one who thought so. Even Zhang Lili and Wang Yonggui and Yuan Xia thought so too. In the hearts of the four of them, not only did Li Xiaoyuan know the head chef here, but he also knew about other people's specialty dishes to the extent that he even knew the ingredients clearly. So it was obvious how much he knew about this place. Looking at Li Xiaoyuan's calm demeanor, it was like entering his own home. It's not like Wang Yonggui, who was interested in everything and curious about everything. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xiaoyuan didn't know any Guhong at all. He was just good for such a mouthful. Plus the fact that this person had been on some food programs. It was just remembered by him. A dish only, as to be so surprised? Smoke. Smoke. Li Xiaoyuan didn't directly answer Ma Sanxian's question. Instead, he took out huazi from his pocket and gave one to each person in the crowd. That's right, it's not just a dish. Waiter, let's order these first, and add more later if it's not enough. Ma Sanxian took the cigarettes, and ordered a few more dishes, so he ordered the waiter to serve the dishes, and in the meantime, he opened the Maotai wine he brought. Elder brotherly, this first cup of wine, I toast to you. Thank you for helping me solve a big problem today. A great favor. I'll drink to it first. Gulp. Ma Sanxian raised his wine cup and drank it all in one go. Li Xiaoyuan was also not polite, and similarly drank it all in one go. The entrance was soft and silky, refreshing and sweet, the wine body was mellow and rich, and the aftertaste was long. After the two clinked their glasses, Ma Sanxian pushed the glass and continued to toast to Zhang Lili. The second glass of wine, I toast to Ms. Zhang. Thank you for letting me and elder brotherly get acquainted. Feel free to do as you please. I'll drink up. Gulp. Another cup went down. Third cup, I continue to toast to elder brotherly. I wish us a happy cooperation. 3 cups of wine went down. Ma Sanxian's face did not turn red and he did not gasp. Then, he toasted Wang Yonggui and Yuan Xia. Before the food was served, he had already drunk more than 10 cups of Maotai, and after sitting down, he took the opportunity to ask, "Dare I ask what toys old brotherly would like me to help you produce, and in what quantities?" At these words, everyone became serious and coincidentally looked at Li Xiaoyuan, waiting for his answer. They had only one purpose today, which was to facilitate the cooperation between the two. Li Xiaoyuan was even more aware of the purpose of his trip. The reason why he had delayed opening his mouth was that he was waiting for the opportunity for Ma Sanxian to take the initiative to open his mouth. Talking about business is not as simple as our usual chats. Not only do you need to know about the product and the event itself, but you also need to have profound knowledge, reciprocal status, and control of the entire negotiation process. You can be unassuming, but you have to be amazing. With that, Li Xiaoyuan's aura changed, and his gaze sharpened as he looked at Ma Sanxian. Truth be told, my product demand is tentatively set at 4, which are anime cards, dolls, small cars and windmills. Then, seemingly smiling, he asked, I don't know how much of these 4 products Mr. Ma will give me a concession? This, Ma Sanxian did not expect the other party to ask so directly, and could not help but scan Zhang Lili and Wang Yonggui, Yuan Xia. Seeing the 3 of them gazing at themselves with unblinking eyes, he smiled awkwardly. Ha ha ha, old brotherly really does have some tricks up his sleeve. I don't even know how to answer when you ask this. What's so hard to answer? We are all our own people. Ma just needs to quote. Li Xiaoyuan smiled and stared at Ma Sanxian, even changing his address to Brother Ma. Chapter 37 Talking Business. For a while, Ma Sanxian was in a difficult situation. This price could not be quoted well. First of all, he did not see the other side as the design, do not know the product specification size. Secondly, he didn't know the materials needed for the product, and the need for pigments like printing. These 3 factors, all will affect the price fluctuation. He really didn't know how to quote? As if he had read Ma Sanxian's mind, Li Xiaoyuan continued, Brother Ma, the materials I need. Your workshop has all of them, the printing technology and mass production level. That imported equipment today will be able to satisfy. As for the specifications, I guess, all the products will just be made according to the existing market specifications. My only request is that their styles, patterns and flower colors are all designed by me. In that case, Ma shouldn't have a hard time quoting, right? The most crucial thing about mass-produced toys was the material and size specifications. As long as these two conditions were finalized, it would be much simpler. As for the style, just make a good mold. Printing is even simpler. The color tone is adjusted. The whole mechanical operation, the assembly line can be satisfied. Ma Sanxian nodded and said seriously, in this way, it is indeed not difficult to quote. Then I do not know what is the starting quantity of Old Brotherly. In terms of cost, the higher the mass production quantity, the lower the cost of the individual product would be. As a businessman, surely the cost of molds, utilities, personnel wages and other costs should all be included. Li Xiaoyuan thought about it and replied in a serious manner. 200,000 windmills, 50,000 dolls, 500,000 cards, and 50,000 small cars. After saying this, the entire room was quiet. No one expected that Li Xiaoyuan's appetite was actually so big. The number of Ma Sanxian's heart, at most 10,000 of each. Who knows, even dolls and cars are 50,000 to start with. This is a big order. Hundreds of thousands of big business. Zhang Lily's heart tightened and quickly reminded. Boss Li, should we cut it in half? The market is not too transparent after all. No need. As long as the market is opened. These products are not enough for 3 days of sales. Li Xiaoyuan was confident and directly rejected the other party's good intentions. He believed that as long as the market was opened, every product he designed would be a hit. The crowd looked at Li Xiaoyuan with their jaws dropped and fell into deep thought. It wasn't until the dishes were gradually served that Ma Sanxian raised his head and asked, Elder Brother Li, what kind of packaging are you going to use? The windmill is packaged in plastic paper, and the other two products are transparently packaged in paper gift boxes. Oh yeah, the cards are freebies, put one in each item. Ha! This sentence again confused the crowd. Producing 500,000 cards to be used as giveaways? What kind of marketing tactic was this? Or is it just that more money is burning a hole in your pocket? Elder Brother Li, don't look at the small number of cards, but when you accumulate small amounts. 500,000 cards is not a small expense? There is no harm. I will divide all the cards into 2 levels, one group of 5 and one group of 9. Any child who collects a group of 5 will be rewarded with $88 in cash per person, and those who collect a group of 9 will be rewarded with $180. I'll put it this way so that you can understand. Li Xiaoyuan patiently explained. The more he explained, the more everyone here was confused. Ma Sanxian thought to himself, 500,000 cards can at least gather 5,000 groups, calculated at $88. That would also require $440,000 in cash to back it up. Isn't this brain dead? Then, politely said, understand is understand, but isn't your $88 and $180 in cash a bit much? Rang. Li Xiaoyuan smiled mysteriously. Won't you design a threshold? Raising the difficulty of the collection won't be enough. The simple sentence made everyone's eyes light up. They could produce only 100 of a certain hottest card. Wouldn't that make it 100 sets? Right. Why didn't I think of that? This way, it can arouse the curiosity of the children and also reduce our marketing costs. Boss Li really deserves to be a business wizard. This can all be thought of. Admire, admire, admire. Ma Sanxian and Wang Yonggui danced with their hands and feet in excitement, patting their asses. Although Zhang Lily didn't say anything, she appreciated this marketing idea of Li Xiaoyuan. Only Yuan Xia, grunting, cursed in her heart. Traitorous businessman, cheating children's feelings. Li Xiaoyuan glanced around the crowd and took the opportunity to say to Ma Sanxian, Brother Ma, I've told you my business model. You can't just do the fun. You have to come up with an offer. And this business model of mine can't leak the news. Once it is deliberately speculated by someone with a heart, I will lose a lot of money. Elder Brotherly, don't worry. When we sign the contract, there will be a confidentiality clause. Ma Sanxian said indifferently. He was only responsible for production and did not participate in any of Party A's marketing activities. Li Xiaoyuan looked at Wang Yonggui. Boss Wang, what about you? The latter turned back violently and said with conviction, Brother, don't worry. Just based on this business talent of yours, not only will I not talk nonsense, but I also want to take a share. I just don't know if you are willing to accept me as a shareholder? My thoughts are the same as Boss Wang's. If you don't mind, I would also like to take in a share. Zhang Lily took over Wang Yonggui's topic and said lightly, these two could be famous businessmen. And as soon as Li Xiaoyuan opened his mouth, they smelled the flavor of making money. Such a good business opportunity, they didn't want to let it go. Li Xiaoyuan glanced at the two men and didn't make an immediate reply, but turned back to Ma Sanxian. Brother Ma, my conditions are so clear. You can always feel free to make an offer now, right? Also good. I'll give you 20 cents for the windmill, 5 cents for a card, $2 for a doll, and $3 for a small car. How about it? Hi. Li Xiaoyuan shook his head and said directly, 1 dime for the windmill, 3 cents for the card, $1 for the foreign doll, and $2 for the small car. Elder Brotherly, You can really cut the price. Cut half of my price in one breath. Do you still let me make money or not? Ma Sanxian sniffed and almost didn't die of anger. This is that business. Clearly is a bandit. Open mouth cut off half of his price. If not Zhang Lili in front of him, he wanted to be angry. Unbeknownst to him, he counted the account very fine, but Li Xiu Yuan then he counted more fine. Brother Ma, I won't explain about the raw materials, how much a party costs. We all have a number in our hearts. I'll just say that your assembly line, as long as the machine performs properly, 200,000 windmills, 2 days can be produced, 500,000 cards, it's only a day. What's the cost of that thing? One cardboard can produce 100 colored cards. The only trouble is the little cars and dolls, but once you get the molds right, you can produce them in less than 2 days for that amount. It'll save you a third of the cost, both in terms of schedule and energy consumption, and with the labor costs saved for you, you'll have at least a 30% profit. Chapter 38, Encountering Bao Dawa. If you calculate according to the price you gave me, you're making at least 80% profit. Brother Ma, it's not that I'm talking about you. You're being unorthodox. Li Xiu Yuan's words were justified. Ma Sanxian's face instantly darkened. He never thought that the other party put the cost control piece counted so fine. What's more, he didn't expect that Li Xiu Yuan actually spoke so directly, shaking out all his details at once. If he were to let those old customers know that he had earned them so much money over the years, would he not tear down his factory? Elder Brother Li, I have to admit that you're really good at counting. I think Brother Ma is a better calculator than me, but then again, I can spare a day to do some foreign language training for your factory's employees for free. Really? 1000% true. Regarding the maintenance and operational aspects of the equipment, it was Ma Sanxian's biggest headache. Although there were 500 employees in the factory, only a few of them knew foreign languages, and none of them knew German. Whether it's the operation of the machines by general workers or the maintenance of the machines by mechanics, it's a big obstacle he's facing at the moment. Ma Sanxian's mind calculates quickly. 200,000 windmills at 10 cents is 20,000 yuan. 500,000 cards at 3 cents is 15,000 yuan. 50,000 dolls at $1 is 50,000 yuan. 50,000 cars at $2 is 100,000 yuan. The total comes to $185,000, and he has a profit of at least $50,000. After calculating this account, coupled with Li Xiu Yuan's proposed training requirements, his heart crossed and he agreed. Okay, Li old brother has put words to this point. I can't help it if I don't agree. Ha ha ha. Brother Ma, I still have a request. I don't know when to speak or not. Li Xiu Yuan was clear that even if he cut the price down, it would still be more than $100,000. How could he have that much money? There was no other way but to fight for credit. Ma Sanxian said with a pious face and a smile. Older brother Li, please just tell me. Ahem, Brother Ma, regarding the payment for the goods, can you start calculating from the date of delivery? And on the 7th working day, I'll settle all your payments at once? This, Ma Sanxian's smile instantly solidified. Caught in a dilemma, $1,850,000, not a small amount. Since he opened his factory, he had not encountered a single payment on credit. Li Xiu Yuan's move was obviously to take credit. He could not help but resurveying Li Xiu Yuan. In the end, to agree or not, if you agree, you have to face the risk of 185,000 yuan. If you don't agree, you may offend against, as well as Zhang Lili. While this was happening, Wang Yongguei took the opportunity to say, Mr. Ma, are you unable to trust Boss Li? But don't forget that both Mr. Zhang and I will be taking shares. Oh, yes, as long as Boss Li has a need. The Eastern small commodity wholesale market is his strong backing. I, Zhang Lili, hereby promise that for this batch of goods, I'll take a stake of $60,000. Zhang Lili naturally saw Ma Sanxian's mind, which was nothing more than worrying that Li Xiujian was empty-handed and couldn't afford to give money. But with her own business experience, she was still confident in Li Xiu Yuan's business model. With Zhang Lili leading the way, Wang Yongguei immediately responded. Although I'm not as rich as MS. Zhang, but a share of 40,000 yuan is still fine. I say the two of you. This batch of goods only totaled $1,850,000. You two split 55% of my shares at once. How else can I make money? Li Xiu Yuan naturally understood the good intentions of the two, but he didn't want to absorb the shareholders so quickly, and was too embarrassed to reject the two directly. After thinking about it, said, I will let out at most 20% of the shares. 20% or not, it's better than nothing. Ma Sanxian watched as Zhang Lili and Wang Yongguei competed for Li Xiu Yuan's shares while the other party was not too happy to accept it, and the worry in his heart gradually decreased. Then he said, alright, then as old brother Li said, let's sign the contract now. Tomorrow morning you give me the design drawings and I'll order people to produce it. Good. Painful. Li Xiaoyuan waited for this sentence from the other party, picking up the wine glass and took the initiative to toast Ma Sanxian. Ma Sanxian was also a man of business, and did what he said he would do, immediately dialing the factory's phone number and asking it to prepare the contract and send it to the Golden City Grand Hotel. Not long, someone will send the contract. Ma Sanxian handed the prepared contract to Li Xiaoyuan. Elder brother Li, check it. If there are no problems, let's sign the contract. Okay. Li Xiaoyuan nodded slightly and took the contract and quickly checked it. The terms and prices on it were all written according to his requirements. He was instantly relieved. Brother Ma, the contract is fine. The two quickly signed their big names and put their handprints on it. At this point, the business was agreed upon and the contract was signed. The crowd was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was quite cordial. The meal, which lasted until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, came to an end. Li Xiaoyuan took the contract of 180,000 yuan, sat on Zhang Lili Santana, and drove toward the wholesale market of small commodities. Not long after, Santana slowly parked in front of Yonggui wholesale department. Zhang Lili took the lead to get out of the car, let Yuan Xia bring the key of the store and opened it. Only a 300 square meter room appeared in front of everyone, with some unmoving goods and materials scattered inside. However, the walls, floor, and roof were 80% new and could be used directly without redecoration. Zhang Lili pointed at the messy items on the floor and said, "These are all left behind by the previous merchants. See if there are any that can be used. If there are, you can keep them. If not, just skim them all. Oh yes, our market also has a cleaning service that specializes in garbage collection and cleaning. When the time comes, you just contact Xiaoya." "Okay, thank you Mr. Zhang." Li Xiaoyuan obviously wouldn't be polite with the other party, as long as the wholesale department was packed up in a hurry, and then made a doorhead, printed some business cards for himself, and chose a good day. He would be able to open and welcome customers. Everything was in order. Everything was moving in a good direction. Half an hour later, Zhang Lili and Yuan Xia had returned to their office. Li Xiaoyuan and Wang Yonggui were drinking tea at Yonggui wholesale shop. At this time, a middle-aged man with a pedaled human tricycle came to the front of the store, parked the tricycle, patted the dust on his body, and coyly walked into the store. "Boss, may I ask if the boss of the next store is here with you? I'm here to collect rags." Wang Yonggui raised his head towards Li Xiaoyuan and said with a smile, "Boss Li, looking for you." Li Xiaoyuan put down the teacup in his hand and looked back. Wasn't this his neighbor Bao Dawa? Bao Dawa? Li Xiaoyuan? Both of them froze at the same time, never expecting to meet here. Chapter 39, A Drunkard Can Do Business Too? Li Xiaoyuan hurriedly got up and greeted Bao Dawa warmly. "Old Bao, come over for a cup of tea first, take a break and we'll go to my store." Are you saying that the store I'm going to collect garbage from is yours?" Bao Dawa froze in place at the words. He couldn't believe it. Li Xiaoyuan would open a store here? Wasn't he an alcoholic gambler? Such a person would also open a store for business? Who the hell would believe this if it was spread out? Li Xiaoyuan did not want to let Bao Dawa know too much, but when he thought of the other woman's gossip mouth, the words came to his mouth, and swallowed back, smiled sarcastically and said, "This store is I and others open jointly, nothing to make a fuss. Jointly opened is also not a big deal. I did not expect you to be a big boss. No wonder you bought a cell phone and motorcycle." Bao Dawa sighed quietly, enviously. "I'm afraid this store will cost several $100,000 if you want it to function properly, right? It's not that expensive, just a few tens of thousands of dollars." Regarding this store, the house was rented to him by Zhang Lili at a discount, and the rent was paid later. The payment for the goods was on credit from him, and the payment would be made 7 working days after the date of delivery. Calculated, the actual cost of this store is more than $200,000, but the preliminary investment Li Xiaoyuan basically did not spend a penny. The key is that they do not have much money to spend. All rely on their own 3-inch tongue abduction chant. Bao Dawa stared at Li Xiaoyuan in a daze, like looking at aliens. "This person is more angry than a person. Said the right thing. I have collected half a lifetime of rags, and now I don't even have a cell phone. If it is not Zhang Lili, see him loyal and honest. Afraid of this market garbage are not his turn to collect. Now think about it. I really useless. Every day in the wind and rain. Eat the pain is not less than others. But in the end or step on a broken 3-wheeled all day in garbage for the sake of the people. Even alcoholics and gamblers cannot compare. People are the boss, and he is still collecting garbage. Under the hard labor, earning pennies." Bao Dawa sat on the soft sofa and drank the tea handed by Li Xiaoyuan in a constrained manner. His heart was not in a good mood. "Boss Li, I've rested well. Why don't we go to your store? Since you've rested well, then I'll go over now. But old Bao, just call me Xiaoyuan. Boss Li, that's for outsiders. Li Xiaoyuan led Bao Dawa towards his store. Wang Yonggui looked at the backs of the two men leaving and muttered in his heart. No matter how he looked at them, these two looked out of place. First of all, from the appearance, Li Xiaoyuan was dressed in a suit, while Bao Dawa was covered in grease and had a strong stench that made people want to vomit. If it wasn't for Li Xiaoyuan's face, he definitely wouldn't let such a person enter the store. Secondly, there was the age of the two men. Li Xiaoyuan was 28 years old while Bao Dawa was nearly 40. How did such two people manage to know each other so well? Wang Yonggui was curious. On the other side, the store door opened and Li Xiaoyuan and Bao Dawa came into the store. Bao Dawa was secretly staggered. Xiaoyuan, this store of yours is at least 300 square meters, right? Just about 300. TSK, 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 it's amazing. Such a store is considered a medium-sized store within our market. Only those medium and large wholesale departments would choose such a large store. After all, Bao Dawa had been working in the market for many years, and was still quite knowledgeable about the situation here. Li Xiaoyuan was struck by an idea and asked without a trace, "Old Bao, I can't imagine that you know so much about the situation within the market? Hey, I've been working here for almost 5 years after all." "Oh, then according to your understanding, which product has the best sales in the entire market?" Hearing Li Xiaoyuan ask this question, Bao Dawa fell into deep thought, after a while before saying, "There is no fixed product, but every time a new product appears, there will be a 3 to 4 months of best-selling period. A lot of wholesale departments are rushing to buy goods, very best-selling. Then do you know why this is?" Li Xiaoyuan pursued. Bao Dawa smiled awkwardly. "I don't know what business things, but I heard a boss of the wholesale department say that it seems like the manufacturer has a rebate or something." "I see." Although Li Xiaoyuan had a retail strategy, he ignored the wholesalers' rebates. If the rebates were in place, wouldn't all the wholesalers be working for him? "No, I have to work out the wholesalers' profits as soon as possible." With this thought, Li Xiaoyuan stopped delaying and pointed at the garbage on the ground, arranging to Bao Dawa. "Old Bao, I don't want any of these things, you pull them all away." Bao Dawa looked at the cardboard boxes, bundles of information, and some plastic products on the ground, as well as the small goods that no one wanted, and looked a little agitated. These things were all junk to Li Xiaoyuan, but they were all good things to Bao Dawa. "Xiaoyuan, these garbage are estimated to be more than 100 pounds. According to the market price, I have to give you $10. "Old Bao, talking about money is out of the ordinary. You pull all of it away. I don't want a penny. How can that be?" "What's not okay? This matter is settled." Although Li Xiaoyuan had a problem with Pan Jinfeng, he was still quite sympathetic to Bao Dawa. After all, the other party was an honest person. So much garbage people to help you clean up all? You do not give people to pay even if, on the contrary, they still have to give you money. Charge $10. This is not burying to find themselves? Li Xiaoyuan saw that Bao Dawa was still insisting on giving him money, and said with a stern face, "Old Bao, we don't talk about this between us. This is the store door key. When you clean up, remember to help me lock the door. Oh yes, about the matter of me opening the store, don't let my wife know." "Alright then, you get busy with your business first. I'll give you the key when I get home at night." Bao Dawa couldn't argue with Li Xiaoyuan, so he had to take the key. Both of them were neighbors anyway, not to mention that the store was empty, nothing but trash. Li Xiaoyuan thought to himself, he can't stay here to accompany Bao Dawa to clean up the garbage, right? Which is more of a waste of time. Then, came to Wang Yonggui's wholesale department, took a bunch of white paper and color pencils and left the wholesale market on a motorcycle. He had to rush back home, while Sun Jiayi and Niu Niu had not yet returned. As soon as possible to design the design of the 4 kinds of goods, rushed tomorrow to Ma Sanxian, seized the production of goods. For him, time was money. His own first business must be a hit. Not long after, inside the rental house, Li Xiaoyuan parked the motorcycle and briefly washed up until he couldn't smell any alcohol on his body before spreading out the white paper, taking out a ruler and colored pencils to start designing. The windmill basically did not change much, still with the wind whistle, just the windmill color and handlebar into a 7 color. Looks more gorgeous. The doll's design was also relatively simple, with no change in size. He made simple adjustments to the body proportions and clothes, hair, and features, and added a bow to the hair. When you blinked, it was just like the real person, pink and tender. Not to mention that girls liked it. I'm afraid that even boys and adults would like it. Chapter 40, Mom, you haven't kissed Dad yet. Next was the small car toy, with 2 models designed. One was a black off-road vehicle and one was a supercar. However, Li Xiaoyuan had incorporated elements of Transformers in it. This is a cross-generation product in 1998. Finally, there were the cards. To be honest, don't look at the card as the cheapest and the smallest specification, but it was the most complicated. Li Xiaoyuan designed it into 2 series, one set of 5 cards, the other set of 7 cards. The 5 cards in the series are based on the journey to the west, with the main characters being the Tang Monk, the Monkey King, Porky Pig, Monk Sha, and the White Dragon Horse. The 7 cards in the series are designed with the elements of the 7 Dragon Balls, and the main characters are the Monkey King, Kame Nin, Bulma, Shenlong, Somersault, Piccolo, and the Dragon Balls. Doing what he said, Li Xiaoyuan quickly sketched on the white paper with the memory of his previous life. As far as the painting Saint possessed, the brush was like a god. Inside the quiet room, apart from the sound of Li Xiaoyuan's breathing, only the sound of brushing and drawing remained. At 7 in the evening, Sun Jiayi and Nyo came home from work on time. Li Xiaoyuan was still sleeplessly writing and drawing on the white paper, designing the product pictures, especially the 12 styles of cards. He almost racked his brain. As soon as Sun Jiayi and Nyo entered the door, they saw the motorcycle parked in the living room and the bedroom lights on. Nyo's heart was delighted and a bright smile flashed across her face. Mom, Dad is back. Well, I saw it. Sun Jiayi glanced around. Apparently there were no traces of cooking, rubbed Nyo's little brain and said gently, Nyo, go play with Daddy. I'll go cook for us. After saying that, Sun Jiayi walked towards the kitchen. Nyo walked towards the bedroom with her short little legs, scowling, ready to scare Li Xiaoyuan a little. However, when she arrived at the bedroom, she instantly froze, especially when she saw those exquisite designs. Her big dark eyes went straight, so much so that she forgot what she was going to do. Daddy, are you drawing dolls? Are you drawing little cars for Nyonya? Oh my god, this is Porky Pig. This is the Sand Monk. This is... Daddy, are you drawing all these for Nyo? The tender face was filled with a smile as bright as the warm sun, lying beside Li Xiaoyuan, his big watery eyes blinking and blinking, looking forward to the other party's answer. Li Xiaoyuan put down the pen in his hand, rubbed his dry eyes, and held Nyo in his arms, dotingly saying, yes, these paintings are all drawn by Daddy for our little baby, but then, these paintings want me to give them to an uncle. Why? Nyo was overjoyed to hear that these paintings were for her, but Li Xiaoyuan wanted to give them to someone else, and was instantly unhappy, pouting her pink lips, with crystal tears hidden in her eyes, as if they could break out at any time. That pitiful look was adorable. Li Xiaoyuan naturally saw all this and said faintly, baby if I don't give these paintings to whichever uncle, how is he going to make you pretty little cars and dolls? Ha! Nyo's complexion gave a start, and her big eyes gurgled twice. Daddy, are you talking about giving Nyonya dolls? Nyonya wants a doll so bad, and a little car so bad. That's a must. So what? Daddy can only give these paintings to whichever uncle, and then let him make the exact same doll and little car for my door Nyonya based on the patterns on the paintings. Understand? Li Xiaoyuan learned Nyo's tone and explained word by word, his face full of doting colors. Nyo's excited look was exaggerated when she heard that she was going to turn all these drawings into real gifts for herself. Kissing Li Xiaoyuan's cheeks all over the place. Thank you Daddy. Daddy is too great. Nyonya loves Daddy. Then, Nyo got down from Li Xiaoyuan's arms and took the doll's design and gleefully walked towards the kitchen. Mom, Dad said he's going to make me a doll. Do you think she's pretty? Sun Jiayi, who was cooking in the kitchen, saw the doll design that Nyo brought and her entire body froze. Nyo, are you sure this is what your dad drew? Yes, Dad also drew the little car and the Monkey King and piggy bank. Much more, and said he'd make me pretty dolls. Nyo looked exaggeratedly gesticulating. That excited look was just like a little elf. At this time, Li Xiaoyuan quietly came to the kitchen and leaned against the doorframe, smilingly looking at the mother-daughter duo. Wife, it's really hard on you. If it wasn't for me rushing to draw these manuscripts, I would have cooked tonight's meal. It's fine, just go about your business. I'll take care of things at home, Sun Jiayi said while cooking. As long as Li Xiaoyuan changed his ways and stopped drinking and gambling, she would do whatever she was asked to do. What could this bit of housework be considered? It was at this moment that Li Xiaoyuan slowly walked up and gently wrapped his arms around Sun Jiayi's slender waist and said with a smile, Wife, you're so nice. Daddy shy. Mommy shy. Seeing this scene, the little guy hastily stretched out his little pink hand to cover his eyes. However, he opened his fingers again, staring curiously at the next action of the two, those big watery eyes gurgling and gurgling. Sun Jiayi was flushed with shyness and hurriedly pushed them away. You hurry up and go about your business. Nyo is still watching. What are you afraid of? We didn't do anything. She can just watch. Li Xiaoyuan wrapped his arms around that sexy and delicate body, and took advantage of the opportunity to give a hard kiss on that beautiful face that was so beautiful and beautiful. Wife, Hard work. Daddy kissed mommy. Mommy also wants to kiss daddy. Nyo also wants to kiss mommy and daddy. Nyo saw Li Xiaoyuan kiss Sun Jiayi and simply thought that this was a sign of love, because that's how adults kissed little kids. For a while, with her hands resting on her little chin, she quietly looked at Sun Jiayi's behavior. Li Xiaoyuan secretly gave Nyo a thumbs up, thinking, it's really Lao Zi's sweet little cotton-padded jacket. This divine compliment. Too timely. Wife, look, Nyonya is still waiting. Sun Jiayi was really shy and couldn't get off that mouth, and made a strong effort to break away from Li Xiaojuan's restraints, and ranted, how old are you? You still don't have a proper form. How can you follow Nyo's nonsense? How old is Nyo? How old are you? Then, looking at Nyo again, good you little Nyonya. You forget me as your mom when you have a dad, right? Why don't you hurry up and pull your father out? Do you guys still want to eat or not? Mommy, but you still kiss daddy? Nyo innocently said, clearly seeing that Sun Jiayi wasn't really angry. Sun Jiayi was really shy, and without saying anything, she directly drove the two fathers and daughters out of the kitchen. Go. Don't get in the way of my cooking. With that, she also unlocked the kitchen door. Only, the moment she turned around, a happy smile flashed across her face. Leaning against the doorframe, she calmed her excitement for a while before starting to cook again. Chapter 41, Product Design Drawing. Li Xiaoyuan stood outside the door holding Nyo's hand, staring blankly at the virtual shadow of the kitchen door. The corner of his mouth curved up into a shallow arc as he shook his head and smiled. Nyo, it seems that your mom is really shy, but it's okay. In a few days, she will definitely kiss daddy. Do you believe it? Go daddy. I'm sure mommy will kiss you just like she kissed me. Nyo looked up at Li Xiaoyuan, blinking her eyes and cheering for Li Xiaoyuan. She didn't understand Li Xiaoyuan's words at all. How in her tiny mind did she know what adults think, and rightly assumed that these were normal behaviors. Li Xiaoyuan smiled even more, took the doll's design from Nyo's hand, holding the other party's hand, and walked towards the bedroom. Nyonya, play by yourself. Daddy has to rush to make you a present. Got it? Got it. Daddy. Nyonya promised not to disturb daddy. Baby is so good. He. Nyo let go of Li Xiaoyuan's hand, picked up her own little white windmill and ran around the room. It was at this moment that a light knock sounded on the door. Knock. Li Xiaoyuan knew that it must be Bao Dawa delivering the key, and hurriedly got up to open the door. The door to the room opened and Bao Dawa handed the key in his hand to Li Xiaoyuan. Xiaoyuan, this is the key to the store. Take it. I've helped you pack up all the trash inside in a hurry. Okay, thank you, old Bao. No need to be polite. We are all neighbors. Bao Dawa briefly exchanged pleasantries with Li Xiaoyuan and walked towards his own home. Li Xiaoyuan wanted to invite the other party in for a cup of tea, but wanted to say something but stopped. After all, Sun Jiayi and Nyo were still there. Inviting the other party in was always a bit inappropriate, so he could only find a way to thank them later. At the same time, Sun Jiayi walked out from the kitchen with her meal and asked suspiciously, who was it just now? Old Bao. What did he come for? I happened to run into him at the company today, so I gave him the garbage in the company to dispose of. He wanted to give money. I didn't ask for it, so I came here to say thank you. When Sun Jiayi heard this, she didn't ask anything more and said faintly, then hurry up and eat, or it will get cold. Okay. Li Xiaoyuan hurriedly came to the dining table, picked up the rice bowl and gulped it down. 5 minutes later, only Sun Jiayi and Nyo were left in the living room eating their dinner slowly and methodically, and Li Xiaoyuan dove headfirst into the bedroom and continued drawing. These 12 cards could be difficult for him. Each character's portrait and action had to be sketched out with a single stroke, and also colored. This not only tested the drawing work, but also his aesthetic ability. Damn, or 2020 is good. As long as there is a computer. Install a PS, all the difficulties will be solved. Which will be like now so miserable. Hey, tomorrow also have to go to find Ma Sanshin to reset the board. School color. Annoying If it is in 2020, everything can be done through the software. Now, you can only do it yourself, and outline the drawings in a better way. The most annoying thing is that there is no way to collaborate remotely. Even if you go to the Lele Toy Factory tomorrow, you can't finalize the final draft without proofreading it 2 or 3 times. Until Sun Jiayi packed up all the chores in a hurry and returned to the room, Li Xiaoyuan had not finished drawing. Not long after, the mother and daughter have fallen asleep. Li Xiaoyuan looked at the big and small sleeping, and his heart was annoyed for a while. Damn, annoying, too annoying. If I didn't have these cards, I could be hugging my wife and child right now. There was no way around it. Making money was more important compared to cuddling a beauty. Forget it, your wife is not running away. There will be plenty of chances in the future. Right now it's still important to make money. At 12 o'clock in the morning, all was silent. Li Xiaoyuan finally finished drawing all the designs. Kung Fu was not enough. I can finally deliver to old Ma tomorrow. With that, he stretched his back and looked at the sleeping mother and daughter, not daring to disturb them. Then, organizing the design, the room light was turned off, tiptoeing into bed, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the family finished breakfast. Li Xiaoyuan rode a motorcycle to send the mother and daughter to the Jincheng electronic factory. At the entrance of the factory, Sun Jiayi seemed to have thought of something and squirmed. That, child's father, after the Qingming festival, there will be a family gathering in our workshop. I promised our supervisor that we will go there together as a family at that time. Okay, I'll listen to you. Li Xiaoyuan didn't even think about it and directly agreed. To know, in the past, Sun Jiayi was not willing to let him participate in such an activity at all, for fear that once he was happy and drank a few more cups, he would start making a fool of himself. He would make up his own mind, either offending this person or scolding that person, and even scolding Sun Jiayi. But times are different now. Li Xiaoyuan's changed Sun Jiayi in the eyes. She considered the night before making this decision. At the same time, she was also secretly asking herself, he shouldn't be as drunk as before, right? Li Xiaoyuan naturally wouldn't know what was in Sun Jiayi's mind. Looking at the other party's dazed appearance, he faintly asked, wife, what are you thinking about? Thinking so out of your mind? No, didn't think of anything. You hurry up and go to work. I'll inform you when the exact time is set. After saying that, Sun Jiayi took Nyo towards the factory. Li Xiaoyuan watched the mother and daughter's silhouettes disappear before turning the motorcycle around and heading towards the Lele toy factory. Half an hour later, Ma Sanxian's office. Ma Sanxian held Li Xiaoyuan's design and was surprised. Elder brother Li, you hand drew all of this? Is there a problem? Li Xiaoyuan looked up at the other party, thinking that he couldn't make such a mold. Ma Sanxian's complexion gave a start. No problem. I'll let our technician compose and color it. Then I'll trouble brother Ma. Li Xiaoyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the other party could produce it, it was good. He was afraid that he would change his mind temporarily and shirk for various reasons. Then he would be playing calf. Ma Sanxian waved his hand and said with a smile, hey, the two of us who with who? Li old brother, you first sit down. I go come. After saying that, Ma Sanxian took the design and left. Li Xiaoyuan was left alone in the office waiting at ease. The design drafts that he brought, there were 20 large and small ones, and each one of them was particularly exquisite and had markings on the materials, sizes, and colors. But these are after all hand-drawn drawings, no matter the color or size. There are some errors with the actual effect. He was all ready to repeat the revisions. Hey, I'm afraid I'll have to stay here for a day today, and I don't know if their designers can comprehend my needs. Forget it, don't think about it. I'll know how many errors there are when old Ma brings me the renderings. Half an hour later, Ma Sanxian re-entered the office with a bunch of printed manuscripts in his hands. Obviously, this was the finished drawing after the designer had remodeled, drawn and colored it. Older brother, fortunately, I let the 6 technicians in our factory do their work together, and finally made the rendering according to your requirements in half an hour. Look at it, is it still satisfactory? Chapter 42 Guest Lecturer. Brother Ma, thank you so much indeed. Li Xiaoyuan received Ma Sanxian's reprinted design and carefully reviewed it, so to speak, without sparing a single detail. Even the hair and buttons of the characters in the manuscript, the screws on the toy car were all within his consideration. However, the designers of the toy factory were not vegetarians, and all the pictures were drawn one-to-one in accordance with the dimensions, requirements, and labeling of Li Xiaoyuan's hand-drawn design. The car model didn't have any problems. Windmills also did not have any problems. Just Li Xiaoyuan holding the doll's design and the Monkey King's card was a little worried. When Ma Sanxian saw this, he thought that the designer had drawn them wrong and came over to ask, older brother, are these 2 drawings wrongly designed? Wrong is not wrong. However, I'm thinking that the hair of such a doll, can it become multifunctional? For example, give it a few more different hair cards, the customer can buy it back according to their own preferences. Give the doll the freedom to match the hairstyle, is not it better? Li Xiaoyuan took the doll's design and earnestly stated his inner thoughts. It was important to realize that these dolls ended up in the hands of little girls, who were usually 3 to 6 years old. At this age, they were curious about everything. As long as there are more hair cards, the little girls can comb different hairstyles for the dolls according to their favorites, and the practicality is more flexible, unlike the ones currently on the market that are so dull. Regarding this issue, Ma Sanxian agreed without even thinking about it. Please rest assured, old brotherly, this point you mentioned is not a problem. I can solve it in minutes. Hearing the other party's affirmative reply, Li Xiaoyuan was very satisfied. Then he picked up the card's design and said, as for this card of the Monkey King, I mean to make this phoenix wing purple gold crown, locked sun golden armor, lotus root silk stepping cloud treads of his, as well as the lines on his weapons clearer. and it's best to have a concave-convex sensation when you touch them, and the same goes for the other cards as well. This, Ma Sanxian was obviously a bit embarrassed to realize a concave and convex feeling on a flat card. The current technology didn't seem to be able to reach it. Li Xiaoyuan smiled sarcastically and said mysteriously, "No need to be difficult. Those two imported equipment of yours can realize it. This is just a kind of embossing technology, which belongs to the category of printing technology. Is that so? Then choose a day to do it. Old brother, why don't you help our workers train those foreign yards today? How about it?" After thinking about it, Li Xiaoyuan agreed to the other party's request. After all, in order to produce the desired product according to his requirements, it was necessary for the workers to have enough understanding of the equipment, or else they would definitely not be able to achieve the desired results. After lunch, Ma Sanxian gathered all the factory staff. Li Xiaoyuan acted as the training teacher according to the previous appointment. Production workshop, imported equipment next to the assembly line, black pressure around nearly 500 people. There are men and women, old and young, but there is a characteristic: young people all surrounded in the front of the equipment, while the older workers in the crowd behind. Ma Sanxian faced the crowd and raised his arms. "Colleagues, good noon to you all. Today I have gathered you all here for the sole purpose of letting you learn the foreign codes on the imported equipment. Society is progressing. The times are developing. We do not learn, can only be eliminated by the times. I think you all have found that our old equipments can't satisfy the customer's demand, and in the future they will surely slowly withdraw from the stage of history, and be replaced by those new equipments which are advanced and more comprehensive in function. That's why you must master the performance and operation process of the new equipment. Otherwise you can only be eliminated by the enterprise and eliminated by the society. I'm not an alarmist. Whoever wants to learn improperly and operate improperly, don't blame Ma for being unsympathetic." Ma Sanxian's words were quite obvious. Being in his position, he must seek his position. If you don't think about progress, don't learn and don't understand the operation of the equipment, you will exit the stage of history just like the old equipment. The crowd listened to their hearts pounding, fearing that they would be laid off and eliminated, and secretly resolved that they must study well and listen carefully to the lectures. Ma Sanxian saw that his words had played a role. His tone changed and continued. "All right, I won't say any more superfluous words. Here's Boss Lee to explain the foreign language, as well as the performance and operation steps of these new equipments." Everyone applaud. Applause. Deafening applause rang out. Everyone looked excited and clapped their hands vigorously. With these words from Ma Sanxian, the crowd clearly looked like three good students. Li Xiaoyuan, holding a megaphone, came before the crowd and introduced himself. "Hello, brothers and sisters. My name is Li Xiaoyuan. I'm your Mr. Ma's friend, and also our Lele Toy Factory's customer. Today, invited by Mr. Ma, I'm here to explain the foreign language. Please bear with me if there is something wrong. For equipment operation, I am not as good as everyone, but I still recognize the foreign language on this. Today I mainly explain the function of these equipments, the frequent problems, and the precautions in the operation to everyone." Li Xiaoyuan briefly introduced himself and his training today. Then, picking up the manual, he explained it one by one. After the explanation, he let the crowd operate the machine on the spot. Theory and practice combined. The crowd understand fast, learn fast, whether it is Ma Sanxian, or Su Gong, Xiao Lu, as well as ordinary operators. Designers are holding paper and pen, writing and drawing. So serious. This training lasted until 5 o'clock in the afternoon before it was over. After Li Xiaoyuan refused Ma Sanxian's hospitality, he got on his motorcycle and rumbled towards the rental house. Today, he could be said to have gained a lot. Not only did he determine the styles, colors, and templates of all the products, but he also gained a whole new understanding of the equipment in Ma Sanxian's factory. At the same time, it was also a step closer to Ma Sanxian's relationship. The other party promised to deliver all the products scheduled by Li Xiaoyuan within 5 days with quality and quantity guaranteed. This is 3 days earlier than the 8 days promised in the contract. For Li Xiaoyuan, time is money. Don't look at these 3 days. He can spread out a lot of goods. Plus, with Lu Bui's 7 small stores as support, this batch of goods will soon be able to open the market. By then, combined with Wang Yonggui and Zhang Lily's customer resources, covering the entire Jincheng area is just around the corner, and can even radiate to the surrounding areas. Li Xiaoyuan riding a motorcycle, the more he thought about it, the happier he was. All things are developing towards the good side. The future can be expected. Only, just as he arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, he was stopped in his way. "Yo, not bad. Gamblers are riding motorcycles? Brother Li, it seems that you are really rich. Tell me about you. There is such a good opportunity to get rich, but also do not tell me in Brother Tiger. We can also earn some pocket money." Obviously, the people who blocked Li Xiaoyuan's way were Fat Tiger and Blackie. Chapter 43, Blackie and Fat Tiger blocking the way. Obviously, the people blocking Li Xiaoyuan's way were none other than Fat Tiger and Blackie. That one fat, one thin, one black and one white CP. I'm afraid that the entire Golden City couldn't find a second pair. Li Xiaoyuan blackened his face and snapped. Good dogs don't get in the way. Give me a look. Yaha, a few days do not see. Temper see long ah. Do not think that you ride a motorcycle and drag like a 250-80,000. I tell you, today I not only want to recover the gambling debt, but also want to avenge the previous knife. The knife wound on my back hasn't healed until now. Fat Tiger bared his mouth and gritted his teeth. If not for the fact that he was cut by Li Xiaoyuan and had difficulty moving, he would have come to find the other party's trouble long ago, and would have waited until now. Li Xiaoyuan's eyes showed a fierce light as he glared at Fat Tiger. Rest in the hospital if you're not well injured. If you come to lousy like this, aren't you afraid that I'll waste you? Waste me? Ha ha ha, drunkard. You're afraid you're crazy, right? Fat Tiger laughed with his belly. In this part of Golden City, no one had dared to speak to him like this. Undoubtedly, Li Xiaoyuan was the first person. Blackie followed closely behind and snorted. Kid, last time is me and Tiger's carelessness. Was you show off, today? You do not want to escape our palms. I also put the words here. You do not pay the debt can. As long as you take that motorcycle on the top of the bill on the line. As for the Tiger's medical expenses, lost wages, spiritual loss of 77% of the calculation of your 10,000 yuan on the line. Right, the motorcycle can be treated as a gambling debt, but you must be cash for Lousy's hospital bills. Fat Tiger very much agreed with Blackie's statement. Li Xiaoyuan shook his head and smiled. He knew that these two were the masters of bullying. The softer you are, the better they feel. Then ruthlessness. He really hasn't been afraid of anyone. In his 2 lives, what kind of battle he has not seen? Will not be scared by the 2 ground snakes? With that, he got off the motorcycle, parked the car on one side, and said coldly, what if I don't agree? Disagree? Fat Tiger and Blackie froze at the same time, never expecting the other party to say such words. If it was in the past, as long as they showed a ruthless face, Li Xiaoyuan would immediately agree. Today, could it be that he had changed his temper? Or was his brain kicked by a donkey? Kid, don't you give face to face? Today you can either take the motorcycle to cover the debt, or the old man's medical bills. If not, we'll take your woman to cover the debt. The old man is on your mother-in-law's mind a lot. Fat Tiger said with a smirk. He has been salivating over Sun Jiayi's beauty for a long time. Even though he received a knife last time, he still misses the other party. Today, he and Blackie were there to retrieve this scene, not only to get back the gambling debt, but also to take down Sun Jiayi. He didn't even mind letting Li Xiaoyuan lie in a cold hospital bed for the rest of his life. Besides, in this part of Golden City, who dares to rely on their black and white twins? Who dares to let them hang and laugh it off? If that were to happen, how would they still be able to mix in Golden City? When Li Xiaoyuan heard that the other party was still thinking about Sun Jiayi, his face was as gloomy as a thunderstorm day, terrifying to the extreme. His wife and daughter were his scales. If he dared to touch them, he would have to cross over his own body. In his heart, he secretly thought, it seems that this battle today is inevitable. He must take care of these 2 bastards, or else he won't be able to live in peace in the future. In the middle of his thoughts, Li Xiaoyuan glanced around, looking for a weapon in his hand, ready to go to war at any time. At this moment, Blackie seemed to have noticed his movements, and as if he had read his inner thoughts, with his eyes narrowed, he said with a smirk, Kid, Tiger and I have been waiting for you all afternoon today. Do you think what happened before will happen again? Let me tell you, old me was prepared. As the words fell, Blackie condescendingly snapped his fingers towards the alley not far away. Snap! With that, 5 youngsters walked out of the hutong. The 5 had sharp hairstyles, were dressed fancy, and tattoos were clearly visible on their arms and necks. At a glance, it was clear that they were not good people and were definitely Fat Tiger and Blackie's ponies. When Li Xiaoyuan saw this scene, his heart could not help but be shocked and his face became more and more ugly. It seems that these 2 assholes came prepared. What should I do next? Since the other party had come prepared, they must have prepared for the worst. As they said, not only did they want Li Xiaoyuan's motorcycle, but they also wanted him to compensate $10,000 in medical expenses, or else this matter would be very difficult to end. But Li Xiaoyuan is not the lord of the defeat. The face of the tiger eyeing the 7 people. What will he do? Escape? After 7 o'clock, Sun Jiayi and Nyo will come back. He fled. Mother and daughter how to do? Fight? But how can he fight alone against these 7 people? As time passes by, there are more and more people watching at the entrance of the neighborhood, especially the gang of aunts and grandpas, mainly Pan Jinfeng, saw Li Xiaoyuan being surrounded, and their hearts were so unhappy. I told you how this drunkard has been riding motorcycles and buying cell phones lately. This time he has offended someone. right? Have you guys noticed? Those two are the people that night this drunkard chased after with a knife. You mean, they are Sun Jiayi that's concubines? Then how else would people ask him for a motorcycle and medical bills? It must be that Sun Jiayi gave the money she earned to this drunkard, and the concubine was unwilling to do so. Pan Jinfeng, with a swollen and bruised face, stirred up the fire and kept saying bad things about Li Shouyuan and Sun Jiayi. After she said that, the crowd's color of gossip intensified. Eating melon while watching the show. It's also true. Who the hell is willing to spend money to get knifed? If it was me, I wouldn't be willing to do it either. That is, the money spent, the person did not get, but also by other people's husbands stabbed the old man. Really should be the old saying, lost the wife and the soldiers. I see it as stealing a chicken and not getting it. In the opinion of these people, Blackie and Fat Tiger spent a lot of money to adopt Sun Jiayi, and now that things have fallen apart, the two of them have come to the door to collect their debt. Li Shouyuan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot as he listened to the crowd's murmurings, especially for Pan Jinfeng's hate to split his body into 5 horses and dismantle it. Bao Dawa is such an honest person. How did he marry such a poisonous daughter-in-law? He has been beaten into a ball, but he still won't stop. At this time, Blackie smiled and asked, have you thought about it? How do we settle the score? What are you going to settle with me? You said gambling debt. Do you have a gambling note? You said I hacked this dead fat man. Who saw it? Li Shouyuan obviously refused to recognize the debt. The betting strips had long been swallowed into his stomach. Without the betting strips, where is the betting debt? As for the cut Fat Tiger thing, better explanation. You all want to my wife violence. I still cannot rise up against? What kind of reasoning is that? Even if we go to court, it's still Li Shouyuan who has the upper hand. Chapter 44, Street Fight. Fat Tiger's face, which was full of fat, was instantly covered with a vicious color as he said in a deep voice, listening to your tone, are you not going to recognize the debt? Recognize? I'll admit it. Li Shouyuan had been paying attention to the weapons around him, and out of the corner of his eye, he happened to glance at a meter-long iron bar standing in the corner. His eyes lit up, and without saying a word, he rushed over and clutched it tightly in his hand, staring at Fat Tiger and the others with a wary face. With just a few of you trash you also want to find trouble with me? Today it's either you die or I die. If you have the ability, let your horses come over and see how I can't get you all killed. Kid, you're afraid you have a bag in your head, right? You want to kill us? You don't look at yourself. Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. Fat Tiger was obviously angered. He hadn't made a move yet. The other party had clambered up first, and shouted angrily, Black, give me a hand. Get rid of this bastard who does not know the sky is high. Okay, I can't wait for a long time. Blackie smiled sarcastically and waved his hand at the 5 gangsters beside him. Brothers, cop out and get this asshole. As soon as the words fell, the 5 of them pulled out steel pipes and wooden sticks from their sleeves and pants legs, staring at Li Shouyuan with an arrogant face. That smug little expression seemed to be saying, Kid, even if you have an iron rod, so what? Lousy also has it. Can you alone beat the 5 of us? One of us can spit on you with a single mouthful of spit. Li Shouyuan's face turned green when he saw this scene. It was really prepared. It seemed that this battle today could not be avoided. A great battle was about to break out, and it was yet to be seen which one would win or lose. The crowd of onlookers saw this scene and retreated backwards, especially Pan Jinfeng's gang of women, fearing for the innocent, hid far away, gesticulating and not knowing what to say. Li Shouyuan tightened the iron rod in his hand, ready to fire, ready to fight at any time. Fat Tiger stared at Li Shouyuan's motorcycle with both eyes, waved his big hand and said, Everyone don't freeze, do it quickly, finish the fight earlier, call it a day, but pay attention not to hurt the old man's motorcycle, understand? Brother Tiger, don't worry, we have our own measure. No matter in Fat Tiger's eyes, or in Blackie's eyes, no matter if Li Shouyuan recognizes it or not, this motorcycle is already his own. Brothers, give me on, be careful not to hurt Brother Tiger's motorcycle. Black Z took the brunt, picked up a steel pipe and smashed it towards Li Shouyuan's head. Kid, eat your grandpa black stick. Humph, unconscionable. Li Shouyuan lightly grunted, but he didn't dare to be careless, and hurriedly swung his iron rod to meet him. Clang! A sound of metal collision rang out, shocking the 2 men's mouths hurt, and they retreated 2 steps back. However, Li Shouyuan's power was thin, and it was hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Just after receiving Blackie's baton, a gangster came from the left side with a wooden baton. Holy, this ing asshole. Li Shouyuan's eyes were quick, not caring about the pain in his hands. He hurriedly swung the iron rod and continued to spacer. Fortunately, he had learned Taijiquan and Wing Chun for a while in his previous life. His reaction speed was fine. Only this body had been emptied out by alcohol and sex long ago. His strength was insufficient, and his stamina couldn't keep up. Otherwise, Just these few small thieves, easy to handle. When it was too late, it was too soon. The third person waved a wooden stick from his right side. More dangerous is that the Black Sun stabilized his stance. This is very unconvincing. Swinging up the steel pipe to reslam towards Li Xiuyuan's face. At a time, the formation of three-way siege situation. Li Xiuyuan was surrounded. However, this is not the end. The other three gangsters sneak around to the back of Li Xiuyuan, want to be a hit from behind the enemy. The other side of a total of 7 people. In addition to the Fat Tiger has injuries, did not take action in addition to the 5 gangsters led by the Black Sun all out. 6 people showed a vicious face, waving the sticks in their hands, aiming at Li Xiuyuan's face, the back of his head and limbs respectively. The air was even resounding with the sound of breaking wind. Some of the timid people, who could not bear to look directly at them, had used their hands to cover their eyes. No matter who Li Xiuyuan was hit by, it would make him drink beautifully. How it would end, no one could guess. Li Xiuyuan tightened the iron rod in his hand. Since there was no way back, he would fight to the end in blood. Li Xiuyuan took off his suit and wrapped it around the iron rod so that it wouldn't shake his hand. Kill! With a roar, he did not retreat but advanced. He knew that the narrow road was won by the brave. Even if he couldn't beat these people, he couldn't lose his momentum. Even if he died, he had to find one person to take his back. His target was none other than the oncoming Blackie. The corners of Blackie's mouth smiled slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile. Idiot, since you want to seek death, then I will fulfill you. As the words fell, the steel pipe carried a whistling wind-breaking sound, cutting through the air and slamming straight towards Li Xiuyuan's heavenly cap. Once hit, the brain splattered in all directions. Li Xiuyuan didn't want to let the other party have his way, and similarly brandished the steel rod, dodged sideways, and took the opportunity to smash towards Blackie's waist. Bang! Bang! 2 dull sounds resounded in the field at the same time. One came from Blackie's body, while one came from Li Xiuyuan's shoulder. Obviously, Li Xiuyuan was hit by a Blackie on his left shoulder. Hiss! The kind of pain that drilled through his heart caused him to stutter, nearly stumbling and falling to the ground, and the Black Sun was smashed on the spot by his blow, his thin and dark body directly collapsing to the ground. Ah, my ribs, you bastard, actually dare to break my ribs. I want you to die, I want you to die. Blackie's cold sweat broke out in pain and he cried out in pain. He could clearly feel that Li Xiuyuan's strike had broken at least 2 of his ribs. Brothers, fight for me and kill this bastard. The crowd paused in their movements when they saw that Blackie was injured. However, Li Xiuyuan had also been injured. After a brief moment of daze, the 5 of them, without saying a word, once again swung their sticks towards Li Xiuyuan. Li Xiuyuan took this opportunity to finally break through a gap, running while meeting the enemy. The surrounding crowd of onlookers was also growing, but none of them dared to come forward to block. At this time, a strong, dark-skinned man walked out from the crowd. Stop, you bastards. Is it fun to bully the few with the many? Who are you? Where did you come from, stupid big man? Get off to the side. Seeing someone stirring up trouble, Fat Tiger angrily shouted, wanting to drive him away. This was a game of certain death that he had set up especially for Li Xiuyuan. How could it be stirred up by others? But how could the visitor listen to him? I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? The man stepped forward, picked up the steel pipe that Hazy had thrown on the ground, and rushed into the crowd to help Li Xiuyuan stop the crowd. Brother Li, are you alright? You are? Li Xiuyuan looked at the figure that was protecting him, and it seemed like he didn't recognize this person in his memory. He only saw that the other party was 1 meter 9 in height, and his tan skin glowed with a faint luster under the sunlight. The biceps on his arms bulged high, and his proud pecs and 8-pack abs were clearly visible and angular. Such a man, not to mention making women feel safe. Even Li Xiuyuan's heart rose with a strong sense of security. Chapter 45 Zhou Dashan relieves the circumstances. Brother Li, you back off first. I'll teach these bastards a lesson. The man protected Li Xiuyuan's body and retreated to the corner of the wall, holding a steel pipe and pointing menacingly at Fat Tiger and Blackie's 7 people. I don't care who you guys are. If you dare to bully my big brother Li, you'll have to cross over my body. Those who aren't afraid of death just come. If I frown a little bit, I'm not called Zhou Dashan. Not to mention, this roar bluffed everyone. Blackie collapsed on the ground, his face white with pain, cold sweat pouring out, his original wailing sound getting smaller and smaller, staring at Zhou Dashan in a daze. The 5 punks seemed to be outnumbered, but their bodies were thin, and compared to Zhou Dashan, it was like a prime giant meeting a dwarf. The 5 of them looked at me and I looked at you, not knowing what to do. Finally, they looked at Fat Tiger again, pulling a face and asking, Brother Tiger, what now? What do you guys say? Fat Tiger was determined to win the motorcycle, no matter what he had to waste Li Xiuyuan and avenge his knife. He glared viciously at Zhou Dashan, then said to the 5 punks, Are we so many people still unable to defeat the two of them? Whoever can waste these two an arm, I will give him a reward of $500. When the 5 people heard this, their hearts were happy, and they looked at each other again, nodding slightly, as if they had reached some kind of agreement. For the sake of $500, knowing that they couldn't beat them, they still had to fight. The 5 of them simultaneously tightened the wooden sticks in their hands and came back together, surrounding Li Xiuyuan and Zhou Daxiang. Silly big man, don't think you can scare old man just because you're limber. I'm telling, Grandpa is not scared. That's right, I advise you to leave early, or else our 5 brothers will beat you to death. The 5 flung their wooden sticks and shouted in a high and mighty manner. Zhou Daxiang laughed contemptuously, not putting the other party in his eyes at all. Ha ha ha, just with you 5 weak and unimpressive things, you want to beat me to death? It's a loss for you guys to be able to say that. Today, I'll stand right here, and if any of you can injure me with a single stick, count me as a loser. Good, this is what you said. Don't cry if you lose later. Big brother, I would love to see this stupid big man kneeling down and begging for mercy. Brothers, hurry up and waste this stupid big man for me. Find Brother Tiger to collect the reward, and let's go to the dance hall together to get away at night. Right. Old me hasn't gotten dirty in a long time. With that, the 5 men swung their wooden sticks towards Zhou Daxiang. Zhou Daxiang lightly scanned the crowd and raised the steel pipe in a cloudy manner. Hey, people are good at being bullied. Horses are good at being ridden. Since you guys are looking for death, don't blame me for being merciless. When it was too late, it was too soon. Only a loud clang was heard. The first wooden stick accurately struck the steel pipe raised by Zhou Daxiang. Zhou Daxiang did not move a muscle, but the punk was directly shaken back and forth. His arms were numb, his tiger's mouth was raw, and he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. At the same time, the second person also rushed up, followed by the third person, the fourth person, without exception. All were shaken back by Zhou Daxiang. ******, where is this freak from? Why is it so strong? In my opinion, this stupid big man is definitely a practitioner. Look at his strong body, dark skin, not a practitioner which has so much strength. Nonsense, I'm not blind. The 5 people stared at Zhou Daxiang with a face of fear and awe. Where did this fierce man come from? Why is he so powerful? It seems that the $500 today will not be earned. Fat Tiger saw this scene. This is a natural fighter. If it is owned by him, wouldn't it be like a tiger adding wings? Heart suddenly born recruiting heart, arching forward, said with a smile, Brother, my name is Fat Tiger. Is the boss of this area? As long as you follow me to mix, I guarantee to let you eat and drink. Money and beauty enjoy endless. Get lost, you social scum. Also want me to join you in the dirt? You don't even look at what kind of goods you are. Without waiting for Fat Tiger to finish his latter words, he was coldly interrupted by Zhou Daxiang. Zhou Daxiang, 25 years old, enlisted in the army at the age of 18, served in the army for 6 years, retired a year ago, and is currently moving bricks at a construction site. He is a righteous man, just and upright, and in his heart of hearts, he despises the hooligans like Fat Tiger, so he can't be with him. Fat Tiger felt hot face to the cold ass, smile gradually solidified, face more and more ugly, but he has no way, his own injuries cannot move. Blackie fell to the ground nearly fainted. 5 of his men are simply not a handful of the other party, and it is obviously impossible to find Li Xiuyuan to settle the score today. Slowly retracting his hands raised in mid-air, he said with a ruthless look in his eyes, Zhou Daxiang, I remember you. If you submit to me, everything is fine. If not, in the future, I guarantee that I will make it impossible for you to mix in Golden City. Do you believe me? Scram! Zhou Daxiang flung the steel pipe, tigerishly. I'll give you 5 seconds to take your people out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite. Yaha, you're still stomping on your nose, aren't you? Zhou Daxiang didn't even look at Fat Tiger, directly counting down. 2, 3, Brother Tiger, we'd better send Brother Blackie to the hospital first. Wait for Brother Ba to come. We can then clean up that drunkard and this stupid big man is not too late. A gangster came to Fat Tiger's side and suggested in a low voice. The Brother Ba in his mouth, named Tu Ba, was the #1 fierce general under Fat Tiger, and made his living as a black boxer. During this period of time, he didn't know where he found a little fangirl, and stayed in the gentle land all day and night. Fat Tiger thought about it. It can only be so, since Zhou Daxiang swore to protect Li Xiuyuan. They are not enough people to stuff their teeth. Plus, Blackie had broken 2 ribs and had to be taken to the hospital as soon as possible. Okay, then I'll listen to you. Bring Blackie and let's withdraw. The 5 gangsters were waiting for these words. As soon as the words fell, they lifted Blackie and ran towards the road. They had personally felt Zhou Daxiang's strength that was comparable to that of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, and they never wanted to try it a second time in their lives. Until this moment, there was still a numbing raw pain on their arms. Suddenly, Li Xiaoyuan rushed out from behind Zhou Daxiang and swung the iron rod towards the fat tiger. Dead fatty, you want to leave after hitting the face of my old man? Who allowed it? Give me your life. You. Me. Fat tiger looked at the sudden scene, scared 6 gods, stuttering unable to say a word. Immediately afterward, anxiously looking around to seek help, but the 5 gangsters had already carried He Zi into a cab. Coupled with Li Xiaoyuan's hateful gaze and the iron rod that was about to fall on him, how could there be any pride left? Scattering his legs and running away. Oops, my ass. If you don't run away at this time, what are you waiting for? You bunch of assholes. Wait for me. Chapter 46. Is there any interest in doing it with me? When Fat Tiger looked at Li Xiaoyuan's hateful gaze and the iron rod that was about to fall on him, how could he have any pride left and ran away? My ass. If you don't run away at this time, when will you wait? You bastards. Wait for me. In fact, Li Xiaoyuan only scared him a bit and did not really do anything. After all, he had received a stick on his shoulder, and the slightest exertion would pull the muscles, and a fiery pain came from his shoulder. Brother Li, don't chase after them. They are just a bunch of bully masters. Next time they dare to come to trouble you, you just tell me. Zhou Daxiang dropped the steel pipe and came in front of Li Xiaoyuan and said with a smile, but that smile of his matched with his image, always giving people a naive feeling. Li Xiaoyuan similarly dropped the steel rod and looked back at the other party, asking in confusion, "Thank you, brother, for saving my life, but I really can't remember having a friend as powerful as you." Brother Li, I'm Zhou Daxiang. A year ago at the Golden City Casino, you borrowed $800 from me then. Have you forgotten? I really can't recall. Li Xiaoyuan couldn't help but blush in his old face. How could he remember what happened a year ago? At that time, he was drunk all day long, either going in and out of casinos or going into brothels. When he won, he threw away thousands of dollars, enjoying a life like an emperor. When he lost money, he was like a lost dog, either being chased and beaten to collect debts, or left drunk on the side of the road to fend for himself. It can be described as a great ups and downs. One day in heaven, one day in hell. Brother Li, it doesn't matter if you don't remember. Zhou Daxiang, will never forget. Not so bad, right? What is not so? As the saying goes, the kindness of a drop of water is repaid by the spring. Not to mention saving my mom's life. Zhou Daxiang spoke incessantly, and Li Xiaoyuan was dumbfounded. A year ago, Zhou Daxiang had just been discharged from the army. His mother was seriously ill, and the mother and son came to Golden City to seek medical treatment. But in the face of expensive surgical fees, mother and son in despair. A penny is hard to resist heroes and heroes. No money is hard to move. Zhou Daxiang had an idea, decided to go to the casino to try his luck. In case he won, then the mother's hospitalization fees will not be solved. As a result, he not only did not win money, but instead lost the only $50 left on his body. Seeing that his mother is going to have an operation, what can be done? Zhou Daxiang chagrined, hate to give himself a few hard slap. The key moment, drunk Li Xiaoyuan won a big money, casually spread out $2,000. At that time, that stance can be said to be heroic. Zhou Daxiang with physical advantage, hard to snatch $800 from the crowd. Then, full of joy to leave. The next day, smoothly paid the hospitalization fee for his mother. Therefore, he was grateful to Li Xiaoyuan. The reason why he came to work in Jincheng was to earn money, and the second was to find Li Xiaoyuan and return the $800 to him. As the saying goes, the kindness of a drop of water is repaid by the spring. Not to mention this kind of great kindness that saved his mother's life. Brother Li, I have been searching for you for a long time. I didn't expect to meet you here. It's really heaven's eye. Hearing Zhou Daxiang's narration, Li Xiaoyuan finally understood the context of the matter. Daxiang, let's not mention the past. Today old brother sincerely thanks you. No. It should be our family thanking big brother Li. The two men pushed back and forth for a while. Li Xiaoyuan stared at Zhou Daxiang in a daze, feeling a lot of emotions. He knew better than anyone how chaotic it was in the casino. In the past 3 years, how much money he had spilled out on the gambling table. He couldn't even remember it himself. Those who took the money, hate to hide far away. That will be stupid to come to find him? For so many years, Zhou Daxiang was still the first person. For a moment, was convinced by the other party's noble character and strong body. With that, took out cigarettes from his pocket and let Zhou Daxiang have one. Smoking? Smoke. Zhou Daxiang smiled nervously and hastily took the cigarettes. The two of them leaned against the wall, chatting while gulping down the smoke. Daxiang, to say 1,000 words, today I do have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have been in a bad way. Big brother Li's good fortune will come in handy. Even if I didn't show up, I would have escaped this. Zhou Daxiang looked tall and a bit naive. However, the words were quite pleasant to hear. coupled with the fact that he had been in the military for 6 years and exuded a masculine aura of a soldier from time to time, Li Xiaoyuan instantly felt a sense of appreciation for his talent. "De Chang, I'm 3 years older than you. This big brotherly, I accept." "Thank you, big brotherly," Zhou Daqiang solemnly thanked. In his opinion, Li Xiaoyuan was accepting his gratitude. Unbeknownst to him, the other party had other plans. He only heard Li Xiaoyuan continue. "De Chang, I know that moving bricks at construction sites is tiring and hard. If you keep working at construction sites, you will definitely bury your talent. A few years ago, I was a famous wimp and loser in the neighborhood. But now, I have my own family, an okay career, and I'm sure there will be countless amounts of money in the future." Li Xiaoyuan paused for a moment, observing Zhou Daqiang's reaction without a trace. Seeing that the other party was listening attentively, he then spoke out his purpose. "De Chang, are you interested in following me?" This. Zhou Daqiang was unable to react and froze in place. He never expected that he would meet his benefactor from a year ago here, nor did he expect that the other party would invite him alone. For a moment, he didn't know how to reply. Li Xiaoyuan naturally saw the other party's difficulty and pointed to the motorcycle not far away and said, "I'll give you a salary of $900 a month, plus 1% commission, and then assign this motorcycle to you. Do you want to do it?" Big brotherly, De Chang, listen to me." Li Xiaoyuan interrupted Zhou Daqiang's stuttering voice. "All these treatments I'm offering you are temporary. 3 months at most. After 3 months I'll give you a small car. Since you've been a soldier, you should have a driver's license, right? The driving license is there." "But, brotherly, Zhou Daqiang stunned. He stared at the big sun on the construction site all day and night, face to the soil, back to the sky, tamping, dry more than 10 hours, only to earn people $30. Li Xiaoyuan opening is 900 yuan, but also with a motorcycle, plus 1% of the commission. Such a good thing. Where to find? This year, he has looked for a lot of work. What security, cleaning, bodyguard, sales he has done, but where there is a job that can make him comfortable, not to go to the construction site to move bricks. The salary given by Li Xiaoyuan was clearly the best. "Big brotherly, I'm really..." "Stop." Seeing that the other party was still hesitating, Li Xiaoyuan didn't give him the chance to open his mouth at all and continued. "You can first come to my place to do a few days to try. If you are satisfied, you can stay. If you are not satisfied, you can leave at any time. The promise I gave you is always valid." Chapter 47 Drunkard. Don't touch mom. After a brief moment of thought, Zhou Daqiang agreed to Li Xiaoyuan. "Brotherly, I'll follow you." When Li Xiaoyuan heard this, his heart was delighted. He was waiting for these words. "De Chang, in less than 3 years, you will definitely be proud of today's decision." Zhou Daqiang didn't know how to reply. Nodding his head vigorously in agreement, Li Xiaoyuan smiled sarcastically and handed over the motorcycle keys. "De Chang, the motorcycle you ride away first, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Remember to come to the small commodities wholesale market, Yongbue wholesale department to find me." Zhou Daqiang froze, not expecting the other party to actually give him the motorcycle. "Brotherly, you gave me such a brand new motorcycle. Aren't you afraid that I'll slip away on it?" "What do I have to be afraid of? It's just a motorcycle. If you want to sneak off, you can. Besides, if you were that kind of person, you wouldn't have been so righteous and wouldn't have searched for me for a year for $800. Li Xiaoyuan said with a smile. "This motorcycle is worth more than $4,000, and he just bought it recently. In this era where everyone rides a bicycle, a motorcycle can be said to be the seat of the tycoon." Li Xiaoyuan seemed to say sincerely, but in fact, he was testing Zhou Daqiang. He wanted to see how the other party would choose when it came to this kind of thing, and as it turned out, the other party didn't let him down. Zhou Daqiang pushed the motorcycle keys back and smiled. "Brotherly, I appreciate your kindness. I live in a rental house 300 meters ahead. No need to ride a bike, just walk over." "That's fine. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock you come here. We'll go to the wholesale market together." For this result, Li Xiaoyuan was still quite satisfied. After sending Zhou Daqiang away, Li Xiaoyuan skimmed the cigarette in his hand, looked around at the crowd of melon eaters, started the motorcycle and drove towards the rental house. Returning home, the pain coming from his shoulder made him resist the urge to let out a loud scream. Quickly removing his clothes, he backhanded and pinched the bruised scar in the mirror, and let out a sigh of relief. Luckily it didn't hurt any bones, or else I'd have to go to the hospital for a few days to recuperate. At this juncture, he only wanted to make money. Being hospitalized would mean that his business would be delayed, and he didn't want to delay his business. With that, Li Xiaoyuan lay on his side on the bed, looking at the dimly lit wall, thinking carefully. The more he thought about it, the more he was afraid. If not for Zhou Dachang's timely appearance today, he was afraid that his fate would be very bad. It doesn't matter if you have an accident. The most critical thing is what about Sun Jiayi's mother and daughter? Once he was killed by Fat Tiger and Blackie, the fate of Sun Jiayi's mother and daughter could be imagined. No, I absolutely can't let such a thing happen. Must think of a method to do those two as soon as possible. What method can be used? For a while, Li Xiuyuan fell into the middle of contemplation. Suddenly, an aura flashed. There, I'm not in Luo Sangun with the black man. As long as I tell the police the news of their human trafficking, the police will inevitably net them all. So it's not over? Right, let's do it. Li Xiuyuan clearly remembered the mega human trafficking case that the Golden City police would crack on April 15th that had shocked the whole country. As long as he found a way to implicate Fat Tiger and Blackie in it, and then report it with his real name, providing clues for the police, not only would he get a reward of $10,000, but he would also be able to wipe out these miscreants and send them all to jail. The most crucial thing was that it would solve his worries. With this thought, Li Xiuyuan immediately had a decision. I'll go to the police station tomorrow, no matter what I have to pave the way first. Time passed in a hurry, and nightfall came in the blink of an eye. At 7 in the evening, Sun Jiayi and Niu Niu returned home on time, seeing Li Xiuyuan naked, lying on his side on the bed, and the house was still filled with a strong smell of alcohol. The mother and daughter's faces instantly changed, especially Sun Jiayi. Her stunningly beautiful pretty face was covered with frost, her mind was blank, and she sat helplessly on the sofa without saying a word. Li Xiuyuan obviously noticed the change in the two and immediately got up from the bed, smilingly coming before the two. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Niu Niu stared at her big dark eyes and roared like a little tiger. Drunkard, have you been drinking again? Ha, why don't you even call your daddy? You little girl, who told you to call me a drunkard? You're not my dad, you're a drunkard. You're a drunkard who bullies mommy. Niu Niu crossed her arms, like a little round rule, and stared angrily at Li Xiuyuan. Li Xiuyuan wasn't angry either. I'm too lazy to take care of you. I'll settle the score with you later. Then, he couldn't help but look at Sun Jiayi. Seeing that the other party's face was pale and tears were hidden in her soulful eyes, her heart was immediately tightened and she thought that the mother and daughter were being bullied. Wife, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so ugly? Sun Jiayi raised her head violently, her eyes filled with tears as she looked at the other party in anger. Did you go drinking again? Nope, I didn't drink a single sip of wine. Li Xiuyuan was even more doubtful. What did them being bullied have to do with whether they drank or not? Wife, why do you have this expression? Did Fat Tiger bully you? No one bullied me. I'm just asking if you've been drinking. I really didn't drink. Don't believe me. Smell it. Saying this, Li Xiuyuan stuck his head over. Sun Jiayi looked disgusted and pushed it away forcefully. Go away. Are you disgusting? Drunkard. Don't touch mommy. It stinks. Niu Niu thought that Li Xiuyuan was going to bully Sun Jiayi again, so she hurriedly went forward and pounced in Sun Jiayi's arms. Don't be afraid, mommy. Niu Niu protects you. Well, mommy isn't afraid. Li Xiuyuan was pushed by this and pulled the injury on his shoulder, baring his teeth and wailing in pain. But seeing that cute conversation between mother and daughter, it caused him to cry and laugh again. No, I obviously didn't drink. Why do they have to say I did? Oh, I remember. Wife, did you smell the odor of alcohol in the house? So you think I've been drinking? Sun Jiayi raised her eyes to the other party. No matter how she looked at him, Li Xiuyuan didn't want to look drunk. Could it be that I misunderstood him? Then tell me, why is there such a strong odor of alcohol in the room? Li Xiuyuan did not reply, but walked straight to the bedroom. Not long after, he walked out with a small half-bowl of white wine. The fire in the bowl was flourishing, and the blue flame kept pulsing. Wife, I was smashed when I was loading goods in the company today. My shoulder still hurts until now. You came just in time. Hurry up and help me rub it with white wine. I can't hook it. You're hurt? Sun Jiayi hurriedly dropped the Nionya in her arms, and with a nervous face, she came to Li Xiuyuan and turned her back around, only to see a palm-sized bruise on his shoulder. Just glancing at it made people feel raw pain. What's wrong? How did you get hurt so badly? Did you check it? Did you hurt any bones? Chapter 48, Scrubbing the Wound. Sun Jiayi's entire body was dumbfounded when she saw the bruise on Li Xiuyuan's shoulder. She froze for more than 10 seconds before she reacted and asked with a caring face. What happened to you? How did you get hurt so badly? Did you go to the hospital for a checkup? Did you hurt any bones? Wife, you don't need to be so nervous. The bones are fine. They are all superficial injuries. Just rub some white wine for me. Li Xiuyuan turned sideways and looked at the other party's tense look. His heart couldn't help but warm up. It seems that your wife still cares about me. With that, he sat on the sofa and pointed at the white wine on the table and said, Wife, please help me wipe it off. Otherwise the white wine is almost burned out. Not waiting for Sun Jiayi to react, Niu Niu said pitifully. Nionya gazed at the striking scar. stunned with fear. Her little face was even whiter. That pathetic appearance was on the verge of melting Li Xiaoyuan's heart. Little baby, daddy can't wait to love you. How could he blame you? Poopa, woo, Aya, why is little baby still crying? Don't cry, don't cry. Li Xiaoyuan instantly panicked when he saw the tearful Nyo. While wiping her tears, she comforted her. On the contrary, it was Sun Jai, who said with a calm demeanor, Nyo, don't disturb your father. He's injured. Be good and sit aside. I'm going to scrub his wounds. Okay. Nyo beamed her little mouth, reluctantly sitting on a small bench, staring blankly at the actions of the two. Sun Jai fished out the blazing white wine fire from the small bowl and slammed it on Li Xiaojuan's injured shoulder, saying, bear with it, I'm going to make it harder. It's not in the way. Let go. The conversation between the two scared Nyo so much that she didn't dare to utter a single breath. Sun Jai took advantage of the heat of the fire, either rubbing, kneading, or pressing. Her movements were skillful and her force was just right. At first, Li Xiaoyuan was still a bit sore, but the later it got, the more comfortable it felt. Until 10 minutes later, Sun Jai was tired and panting, dripping with fragrant sweat. A crystallized sweat fell down the tip of her nose and chin, like a pearl, bearing down on Li Xiaoyuan's back. Li Xiaoyuan's body trembled as if the waves were lapping at his body, one wave after another. From a long distance away, he could smell the faint fragrance and the salty smell from his sweat. He could not help but turn around and steal a glance at Sun Jai, only to see that the other party's face was flushed, just like a lotus flower. Seeing Li Xiaoyuan's heart was fluttering with thoughts. My wife is so beautiful. Even sweating is so tantalizing. Then he looked at Nyo on the small bench and couldn't help but sigh. Ai, how good it would be if this little dot wasn't there. At this moment, Li Xiaoyuan clearly took Nyonya as the biggest light bulb. If not for the other party not being around, he really wanted to put Sun Jai on the spot. Unfortunately, the clueless Nyo didn't know what was in his old man's mind. While Li Xiaoyuan was in the midst of his celestial interactions and thoughts, the white wine in the small bowl was all used up. Sun Jai wiped the fragrant sweat from her forehead and panted. That's it for today. Tomorrow I'll massage and scrub you once more. The bruises will gradually dissipate, and after 7 days, it should be healed. Okay, thank you wife. Li Xiaoyuan quickly turned around and took this opportunity to hastily utter his hands to help Sun Jai wipe her sweat. But the problem was that this bastard's movements were always a bit strange, giving people a feeling that it was not like wiping sweat, but rather like taking advantage of them. Sun Jai naturally discovered the other party's true purpose. Her heart tightened and she violently stood up. You don't have to be polite with me, you play with Nyo for a while, I'll go cook. As the words fell, Sun Jai fled to the kitchen in a panic. It had to be said that this woman was truly virtuous. She had worked all day at the factory. As soon as she came back, she scrubbed Li Xiaoyuan's wounds, and now she had to run to cook, without a single unnecessary complaint. Where to find such a beautiful, kind and virtuous wife? I don't know what kind of virtue Li Xiaoyuan had accumulated, to be able to meet such a reasonable woman who was always with him for life. Ai, in the last life I ended up failing you mother in two. In this life I will make you the happiest people in the world. Li Xiaoyuan looked at the other parties fleeing back and was overwhelmed with emotion and happiness. With that, he turned back to look at the dumbfounded Nyonya, stood up, and rubbed the other party's small head with extreme doting. Nyo, let's go help mommy cook, okay? Good. The little girl didn't know what was happening, and sweetly answered. The father and daughter walked towards the kitchen hand in hand. The door to the room opened. Sun Jai, who was washing her hands, was startled violently. Looking back, she only saw Li Xiaoyuan staring at herself colorfully. What are you guys doing in here? Hurry up and get out. Mom, Dad said we'll help you cook. Sun Jai wanted to say something like, good daughter, your dad that's to help me cook. He's trying to take advantage of your mom, okay? But such words, she must be difficult to speak, said with a stern face. What's the point of helping? What's there to help? I just do a pickled vegetable noodles. A moment will be ready. The kitchen is so small. Do not you feel crowded? Hurry up and get out. Sun Jai's pretty face was scarlet, and she pushed and shoved the father and daughter out of the kitchen. The total area of the rental house was only about 50 square feet, and it was divided into one room, one hall, one kitchen and one bathroom. The kitchen is even more pathetic. Usually 2 people feel in the way. Now to squeeze 3 people. Certainly crowded. Coupled with the fact that Li Xiaoyuan's heart is well known to all, it would be strange for Sun Jai to keep them as father and daughter. Bang! The door of the room reclosed. Father and daughter too stood outside the door. Through the glass door, vaguely saw the busy figure in the kitchen. Li Xiaoyuan shook his head and laughed. My wife is so cute. She's an old married couple, but she's still as green as a little girl. However, the busier Sun Jai was, the guiltier he felt. But what to do? Couldn't just bring up a baby. Could he? After glancing around the house, he didn't find any work he could do. In the end, this goods even ran to the bathroom to brush the toilet inside and outside, which only felt a little more comfortable. An hour later, the family of 3 had a simple dinner. Sun Jiayi finished cleaning up the kitchen and helped Li Xiujuan clean his clothes before walking into the bedroom. Li Xiujuan was lying on his side on the bed, tinkering with his cell phone, and Nyo was already asleep. Seeing Sun Jiayi come in, she hurriedly put down her cell phone and smiled sarcastically. Wife, I worked hard for you today. It's fine. You're injured. It doesn't matter if I work hard. Sun Jiayi glanced at Nyo, lifted the quilt, and got under it. Don't look at her cold. But she was panicking in her heart. Chapter 49, Calling Husband. Sun Jiayi glanced at Nyo, lifted the quilt, and went under the covers. Don't look at her as cold, but she was panicking in her heart. When Nyo was awake, she could still use it as a shield. But now, the little girl is already asleep. Li Xiujuan and colorful staring at himself, itching to strip her clean, on the ground just like, she does not high cold can? However, Sun Jiayi just got into the quilt. Li Xiujuan is like a follower, little by little moved over. Finally, drilling into Sun Jiayi's comforter, he hugged her tightly. Wife, I miss you. Sun Jiayi was so scared that she didn't dare to utter a single breath and couldn't stop shivering. Li Xiujuan tightly wrapped his arms around the delicate body that he had been coveting for a long time, burying his head deeply in the other party's silky hair and inhaling the faint body fragrance to his heart's content. The two of them exhaled like orchids, and their heartbeats accelerated. The hot breathing sound rang in Sun Jiayi's ears, and she suddenly felt her body tingling. Numbness, as if a deer was banging in her heart, thumping and thumping. Old husband, you don't want to be like this. Nyo is still here, not to mention you are still injured. She fell asleep a long time ago. It's not in the way. If it were a normal day, this cry of husband would definitely make Li Xiujuan excited to the point of bursting. But now, how could he have the heart to care about anything else? The reason why he had put Nyo to sleep early was because he was waiting for this moment. Tonight, he only had one purpose, and that was to take Sun Jiayi and make their couple's feelings sublimate again. To be honest, Sun Jiayi was very conflicted at this moment. She knew what would happen next, and also knew what state her body was in, and stammered. Old husband, really can't be like this. I know you're having a hard time, but my relatives are here. Ha, what did you say? A simple sentence made Li Xiujuan's heart instantly cool to the bottom, and the lust that had just been ignited, fire, instantly extinguished. Wife, this is not something to joke about? I really didn't lie to you. I found it when I went to the toilet just now. Don't believe me? Come over and touch it. Sun Jiayi said shyly, her entire body curled up together, not daring to look directly at the other party's gaze at all. However, she could obviously feel the change in Li Xiujuan at this moment. As a person who had come over, she knew how difficult it was for the other party at this moment. If you're really hard to bear, I'm going to not use the fifth girl. Yes, Li Xiujuan agreed without even thinking about it, and even raised his hands in favor of it. His heart was so excited. However, Sun Jiayi was slow to move. She was really shy and couldn't get down. Seeing this, Li Xiujuan could only give up, or forget it. I'll go take a cold shower to calm myself down. Don't. You're injured. It's not good to take a cold shower. Sun Jiayi immediately pulled Li Xiujuan back. One should know that the other party's shoulder had a large bruise on it. It would be better to take a cold shower. Old husband, let's go to bed early. Wait, when I'm better, I'll accompany you properly, okay? This is what you said. No backing out. Aha! Sun Jiayi nodded her head slightly and considered it a promise. Li Xiujian looked at the other party's shy appearance. His heart stirred. It was better to have hope than no hope at all. The other party had said the words so directly. It was meaningless for him to dwell on it. Counting the time, it was only 7 days. It would soon pass. After thinking clearly about this, Li Xiujuan was looking forward to the first time in 3 years for the two of them. The night was silent, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. The family of 3 had just left the house when Li Xiujuan saw Zhou Daqiang's body that was comparable to that of a giant. Holy, how did I forget about this stupid big guy? At the same time, Zhou Daqiang also spotted Li Xiujuan's family and hurriedly greeted them, saying solemnly, Brother Li, I'm not late, am I? Li Xiujuan thought to himself, you are not late, it's just 8 o'clock now. You are too punctual, aren't you? Then, in a serious manner, he said, Daqiang, wait for me here for a while. I will pick you up after I send your sister-in-law and Nyo off first. Sister-in-law? Zhou Daqiang looked towards Sun Jiayi and Nyo on the motorcycle. Good day, sister-in-law. Hello, Nyo. Sun Jiayi smiled and nodded. From the other party's looks and words, one could tell that this was a simple and honest person. very different from those fox friends of Li Xiaoyuan's past. He said to Nyo, Nyo, say hello to uncle. Nyo smiled sweetly and called out with a big smile, uncle good, hey, Nyo good. Zhou Daqiang couldn't help but blush with his old face and laughed nervously. He was almost adorable by Nyo's voice of uncle. At this time, Sun Jiayi again kindly said to Li Xiaoyuan, hubby, you guys are busy with your business. Nyo and I will just walk over by ourselves. Sister-in-law, it's not in the way. Let big brother Li send you guys first. Without waiting for Li Xiaoyuan to reply, Zhou Daqiang waved his hand in succession. He didn't want to delay the big event of sending his wife and daughter to work because of himself. Daqiang, then please wait for me for a few minutes. I'll come soon, okay? Big brother Li. As the words fell, Li Xiaoyuan restarted his motorcycle and drove towards the Jincheng electronic factory. This place was only about 2 kilometers away from the electronic factory, and it only took 10 minutes to make a round trip on the motorcycle. Not long after, the motorcycle slowly stopped at the entrance of the electronic factory. Nyo lay on Li Xiaoyuan's back and gave him a hard kiss on his face. Daddy, bye. Li Xiaoyuan turned back with a smile, learning Nyonya's tone, and said, bye-bye baby. Mu-ah. Sun Jiayi got down from the motorcycle, looking at the friendly father-daughter duo was very happy, carried Nyonya off the motorcycle and said, Nyo, let's go. Your dad still has to pick up which uncle. With that, he said to Li Xiaoyuan, ride slower, be careful on the road. Suddenly, Li Xiaoyuan tugged on Sun Jiayi's hand and said with a smile, call your husband. Sun Jiayi froze, never expecting this man to be this brazen, and looked around nervously. How could Li Xiaoyuan let go of such a good opportunity? Scream ah, just now didn't you scream quite well? That's right, mommy should call daddy husband. Nyo swept a glance back and forth over the two and said in a ghostly manner. Hearing this, Li Xiaoyuan was overjoyed and rubbed Nyo's little head, saying excitedly, Nyo was so good, worthy of being daddy's sweet little cotton coat. Sun Jiayi was really shy, her eyes dodged and her hands tightly hugged Nyo. Old husband, ride slower, road, be careful on the road. Sun Jiayi's cheeks were flushed, red haze filled the sky, stammered and dropped these words, fiercely breaking away from Li Xiaoyuan's hand. She hugged Nyo and ran towards the factory in a panic. Chapter 50, The Future. All Possibilities. Li Xiaojian looked at Sun Jiayi's flustered silhouette and laughed for a while. The child is 3 years old, yet you are still like an 18-year-old girl. Calling your husband is shy like this. Hey, Li Xiaoyuan shook his head and smiled, then turned the car around to pick up Zhou Daqiang. Half an hour later, the two came to the small commodities wholesale market. Wang Yonggui was alone again, bored and gnawing on dry biscuits. Li Xiaoyuan walked into the store, lightly sat on the sofa, and faintly asked, your daughter-in-law hasn't come home yet? That stinking simply pissed me off. Last night I went to ask her to come home. As a result, she drove me straight out of the old man's house. I'm almost depressed to death. If this goes on, I have to divorce her. It's too damn infuriating. Wang Yonggui blew his beard and looked at Li Xiaojuan, crackling with a burst of annoyance. Li Xiaoyuan crossed his legs, like a second grandfather, said with a smile, women just can't be too spoiled. The more you are like this, she feels more reasonable. You just need to leave her out in the cold for a period of time. Let her get anxious, naturally. Li Xiaoyuan seems to be saying it easily, but when it comes down to his own body, will he really do so? It is still not the same as licking his face and pretending to be a grandson in front of Sun Jiayi. This is the man. Wang Yonggui thought about it, felt that the other party said very reasonable, decided to first cold shoulder Chen Xiaoxiao for a period of time. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he happened to catch a glimpse of Zhou Daqiang not far away, so he stopped mentioning family matters and wondered, Boss Li, who is this? Oh, one of my little brothers, Zhou Daqiang, will help me in my wholesale department in the future. Yell, so it's brother Zhou. Disrespectful, please sit down quickly. Wang Yonggui seemed to have changed his face, and immediately greeted him, pouring tea and making cigarettes, looking so enthusiastic. Li Xiaoyuan introduced to Zhou Daqiang. Daqiang, this is Boss Wang, we can all be neighbors from now on. Zhou Daqiang naturally understood what Li Xiaoyuan meant, and hurriedly accepted the tea and cigarettes handed over by the other party, and repeatedly greeted, good day Boss Wang, please take care of me in the future, we are all brothers, no need to be polite. After greeting Zhou Daqiang and sitting down, Wang Yonggui asked Li Xiaoyuan, Boss Li, how is the convergence between you and Mr. Ma's side? It's been confirmed, the first batch of goods will be on the day after tomorrow. Today I'll bring Daqiang to familiarize himself with the market, and by the way, finalize the shelves and the door. Good, but let's make a deal first. Your goods must first put a batch for my store. Don't worry about it, but we have to standardize the wholesale price. Don't let people think there is something fishy between us. This is a must. Even if Wang Yongguo didn't mention this matter, Li Xiaoyuan would still find a way to store the goods to his store. After all, the other party had been in the small commodity wholesale business for so many years, and must have quite a few customer resources on hand. His goods are listed, the lack of wholesalers and dealers. Otherwise, with such a huge quantity, relying on him to sell alone, he didn't know how long it would take to sell them. Not long after, a customer walked in the store. Li Xiaoyuan took the opportunity to stand up and said archly, "Boss Wang, De Chang and I won't bother you with your business. Let's talk later." Good. Anyway, our two families are so close to each other. The future is an opportunity. After saying that, Li Xiaoyuan left with Zhou Dechang. Wang Yongguo began to greet the other guests. Outside the door, Li Xiaoyuan pointed to his store and introduced himself to Zhou Daxiang. "Dechang, this is my store. The shelves and goods haven't arrived yet, and the door header hasn't been installed yet. However, our first batch of goods is expected to arrive the day after tomorrow. So today and tomorrow you can familiarize yourself with the products and run around the neighboring markets in the meantime." "Okay, big brotherly," Zhou Daxiang responded respectfully, but his lanky body, no matter how he looked at it, looked like Li Xiaoyuan's bodyguard. Li Xiaoyuan had a flash of inspiration, as if he had thought of something, and continued, "Oh yes, Dechang, these days if you have time to go to the talent market by the way, meet the right salesperson to bring to see me. If you have the right friends around you can also bring, base salary of 500, 1% of the commission." These things were originally his hands to do, but now the store has no goods, Zhou Daxiang and idle to do, so all of these things to the other side to do, he also good to handle the other. After all, he still has Fat Tiger and Luo Sanjun around the two-time bombs, not to get rid of it as soon as possible. The consequences are unimaginable. Zhou Daxiang thought about it and swallowed. "Brotherly, I have a few comrades who are also moving bricks at the construction site right now. Do you think I'll bring them in?" "Oh, your comrades?" "Yes, 6 years in the army. That's a good feeling. Hurry up and call them." Li Xiaoyuan's heart was delighted. No matter in his previous life, or in this life, he had an inexplicable admiration and respect for soldiers. In his previous life, he had wanted to set up a veterans division, specializing in sales and security. Unfortunately, before he could realize his dream, he was persecuted by Luo Yu and Shin Jinshan in a joint effort. Today, when he met Zhou Daxiang, the dream he once had was once again ignited. "Dechang, I never asked you, what kind of soldiers do you guys belong to?" "Brotherly, we have confidentiality regulations. I can only tell you that we are scouts. Please understand the rest." Understand. Li Xiaoyuan responded repeatedly. Although he had never been a soldier, he still understood the secrecy regulations. However, what surprised him was Zhou Daxiang's soldier type. One must know that the scout was the predecessor of the special forces, and those who came out from there were all first-rate. No wonder Zhou Daxiang's hands are so good, facing so many hooligans and punks without fear. Emotionally people are scouts. "Dechang, then like this, you bring all your comrades. I'll give them a basic salary of $800 per month, with a 1% commission, and your basic salary will be raised to $1,000. Do you think it's okay?" "Big brotherly, didn't we agree on $900 yesterday? Why did you raise it another $100? Zhou Daxiang had never thought that there would be a time when he would receive $1,000 salary, and was even more surprised that his salary went up by another $100 when he was still doing nothing. Li Xiaoyuan smiled sarcastically and said in a serious tone, "Dechang, as long as you follow me and do a good job, in less than 5 years, your annual salary will be more than $1 million, and then you will realize that this amount of money is not enough for you to drink a cup of tea." "Ah, $1 million annual salary?" Zhou Daxiang froze, not to mention the $1 million annual salary, even 100,000 annual salary. He did not dare to imagine. Li Xiaoyuan patted the other party's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't be so fussed, society is developing, times are progressing, in the future, anything is possible." Chapter 51 Du Mincheng. Li Xiaoyuan looked at Zhou Daxiang's naive look and handed the motorcycle key to the other party again. "Dechang, from today onwards, this motorcycle will be kept by you, no matter if it's delivering goods or contacting business. It's more convenient than you squeezing public transportation." "Thank you brotherly, what about you?" Zhou Daxiang thought to himself. Having a motorcycle to make deliveries is definitely better than his own 2 legs. But the question is, what about Li Xiaoyuan? Li Xiaoyuan smiled and said smugly, "What's so hard about it? Just go buy another one?" In his last business, he had earned 15,000 yuan in front of Lu Buwei, and in addition to his cell phone and motorcycle, he still had almost 6,000 yuan left. After removing the cost of making the front door and buying shelves, he still had at least $4,000 in hand, which was more than enough to buy another motorcycle. As soon as he thought of this matter, Li Xiaoyuan's image of Lu Buwei immediately appeared in his mind and muttered secretly, I don't know. How is old man Lu's sales these days? If the sales are good, I'll send him another batch of goods. Won't I have another income? Hey, it's better to forget about it. My goods will be on the market the day after tomorrow. It's only 2 days full now. It's not too late to go back to him then. Li Xiaoyuan had wanted to send another batch of goods to Lu Buwei, but once he thought of Wang Yonggui's expensive wholesale price, he dismissed the idea. Currently, the wholesale price of the 4 items of Jiayuan toys was tentatively set. Windmill 20 starting batch of $1 each, 100 starting batch of 80 cents each, 500 starting batch of 60 cents each, dolls 20 starting batch of $8 each, 50 or more starting batch of $5 each. Model cars start at $10 for 20 and $8 for 50 or more. Cards for gifts, if a separate wholesale 20 cents each, no bargaining, and he gave wholesalers and agents of the price as 30% of the wholesale price. That is to say, wholesalers from him here to take the goods, according to his uniform wholesale price sold, will get 30% of the profit? Take the windmill as an example. The wholesaler can earn an average of 20 cents on each windmill. This was not the key. The most critical thing was Li Xiaoyuan's cost price. The cost price of a windmill is 10 cents. The cost price of a card is 3 cents. The cost price of a doll is $1. And the cost price of a car is $2. In addition to the wholesalers and agents' profit, Li Xiaoyuan's profit is at least 200% to start with. In other words, as long as he sold out this batch of goods, the pure profit would be at least $36,000. Such a high profit. Little cutie. Only then would he help others sell their goods. The more Li Xiaoyuan thought about it, the more excited he became, and he laughed out loud at the thought. Zhou Daxiang on the side looked at the other party with a confused face, thinking, what good thing is this person thinking about? Smiling so brightly? Big brotherly? As if waking up from a dream, Li Xiaoyuan gave Zhou Daxiang the wholesale price he had just planned. Daxiang, what I just told you is the unified wholesale price of our store. At that time, we are responsible for both laying out goods for wholesalers, as well as retail and wholesale. Wholesalers in this market are to perform according to our unified wholesale price. Once we find out that we change the price indiscriminately, we will disqualify the wholesale qualification. At that time, you will be responsible for supervising it. Do you understand? Don't worry, big brotherly. What you said. I'll take a small notebook and write it all down. Zhou Daxiang raised the notepad in his hand and said. Seeing this scene, Li Xiaoyuan was satisfied. Just for this work attitude of the other party, he believed that he did not find the wrong person. Daxiang, that's all for the store. You go and contact your comrades now. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we'll rendezvous at the store. Okay, big brotherly, I'll leave first then. Zhou Daxiang took the motorcycle keys and left the wholesale department. Li Xiaoyuan locked the store door and went to the motorcycle market to buy another motorcycle. Then, he ordered a batch of shelves at the thrift market, followed by a trip to the advertising department, ordered a door header, and also printed a business card for himself. Finally, rode the newly bought motorcycle to the police station. According to the memory of his previous life, he clearly remembered that the police officer in charge of this human trafficking case was called Du Minsheng. Currently, he was the deputy chief of the police station. Later, because of this case, he was promoted to be the first hand of the police station. Today, Li Xiaoyuan's purpose was to find the other party and provide him with information about Luo Sangun and the 3 people, Thin Monkey and Flower Chicken. Utilizing the other party's hand, these 3 people and Fat Tiger, Blackie and others will be eliminated. Solving his worries, after Li Xiaoyuan parked his motorcycle in front of the police station and registered it in the duty room, he was led by a police officer towards Du Minsheng's office. On the 3rd floor of the police station, the deputy director's office, a middle-aged man with a height of 1.75 m and a slightly chubby body type was sitting in front of his desk, carefully reviewing documents. Among them was a bounty order for a missing persons case. He is Du Minsheng, 40 years old, square face, looks extremely serious, especially in that body of dark blue uniform under the reflection. Looks righteous, exudes a faint xiaojie qi. At this time, the office door was knocked. Report. Du Minsheng quickly put away the information on the table and answered. Enter. Creak. The door to the room opened and a police officer walked in with Li Xiaoyuan. Bureau Du. This gentleman claims to have something important to relay to you. I see. You go out first. I'll talk to him. Du Minsheng nodded slightly and signaled the police to leave before inviting Li Xiaoyuan to sit on the wooden sofa, and in the process, he also poured a cup of tea for him. Regarding Li Xiaoyuan's purpose of coming to him, the police officer in the duty room had already told him over the phone. Otherwise, without his permission, how could the other party see him so easily? As the two sat down one after another, Du Minsheng glanced at Li Xiaoyuan lightly and asked in a cold voice, Your name is Li Xiaoyuan? Yes, Bureau Du. Li Xiaoyuan responded calmly. In his heart, he kept muttering, "Are the police all like this? Asking a question is like interrogating a criminal. I'm not a criminal. Why should I be afraid of him?" Du Minxing's tiger eyes narrowed slightly, as if he wanted to see through Li Xiaojuan. You know about the missing persons case? Not only do I know about the missing persons case, but I also know that you will sign a $10,000 bounty today, and you will be transferred on April 20th. Li Xiaoyuan sat on the sofa in a natural manner, casually picking up a cup of tea and taking a sip. That cloudy and breezy look made Du Minxing's eyelids jump wildly and think quickly. To know, this bounty order is currently in his folder. It has not been released to the public yet. How did the other party know about it? This is the secret of secrets. The entire police department knows the content of this reward order. Less than 3 people. Could it be that there are spies in the police station? No, this person's aura is not right. When others see Du Minxing, they don't dare to look at him. But Li Xiaoyuan not only dared to stare at him, he didn't even feel a trace of panic. Chapter 52. Who is the mastermind? The more Du Minxing thought about it, the more alarmed he became, and he couldn't figure out Li Xiaoyuan's true identity. How did he know about my promotion? This is something that can only be decided by my superiors. Could it be that he came from above? No, it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. In just tens of seconds, Du Minxing thought of many possibilities, even guessing whether Li Xiaoyuan would come from a higher unit. In his opinion, only this explanation could explain all of this. Otherwise, it would be too terrifying. However, it was as if Li Xiaoyuan had read his heart. Bureau do don't get carried away. It's my first time to come to the police station. Today I came to you for one purpose only. I just want to purely provide you with some clues to solve the case. And by the way, congratulate you in advance on your transfer to a higher rank. Oh, then you tell me, where can I be promoted to? Du Minxing's heart is in the wrong place? His eyes squinted at Li Xiaoyuan. He would like to see what kind of dog this person can put out. Li Xiaoyuan put down the teacup in his hand, shook his head and smiled, saying, the post of the director of the Jincheng police station is afraid to be vacant for more than a year. Right, at present the big and small affairs are presided over by you, but why are the superiors hesitant to appoint? Why? About all this, Du Minxing knew it all by heart, but he wanted to hear the other party's insights. Li Xiaoyuan had a look on his face and asked with a smile, Bureau do doesn't know the reason for this? I want to hear your insight. Alright then, Li Xiaoyuan replied bluntly. At present, although you are the second in command of the police department, but you have not made achievements. The higher-ups are still in the investigation stage, so you are currently very concerned about the missing persons case. As long as it will be solved, the matter of transferring to the right, I analyze it correctly, right? After saying that, Li Xiaoyuan then stared straight at the other party. He also wanted to know how Du Minxing would react. Du Minxing smiled, and had to admit that Li Xiaoyuan's analysis was right. Young man, it seems that you know our internal affairs very well. You are right. It is true that I didn't make any earth-shattering achievements. This missing person case is indeed related to my future. But how can you be so sure that I will be transferred on April 20th? This was one of his biggest concerns. Did the other party have the ability to see things before they happen? Li Xiaoyuan smiled. Seeing that the other party was still honest, he continued, this missing person case is actually a human trafficking case. If I'm not wrong, in the last month there were a total of 28 young women who went missing one after another in Golden City. Their ages were roughly between 18 and 32 years old, right? How do you know in such detail? Du Minxing was shocked in his heart and stood up violently, blurting out. These data was something they had spent a lot of effort to investigate, but they didn't expect the other party to know it in such detail that it could be said that it was not too much to say that they had it at their fingertips. Bureau do. Don't get excited. Sit down and let's talk slowly. Li Xiaoyuan went forward, smilingly let Du Minxing resit on the office chair. Continued, Du Bureau. Truth be told, I not only know these, but also know the mastermind of this case. Oh, who is the mastermind? I will order someone to arrest them now. Don't. According to the intelligence I got, there are 5 masterminds of this case. I don't know their real names, but I know their nicknames, Li Xiaoyuan said indifferently. He clearly knew the bottom line of Luo Sangan and Fat Tiger and the others, but he just didn't tell the other party. If he said too much right, it would instead cause Du Minxing suspicion. Only by making things mysterious and letting the other party personally investigate. Would the results come out convincing? Du Minxing frowned and asked after him, what are the nicknames? Fat Tiger, Blackie, Cannonball, Skinny Monkey, Flower Chicken. But I suggest you don't move them yet. I'll have someone investigate these people now. They must be arrested as soon as possible. Don't arrest them first. According to the content of the intelligence I got, on the 13th of this month, they will meet with the sellers from the provinces in Golden City. At that time, you can eliminate them altogether and stop them forever. Li Xiaoyuan snorted in his heart. It seems that this person is an acute person. After staying in this position for a long time, he always wants to move up a bit. However, this was not something he cared about. He cared about only one thing, and that was to capture Fat Tiger and Blackie and relieve himself of his worries. According to him, even if Fat Tiger and Blackie are not at the trading site, Du Minsheng will not let go of these two people for the sake of his own future. Du Minsheng never expected that Li Xiaoyuan actually possessed such crucial intelligence. If this information is true, and the outlaws are eliminated in one fell swoop, won't his transfer be a nail in the coffin? After a short period of excitement, Du Minsheng became much more rational and asked with a dark face, "Do you think I will believe what you say? Believe it or not is up to you, but there is only one chance." After saying that, Li Xiaoyuan got up and prepared to leave. He knew that even if he didn't come, Du Minsheng would have solved the case and he would have been promoted in his career. But the problematic Fat Tiger and Blackie, he had no way to decimate them. Without getting rid of these two, Sun Jiayi and Nyo Nyo are in potential danger. Du Minsheng saw him get up and followed suit, coldly asking after him, "Who the hell are you? What is the purpose of telling me so much? Who am I? Isn't that a matter of words for you? As for the purpose, I am interested in the bounty you signed. Remember to pay me when the time comes." Indeed, if Du Minsheng wanted to know Li Xiaoyuan's identity, all he had to do was to check in the police department's system and it would be clear at a glance. Li Xiaoyuan didn't even care about Du Minsheng's mood at this moment, grinned and said, "Bureau Du, please put your heart in your stomach and wait for your promotion at ease. I won't bother your office anymore. Goodbye." Du Minsheng watched Li Xiaoyuan leave, stiffly not uttering a single word. He thought about detaining the other party, and he also wanted to continue to ask what was going on, but Li Xiaoyuan didn't give him this opportunity, and he didn't have a single justifiable reason. It wasn't until the office door gently closed that he reacted. Quickly dialing the duty room phone, he coldly said, "Give me the fastest speed possible. Organize all of Li Xiaoyuan's information and send it to my office immediately." "Yes, Bureau Du." The phone hung up. Du Minsheng lit a cigarette and leaned his back on the office chair, his eyes staring straight up at the ceiling, his mind full of what Li Xiaoyuan had said. "Fat Tiger, Blackie, I can't imagine that you two landlubbers are actually involved in such a big case. This time I'm afraid that no one can protect you. No, I have to investigate this case as soon as possible. I can't just listen to Li Xiaoyuan's side of the story." Du Minsheng thought, no matter Li Xiaoyuan said is true or false, as long as their own check and a glance. Then, called the police in charge of the missing persons case, and instructed him to focus on the Fat Tiger and Luo Sanjun 5 people. A movement immediately reported. Chapter 53. Everything is ready. At noontime, Li Xiaoyuan rode his motorcycle and wandered to the small commodities wholesale market. He was basically able to guess about Du Minsheng's next arrangement. As long as Du Minsheng followed the clues he provided and found out about Luo Sanjuan's trio, everything would be solved. Not only would the other party unconditionally believe what he said, they would also weed out Fat Tiger and Blackie. He would even send someone to secretly protect the three members of their family, because Du Minsheng would wait until April 13th, and with the help of the information Li Xiaoyuan had, he would wipe out all the traffickers, and seek a promotion for himself. In front of the Yonggui wholesale department, Li Xiaoyuan had just parked his motorcycle when Wang Yonggui ran out with his ass in the air. "Boss Li, you're finally back. Your shelves have been here for almost half an hour. The delivery workers are waiting impatiently? What's impatient about it? Didn't I come here?" As soon as Li Xiaoyuan's words fell, two young and strong movers and unloaders walked over from the shade. "Boss Li, you've finally come back. We've waited for you so long that the flowers are almost thankful. I'm really sorry you two. I was delayed a little bit on the way back. Come, smoke." Li Xiaoyuan looked at the two men pulling a smelly face. He hurriedly pulled out cigarettes and let one person have one. After the two people received the cigarettes, he hastened to help them light them up again, and the two workers were then much less angry. Okay, Boss Li is a busy man. We have to understand. That's right, let's hurry to unload it." Unloaded rushed to send another family. Said, "Two people will climb on the van. Bam 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 a few times to open the door. One look at them is the action. We know that this is two veterans. Unloading speed is extremely. Not long ago, a whole carload of goods all unloaded. Just see a place full of items. There are shelves, sofas, coffee tables, and a desk and chair." Wang Yonggui quietly and silently came over, looking at the items on the ground, said with a smile, "Hey young, Li bosses to do quite full live. Should spend a lot of money, right? This can spend a few money. Our second hand. First make do with it. Used? No way. This is almost as good as a brand new one." Wang Yonggui was envious. The furniture on the ground was indeed second hand, but at least 90% new. Li Xiaoyuan also counted on picking up a great bargain. This large cart of items, less than $1,000. That's why he had gotten all the furniture at once. otherwise he wouldn't have the extra money to purchase these things. While the two were talking, the workers had already moved all the shelves and furniture into the store. A worker came over and said, "Boss Lee, your items have been delivered safely. We are only responsible for the delivery, not the installation. What comes after? You deal with it yourself. If there is no problem, sign on the delivery slip." "Good. Thanks for your hard work, both of you." Li Xiaoyuan thought to himself, these shelves, just assemble them together with screws. Not to mention that he only had 4 types of merchandise, and there was no need to install all the shelves all together. As for those furniture, it was even simpler. They were all finished products, just place them in a position. Li Xiaoyuan quickly signed and sent the 2 away. Not long after, the person who installed the door header also came. His door head is not as domineering as Wang Yonggui's, just remove the original name of the store, the bottom of a layer of blue paint, and then the customized Good Edge Toys 4 words installed and fixed on the line. Before and after less than an hour was installed. However, the blue background with white store name is quite eye-catching, can be seen from a distance. At this time, as if Wang Yonggui had prepared for this, he hurriedly took out 2 large red cloths from his wholesale department and said attentively, "Boss Lee, we businessmen can be more polite. Your new door head just done, not yet open for business. Have to use the red cloth to cover it. Wait for your opening day and then remove it. Also counted as uncovering a colorful head. Understand?" Li Xiaoyuan looked odd and surveyed the other party. This is something he really didn't expect and said with a smile, "Boss Wang, thanks. Hey, who's with who between us? No need to thank, no need to thank." Saying this, Wang Yonggui directly handed over the red cloth to the 2 installers. "2 brothers, I still need to trouble you guys a bit. Please hang a colorful head." "Okay." Without saying anything, the 2 workers directly picked up the red cloth and covered the eye-catching 4 words. At this point, the Jiayuan Toys wholesale department operated by Li Xiaoyuan was considered to be ready for everything. As long as the goods arrived, it would be able to open for business immediately. Wang Yonggui put one hand on Li Xiaoyuan's shoulder, tilted his head and looked at the brand new door, asked with a smile, "Boss Li, have you chosen a good opening day yet?" "Not yet. Let's wait for Mr. Ma to deliver the goods." Li Xiaoyuan clasped his hands in front of his chest and similarly looked at the brand new doorhead, looking extremely excited. In this life, he had started his business 2 years earlier than in his previous life. He believed that with his memories and business experience from his previous life, he would be able to reign supreme and stand at the top of the business world in this life. Wang Yonggui did not know what was in Li Xiaoyuan's mind. Pulling out an old yellow calendar out of thin air, he said with a smile, "According to the old calendar, April 8th is the 12th day of the 3rd month of the lunar calendar. All things are appropriate. How about setting it on this day?" Li Xiaoyuan looked at the other party with an odd expression. He did not expect this person to have this side. Not only did he prepare the red cloth for him, even the day of the opening was well looked after. Counting the days, today was April 5th, Qingming Festival. Tomorrow night he also has to accompany Sun Jia's mother and daughter to participate in the family gathering of the electronic factory. And April 7th is the day of delivery of goods. Choosing April 8th couldn't be better. Not to mention that Wang Yonggui was so positive, he couldn't discourage people. Could he? Clasping his hands in a fist, he arched his hand and said, "Then thank you Boss Wang for worrying about it. Hey, who are we with? This little thing, just leave it to me." After determining a good day, Wang Yonggui took it all in stride. Li Xiaoyuan was not interested in this, thinking, on the opening day, just set off a string of firecrackers for fun. But now, since Wang Yonggui is so interested, let him take care of it. At this time, 2 people behind the sound of a rumbling, coincidentally looked back, only to see Zhou Daxian riding a motorcycle with a small mountain lake sailing over. The car also dragged 2 black-faced big men. At first glance, the 3 belonged to the same skin color, dark and shiny. After the motorcycle stopped, the 3 people got off one after another. "Big brotherly, I've brought the people." Zhou Daxian walked over with an excited expression and introduced himself to the 2 behind him. "This is my great benefactor Li Xiaoyuan, also the boss of this wholesale department." "Good day, Boss Li." The 2 men greeted in unison. Li Xiaoyuan smiled as he pulled out cigarettes and let one person have one. "Hello guys, since you are De Chang's comrades, you will be my Li Xiaoyuan's brothers in the future. Everyone hurry inside please." Chapter 54 Recruiting Troops and Horses. Zhou Daqiang introduced Li Xiaoyuan again. "Brother Li, this is Lu Yi, 1 year older than me. This is Lu Feng, 1 year younger than me. We are all 6-year comrades in arms, brothers who have lived through life." Li Xiaoyuan shot a glance at the 2 without any trace. Lu Yi was 1.78 meters in height, with a sturdy figure, a four-sided face, and thick calluses on the back of his hands. At a glance, he was a practitioner, and these calluses were all caused by practicing boxing regularly. Lu Feng is 1 meter tall, standard stature, good-looking, if not for the dark skin, is definitely a first-class beautiful man, but this bronze-colored skin makes him more masculine. Both are wearing worn camouflage clothing. There is still dust on it. Should have just come out from the construction site. Did not have time to change. Was pulled by Zhou Daxiang. Wang Yonggue saw that the four had something important to talk about, so he quietly walked away. Li Xiaoyuan invited Zhou Daxiang's trio to walk into the wholesale department, looked at the messy shelves and smiled sarcastically. It's a bit messy, don't mind, De Chang. About the conditions I proposed, did you tell Lu Yi and Lu Feng about it? Big brotherly, I've told them all. All three of us are willing to follow you. Zhou Daxiang patted his chest and said with conviction, if he hadn't made it clear, Lu Feng and Lu Yi wouldn't have come here. Since they had come, they must have already agreed to the conditions offered by Li Xiaoyuan. Lu Feng followed closely behind and said solemnly, Boss Li, although the three of us are not blood brothers, we are better than blood brothers. Since De Chang strongly requested us to follow you, it doesn't matter if it's money or not, as long as we work comfortably. Don't worry, I won't condemn you guys. We don't do anything illegal. We don't do anything against our conscience. I, Li Xiaoyuan, have meat to eat. I will never let my brothers only drink soup. Li Xiaoyuan patted Lu Feng's shoulder and said, this is where we work in the future. The day after tomorrow the first batch of goods to the store. The day after tomorrow on time to open the door to welcome customers. You only need to be responsible for contacting the business and distribution of goods on the line. The other temporarily regardless of this. This is not a problem, right? No problem. The specific things, De Chang has already told us. Lu Yi responded. The two of them were able to follow Zhou Daxiang over, so they were already prepared to go to work. Regarding Jiayuan Toys and Li Xiaoyuan, Zhou Daxiang had already told the two of them everything in detail. Li Xiaoyuan nodded and continued. That's good. In less than half a year, you guys will definitely be glad for the choice you made today, and I believe that you guys will continue to carry forward the military tradition of not being afraid of hard work, not being afraid of being tired, and conquer all the difficulties by virtue of that courageous urge to go forward. I also believe that in the future we are all existences standing at the top of the business pyramid. I don't dare to guarantee the others, but in 5 years, I can guarantee that you will earn millions of dollars a year. Li Xiaoyuan spoke at a high level, giving the trio a strategic blueprint for the future. The three listened to the blood surging, energized, full of hope for the future, said in unison, we are the only ones who look up to Big Brother Li and follow his orders. Big Brother Li, don't worry. Although the three of us don't have any great merits, as long as we recognize something we will take it down without any hesitation, and we won't stop until we reach our goal. Yes, in the future, if Brotherly tells us to go east, we will never go west. In this life, I will only follow Big Brotherly alone. Zhou Daxiang, Lu Feng, and Louis said one after another. Seeing this scene, Li Xiaoyuan was overjoyed. Wasn't what he was waiting for the promise of the three? Good, since you guys trust me so much, I, Li Xiaoyuan, hereby swear that I will never fail you guys in this life. Ha ha ha. At this point, Li Xiaoyuan was considered to have his own business partner. For a wholesale department, it could be considered a strong force. As they spoke, the three of them looked at the messy shelves and furniture on the floor and looked at each other as if they had reached some sort of agreement. By the time Li Xiaoyuan reacted, the three had already moved their hands and quickly assembled the shelves on the floor. The sofas and desks quickly returned to their places. Ha! Li Xiaoyuan froze, then shook his head and smiled. Then he didn't say anything else and followed the trio's footsteps, starting to organize the shelves and tidy up the house. Half an hour later, they finished installing all the shelves and placing the furniture in their designated positions, and the originally messy room instantly became well organized, clean and tidy. Li Xiaoyuan smiled with satisfaction. Well, not bad, it finally has that much of a look. At the same time, he appreciated Zhou Daxiang, Lu Yi, and Lu Feng. Li Xiaoyuan thought about it and pulled out the only remaining $600 from his body and distributed $200 each. From today onwards we are a whole. Everyone is a part of Jiayuan Toys. I, Li Xiaoyuan, am fortunate to have brothers like you. This $200 I hope you guys don't mind. Consider it as my opening profit for everyone. Big Brother Li can't afford it. We are all grown-ups of dozens of years old. What more red packets do we need? That's right, the salary that Brother Li offered us is already very high. It's too much for us to take a red packet. You guys take it first and listen to me. Li Xiaoyuan forcibly shoved the money to the three and said in a serious tone, this $200 is just a mere starting bonus, and is also a little bit of my heart. You will go to buy yourselves a line, at least a pair of leather shoes, pants, shirts and so on. The so-called people rely on clothes, Buddha rely on gold. You cannot be dressed like this to run the business, right? To tell the truth, if the three of them dress like this to run business, others still think we're the beggar. Zhou Daxiang handed back the money in his hand. Lu Yi and Lu Feng followed suit and also handed the money to Li Xiuyuan. Big brotherly, there is truly no need. Although the three of us don't have much big money, we still have money to buy clothes. Big brotherly, we appreciate your good intentions, but this red envelope is truly not necessary. Big brotherly, you have said that we are brothers. Brothers are not polite to each other. Li Xiuyuan, which has them so forceful. 1 to 2. $600 back into his hands. But this is not the result he wanted. How can he take back what he gave away? So, pretending to have a stern face, he said, Da Qian, are you disobedient? Take it all back. This is the welfare of the wholesale department. In the future, our team will grow bigger and bigger. More and more personnel. Everyone's clothing should be unified. This is the basic condition. Understand? Ming, understand. Only then did the three stop pushing and obediently put the money away. Li Xiuyuan continued. In the future, when no one is around, we'll refer to each other as brothers. You guys can call me brotherly, but when someone is around you must address me as Boss Li or Mr. Li. Got it? Got it. Brotherly. When the three of them heard this, their emotions obviously changed and their voices became much smaller. Chapter 55, Sun Jiai intercepted. Seeing that the three people's emotions were not too high, Li Xiuyuan turned his words around and said in a serious tone, not only me, you guys also need to be referred to as managers in the future. Although we are now just a small wholesale department, it won't take more than half a year to turn into a company. At that time you all are my right arm, life and death brothers. Each person should be unique, each responsible for a department. So in the future work process, but also continue to learn, enrich their own head, strengthen personal management ability. Understand? Thank you for Brother Li's teachings. We will definitely comply. The three of them were in a better mood. They had been in the military for 6 years. How could they not understand Li Xiuyuan's heart? As the saying goes, there are no rules. As long as the wholesale department continues to develop, it is only a matter of time before a company is established. As long as they stayed by Li Xiuyuan's side, they would inevitably become each other's right-hand man, managing a department or a real thing. Li Xiuyuan glanced around at the three of them, thinking, not to give you a little temper, you are still against the sky. Okay, today is here. In these 2 days you guys familiarize yourselves with the business. Think about how we can open the market around Golden City, regardless of the countryside, or the city. As long as there are children, they are all our potential customers. Understand? Understood. Good. Rest tomorrow, and work on time the day after tomorrow. After saying that, Li Xiuyuan directly walked towards the door. The remaining three people looked at me and I looked at you. Louis asked in confusion. De Chang, what do we do next? Are we really resting tomorrow? Rest my ass. Come with us to buy clothes later. Tomorrow we'll go to the neighborhood to see the market reaction. Zhou Daqiang raised the $100 bill in his hand. This was $200. They had toiled for 10 days at the construction site moving bricks to earn this much. Now, they didn't do anything, and they easily got 10 days' wages. In any case, they can't let the other party down, right? Zhou Daqiang proudly asked. How about it? Brother Li is a righteous enough person, right? Not bad. He's a bold man. He does things in an old-fashioned way, and he has ideas, so it's comfortable to follow him. Yes, this kind of person is the object for our three brothers to follow. Don't look at the three of them as big and thick, but they are shrewd. Li Xiuyuan didn't know about the three people's comments on him, and after going out, he quickly edited a message and sent it to Sun Jiai. Wife, I'm getting off work early today. I'll pick you and Nyo up from the factory? Soon Sun Jiai returned a text message. Okay, we'll meet you at the factory entrance then. Li Xiujian looked at the cell phone screen, smiled happily, put away his cell phone, and left the wholesale market on his motorcycle. Now, the career is gradually taking off. The soldiers are strong, and everything is ready. In the family, Sun Jiai, although a little shy, has begun to accept Li Xiujuan. Nyo is even a mouthful of a father, called to be as affectionate as possible. All things were developing in a good direction. What Li Xiuyuan was looking forward to was close at hand. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the sky was getting dark. Li Xiuyuan rode his motorcycle just to the entrance of the electronics factory and saw a large group of people surrounding the entrance. Out of curiosity, he parked his motorcycle and went up. He only saw a rude man wearing the working clothes of the electronics factory, blocking Sun Jiai and Nyo from leaving. He was instantly furious, his fists clenched, itching to immediately rush up and have a fierce fight. However, on second thought, Li Xiuyuan stopped his footsteps and unclenched his fists. He wanted to know what Sun Jiai would choose and how she would react in the face of such a thing. He only heard the man say with deep emotion, Jiai, I have a sincere heart for you. The sun and the moon can tell. Let's be together. Shut up. I don't like you. I am a person with a husband. Please don't pester me anymore. Sun Jiai's face was blushing. When she encountered such a scoundrel, she really had no way out. She couldn't wait to hurry and escape from this place. Nyo tightly wrapped her arms around Sun Jia's pants leg, her little face pale with fear, hiding behind Sun Jia, revealing her little head from time to time, glaring angrily at the man. You ugly monster, my mom doesn't like you. When my dad comes, he will destroy you on behalf of the moon. Che, just your drunken old man. You also want to destroy me? Little girl, when I take your mom down, you'll have to call me daddy. Understand? The man condescendingly came to Nyonya's body, wanting to crouch down and body to pick her up. Sun Jia was quick on her feet and picked up Nyo, glaring at the other party with a wary face. Nyo Dana, I'm warning you, don't come over. Nyo is still young. If you dare to harm a hair on her head, my husband and I will make life worse than death. Jia, how can you say that about me? How could I hurt Nyo? She will be my Nyo Dana's daughter in the future. I can't wait to love her. Why would I hurt her? The man called Nyo Dana is an electronic factory loading and unloading workshop of a small shift manager. Adore Sun Jia has been a long time, but delayed to get each other's favor. Today dared to intercept the mother and daughter too in front of the factory. Obviously want to force confession. Seeing that he did not hug Nyo, Nyo Dana was not embarrassed, shook his head, stood up and looked at Sun Jia with a smile. The gangly look scared Sun Jia back and forth. Nyo Dana, what do you want to do? What can I do? What do you think I can do to you? The crowd of onlookers pointed accusing fingers at him. Although Nyo Dana isn't a good person, he's better than Sun Jia's drunkard husband, since he doesn't mind her bringing a drag queen. Let's agree. What do you know? Although Sun Jia is a child's mother, but that posture has no say. Tell me, who can compare to her in our factory? That's right, if she wasn't a child's mother, I'd want to go after her. Even if she was her child's mother, I'd still want to go after her. Although Sun Jia had given birth to Nyo, she was only 25 years old, and no matter whether it was her looks or her figure, no one in the electronics factory could even compare to her. That was the number one beauty in everyone's mind, recognized as the number one step-forward wife. Not to mention Nyo Dana and these young people, even those old bastards in their 50s were thinking about her beauty. Li Xiaoyuan stood outside the crowd, listening to the crowd's murmurs. His face was green and gloomy like a thunderstorm day. Meanwhile, Nyo Dana had already stretched out his hands and was ready to use force. The target appeared to be Nyo, but it was actually Sun Jia. Jia, you have to believe me, I really love you. As long as we are together, I will definitely treat you mother and daughter well. Scram, you don't come over. Sun Jia hugged Nyo, backed up in fear and hissed angrily. The crowd of onlookers pointed, but none of them came forward to help. Sun Jia's heart was like ashes, and she could not retreat. Nyo Dana seized the moment and wrapped her in his arms, a lewd smile spreading across that disgusting mouth face. Fragrant, really fragrant. Jia, you are my, tonight. Chapter 56, Poop, destroy him on behalf of the moon. Let me go, Nyo Dana, I order you to let me go. Sun Jia fought back, while asking for help from the crowd. Colleagues, someone is playing a hooligan, who will save my mother and daughter. However, not only did the people present have no intention of rescuing her, some of them even shouted and cheered for Nyo Dana. Nyo Dana, come on, tonight you can hold a beautiful woman. Ha, Nyo Dana disgusting death, really obscene. Suddenly, a cold and bone-chilling voice came from outside the arena. I'll give you 3 seconds to take your dog paws off the old man, or don't blame me for being impolite. The voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it. Everyone turned around and looked for the sound, only to see Li Xiaoyuan in a suit, holding a wooden stick, while his other hand was undoing the buttons on his suit one by one. As he walked, he twisted his neck and made a rattling sound. The face was ruthless and angry. The crowd of onlookers were dumbfounded and couldn't help but make way for a channel. Nyo Dana impatiently turned back, bared his mouth, and cursed angrily. Who the hell are you? You want to be rude to me? What does it have to do with you if I pursue my own woman? As soon as his words fell, he was viciously slapped in the face by Nyo. Poop, this bad guy bullied me and mommy. You destroy him on behalf of the moon. Brush, brush, brush. Everyone froze at these words, and then a cacophony of voices rang out from outside the arena as the crowd murmured. I'll go. Is he the drunkard husband that Sun Jia has been rumored to have? No way. How can his alcoholic husband be so handsome? Doesn't look like it to me either. Alcoholic gambler loser. How could he dare to call the shots with Nyo Dana? Ha ha ha, no matter who he is, there's a good show this time. That's right, let's just watch the show at ease. When Sun Jia saw Li Xiaoyuan walking with a murderous aura, she was suddenly energized, and while Nyo Dana wasn't paying attention, she hurriedly broke away from the other party's restraints and rushed over with Nyo in her arms. However, before she could take 2 steps out, she was tugged by Nyo Dana. Jia, even if he is your husband, Don't be fooled by his appearance. Even if he dresses like a man, he is still a drunkard and gambler loser. You won't be happy if you follow such a person. Only I can give you happiness in this world. I'm already the shift manager of the loading and unloading workshop. I have a salary of 900 yuan a month. Enough for you and Nyo to spend. Get out of the way. Sun Jiayi hugged Nyo and coldly roared. It's none of your business if I'm happy or not. Even if my husband is a drunkard and gambler, what's wrong with that? That's still my Sun Jiayi's man. My daughter's father. Is your $900 a month a big deal? One of my husband's toes is better than your whole person. Nyo never expected that Sun Jiayi would belittle herself in front of so many people. However, Li Shouyuan laughed, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as his ruthless color intensified. Suddenly, the surrounding voices came to an abrupt end. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. Some even covered their eyes, unable to bear to look at them. Some people, however, had their mouths wide open, gazing at Li Shouyuan with a look of horror, only to see Li Shouyuan swinging the wooden stick in his hand and smashing it into Oxdana's back without hesitation. Nyo didn't even notice this scene and didn't take Li Shouyuan seriously in his heart. At this moment, he was still entangled with Sun Jiayi, until the whistling sound of breaking wind rang in his ears. A wave of alarm rose in his heart, and he even felt a bit of numbness in his scalp, and the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. Why do I suddenly have this feeling? And also, why are they looking at me with this expression? Could it be that they envy me? Nyo thought that the crowd was envious and looked more and more pleased with himself. Deadly tugging on Sun Jiayi, he did not allow her to leave. Just then, the wooden stick wielded by Li Shouyuan landed on his spine with precision. Bang! With a muffled sound, Nyo stumbled and fell to the ground. A long sigh rang out from all around. Sun Jiayi hurriedly covered Nyo's eyes and stared at Li Xiaoyuan with a horrified face. She never expected that the other party would really dare to lay his hands on him, but Li Shouyuan obviously didn't want to let Nyo off the hook. His expression was cold, his sword eyebrow was raised angrily, and he lifted the wooden stick to give him a violent beating. Bang! 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 A dull sound rang out. Can be described as a stick to meat. Hit the cattle. Dana simply do not have the power to fight back. Hands holding the head pain wail. Agoo, my old waist. Agoo, my ass. But Li Shouyuan didn't care about this. He swung the wooden stick and smashed it on the other party's abdomen. Bang! Damn! An old bachelor also dares to hit my woman's idea. I see you are tired of living. Bang! Another stick smashed on Nyo ass. Still want my daughter to call you dad. Who gave you the courage? Li Shouyuan cursed with every smash of the rod. The crowd of onlookers couldn't help but craning their necks a bit as the wooden stick fell. I can't imagine that this drunkard is actually so ruthless. I feel pain even looking at it. More behavior is not good. It's not good to tease what kind of people. It's not good to tease what kind of people. What kind of person is not good to tease? Have to have trouble with a married woman. This will be beaten up. Deserved it. That's right. Nyo has kicked a steel plate. Unbeknownst to him, the reason why Li Shouyuan did this was not just to beat up Nyo but more of a knockout. He wanted to take this opportunity to tell everyone that whoever dares to hit Sun Jiayi's idea should be prepared for a beating. After a short period of being stunned, Sun Jiayi finally reacted and hurriedly stepped forward, persuading, husband, don't fight. If we fight again, there will be a death. For such a person, it's not worth it for us. I just want to beat this bastard to death. If he dares to bully you, he has to be prepared to bear my wrath. I'll see if he dares to bully you again in the future. Still wanting Nyo to call him dad. Don't take a piss and see what kind of a ball of virtue he is. Shucks. Li Shouyuan didn't listen to Sun Jiayi's discouragement at all, and without the slightest bit of retention, he violently beat up Nyo as hard as he could, until he was tired of fighting, only willing to stop. At the end of the day, he didn't forget to fiercely kick Nyo. Kid, if I see you bullying my wife again, I'll see you once and beat you once. This time, I will spare your life for now. If you dare to have a next time, I will definitely take your little life. Bang! Li Shouyuan hit another stick at the root of Nyo thigh. This stick wasn't light. It just happened to hit the third leg. You bastard. You actually. Nyo immediately covered his crotch, arched his spine, and curled up on the ground. Pain. Heart-rending pain. He wailed in pain and cold sweat broke out. When the crowd saw this scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling that their crotches were chilled underneath. Some people couldn't help but clip their legs as if the one who was injured was themselves. Chapter 57, Feelings Sublimated. Sun Jiayi watched Li Shouyuan waste away Nyo and was too shy to look at that acidic scene, so she hurriedly turned her head away. Her pretty face was scarlet, and she murmured softly as if she was a little fangirl. How can he waste people there? Wouldn't that be a bit too much? But his movements are really handsome. Li Xiaoyuan didn't know what was in Sun Jiayi's mind, and was only a little more comfortable after doing this. Casually throwing the wooden stick on the ground, he turned around to Niu Niu's side and reached out, smilingly carrying it into his arms, just like a different person. Little baby, this bad guy has been destroyed by daddy on behalf of the moon. Are you still satisfied? At this moment, Niu Niu's young heart finally found reliance and was filled with a sense of security. A pair of small arms tightly wrapped around Li Xiaoyuan's neck, couldn't help but cry out, tears flowing. This can be Li Xiaoyuan scared, while helping to wipe its tears, while comforting. Little baby, the bad guys have been eliminated by dad. Just now you are not quite brave? Now why are you still crying? Nionya lay on her back in Li Xiaoyuan's arms and choked on her tears. She didn't really know how she should express her feelings at this moment, but for the first time in her tender mind, she felt the sense of security that her father brought. For the first time, she felt that her father was so great that she had a strong sense of dependence on him. Li Xiaoyuan didn't realize the changes within Nyonya's heart and comforted one after another. Niu isn't afraid. Isn't there a dad? Whoever dares to bully you and mom, I'll beat his mother up. Make him turn into a pig's head, turn him into a turtle, and then kill him and eat his meat. Put. Nui was amused by this statement, and a snot bubble erupted violently from her nostrils, breaking into a fit of giggles. Poopy, I'm going to make the bad guy piggyback and make him a piggyback. Yes, as long as he dares to bully my little baby, I'll turn him into a piggyback. Sun Jiayi heard the conversation between the father and daughter, which brought her back to her senses. Suddenly, she felt that Li Xiaoyuan was a bit strange, but she couldn't tell why. However, what happened just now was indeed very relieving, especially that ruthlessness made her feel immensely relieved. At this moment, gently looking at the two fathers and daughters, her face overflowing with happiness, her heart was as sweet as smeared with honey, and she felt a sense of security. This is my son Jiayi's husband, gentle to his family and ruthless to the bad guys. Wife, what are you thinking about? Why don't you hurry home? Li Xiaoyuan held Niu and came in front of Sun Jiayi, asking with a smile. Oh, as if waking up from a dream, Sun Jiayi took Niu from the other party's arms and quickly walked towards the motorcycle. The family of three passed through the crowd of onlookers as if they were oblivious, mounted the motorcycle, and left, leaving the dumbfounded crowd and the painfully wailing Niu in the wind, until the motorcycle disappeared at the end of the road. Niu struggled to get up, in the eyes of the crowd pitifully, dragging the lousy body, limping towards a short distance. He hated Sun Jiayi, and he hated Li Xiaoyuan even more. A devilish cry kept coming from his heart. Sun Jiayi, you, today's shame. I know Dana remembered. To be in the future I must report today's revenge. I will let your family of three die without a burial place. On the other side, Li Xiaoyuan's family of three had arrived at the rental house. Sun Jiayi hugged Niu and seemed to be complaining. Why did you hit so hard? In case you kill someone and you are arrested and sent to jail. What about me and Niu? He. Wife, I have a measure under my hand. Can't kill people? Not to mention that I still have injuries on my body. I can't use a lot of force. Li Xiaoyuan smoothly embraced the mother and daughter, grinning like a chrysanthemum. Without mentioning the injuries, Sun Jiayi was alright. As soon as she mentioned the injuries, her face immediately changed. You still know you're injured? I saw you fight quite vigorously. Hey, what are you laughing at? Don't hurry and take off your clothes. I'll give you a massage and rub the wine. Saying that, Sun Jiayi put down the Niu in her arms, quickly walked into the kitchen, then walked out with a small half bowl of white wine. Lighting the white wine, she smoothly helped Li Xiaoyuan take off his clothes, rubbing the wine while massaging, either pushing, pinching, or kneading. The movements were quite skillful. Li Xiaoyuan grinned and giggled one after another. At this moment, he felt incomparably happy. Sun Jiayi glared fiercely at the other party, looking at the greenish-purple bruise on her shoulder. A heartache came over her. Look at your silly face. You just know how to smile. Look at how swollen this is. He. I'm such a happy man. Don't let me laugh. Still let me cry? Li Xiaoyuan said, and smoothly touched Niu's little head and asked with a smile. Little baby, do you think daddy is right? Nah, whatever Papa says is right. Niu nodded heavily and giggled along with Li Xiaoyuan. She didn't know what it meant to be a happy man. And anyway, what daddy said was the truth. With an innocent smile on her tender face, she obediently snuggled into Li Xiaoyuan's arms, happy beyond belief. But Sun Jiayi's heart was flooded with melancholy, and a faint sourness, dissatisfied. Good you little ninny, with dad, forget about old mom, right? Niu did not reply, made a mischievous face and hugged Li Xiaoyuan a few points tighter. Sun Jiayi appeared to have a stern face and was still sour and jealous, but the words exuded happiness. However, the father and daughter squeezed their eyebrows, and Niu seemed to be squirming like a caterpillar, while also driving Li Xiaoyuan's movements. This Sun Jiayi's nudging brought great distress. Snapping, don't move, Sure enough, the father and daughter stopped moving, staring wide-eyed and small-eyed, quietly letting Sun Jiayi finish wiping the wound. After dinner, the family of 3 went to bed early. Unfortunately, Sun Jiayi's body is inconvenient. Li Xiaoyuan was not able to get what he wanted, so he had to tenderly embrace each other's body until dawn. This night, the family of 3 slept incomparably sweetly. This night, the feelings of the family of 3 sublimated once again. The next morning, Li Xiaoyuan changed his style, and instead of wearing a shirt and suit, he wore a long-sleeved jacket. Sun Jiayi was doubly surprised and couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you wear a suit today? The shirt I washed for you last night, it should be dried, right?" In recent times, no matter how busy she was, how late she was, she would help Li Xiaoyuan to wash the shirt and iron the suit neatly, which could be described as virtuous to the extreme. When Li Xiaoyuan heard this, his heart warmed and he said with a smile, "Today our unit is on vacation. Starting tomorrow I may work overtime for a long time." "Oh, that's just right. This afternoon you come to our factory to find me, and get together for dinner at night." Chapter 58 Bringing up a baby for the first time. Sun Jiayi heard that Li Xiaojuan was off today, and for some reason, there was always an indescribable joy in her heart, adding that today was the day of the party for all the employees of their workshop. Her pretty face was covered with joy. Without even thinking, Li Xiaoyuan agreed. "Good, you work at ease's. Today I will bring Nyo. Call at that time, we will go over to find you." Sun Jiayi originally didn't want Li Xiaojuan to bring Nyo, for fear that this guy would sell her baby girl with the wrong tendon. But when she saw the little person who was still sleeping on the bed, she thought for a second and compromised. Over this period of time, Li Xiaoyuan's changes were quite obvious, and she could see in her eyes that he loved and cared for Nyo. How about giving him a chance? "Alright then, today it's hard for you to bring the baby. At noon remember to make a bowl of steamed bread with milk powder for Nyonya." "Well, don't worry, I'll take good care of our daughter," Li Xiaoyuan said in a big way, but in his heart, he didn't feel good. According to reason, Nyo is only 3 years old now. Even if she is weaned from breast milk, she still needs to drink milk powder. However, the family's economy does not allow, can only use milk powder to make buns as a way to balance the child's nutrition. The heart secretly swears, "When I make money, I must give my daughter the whole of the most high-grade milk powder. Let her drink enough. The lost nutrients all make up back." Half an hour later, Li Xiaoyuan will Sun Jiayi sent back to the factory, back to the rental house. As soon as he entered the door, he found Nyo barefooted, wearing only a thin nightgown on her small body, choking and crying. Seeing this scene, Li Xiaoyuan felt a pang of heartache. Rushing forward, he embraced her into his arms and quickly walked into the bedroom, wrapping her up tightly. Then, the two of them collapsed under the covers together. "Who bullied my little baby? Why are you still crying? Look at it, crying like a little flower cat. Daddy is dying of heartache. Ooh-hoo, poo-pa, I thought Daddy and Mommy didn't want Nyo anymore." Oh, when the little girl woke up from her sleep, she realized that both Li Xiaoyuan and Sun Jiayi were not in the house, and her young mind mistakenly thought that these two did not want her, and she was so sad. Li Xiaoyuan looked at that pathetic appearance, as well as that choking sobs. The whole person is almost adorable. "Nyo, don't cry. How could Daddy and Mommy not want my little baby?" But just now Nyo didn't see Mom and Dad. Nyo similarly looked at Li Xiaoyuan, looking, grape-sized eyeballs, and the tears once again flowed out. Crystal tears wet the pink tender little cheeks. Li Xiaoyuan immediately panicked. The first time he brought up a child, he encountered such a thing, he didn't know what to do. For a while, his hands were busy, comforting and coaxing vigorously. "Nyo, don't cry. Nyo is Mom and Dad's little heart. It's Mom and Dad's heart. Mom and Dad are not going to discard my little baby. Nyo, don't cry anymore. Later Daddy will take you to the zoo, okay?" Zoo? Nyo's miserable crying came to an abrupt end when she heard the 3 words zoo. Her eyes gurgled twice, wiped the tears from her face, and choked as she asked, Dad, move. Is there a big tiger in the zoo?" "Yes, there are not only big tigers, there are also dog bears and gorillas." Saying this, Li Xiaoyuan then walked around the bed in the manner of a gorilla. Then, stretching out his hands again, he pounced like a tiger's bark. "Wow!" Amusing Nyonya playfully, her silver bell-like laughter resounded throughout the room. Finally, Nyonya stopped crying. A few minutes later, Li Xiaoyuan helped Nyo get dressed and cleaned up, and rode out on his motorcycle. Jincheng Zoo is located in the west side of the beautiful scenery of Wuquanshan Park, covers an area of 100 acres, built on the mountain, green trees, birds and flowers. Since its official establishment on October 1, 1957, it has developed into a comprehensive park integrating leisure, entertainment, animal protection and science education, and is loved by the general public and children. Moreover, Jincheng Zoo has made outstanding contributions in off-site protection, publicizing wildlife science knowledge, protecting rare species, rescuing injured and endangered animals, as well as scientific research and breeding. Not long after, Li Xiaoyuan and Niu Niu's figure appeared in front of the zoo. After locking the motorcycle, Li Xiaoyuan bought 2 tickets at the ticket window, picked up Nyonya and walked toward the park. It is worth mentioning that there are more than 30 cages in the zoo, and you can visit all of them for only $1. Li Xiaoyuan brought Niu Niu here for the first time, so he definitely wanted to see the coolness and visit them all. Papa, I want to see the gorilla, the little monkey, and the big tiger. Okay but then, Niu, this zoo is too big. We have to plan our route, otherwise we'll take so many wrong turns. Li Xiaoyuan pointed to the road map on the back of the ticket and explained to Niu, little baby, why don't we go see the zebras and giraffes first, then the bears and gorillas, and finally the big tigers, okay? Niu didn't know what Li Xiaoyuan meant by arranging it this way, and after tilting her little head to think about it, she firmly nodded. Alright then, Niu listens to daddy. With that, Li Xiaoyuan put Niu on his neck and walked all the way forward towards the zebra cages. The Golden City Zoo had to plan its route because it was built on a mountain, otherwise it would take so many wrong turns. The father and daughter were walking around, and Nui was like a little elf, having so much fun, until the two came to the gorilla cage. Nyonya immediately saw an old acquaintance in the crowd and hurriedly got down from Li Xiaoyuan's neck. Daddy, look, Little Red and Auntie Aiju. Oh, Li Xiaoyuan looked in the direction of Niu's finger, only to see a middle-aged woman with a plump figure with a little girl feeding peanuts to the little monkey. Wasn't this precisely Sun Jia's workshop director, Ma Aiju, and her daughter, Xiao Hong? At the same time, Ma Aiju and Xiao Hong also discovered Nyonya and Li Xiaoyuan. Nyonya, Little Red. The two little ones were overjoyed and ran towards each other with their short little legs. Little Red, why did you come to the zoo? Nah, my mom brought me here, and later my cousin will also come. Little Red turned back and pointed at Ma Aiju not far away, asking excitedly, Niu, why did you come to the zoo too? My dad brought me here. Niu tilted her little head and said proudly. At this time, Li Xiaoyuan and Ma Aiju came to the two little ones at the same time. Li Xiaoyuan took the lead and said, Niu, did you ask Auntie Aiju? Good day Auntie Aiju. Hello Niu. Ma Aiju rubbed Nyonya's little head and said to Little Red, why don't you quickly greet your Uncle Li? Hello Uncle Li. Hello Little Red. The two little ones greeted each other's parents politely. That glutinous voice, very sweet. Chapter 59, A Chance Encounter at the Zoo. After everyone greeted, Xiao Hong took Niu's hand and pulled out 2 peanuts and handed them over. Niu, I'll take you to feed the little monkeys. The little monkeys love eating peanuts. Okay, I'll listen to Little Red. The two little guys immediately agreed and went straight to the little monkey's cage. Li Xiaoyuan and Ma Aiju smiled at each other and followed closely behind. Director Ma, I heard Jiayi say that your factory has some kind of party activity today, right? Well, Jiayi has enrolled you and Niu as well. Remember not to be late later. Ma Aiju is a leader in size. How could she not hear Li Xiaoyuan's words? It is not obvious that he is absent from work with a baby. His wife is working overtime in the factory? Besides, he is the workshop director, and Sun Jiayi cannot be the same. But Ma Aiju still explains seriously. When my niece comes over, she will bring Xiao Hong, and I will go to work in the factory. Oh, seeing this, Li Xiaoyuan did not ask any more questions and turned back towards Niu, only to see the two little girls across the wire mesh, vigorously throwing peanuts into the cage. Having a great time, the little monkey was excitedly jumping up and down, squeaking and screaming, obviously treating the two little girls as meat and potatoes. Every now and then, he even put on a humanized expression, making the little girl laugh. Seeing his daughter so happy, Li Xiaoyuan also smiled. In the last life it was ultimately me who failed you mother and daughter. I will grow up with you in this life. Not long after, a beautiful woman dressed in sportswear and a baseball cap, slightly powdered and with a delicate appearance walked towards Ma Aiju. That tall stature, front and back, immediately attracted everyone's attention. Every step she took would frequently cause the crowd to look back. I go, where is this beauty from? This is too good looking, isn't it? TSK, just this body, these long legs, old me feels excited just by looking at it. Who wouldn't say otherwise? Beautiful, too beautiful. The beautiful woman held her head high and turned a deaf ear to the crowd's blindness. As soon as she came up, she took Ma Aiju's arm and smiled mischievously. Auntie, I'm not late, right? Not late. Today I trouble you to take care of Xiaohong for me. Later come to our factory to get together. Ma Aiju smiled and shouted towards Little Red who was not far away. Little Red, Mom will go to work first. Let cousin take you today. Okay, bye Mom. Little Red didn't even return her head for a moment, pulling in Nyo-Nyo's hand and running off to feed grass to the alpacas again. On the contrary, it was Li Xiaoyuan who slowly turned back, ready to say goodbye to Ma Aiju, but the moment he turned back, his entire body froze. Mr. Zhang? Boss Li? Both of them were startled at the same time, pointing at each other and asking in unison. Li Xiaoyuan shook his head and smiled, taking the lead. It's really you. I never thought I would meet you here. I also didn't expect to meet Boss Li here. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. The two of them shook hands as if no one else was there. Ma Aiju was confused and surprised. She thought, isn't Li Xiaoyuan a drunkard and gambler? How do you still know my niece? No. Why did she call him Boss Li? A famous drunkard. How would he know my niece and this kind of high-class people? They seem to be very close. Is there some secret between them? With all sorts of questions, Ma Aiju couldn't help but ask. Lily, do you know each other? Auntie, we not only know each other, but also very familiar with it. Li Boss is not only my lifesaver, or our wholesale market merchants. The beautiful woman was no other than Zhang Lily, the owner of the small commodity wholesale market. Zhang Lily looked excited and introduced Li Xiaoyuan to Ma Aiju. The more Ma Aiju listened, the more she was shocked, and her heart muttered, could it be that the rumors in the outside world are all false? And this drunkard is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Impossible. Sun Jiai, I still understand, but Lily also has no reason to lie to me. Ma Aiju thought for a long time, but also did not come up with a reason. Forget it, don't think about it, as long as the other party is not as scummy as rumors say, Sun Jiai can count on a good life. Li Xiaoyuan did not know what Ma Aiju was thinking at this time, and looked at the two in surprise, asking in confusion, General Manager Zhang, you and Director Ma are? Nah, she is my own aunt. Zhang Lily didn't expect to meet Li Xiaoyuan at the zoo, and her entire body looked extremely happy. Say, why are you here? I accompanied my daughter here, Li Xiaoyuan said as he pointed at Nyo-Nyo who was not far away. Zhang Lily looked in the direction of the other party's finger and obviously discovered Nyonya and Little Red. Are you saying that Nyonya is your daughter? What? You recognize it? Li Xiaoyuan was even more surprised, never imagining that the other party actually knew his own daughter. This was a relationship that was not even close. Without waiting for Zhang Lily to reply, Ma Aiju took the lead and said, some time ago, Jai and I were busy with work and Lily helped us with our child for 2 days. Since you all know each other, that's good. You guys accompany Xiaohong and Nyo-Nyo to play. I'll go back to the factory first. Okay, Auntie, take care. After sending Ma Aiju away, Zhang Lily was obviously not as happy as before, as if she had something on her mind. She looked sullen. It was unthinkable that she and Li Xiaoyuan's woman and daughter had known each other for a long time. This may be the arrangement of the netherworld. She helped Li Xiaoyuan to bring his daughter, the other party in the center of the 10,000 people, to save her from the fire. AI. It's ultimately a case of destiny. Then again, ever since Li Xiaoyuan saved Zhang Lily from the hands of the traffickers, Zhang Lily had an inexplicable fascination with it. As long as she was with Li Xiaoyuan, she had an indescribable sense of security. Even once thought, this is the object of their own hard search, the criteria for choosing a spouse. Who would have thought that he was already a father? Could she not be lost? Not long after, Nyo-Nyo and Xiaohong came over. Cousin, you're finally here. I've missed Xiaohong to death. I don't think so. I've been here for say a minute and I haven't seen you come over. Hey! Xiaohong was dumbfounded by Zhang Lily's question and laughed nervously. Just now, she only cared about playing with Nyo-Nyo. She didn't even care that her mom was gone. How could she care about her cousin? Nyo-Nyo went forward and asked sweetly, good day, Auntie Lily. Good day, Nyonya. Haven't seen you in a few days. You've grown prettier again. Auntie Lily is even prettier. She looks like a fairy. Yeah, Nyo-Nyo is really good at talking. Auntie loves you to death. Little Red saw her cousin and Nyo-Nyo interacting in such a friendly manner. There was such a hint of sourness in her tiny mind. She grunted and said, cousin, I'm the one who's your sister. Okay? Good. Haven't seen you for a few days. Our family's Xiaohong has grown beautiful too. Come on, give me a kiss. He. Moo-ah. Thank you, cousin. Little Red went forward and fiercely kissed Zhang Lily's pretty face. Chapter 60, Playing Rascal. Xiaohong smiled sweetly, holding Zhang Lily's soft, boneless jade hand and said excitedly, cousin, I'll take you to see the big tiger. Nyo-Nyo also stepped forward and held the other's hand, saying with the same excitement, Auntie Lily, there are also elephants and wolves. Yes, cousin, and the big dog bear. Wow, the two little guys said as they walked, also bared their little tiger teeth, and each opened a little paw to gesture, learning the tiger's voice and movements to scare Zhang Lily. Zhang Lily was amused by these two little guys and laughed out loud, leaning back and forth, laughing and giggling. None of the three girls paid any attention to Li Xiaoyuan, and walked straight towards the tiger's cage, as if they had forgotten Li Xiaoyuan. Li Xiaoyuan was helpless, shook his head and smiled, then followed. The tiger cage was surrounded by many children and parents, surrounding a white tiger to comment and play. The moment Zhang Lili, Nyo, and Xiao Hong appeared, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Especially Zhang Lili's body emitted a fragrance. In this stinky zoo is a stream of fresh water. As a breeze blew, the scent dispersed in all directions, mischievously burrowing into everyone's nostrils, causing everyone to be stunned. Wow, what a beautiful pair of twins. I think it's still their mom who's pretty. TSK. This woman is so damn hot. You can smell her scent all the way across the room. No wonder she was able to give birth to such a beautiful pair of daughters. The parents watching the tigers turned around in disgust in whispers. Most of the women's attention was on Nyo and Xiao Hong, while all of the men's attention was on Zhang Lili. One should know that Zhang Lili was wearing a white tracksuit that wrapped her front and back figure just right, coupled with the high ponytail and white baseball cap, as well as the slightly powdered and stunning face. She appeared youthful, sunny and energetic. Damn, such a woman is too damn provocative. Just that pair of long legs. At least it can let lousy play for 10 years. Just you, still playing for 10 years? I wanna play for the rest of my life. Two obese, bloated middle-aged men stood not far away, colorfully sizing up Zhang Lili, arguing over their respective remarks. Neither of them convinced each other. You just blow it off and play for a lifetime. If you dare to go up and touch whichever beauty you want, I'll believe you. Che is not just a woman. I have what dare not. Today I will teach you how to hit on a beautiful woman. Saying that, a big-bellied, lewd-looking man walked towards Zhang Lili. With that arrogant stance, he looked so unconfident, thinking that he looked like Panin, suave and elegant, not realizing that he was an ugly slag, obese clown. The man quickly stepped forward, and at Zhang Lili's arched buttocks was a slap. Zhang Lili, who was playing with the two little ones, jolted violently, could not help but straighten her spine. Her little heart suddenly accelerated, and she suddenly felt flushed and shy. Boss Li, Nyo and Xiao Hong are still following. Don't bring the children down. Ha, beauty. I'm not any Boss Li. I'm Zhu Changgui. You should call me Boss Zhu. What? When Zhang Lili heard this, her entire body froze in place, as if she was struck by lightning. She thought it was Li Xiaoyuan teasing her, but she never expected it to be someone else. A blush rose on her pretty face, and apart from shyness, she was angry. Damn, someone actually played a hooligan on my mother. What should I do now? Where is Li Xiaoyuan? Where did she go? For a while, Zhang Lili thought a lot. If she really encountered a hooligan, how to deal with it. The most crucial thing was that Xiao Hong and Nyo were still by her side. What should be done now? At this moment, her heart only had Li Xiaoyuan, hoping that the other party would appear as soon as possible and resolve the crisis for her. Calm down. I must be calm. No matter what, I must protect Xiao Hong and Nyo before. It wasn't that Zhang Lili didn't dare to get angry, but she was worried about Xiao Hong and Nyo, and even thought that Li Xiaoyuan hadn't followed her yet. If she encountered a robber, she would definitely not be its match. With this thought, she pretended that nothing had happened and continued to play with the two little ones, but she had just bowed her back when she heard a sound of punches, kicks, and ghostly cries coming from behind her. Bang bang bang! The sound of fist-to-flesh strikes was unceasing. Zhang Lili turned around violently, only to see Li Xiaoyuan as if he was a mad bull, punching and kicking a man with a big belly, pressing him to the ground and rubbing him vigorously. His mouth was also rambling with curses. Dead fat man, you do not take a piss and look at yourself. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, who allows you to play a hooligan? Bullying a good woman? Who the hell are you? What do I do? What's it to you? Obese man called Zhu Changgui, with his wife and children to play in the zoo. Just now, he met an old acquaintance, and when the two were exchanging pleasantries, they happened to see the radiant Zhang Lili, and instantly moved a crooked mind. But Li Xiaoyuan saw his hooliganism clearly, and did not hesitate to go forward and fight. Zhu Changgui fought back, wanting to fight with Li Xiaoyuan, but his fat body obviously became a liability. His hands and feet are obviously not as nimble as Li Xiaoyuan. After swinging a few punches, he didn't even touch the corners of other people's clothes. Bastard, if you have the ability, don't hide. Let's see how I can beat you to death. Are you sick in the head? If I don't hide, I'll still let you dog days standing to fight not? Li Xiaoyuan snickered while wildly punching Zhu Changgui, but Zhu Changgui wasn't a vegetarian either. How could he be beaten up wildly by others in public? You bastards still dare to talk back. I'll get you killed today. Fine. I want to see how you'll get me killed. After playing a hooligan, you still have a point? In the middle of the argument, Li Xiaoyuan slammed a straight punch on Zhu Changgui's face, followed by a hook punch on the other party's jaw. Bang! Bang! Zhu Changgui was hit by these two punches, his nose bleeding. You, Who the hell are you? It's none of your business if I play a hooligan or not. You actually dare to lay such a cruel hand on me. I'll fight you. Lousy is the child's father. You say it's none of my business? With these words, Xu Changgui's movements suddenly stalled. Li Xiaoyuan took the opportunity to throw 2 more punches, striking the opponent's left and right cheeks. The crowd watching around them sighed at this scene, and some of them even came to a realization. I said such a beautiful beauty with 2 munchkins out to play, how not see her husband? Feelings people have been accompanied by its left and right. Hey, that dead fat man is considered to have kicked the iron plate this time. He is self-inflicted sins, looking for death. Long that kind of ball look, still want to accost that kind of level of beauty. Really toad want to eat swan meat. Whimsical. In the eyes of the crowd, it was obvious that Li Xiaoyuan and Zhang Lili were treated as husband and wife. Chapter 61 Vixen. I'll skin you. When Zhang Lili saw the scene, she was horrified in her heart and hurriedly dropped Niu Niu and Xiao Hong and rushed up. Li Xiaoyuan, stop fighting. If you fight again, someone will die. I just want to beat this bastard to death. This dead fat guy actually dared to play a hooligan on you in front of everyone. Didn't you realize that? Li Xiaoyuan did not have the slightest intention of stopping. After knocking Xu Changgui to the ground, he directly rode on top of the other party and gave a fat beating towards that bloated face. Zhang Lili's pretty face was covered with redness. He had thought that it was Li Xiaoyuan who had played a hooligan on him, but who would have thought that it was this ugly dead fat man? She, who had originally gone up to dissuade Li Xiaoyuan, became furious, and her shell teeth gnashed with a rattling sound. Damn, you dead pig head actually dared to take advantage of my mother. I'll let you take advantage of enough. Li Xiaoyuan, get up and see how I'll get this asshole. Saying that, Zhang Lili pulled up Li Xiaoyuan, who was on top of Xu Changgui, and lifted her leg to kick him hard, not leaving any mercy at all. She even kicked Xu Changgui's obese cheeks a few times. In a short time, Xu Changgui was beaten blue and swollen, covered in blood, dust and footprints, lying on the ground as if he was out of breath. So wretched. This time, instead, Li Xiaoyuan was startled. Phew, Mr. Zhang, calm down. Such a man is not worth your hand. Let go. I have to beat him to death today. The more Zhang Lili thought about it, the more annoyed she became. She was actually molested by such a dirty man, and she felt goosebumps falling all over her body. Coupled with the fact that there is now Li Xiaoyuan to back him up, the image of a woman's man instantly exploded, and there is really an air of beating Xu Changgui to death. This could scare Li Xiaoyuan, and quickly stopped. Mr. Zhang, that's enough. If you continue to fight, he can really be killed by you. Humph, I am beating him. It was at this moment that a river lion's roar came. Let go of my husband. If you have the ability to come at me, brush. The crowd coincidentally looked for the sound, only to see an obese woman with a bloated body type, at least 200 pounds, holding a little boy angrily walking over. Every step would give people the illusion that the ground was shaking. Within a short time, the woman and the little boy arrived in front of Li Xiaoyuan and Zhang Lili. Glancing at the breathless Xu Changgui on the ground, they instantly became furious. You pair of dogs, you actually beat my husband like this, bullying my family for not having a woman, right? Everyone, big brother, big sister, everyone come over to judge. Look at what this pair of dogs and men have beaten my husband into. The woman cried out to the surroundings, wanting to arouse the sympathy of the crowd in this way. But the problem was that no one paid any attention to her, and even put on a show-watching stance. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, the woman stopped continuing her demonic behavior, and with a change in her face, she let go of the little boy's hand and rushed towards Zhang Lili. Vixen, let's see how I'm going to peel off this skin of yours. Mr. Zhang, be careful. Li Xiaoyuan looked at the body that came like a small mountain and immediately reacted. Both hands quickly wrapped around Zhang Lili's slender waist on and pulled backward. At the same time, he kicked out and kicked on the woman's belly. Bang! The woman's center of gravity was unsteady, and before she could take 2 steps back, she stumbled and planted herself on the ground. Boom! The ground splattered with gusts of dust as if the ground had collapsed. Wow! Uncle Li is so powerful. Is he fighting monsters? Not far away, Little Red and Niu Niu, who were watching the tiger as an afterthought, saw this scene and exclaimed in astonishment. Niu Niu excitedly jumped, clapping her little hands proudly. That's my dad. My dad is Superman. He will not only protect me and mommy, he will also protect Little Red and Auntie Lily. You bastard, actually dare to hit my mother. I tell you, you are dead. The woman's name was Niu Tsuihua, and at first glance, she was a tricky and mean person. Struggling to get up, she kicked Xu Changgui and bellowed. Wimp, stop pretending. Can't you see that my old lady is being bullied? Cough. Wife, I'm no easier than you. Look at how they beat me up. Zhu Changgui knew that he was at a disadvantage and didn't dare to look directly at Li Shouyuan and Zhang Lili, but Niu Tsuehua didn't know what happened before, and viciously glared at the other party. Furious, "Wimp, what are you looking at? See that wimpy look of yours? It's too damn humiliating." With that, he roared at Zhang Lili and Li Shouyuan, "Dog man and woman, if you have the ability to give me weight, today's shame, I will definitely get it back. Dare to offend my cattle Tsuehua people, this life don't want to be good. Wimp, don't hurry to go home with me to find my brother, let him help to kill these two dogs and girls." Niu Tsuehua kept letting out harsh words, glaring at Zhu Changgui with hatred, holding the little boy, and leaving with a gray head. Zhu Changgui didn't dare to stay longer. Dragging his pained body, he staggered towards Niu Tsuehua to chase after her. Once the two left, a good show ended, and the crowd dispersed. Li Shouyuan and Zhang Lili finally had a lot of peace and quiet, and took Xiaohong and Niu to see all 30 or so cages in the zoo before leaving the zoo. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the four of them could be said to be exhausted. Zhang Lili found a restaurant in the vicinity of Wuchuan Mountain, and only after the four of them ate their fill, did they recover some of their strength. At the same time, a burst of urgent telephone ringing sound. Ring, ring, ring. Li Shouyuan took out his little smartphone to see that it was Sun Jiai calling and explained to Zhang Lili. Niu's mom called. With that, he opened the top flap and pressed the answer button, and Sun Jiai's voice immediately came from the phone. "Hubby, are you and Niu at home? Hurry up and come to the factory. The party is about to start. Then Nionya and I will go over now." "Okay, I'll wait for you guys at the factory entrance." The phone hung up and Li Shouyuan looked at Zhang Lili. "The factory's party is about to start. My wife asked Niu and I to go over as soon as possible." "Dad, is Mom calling?" Niu asked in a milky voice. Today, she was with Little Red and at the zoo, so she didn't think of Sun Jiai mentioning it at this moment. The little girl then thought that she seemed to have forgotten her mom. Li Shouyuan dotingly touched the other party's small head and said, "Yes, it was your mom who called. I'll take you to see your mom right now, okay? Good." Li Shouyuan picked up Niu and prepared to leave on his motorcycle, but was intercepted by Zhang Lili, who volunteered. "Li Shouyuan, why don't I drive you and Niu over there together? We're all on the same route anyway." "But what about my motorcycle?" If Li Shouyuan didn't have a motorcycle, he wouldn't mind taking Zhang Lili's Santana. But how would their family of 3 get home at night? They couldn't just leave the motorcycle at Wuchuan Mountain, could they? Chapter 62 Nionya's car sickness. Zhang Lili sniffed and was inspired to say seriously, "Why don't I drive Niu and Xiaohong over there, and you ride a motorcycle over there? That's fine too. Then we've made a happy decision." The two of them agreed at once, and Li Shouyuan rode his motorcycle towards the Jincheng electronic factory. Zhang Lili drove away in her Santana with Xiaohong and Niu. Inside the car, it was fragrant. Xiaohong casually sat on the back seat while Niu sat with a serious expression and a serious face. Zhang Lili raised her head and glanced at the reflector, asking with a smile, "Niu, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly stop talking?" "Auntie Lily, I'm a little scared," Niu said nervously. That cute little expression, adorable people, almost adorable. But these words scared Zhang Lili, and with one kick of the brakes, she pulled the Santana to the side of the road, pulled up the handbrake, and turned around in a hurry, asking anxiously, "What's wrong with Niu? Why are you still scared? Look at your frightened look. Auntie is worried to death." However, Niu's next sentence made Zhang Lili cry and laugh. "Auntie Lily, it's the first time for Nionya to ride in a small car, and she feels a little dizzy." Niu deflated her mouth, rubbing her little finger while stuttering. "But, don't worry Auntie Lily, Nionya won't be a thing. Auntie Lily, your little car is much more comfortable than my Pupa's motorcycle, and it smells good inside. Nionya likes it so much." Phew, Zhang Lili let out a long breath, feeling that this little girl was the first time to sit in a small car and got carsick. Comforting. "Niu, don't be nervous, treat Auntie's car as your home. You can sit however you want. Look at Xiaohong. You guys sit and lie down." Then, he said to Xiaohong, "Xiaohong, you accompany Niu to play for a little longer. She won't get carsick, okay, cousin?" After all, Xiaohong was half a year older than Niu, and could understand what Zhang Lili said, and was very good at messing around with Niu. Zhang Lili saw the two little ones playing without any inhibitions, before she restarted the car, stepped on the gas, and left. At the end of the day, she was also extremely careful to leave a gap in the rear window. Half an hour later, Sun Jiai was waiting eagerly at the factory entrance for a long time. "What is Li Shouyuan doing at home? It's been almost half an hour. Why hasn't he come yet? It's really urgent. Why don't I give him another call to hurry him up?" Thinking of this, Sun Jiai took out her Xiaolingtong cell phone and prepared to give Li Xiaoyuan another call. It was at this moment that Li Shouyuan roared up on his motorcycle and steadily stopped in front of her. but the problem was that there was no Nyo-Nyo's figure on the bike. Sun Jiayi couldn't help but freeze, her mind going blank. Li Xiaoyuan, where is Nyo-Nyo? You wouldn't have sold her, right? Wife, what are you babbling about? How could I possibly sell our precious daughter? This couldn't be blamed on Sun Jiayi's overthinking. The key was that this bastard Li Xiaoyuan had done this before. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, 10 years in fear of a well rope. Could she not be overthinking it? Li Xiaoyuan got off the motorcycle and parked it, smoothly wrapping his arms around Sun Jiayi and explaining, wife, don't worry, Nyo-Nyo and Xiaohong are together. Later Zhang Lily will bring them over. Zhang Lily? You mean Mr. Zhang? Sun Jiayi finally breathed a sigh of relief, but still wasn't too relieved and asked after her, how come Nyo-Nyo is with Xiaohong and General Manager Zhang? Today I took Nyo-Nyo to the zoo to play, and I happened to run into Xiaohong and her mom, and then Zhang Lily also came. Li Xiaoyuan briefly told Sun Jiayi roughly what happened today, but about Nyotsuihua and Zhu Changgui's matter was never mentioned. Only then did Sun Jiayi completely put her heart down, deliberately making a stern face and giving the other party a blank look. Even so, you can't give Nyo-Nyo to Mr. Zhang. He drives a minivan. Nyo-Nyo, in case you dirty someone else's car, what to do? Dirty. It's not like I want Nyo-Nyo to follow Zhang Lily. It's Xiaohong who insisted on dragging her there. What can I do? There is no way. This matter can only let Xiaohong and Nyo-Nyo take the blame. He does not want Sun Jiayi to know his relationship with Zhang Lily. Suddenly, Sun Jiayi seemed to realize something and looked down, only to see Li Xiaoyuan brightly wrapping his arm around her slender waist. She couldn't help but feel her pretty face blush, and hurriedly broke away from the other's arm. Since Nyo-Nyo and Xiaohong are together, I'm relieved. You hurry up and go in with me. Everyone else has basically arrived. Li Xiaoyuan smiled sarcastically, secretly saying, your wife is shy, but it's fine. I guarantee that after a while, she will fall in love with me through and through. Alright then, you come to my motorcycle, I'll take you there. Saying that, Sun Jiayi got on the motorcycle and the factory cafeteria went. Not to mention, this state-run factory and private factory are different. Jincheng Electronic Factory is equivalent to Lele Toy Factories 3 times more than. Just this one cafeteria is almost catch up with Lele Toy Factories a workshop size. At this time, the cafeteria is densely packed with people. Looking around the cafeteria of 1,000 square feet, a dark and crowded. There were adults, children, men and women, too many to count. However, most of these people were employees of the electronics factory. Not long after, Sun Jiayi walked in with Li Xiaoyuan and found her seat. Li Xiaoyuan asked in a low voice, didn't I say that there are only people from one of your workshops? Why are there so many people? A family gathering? It's natural for there to be more people. Sit properly and don't talk nonsense. Sun Jiayi said coldly, signaling Li Xiaoyuan not to talk nonsense. After all, there were still several people sitting at the same table. At this time, a woman with triangular eyes, dark skin, and a large birthmark on her face glared contemptuously at Li Xiaoyuan and Sun Jiayi, hummed lightly, and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Humph, what a pair of unseen turkeys. This point of people scares you guys like this? Then if the entire factory of more than 2,000 people gathered together, it would still scare you alive. Wife, can you keep your voice down? We are all co-workers, don't cause trouble." A middle-aged man next to him tugged on the woman's sleeve, signaling the other party not to cause trouble. But how could the woman listen to him? Looking even more pleased with herself, she said in a cold voice, "Just mind your own business. I don't need you to worry about things." The man called Gao Jinsi is a loader and unloader of the electronic factory. The woman called Fan Shangmei and Sun Jiayi in the same workshop, and also in the same assembly line. Due to Sun Jiayi's sweet looks and gentle personality, she was loved by all. On the other hand, she is as ugly as a pig in a poke and likes to be a demon. So many of her co-workers don't like to hang out with her. Therefore, Fan Shangmei put all this hatred on Sun Jiayi as a thorn in her side. She also often speaks coldly and sarcastically to her, reversing right and wrong and confusing the public. Chapter 63, Evil Woman. Today, for Fan Shangmei it was a good opportunity to strike Sun Jiayi. How could she listen to Gao Jinsi's words? She glared angrily at the other party and roared savagely, "Are you looking at this vixen? I'm telling you, if you dare to have the slightest idea about her, I'll have to get you killed." "What are you talking about? Do you think I'm that brain-dead Nyo Dana?" Gao Jinsi immediately retorted as if he had been hit on the bull's eye. Fan Shangmei lightly hummed and said, "Humph, do you think there's a difference between you and him? Don't think that I don't know the dirty thoughts of those smelly men in your loading and unloading workshop." All ing staring at this vixen. "Are you done? Can you say things without bringing others? I like it. What do you care?" The sound of the two arguing grew louder and louder, instantly attracting everyone's attention. At this time, an obese woman with an oval figure, as strong as a bucket, walked over and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Big sister fan, you are absolutely right. This vixen has hooked her brother's soul. I heard that her husband is a loser. I wonder if he has come today." Came. How could he not come? Suehua, look, isn't this that drunkard husband of hers? Seeing someone helping her to count Sun Jiayi along with her, Fan Shangmei was like a different person. She immediately stood up and pointed at Li Shouyuan with incomparable attentiveness. Li Shouyuan's face was black with anger. If it wasn't for Sun Jiayi pulling him out of trouble, he would have gone ballistic. At this moment, seeing two dead ES ridiculing him and Sun Jiayi like this, it was tolerable. Mori cold eyes glared at the two people with a deadly glare and coldly asked, "Dead fat, are you talking about me? How is it you?" The visitor was startled in his heart and jerked back a step. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Li Shouyuan with a wary expression. After a few seconds had passed, he regained his complexion and snapped at him. "Good you. I can't believe we met so soon. Today I have to get you killed." Seeing this scene, Fan Shangmei was also slightly stunned and asked after him, "Suehua, you know this drunkard?" "I don't just know him. Even if he turns into a ball of ash, he will never be able to escape my eyes. This asshole not only beat up my mother at the zoo today, he also beat up my man." The person who came was none other than Niu Tsuehua, who had a conflict with Li Shouyuan at the zoo. Fan Shangmei was surprised and couldn't help but look at Li Shouyuan and exclaimed, "Ah, it can't be, Suehua, you can't lie to me. Just this small body of his can beat brother Ju? Why would I lie to you? This bastard beat up my brother yesterday and my man today. Both of them are still lying in the hospital right now. Is it fun for me to lie to you?" Niu Tsuehua was not an employee of the electronic factory. Today she came specially for Sun Jiayi, ready to ruthlessly tear each other down and take out the anger for Nyoda. Who would have thought that Li Shouyuan was actually the drunkard husband of Sun Jiayi and would meet here? Now that I think about it, this man that she hates so much seems to be like the nemesis of their Niu family, looking for their Niu family's trouble 3 times. Yesterday in front of the factory hit his own brother Niu Dana, and today in the zoo hit the couple. How could she swallow her breath if she didn't take this revenge? The more Niu Tsuehua thought about it, the angrier she got. When had they ever suffered this kind of anger from the Niu family? With a tilt of her head, she huffed, "A drunkard who frequents casinos and brothels, paired with such a vixen. Or really a Z paired with a dog. The sky is long." Snap. Niu Tsuehua did not even say the word long. A big mouth on her face. Crisp ringing sound spread around. All the people present for a startled, coincidentally turned back to look. Have to sigh. Li Shouyuan's face was filled with anger and he said coldly, "Don't think that I don't hit women, so you can be full of. If you dare to beep again, I'll let you walk out of here, believe it or not." Niu Tsuehua was blindsided by this slap, delayed in reacting, covering her reddened cheeks. She didn't dare to look directly at Li Shouyuan's gaze at all. Sun Jiayi glanced around at the crowd and was so scared that her little heart was about to jump out. Hastily stepping forward, she held Li Shouyuan's arm with a nervous face and shook her head, saying, "Hubby, don't make trouble. So many people are watching. Well, I have my own measure." Li Shouyuan patted Sun Jiayi's jade hand and gave her a reassuring look. But how could Sun Jiayi be at ease? Hardly. She dragged Li Shouyuan back to his seat. Just because she could endure, it didn't mean that Li Shouyuan could endure. She was being bullied. How could Li Shouyuan pretend to be deaf and dumb? The slap just now was just the beginning. The excitement was still to come. Sun Jiayi's actions fell in Fan Xingmei's eyes and thought that the other party was scared, coupled with her own husband on the sidelines. In her heart to have a lot more confidence than Niu Tsuehua, craned her neck and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Alas, do not want to cause trouble, and also have their own measure? I'm so sick of it. Let me tell you, not only will Director Ma be here today, even her husband and the leaders of the factory will be here. If you dare to beat up people here, you'll all be waiting to go to jail." When these words came out, Niu Tsuehwa's eyes suddenly lit up. For Ma Aiju she still knows better. Her heart was happy, and she pursued the question. "Big sister Fan, you say Director Ma's husband will come? That's a must. Today is a family gathering for all the employees of our raw plant workshop. How could Director Ma's husband be absent?" Good. Niu Tsuehua received the other party's affirmative reply, and was instantly energized. Even forgetting the pain on her face, she glared viciously at Li Shouyuan. ********. Old lady, let you off the hook first. When Director Ma comes, I'll settle the score with you." Li Shouyuan snorted and did not speak. Instead, it was the crowd in the arena that cast regretful eyes for Li Shouyuan and Sun Jiayi. AI. Young people are still too impulsive. That's right. Today is a benefit that Director Ma has fought for everyone. To dare to hit someone on such an occasion. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to hit Director Ma's face? Right. Later on, Sun Jiayi and her husband are afraid that they'll be guilty. It was at this moment that a glutinous voice came. "Poop, The crowd's murmurs stopped and they turned around to look in unison, only to see Zhang Lili dressed in a black dress, slightly powdered, with a tall figure that showed off that perfect curve to the fullest, like a waterfall of hair draped over the shoulders, white and slender swan neck wearing a platinum diamond necklace. In the light of the illumination issued a bright and dazzling glory, especially the pair of slender and sexy long legs, brightly appeared in the crowd's line of sight. At this moment, she was the center of attention, the brightest star. However, on her left and right sides, she was each holding a pink and jade that little child. It was none other than Nyo and Xiaohong. Chapter 64 Nyo's godmother. Nyo and Xiaohong were each wearing festive little red skirts, with 2 crochets tied on their heads. Their little faces were painted with light makeup, and a vermilion red mole was dotted on their brows, and their lips were coated with shiny lip gloss. At first glance, it was just like a little fairy. Nyo stretched her neck and obviously spotted Li Xiaoyuan and Sun Jia, immediately letting go of Zhang Lili's hand and running over with her short little legs. Mom and Dad, do you guys see if I'm pretty? TSK. Whose little fairy is this? How can she grow so pretty? It's simply the little fairy child that Guan Shirin sat down with. Li Xiaoyuan squatted down. Li Xiaoyuan squatted down and embraced Nyo into his arms as if no one else was there, and he couldn't help but kiss her. Teasing Nyo laughed out loud. Silver bell-like laughter resounded all around. He, Puppy hates it, don't mess up my makeup. Nyo, come into mommy's arms, don't pay attention to your daddy. When Sun Jiai saw her precious daughter, all her worries and unhappiness were put behind her. At this moment, there was only Nyo in her heart. Nyo broke free from Li Xiaoyuan's arms and pounced into Sun Jiai's arms, asking sweetly, Mommy, am I pretty? Nyo is the most beautiful little fairy in the whole world. Sun Jiai was overjoyed and then asked, Nyo, who put this makeup on you? How can you make it so pretty? Mommy loves her. He. Mommy is so stupid. Of course it was my godmother who helped me put it on. Later on Xiaohong and I will have to perform a show for everyone. Oh yeah? Of course. At this time, Little Red and Zhang Lili walked over. Little Red cocked her head and said in a milky voice, Auntie Jiai, you don't mind if Nyo and I go on stage to perform a program, do you? How would I mind? Little Red is dressed up so beautifully. Sun Jiai rubbed Little Red's head and said in the other party's tone. At the same time, she looked towards Zhang Lili and sincerely thanked her. Thank you General Manager Zhang. I've worked hard for you today. You're welcome. I'm now Nanny's godmother. She's also considered my child. Nanny? Godmother? Sun Jiai froze. She knew better than anyone what the situation of her own family was. How could she be compared to the Zhang family? Wasn't this a joke? Li Xiaoyuan looked at Zhang Lili with an odd expression and said with a smile, General Manager Zhang, this isn't too good, right? What's not too good? I like Nyo. Nyo likes me too. Right, Nyo? Right. Everything godmother says is right. Nyo naturally didn't understand the thoughts of adults. Children, whoever is good to her, she will be close to whoever is good to her. At this time, unconditionally stood on Zhang Lili's side. Not long ago, Zhang Lili was driving 2 people to the factory, but seeing the delightful-looking Nyo and Xiaohong, out of the blue, not only took the 2 little ones to Zhang's house, but also gave the 3 of them a change of clothes and makeup. Immediately after that, he called Ma Aiju and temporarily secured an opportunity for Nyo and Xiaohong to perform in the program. Suddenly, an angry roar came, interrupting the conversation between Zhang Lili and Li Xiaoyuan's few people. Good you! I can't imagine that you are also here. Today I will let you all squat in jail. The person who spoke was none other than Nyo Tsuehua, who had just been blindsided by Li Xiaoyuan's slap. But now, after she heard Fan Shengmei's words, her confidence was great and she was full of energy. As a family member of an employee of the electronics factory, she had also been slapped by Li Xiaoyuan. No matter what, she had to ask for a statement in front of Ma Aiju and the leaders of the factory. Zhang Lili raised her eyes to look at the bloated Nyo Tsuehua, and first froze, then, her stunningly beautiful face was covered with anger. Good you dead fat woman. Your own husband playing a hooligan even so. You still dare to come to the factory to make trouble? Whose family is this? It can't be to dally with food and drink, right? Who the hell is dilly-dallying? I think you're the one dilly-dallying. Nyo Tsuehua seemed like a wildcat that had its tail stepped on, immediately exploding. To be honest, today's party is a family gathering of the production workshop, and has little to do with the loading and unloading workshop. However, half of the men in the loading and unloading workshop were the husbands of the women in the production workshop, so Ma Aiju also invited all the people from the loading and unloading workshop. Yesterday, Nyo Dana was seriously injured by Li Xiaojuan, fortunately sent to the hospital in time. Otherwise, it will become a veritable eunuch, cow family lineage. Cattle Dana really want to have an accident. Their old cattle family will not want to cut off the children and grandchildren? Nyo Tsuehua cannot swallow this breath, then volunteered, took the initiative to come to participate in this party does not belong to their own. Her only purpose is to tear Sun Jiayi and avenge her brother's death. As a result, not only did she run into Li Shouyuan, but now even Zhang Lili was here. It's not an enemy that doesn't get together. With so many people gathered together, Niu Cuihua was weak and looked a little timid, but still let out a harsh word. I first do not and you dog men and women. Wait for Director Ma to come. I want to sue you in front of her face. You will wait for death. On the verge, he didn't forget to pull Fan Shangmei down. Don't you think so, big sister Fan? Yes, right. Since the moment Fan Shangmei saw Xiao Hong and Zhang Lili, she was abashed and even a little flustered. At this moment, obediently sitting in her seat, she didn't dare to utter a single breath. She was an employee of the production workshop, Ma Aiju's subordinate, so she naturally recognized Xiao Hong and Zhang Lili. Plus, she had personally heard that Zhang Lili was now Nyo's godmother. No matter what happens later, Ma Aiju's elbow will definitely turn towards Sun Jiayi's side. For a while, she felt uneasy and wanted to escape from this place immediately. The winds of the Golden City were always so evil, and whatever he was most worried about would come. It was at this time that a commotion came from the entrance of the cafeteria, and the people got up to greet each other, only to see Ma Aiju walk in with 3 middle-aged men with their heads held high. As soon as the 4 men appeared, a warm applause rang out in the cafeteria. Immediately, Ma Aiju took the microphone handed by the staff and said forcefully, "Good evening, everyone's families. Thank you all for coming as promised to participate in the gathering and fellowship activities of the production workshop of Jincheng Electronics Factory. The purpose of this gathering is only twofold. One is to thank you all for your sacrifices and dedication to our factory. While everyone else is on vacation, you have given up your families and children to work overtime and stick to your posts here. On behalf of myself and Jincheng Electronic Factory, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you. Thank you." Pa 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 pa. Deafening applause rang out again for a long time. Ma Aiju pressed her hand. The workplace strong woman's momentum horsepower is fully open. In the face of hundreds of people in the venue, not the slightest bit timid. This too to come, mainly to take this opportunity to let everyone relax. Labor and leisure, and family reunion. Feel the warmth of our big family. The following is invited to Lu Factory Director's speech. Everyone applauded welcome. Chapter 65, Du Minsheng makes a move. Here is Factory Director Lu's speech. Everyone applaud. Ma Aiju made the purpose of this gathering clear in short words, while also passing on what was to come to Factory Director Lu. In the warm applause, a middle-aged man with a slim body and wearing tea-colored glasses walked forward, took the microphone from Ma Aiju and said with a smile, "Good evening, colleagues. Originally, I had so many words to say to you all, but after listening to Director Ma's speech, I suddenly ran out of words. But then again, I'll express all my words in the middle of tonight's dinner. Below I announce that the Golden City Electronic Factory Production Workshop Fellowship Dinner will officially begin. Starting dishes." As soon as the words fell, everyone all stood up, cheered and thunderous applause resounded throughout the entire cafeteria. He was the factory director of Jincheng Electronic Factory, Lu Xinjian. With that, Lu Xinjian pressed his hand, took the wine cup handed by the staff, and honored each other remotely, saying, "I hereby toast everyone, wishing you all good food, good drink and good fun." Then, a second toast began. "I hereby toast everyone with 2 glasses of wine, wishing everyone family harmony and a smooth career. I hereby toast everyone 3 glasses of wine, wishing everyone good health and prosperity." All the people respected each other from afar, and after 3 glasses of wine, the atmosphere in the venue was obviously much better. Plus, all kinds of delicious food on the table one by one, instantly pulled this party on a small high tide. On the other hand, Li Shouyuan, however, stared straight at the middle-aged man beside Ma Aiju, muttering in his heart, "How come it's him? It's really unexpected that Du Minsheng is actually Ma Aiju's husband." With that, Li Shouyuan looked at Zhang Lili with a strange expression and asked with a smile, "Ms. Zhang, don't tell me that Bureau Du is your uncle? He himself is my uncle. Is there a problem?" "No problem." Such an answer was indeed no problem. In his previous life, Li Shouyuan only knew about Zhang Lili being trafficked by human traffickers and that Du Minsheng was responsible for solving the case, but he didn't realize that there was such a hidden agenda here. Perhaps, the reason why Du Minsheng in his previous life was able to solve the case should have something to do with Zhang Lili. After all, she was his niece. A big living person disappeared for nothing, and he, as the deputy director of the police department, had no honor on his face. At this point, Li Shouyuan did not guess wrong. Indeed, the day after Zhang Lili disappeared, the Zhang family and the Du family together put pressure on Du Minsheng. The other party carried the heavy pressure and managed to solve the monstrous case within half a month. The only unfortunate thing was that by the time he rescued Zhang Lili, the other party had already been tortured into insanity and was inhuman and ghostly. However, When he met Li Xiu Yuan in this life, everything in his previous life would definitely not be repeated. Perhaps, this was the arrangement in the underworld. At this time, Niu Tsuewa's heart was happy, poked Fan Shengmei's arm, and said triumphantly, "Sister Fan, Director Ma and Bureau Du are coming over. Later you have to help me testify. Together we will let Bureau Du clean up these 3 dogs and girls." He. Fan Shengmei's face hung a smile that was worse than crying, secretly cursing in her heart. "You dead fat woman, make a demon roll aside. Don't pull my mother into the water." Who knows? Niu Tsuehua evil first, not waiting for the crowd to react, has come to Ma Aiju and Du Minsheng in front. "Director Ma, Du Bureau, you have to do for me you see what I was beaten into?" Saying that, Niu Tsuehua even showed her bloated cheeks to the duo, only to see that there was a high swollen greenish-purple slap mark on that chubby cheek, obviously caused by Li Xiu Yuan's slap just now. Ma Aiju did recognize the other party and couldn't help but ask, "Who beat you up like this? It couldn't be your brother who hit you, right? How could it be? My brother is still in the hospital. How could he hit me?" Niu Tsuehua smiled awkwardly and didn't say that Niu Dana had his balls broken. Du Minsheng looked at the injuries on the other's face and instantly recognized that it was a new injury, not an old scar, and for his own work reasons, he asked one more question. "Look at you, this injury should be hit by someone just now. It can't be the people at the scene who moved, right?" Bureau Du is wise. "It was not easy for me to represent my family to participate in the factory's party activities, but I ended up being beaten up like this. Do you think I'm wronged? Director Ma, Bureau Du, you guys have to do right by me." Niu Tsuehua seemed to be possessed by a playwright, choking back tears and crying. When Ma Aiju heard this, a hint of displeasure clearly appeared on her face. This party was organized by her, and to dare to beat up someone on her turf, wasn't this intentionally going against her and hitting her in the face? Coldly asking, "Who hit you?" "Nah, it's those 3 dog men and women, and those 2 little bastards they had together." Niu Tsuehua pointed at Li Xiu Yuan, Sun Jiai, Zhang Lili, and Niu and Xiao Hong and said. Ma Aiju and Du Minsheng looked in the direction of the other party's finger, and when they saw the target clearly, their faces immediately darkened, as gloomy as a thunderstorm day. Ma Aiju asked in a cold voice, "How did those 2 little kids offend you? You hold such a grudge against them and call them little bastards?" "Humph, it's that stinking man who hit me, and also today at the zoo not only hit my husband, but also hit my brother yesterday in front of the factory. Aren't their children little bastards?" As soon as the words fell, Du Minsheng backhanded a slap on Niu Tsuewa's face. Slap! The crisp slap resounded in all directions. Du Minsheng was trembling with anger and cursed angrily. "You vicious evil woman, this mouth really stinks." This slap could make Niu Tsuehua completely dumbfounded, her hands covering her hot cheeks. She thought the other party had hit the wrong person, pointing at Sun Jiai and Zhang Lili. Du Bureau, the evil woman is not me. Which too small, you still dare to say? See if I can't beat you to death." The svelte-looking Du Minsheng was annoyed and angry, and he punched and kicked Niu Tsuehua. "You actually dare to curse my niece? See how I beat you to death. You a dead, dare to curse my daughter? See how I kick not to die you." This scene immediately attracted everyone's attention. All of them stood up and looked over unanimously. The originally noisy scene instantly turned silent. When Fan Shengmei saw Niu Tsuehua being beaten up, she was almost not scared out of her wits, and hurriedly covered her face with her hand, tugged on Gao Jinxi's sleeve, and whispered, "Wimp, why don't you hurry and leave with me?" Gao Jinxi was almost furious. He warned the other party not to mess around, but Fan Shengmei just didn't listen. Now see Niu Tsuehua was fatbeat. Afraid of it? He knows, this is not the time to settle accounts with Fan Shengmei. Wait to go home and then settle accounts with this. Gao Jinxi helpless, forced to endure the anger in his heart, groundless bowed, toward the last row of the table to go. Chapter 66 Zhang Lili Tattletale. At the same time, Lu Xinjian also discovered the commotion over here and hurriedly dropped the microphone in his hand and ran over. "Aya, what's wrong with Bureau Du? Why are you so angry?" Du Minsheng coldly glared at Lu Xinjian, didn't say anything, and walked straight towards Li Xiu Yuan's direction. Lu Xinjian had no choice but to turn to Ma Aiju and asked with a smile, "Director Ma, what's with Bureau Du?" "Director Lu, arrange for the security guards to throw this dead fat out of the electronics factory. My husband and I never want to see her." Ma Aiju blackened her face, puffed up and dropped the sentence, then followed Du Minsheng's footsteps. Lu Xinjian, who was left behind, was in a mess and confused. At this time, a middle-aged man came forward and whispered to him, "Plant Director Lu, just now this dead fat woman cursed Bureau Du's nieces and cursed Xiao Hong as a little bastard." "What? There is such a thing?" Lu Xinjian sniffed and was shocked. He naturally knew who Xiao Hong was. That was Du Minsheng and Ma Aiju's precious daughter. Someone actually called their daughter a little bastard. Then what is their couple? And cursing in front of their faces. Who could stand it? Come on people, immediately notify the security section to drive this dead fat out of the factory for me, and dismiss any family members or relatives about her. We don't need such an unruly woman in our factory. No, Lu factory director, you can't treat me like this. You can't treat my brother like this. I beg you not to fire my brother. I beg you. When Nyo Tsuewa heard that Lu Xinjian wanted to drive her out of the factory and also fire Nyo Dana, she panicked. Not caring about the pain on her body, she knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. But how could Lu Xinjian listen to her? Kicked her away and snapped at the middle-aged man beside her. Don't go yet. If you don't get him out, you're leaving. The middle-aged man sniffed and couldn't help but shiver, turned around and walked towards the door. A few minutes later, he walked in with forced-out young men in security uniforms. Plant Director Lu, don't ing bull. Hurry up and get this dead out of here. Looking at her, old me gets upset. Not waiting for the middle-aged man to open his mouth, Lu Xinjian pointed at Nyo Tsuewa on the ground and shouted angrily. Then, as if he had changed his face, he walked towards Du Minsheng with a smile on his face. The whole security guard was confused and froze, not knowing what to do. The middle-aged man was also furious and roared, don't all freeze. Hurry up and get rid of this dead. Throw her as far away as you can. Okay, okay. The security guards then reacted, even beating and scolding, even pushing and shoving. It took a lot of effort to drive Nyo Tsuewa out of the cafeteria. Not to mention, with Nyo Tsuewa's more than 200 pounds body, it's really not something that ordinary people can move. On the other hand, Du Minsheng has already sat down in front of Li Xiu Yuan and other people's table. Xiao Hong snuggled in each other's arms, pouting her lips, looking a bit sullen. Du Minsheng asked in disbelief, yeah, who is this one making my little girl angry? Look at this little pouting mouth. It's almost catching up with the yellow lips of a duckling. Humph, bad father, not only do not praise me, but also said I am a duckling. Cousin said, my white swan. It turned out that the reason why Xiao Hong pouted her lips was because both Li Xiu Yuan and Sun Jia complimented Nyo on her good looks, and Du Minsheng not only didn't compliment Xiao Hong when he came here, but also said that people were all little ducks. How could Xiao Hong tolerate this? Du Minsheng laughed and placed Little Red on his lap. Right. My Little Red is not a duckling. She is a beautiful white swan. However, is this makeup of yours your cousin practicing with my baby girl again? Uncle, how do you talk? What do you mean I'm practicing with Little Red again? Look at how beautifully I've done my makeup. Later on Little Red and Nyo will have to perform on stage. Without waiting for Xiao Hong to reply, Zhang Lily blackened her face and glared at Du Minsheng, thinking to herself, Uncle is also a director. Why is he so bad at chatting? Either he is sarcastic about his own daughter, or he is counting down on her as his niece. It's simply too irritating. At this time, Nyo came to Du Minsheng's side, her stunningly beautiful little face glowing with a bright smile. Greeting. Hello Uncle Du. Hello Nyonya. I wonder what program you will perform later. Confidential. The two little girls said in unison. Du Minsheng never expected that he would be shut out in front of the two little girls. He smiled sarcastically. Oh yeah, you two ghosts. You're still keeping secrets from me. Humph. It's still not what Dad taught me. Little Red lightly hummed, arrogantly raised her head, then got down from Du Minsheng's arms and drilled into Ma Iju's arms again. Mom, I'll secretly tell you, the program we're going to perform later is, really, that's just great. Mommy's looking forward to it. What program the two little girls were going to perform? How could Ma Iju not know? But still, her expression was exaggerated, matching Little Red. That's why, this man bringing up a child is far inferior to a woman bringing up a child. Not long after, Lu Xinjian also came. The original most inconspicuous position has obviously become the most eye-catching seat. Whether it is Ma Iju, or Lu Xinjian, or Du Minsheng, to the employees here, it is a first-class big brother. All of them were envious of Li Xiu Yuan and Sun Jia. Du Minsheng glanced at Li Xiu Yuan without a trace, pretending that he didn't recognize him, and faintly asked, I believe this is Nyo's father? Hello, Du Bureau. I am exactly Nyo's father. Exempt from your surname Li, named Xiu Yuan. First time meeting, I hope to take care of you, Li Xiu Yuan said in an unassuming manner. Since the other party pretended not to recognize him, he couldn't break it down. Both of them stood up and extended their hands at the same time, gently shaking them before resuming their seats. Du Minsheng looked at Zhang Lily again and asked in confusion, Lily, you and Mr. Li know each other? Yeah, not only is he my savior, he's also a merchant in our market now, Zhang Lily said with a straight heart, then asked Li Xiu Yuan, Boss Li, I heard from Boss Wang before that your store is opening the day after tomorrow, right? Li Xiu Yuan held his forehead for a while and did not answer immediately, and could not help but glare at Zhang Lily, thinking to himself, this heartless, why does she say everything to his uncle? I wanted to hide my wife for a period of time, now it's good, all was shaken out by you, but also hide a fart? Immediately afterward, he glanced at Sun Jiayi with a nervous expression. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to have heard Zhang Lily's words at all, holding Nyo Nyo in her arms and feeding her, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, your honorable wife didn't get angry. Otherwise, I'd be done for. Unbeknownst to her, Sun Jiayi had memorized all of it word for word, and was ready to go home and interrogate in detail. After all, there are so many people here. Can't hurt Li Xiaoyuan's face, right? Chapter 67 Invitation from Du Minsheng. The crowd obviously noticed this move of Li Xiaoyuan's, but no one broke it down, pretending to turn a blind eye as they continued to eat and drink. Especially Du Minsheng. He was not interested in whether Li Xiaoyuan was open or not. What interested him was Zhang Lily's first sentence. Raising an eyebrow, he asked suspiciously, "Lily, how did Mr. Li become your savior? Is there any secret in this?" The moment these words came out, whether it was Ma Aiju or Lu Xinjian, they all looked sideways and looked at Zhang Lily with a curious expression. Mentioning this matter, Zhang Lily was both happy and angry. Happy that Li Xiaoyuan saved her, angry that she was almost trafficked. Lamenting, she explained, "Hey, it was not easy for me to take the bus once, but I ended up encountering human traffickers. If it wasn't for Boss Li's righteousness to save me, I don't know if I'm now staying in that dark room or being tortured." What? Human trafficker? Everyone was shocked. Du Minsheng even stood up violently. If Zhang Lily was abducted and sold by human traffickers, then the consequences can be imagined. Subconsciously, he asked, "Lily, this can't be a joke? Uncle, do you think I would joke about something like this?" Zhang Lily snorted and asked rhetorically. Du Minsheng sat down again, looking at Li Xiaoyuan with an odd expression, not knowing what he was thinking, only to hear Zhang Lily continue. "A few days ago, I was at the Wulipu bus stop, and just after I got off the bus, I was yanked by a lewd man named Cannon, pulling me and running away. He also said that I'm his wife, and I was directly terrified at that time, shouting loudly and begging for help, but none of them came up to rescue me. Uncle, if it wasn't for Boss Li's righteousness and recognizing the trafficker's trick, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to see your flowery niece in this life." Zhang Lily told the crowd about the situation in every detail, and listened to the big guys with fear and trepidation. If it wasn't for the help of Li Xiaoyuan, Zhang Lily, this charming and attractive beautiful woman, I'm afraid that she would have really become the goods traded by the traffickers. Du Minsheng's focus is obviously not here. He wants the result is to solve this big case. According to the information that they police have, there are already more than 30 wonderful young girls missing. Fortunately Zhang Lily is fine, otherwise she will definitely become one of them. He couldn't help but look up at Li Xiaoyuan, picking up the wine glass on the table and said with a smile, "Mr. Li, thank you for saving my niece's life. I'll toast you. Bureau du is polite. It's a small matter, not enough to worry about." Li Xiaoyuan picked up the wine cup on the table, and the two of them toasted each other remotely and drank it all in one go. Then, Du Minsheng turned his words around and asked without a trace, "Dare I ask how Mr. Li recognized the trafficker's trickery?" Li Xiaoyuan shook his head and smiled. He knew that the other party would ask himself this question, but he couldn't say that he was a reborn person who had seen the human trafficker's trickery on a short video in 2020, and then recognized it with a single glance, right? He definitely couldn't say such a thing, and even if he did, no one would believe him. Not to mention that Du Minsheng was so attached to this case, treating it as a great opportunity on the way to promotion. As long as he solved this case, he would be able to completely turn his life around, and his future could be said to be bright. Plus, Li Xiaoyuan had approached him before, giving him clues about Luo Sangun and the others. At the moment, it was obvious that the other party treated Li Xiaoyuan as a guest. When Du Minsheng saw that the other party was smiling without saying anything, he couldn't help but ask after him, "What is Mr. Li laughing at? Speaking of this matter, it's purely coincidental. I was just curious at the time." Li Xiaoyuan smiled sarcastically and explained, "At that time, I was wondering, how could a person with such an outstanding temperament and stunning appearance like General Manager Zhang become the wife of that fat-headed, lewd-faced person? The two of them walking together didn't match at all. So, I casually asked, and when the trafficker couldn't answer, I knew that things were broken, and that there was definitely a problem here." Right. Boss Li asked the human trafficker what my name was, and it turned out that the asshole was confused. Now that I think about it, it's both shocking and funny. Zhang Lily took the opportunity to add a sentence. Du Minsheng then understood the whole story and already had an answer in his mind about the human trafficker case. Thought to himself, no wonder Li Xiaoyuan dared to come to his office to inform feelings that all this is due to his niece. But he still has a lot of puzzles in his mind, such as Li Xiaoyuan is how to know the content of the reward order, and how to be sure that he will be promoted on April 20th. But all these questions were no longer important. As long as the case was solved, all the problems would be solved. So, sincerely praised. Mr. Lee is really extraordinary. It's not often that young people like you who are brave and courageous enough to take on social responsibilities. How about coming to our police station sometime and helping me to wipe out these damn human traffickers? Uncle, they must be wiped out and brought to justice, or else there will be more people who will be fooled. Zhang Lili said indignantly, as if she thought of something. Her complexion lurched, and she said, oh yes, there are also their usual tricks of those. Uncle, must be published in the newspaper to inform the public, so that all people to raise the awareness of prevention. Beware of being fooled, especially for primary and secondary school students should be popularized. Well, indeed it should be. Tomorrow I will convene a meeting to popularize the propaganda in the city. Zhang Lili's words did remind Du Minsheng. If not for her speaking out on this matter, no one would have thought that the traffickers would use such tricks, and dare to do such lawlessness in broad daylight and under the clear sky. This matter must be implemented as soon as possible, so that all citizens to raise awareness of prevention. Du Minsheng saw that Li Xiaoyuan was hesitant to answer and continued to ask, Mr. Li, that request I just made is not excessive, right? What's excessive about it? Assisting the police uncle in a case is the duty of each of our citizens. I can't even be happy. How can I feel excessive? Li Xiaoyuan immediately agreed to Du Minsheng's request. This way, he would not only get the bounty money, but also send Hazy and Fat Tiger to jail, solving his worries. Seeing that the other party agreed, Du Minsheng was so happy that he couldn't stop talking, lifted his wine glass and said with a smile, well, then Du Mao toasts Mr. Li again, wishing us to solve the case soon. Thank you Bureau Du. I wish you an early dream come true and soar. Ha ha ha. Saying that, the two of them picked up their wine cups and toasted each other from afar. Li Xiaoyuan once again stole a glance at Sun Jiayi and saw that the other party did not react. Then he was relieved and Du Minsheng drank to his heart's content. Unbeknownst to her, Sun Jiayi appeared to have no sorrow or joy, but her heart was as happy as a flower. She naturally understands Du Minsheng's identity. The other party thinks so highly of her husband. Can she not be happy? Besides, doesn't that woman want her man to be successful? What was it worth to drink a few glasses of wine on such an occasion? One could only say that Li Xiaoyuan was too careful. Chapter 68 Questioning. The two of them sat down again, and a powerful voice came from the stereo. All family members, ladies and gentlemen, today we gather together, drink and talk happily, a good time and a beautiful scene. It's really a fortunate thing, but not without two programs to help cheer up cannot be. After the company's leadership research decision, specially prepared for you a few cheerful programs to help cheer up. Everyone applauded our today's little star Xiao Hong and Nyo Nyo. As soon as the words fell, a thunderous applause rang out in the arena. Li Xiaoyuan slightly sidestepped and asked with a smile, Nyo Nyo, are you ready? It's your turn to perform on stage with Little Red. Don't worry Dad. Sisters Xiaohong and I have long been ready. With that, Little Red held Nyo Nyo's hand. Striding with her short legs, she walked towards the stage with great generosity. Zhang Lili, Ma Aiju, Sun Jiai, Du Minsheng, as well as everyone present stood up and cheered and applauded for the two little ones. At this moment, the two little ones clearly became the brightest star in the room. I picked up a penny on the side of the road and handed it over to the police uncle, who took the money and nodded his head to me. And I said happily, Uncle, goodbye. A burst of youthful children's voices rang out. No accompaniment, but the glutinous voice let people listen to an exceptionally comfortable. Everyone present listened sideways, enraptured. That tender voice seemed to melt everyone. Li Xiaoyuan, in particular, looked at Nyo Nyo in a daze and almost burst into tears. I can't imagine that my daughter has such a versatile side. In my previous life, how did I not realize it? Hey, I'm a real failure as a couple. If I were in 2020, I could take my cell phone and record this scene, but now I don't even have a camera. No, when I have money, I must buy a camera and record all the life trajectory of my baby daughter, so that I can slowly recall and carefully appreciate it when I am old. Time rushes. This family party belonging to the production workshop of Jincheng Electronic Factory draws a successful conclusion in the tender songs of the two little girls. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the banquet dispersed. Li Xiaoyuan was slightly drunk. He wanted to ride a motorcycle home, but was strongly stopped by Du Minsheng and Ma Aiju. Finally, by Zhang Lili drive the family back to the rental house. Inside the house, Li Xiaoyuan was lying on his side on the bed, with one hand on his head, staring smilingly at Sun Jiayi and Nyo Nyo who were close by. Wife, I didn't embarrass you today, right? Did you lose face or not? You know it in your heart. Why do you need to knowingly ask? I'll just ask you, when did you open a wholesale department in the small commodities market? Sun Jiayi was stared at by the other party and was a bit balked, but still asked the doubt in her heart. At that time, at the wine table, Mr. and Mrs. Du Minsheng and Lu Xinjian and Zhang Lili were all there, so she could pretend she didn't hear them and didn't ask much. But now, They were home and there were no outsiders. As the hostess, she should know about this matter no matter what. Li Xiaoyuan froze and his smile instantly froze. He thought that this matter had long since been turned over. But who knew? It still hadn't escaped the other party's torture. With a sarcastic smile, he said, "Wife, in fact, I do engage in sales. Some time ago I sold out a batch of windmills and kites, earned more than $10,000, so I was looking for a wholesale department to try by myself, and then opened up chanting, ready to open the day after tomorrow. At that time, you and Nyo must come to." Li Xiaoyuan vaguely explained once, as to how to buy goods, how to rent the store, how much money spent, never mentioned. But this matter can be Sun Jiai happy bad, at least prove that the other party is doing the right thing, not spend the day, not in and out of the gambling house brothel. The court was not in a gambling house, for a while, full of hope for the future, but on second thought, that stunningly beautiful pretty face blackened again, rubbing her face, sitting up and exclaiming, "What? You said you earned more than $10,000 before? Ah nah, is there a problem?" Li Xiaoyuan didn't know what the other party meant by asking this, and answered honestly. Sun Jiai calmed her excitement and asked cautiously, "Then according to you, the motorcycle and cell phone were bought with your own money?" He. This is not for me to facilitate contact when I miss you and Nyo. As he spoke, Li Xiaoyuan had already sat up, grinned, and reached out to stop the other party's slender waist. When Sun Jiai heard this, she was really furious. The other party said that it was the company's allocation at that time. She didn't think there was anything, but now when she heard that the motorcycle and cell phone were bought by Li Xiaoyuan with his own money, she was so angry, and with a stern face, she puffed out, "Why are you such a loser? The motorcycle and cell phone together are almost 10,000 yuan. I have to hesitate for half a day to buy $2 of pork. You are good. Spend so much money without blinking an eye. Hey, wife, don't be angry. This is nothing. When I earn a lot of money, not only to buy a small car, but also to buy a big color TV for Nyo, so that she can watch cartoons every day, and then buy you a big villa, so that you can do every day abroad, wife. Just you still buy a car and a villa? Hurry up and go to sleep. It all stinks." Sun Jiai deliberately mocked, but her heart was as sweet as honey. At this time, Nyo, who was about to fall asleep, jolted, sat up in a daze, rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, "Daddy, are you going to buy a big color TV for Nyonya? Nyonya likes to watch Cat and Mouse and American Girl Warrior so much." Ha! The sudden scene startled both Sun Jiai and Li Xiaoyuan. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, and Li Xiaoyuan tenderly embraced Nyo into his arms. "Yeah, little baby, when daddy gets rich he'll buy you a big color TV, so you can watch cartoons every day, okay? Okay, thank you daddy." As Nyo said, she kissed towards Li Xiaoyuan's face, but before she could kiss the other party's cheek, the little girl's face changed. Hastily covering her mouth and nose with her little hands, she said with a disgusted face, "Daddy, stinky, swish." Li Xiaoyuan froze. He was still expecting a reward from his daughter, but a stinky odor completely defeated him and froze in place. Not knowing what to do, Sun Jiai smiled tautly and reached out her hands to bring Nyo back into her arms. "Nyo, come to mommy's comforter, where your daddy stinks." "Ah nah, daddy's comforter stinks to death," Nyo said with a disgusted face. Sun Jiai lightly covered her red lips and lost her smile, saying, "Look, even Nyo dislikes your stench. Hurry up and wash up. You are good." Li Xiaoyuan wanted to dislike a few sentences, but the mother and daughter didn't give him a chance to speak at all, covered the quilt and fell back to sleep. Now that Nyo had taken his place, wanting to sleep with Sun Jiai in his arms couldn't even do what he wanted. There was no way around it, so he could only cover up the quilt alone and fall into a deep sleep. Chapter 69 Unexpected Joy. The next morning, Li Xiaoyuan was dressed in a suit and cleaned up extremely spiritually. Sun Jiai was wearing the working clothes of an electronics factory, although it was a bit plain, but it also covered her enchanting figure and beautiful face. It looked like a different flavor. Nyo, wearing a thick sweater, tied crochets, eyes bleary, apparently did not wake up, even still confused. Looks so cute. A family of 3 had an early breakfast. Li Xiaoyuan picked up Nyo and strutted towards the electronics factory. On the way, Nyo didn't seem to be in a very high mood, lying on Li Xiaoyuan's shoulder and purring her mouth, gazing fondly at Sun Jiai. "Mommy, can you hold daddy's arm? Look at how many uncles and aunts are holding it." "Ha!" Sun Jiai's pretty face blushed, and she couldn't help but look around, and sure enough, there were a lot of young men and women holding each other's hands, or holding each other's arms, walking happily and sweetly. But let her go to hold Li Xiaoyuan's arm, shy or not to mention, always feel a little awkward. Li Xiaoyuan's heart secretly happy, fiercely kissed Nyo's tender cheeks. "Daughter is really dad's sweet little coat, everywhere for dad's welfare. Wife, why don't you just take my arm? Otherwise you'll see that our Nyonya will be unhappy. Sun Jiayi raised her eyes towards Nyonyo. The other party obviously had a sullen expression, murmured to herself, for Nyonyo, I'll go out on a limb. Anyway, everyone is holding. Holding is holding. I'm holding my own man, not someone else. What are you afraid of? The thought of this, the heart of a ruthless, lightly biting teeth, pretty face blushing held Li Shouyuan's arm. Little niece, satisfied this time? Yay! Mommy holding daddy, daddy holding Nyonyo. We are a happy family. The little guy was dancing excitedly in Li Shouyuan's arms, happy beyond belief. Sun Jiayi glared at the other party in a pretense of anger. You wit, you know how to make benefits for your dad. I counted on you wrongly. How can you call Nyonyo seeking benefits for me? A wife holding her husband's arm belongs to human nature, okay? If I have to say that I'm seeking benefits, wife, why don't you give me a kiss? Moo-ah. As soon as Li Shouyuan's words fell, Nyonya gave a kiss to Li Shouyuan's face. Then, looking towards Sun Jiayi, Mom, Nyonya kissed Dad. Now it's your turn to kiss. Alright, you two big and small bad guys just know how to bully me. I'm here. You go back and be careful. While talking, the family of three had already arrived at the entrance of the electronics factory. Sun Jiayi hugged Nyonyo and twisted her shapely body towards the factory, letting her kiss Li Shouyuan in public. She really couldn't get down that mouth. Li Shouyuan hurriedly chased after her. Wife, wait for me. I haven't picked up the motorcycle yet. Last night, because of drinking, Li Shouyuan left his motorcycle at the electronics factory, so their family of three walked to work today. But Sun Jiayi had already been shy for a long time, holding Nyonyo while walking. She said, I'm going to the workshop. Be careful on your bike. In the end, Li Shouyuan was helpless and shook his head with a smile, so he had to give up. It's not urgent. There will be time in the future. I just can't still not be able to take the child's mother. With that, he found his motorcycle and rumbled towards the wholesale market. Today is the day he and Ma Sanshan delivery, as long as the goods arrived. Jiayuan Toy Wholesale Department. Even if the official opening, 10 o'clock in the morning. Li Shouyuan has been to the store for almost an hour and a half, but late to see Zhou Daqiang and Lu Feng. Three people, the heart cannot help but muttered. They couldn't have forgotten that they have to work today, right? Or are they unwilling to come? It shouldn't be. Zhou Daqiang is definitely not that kind of person. Whether Lu Yi and Lu Feng would come or not, he didn't know, but Zhou Daqiang, he believed would definitely come. Forget it, come or don't come. I don't care about them. It's better to call Ma Sanshan first. Li Shouyuan muttered a few words, then took out his cell phone and quickly dialed Ma Sanshan's number. Brother Ma, good morning. Aya, old brother Li, this call of yours is really timely. I was just about to call you when you called. Ma Sanshan's excited voice came from the phone. Older brother Ah, I have to thank you Ah. You are simply my Ma Sanshan's nobleman. Oh, brother Ma, what do you mean by this? Li Shouyuan was confused by the other party's words, thinking to himself that it wasn't just that he hadn't seen him for 3 days. How did this guy become so enthusiastic? Then, Ma Sanshan's excited voice continued to come from the phone. Older brother Ah, since you did the training to my factory staff, everyone's operation of the imported equipment is so slick. Originally I thought that your batch of goods needed 5 days to finish production. I didn't expect. Last night at 12 o'clock I finished producing and packaging all the goods. But the 2 assembly lines were turned on together, and the whole production was done for 3 days and 3 nights. Later I will personally send it to you. Really? Then I have to thank brother Ma properly for that. Li Shouyuan was even more excited than Ma Sanshan. After all, this was a big matter related to making money for himself. The original plan was to only submit a small portion of goods today, but he didn't expect that all of the 180,000 yuan of goods had been produced. So this was a big happy event. That said, Ma Sanshan really overtime. Day and night rush. 3 days and 3 nights froze did not close a glance. Since Li Shouyuan helped their factory staff to do the training, the whole factory staff with the same chicken blood, energetic, work quickly, whether on the old equipment, or on the new equipment, the operation of the handy, especially those who are older employees, for fear that they will not be able to operate the new equipment in place, was fired by the factory, can be said to be dug out of the mine to learn, seriously work. The entire Lele toy factory, since its inception has never been as united as this time. The whole factory, the atmosphere is excellent. To cohesion has cohesion. To execution has execution. Hardly 5 days of work, just 3 days all done. Ma Sanshan, can he not be excited? Elder brother Li, I won't talk to you first. At most 1 hour, I will be able to arrive at the small commodity wholesale market. You wait for me at the store. Good, then it will be hard for brother Ma. As the phone hung up, Li Shouyuan jumped straight up in excitement. Yay, great. I didn't expect Ma Sanshan to be so powerful. The future is promising. Laozi's career has just started. Cheer up, Ali give. Brother Lee, what happy event did you encounter? Why are you so happy? Yes, Brother Lee, look at your complexion. You've definitely encountered something good. I think Brother Lee has picked up a golden lump. 3 hoarse voices came. Li Shouyuan was startled and turned back towards the door. His eyes suddenly lit up, only to see Zhou Daxiang and the 3 of them, Lu Yi and Lu Feng, walking in with smiles on their faces. Chapter 70 The Big Order of 180,000 yuan. Zhou Daxiang, Lu Yi and Lu Feng were dressed in navy blue suits, wearing black leather shoes, with their hair combed out and each carrying a briefcase in their hands, coupled with that tan skin, straight body, like a workplace elite, simply handsome mess. Even Li Shouyuan was a bit envious and couldn't help but flirt. Yo, not bad. I can't imagine that you guys change your clothes. Actually so handsome, I am somewhat inferior to myself. He. Brother Li is polite. As long as the 3 of us don't lose your face, Zhou Daxiang said smilingly. The day before yesterday, Li Shouyuan gave each of them $200 to get this body of equipment. Did not expect to take off the camouflage, change into a suit of the 3, just like a new person, especially that straight spine, sturdy body, are fast catching up with the top male models. The 3 of them smiled at each other, and Zhou Daxiang pulled out a bunch of documents from his own briefcase. Brother Li, please read them and help us see if there are any problems with these contracts. Contracts? Li Shouyuan looked at Zhou Daxiang in confusion and casually took the documents. He only saw the words Jiayuan Toy Purchase and Sales Contract written on the cover of the contract. Li Shouyuan was slightly surprised. He himself hadn't even considered the issue of drafting the contract, but Zhou Daxiang had considered it for him, and was very satisfied with this. Opened the contract and quickly read through it. Then the whole person was dumbfounded, simply unable to believe that this was true. This pile of contracts actually have 12. The minimum order amount of $10,000. The highest order amount of $50,000. Above all have a signature and seal. This is a valid legal contract. The total order amount of the 12 contracts is up to $18 million. Li Shouyuan raised the contract in his hand and asked Zhou Daxiang, Chang, the total value of these 12 contracts is 180,000 yuan. Where did you get them from? The 3 looked at each other and each placed the briefcase in their hands on the coffee table. Lu Feng took the lead and said, Brother Li, yesterday we 3 had nothing to do, so we went to the surrounding several districts and counties to turn around. I didn't think that my luck was good. I negotiated 5 stores, Lu Yi negotiated 3, and Chang negotiated 4. There are still a few that are particularly interested in it, and they said that they can't make a decision until they've seen the goods. Hey, Chang and I can't compare to this little white boy. Lu Yi was full of envy, pointing at Lu Feng and saying with his hands in the air, Brother Li, look at this guy's good looks, good figure, especially in this suit. You didn't see yesterday's scene. The boss's wife's soul is hooked away. The other side without saying a word is to sign the order, and even paid half of the deposit. Oh, is that so? Li Shouyuan measured Lu Feng without any trace. Not to mention, there are indeed some white boy temperament. Lu Yi and Zhou Daxiang belonged to that kind of burly type of man, while Lu Feng was already handsome and articulate, coaxing those shopkeepers' maids to be happy. There were even 2 boss ladies who had a bad brother and a handsome boy in Lu Feng's idea, which made people's goosebumps fall all over the place. Lu Feng laughed. Naturally he would not admit all this in front of Li Shouyuan and said, Brother Li, don't listen to Lu Yi's nonsense. He's envious and jealous. Well, I also think that, but if your kid's skin was whiter, it could be comparable to fresh meat. But this is good. It makes me think of Big Brother Gu. Li Shouyuan sized up Lu Feng, stroking his chin. Shua. The 3 of them were dumbfounded, not knowing what the other party meant by that. Brother Li, who are you talking about? Brother Li, what the hell is fresh meat? Brother Li, who is Brother Gu again? Counting the time. The 1995 version of Divine Eagles should be online on the mainland as well. That Big Brother Gu's bronze-colored skin was bound to cause many people to follow him, especially those teenage girls and rich women. The bronze-colored skin, coupled with six-pack abs, made them instantly become nymphomaniacs. Li Shouyuan smiled and said, when our payment arrives, I'll buy a big color TV for the store, then you'll know who Brother Gu is. Brother Li, the Big Brother Gu you're talking about shouldn't be a big star, right? Lu Feng asked cautiously. Those who could come out on TV were definitely not ordinary people. For 98 years, the wave of star chasing had just begun. Li Shouyuan looked puzzled and asked, oh, you guys know? We often watched news and military programs when we were in the army, and occasionally watched TV shows, so we know something about stars. Alright, Li Shouyuan thought that the 3 didn't know. After all, it's now 98 years, and although televisions are very popular, it's not something that the average family can afford to consume, especially in the countryside. It was still black and white televisions, and in a village of several hundred people, it was estimated that there were only 1 or 2 televisions. The big guys crowded together as if they were watching a movie, and they had to bring their own ponies. Then, Zhou Daqiang and Lu Feng glanced at Li Xiaoyuan mysteriously. Then, each pulled out a bunch of $100 bills from their briefcases. Dang it, Brother Li, look what's this. Holy, Li Xiaoyuan was instantly nonplussed and couldn't help but burst out. You guys wouldn't really be collecting subscription money, right? There's still a lie here. I collected 30,000. Lu Feng said under his breath, his face filled with excitement. Zhou Daqiang followed closely behind, saying with the same excitement, I didn't collect as much as Lu Feng. I only collected 20,000. Sorry, I collected the most, 50,000 yuan. All 3 merchants paid at once. Louis placed 50,000 yuan in front of Li Xiaoyuan and said smugly. At the end of the day, he didn't forget to despise Lu Feng as much as he did. That look was as smug as it could be. Lu Feng was immediately displeased. He could have been a salesman himself, but he was cut off by Lu Yi's smothering. Snapping to his feet, he said with a black face, Lu Yi, you are so insidious. Just now you were pretending to be 13 and crying about being poor. Now you are actually taking out so much money. Are you teasing me? Lu Yi, you are also too unorthodox, claiming that you didn't sign a few orders, but in the end, you recovered the most money. Seeing this scene, the always naive Zhou Daqiang couldn't help but count Louis out as well. Louis arrogantly raised his head and said disdainfully, how am I unorthodox? You all have signed more orders than me, and the amount of orders is higher than me. I just brought $50,000 and you say that I'm not being fair? Cut. Lazy to take care of you. Immediately, full of opposite smile, will be 50,000 yuan handed to Li Xiaoyuan. Brother Li, I contacted the 3 merchants of the payment has been all settled payment. Trouble you point. No need to point. This little thing, I still believe in you guys. Li Xiaoyuan took the 100,000 yuan handed over by the 3, took out another 30,000 yuan from it, and re-handed it to the 3, and said with particular bravado, one of you is 10,000 yuan, take it and divide it. Chapter 71, you guys, I'll cover you. Brother Li, this isn't good. Brother Li, you must be joking. Brother Li, if you keep this up, I'll take it seriously. The 3 looked at the $30,000 handed over by Li Xiaoyuan. Their eyes went straight, never expecting the other party to be so bold. Out of the blue was $10,000 for one person. Li Xiaoyuan shook his head and smiled, and said in a serious manner, although our wholesale department is not yet open for business, you have already brought in so many orders. I am very pleased, but this money of mine is not for nothing. You guys have to do something. Please order Brother Li. We will go and execute it. The 3 of them thought there was something big to be done and solemnly responded. Li Xiaoyuan continued, currently, De Chang already has a motorcycle. Let's not mention him, but you 2 don't want to get yourselves a whole motorcycle? Still want to rely on your legs to run your business? Li, Brother Li, we, Lu Feng and Louis stuttered, unable to say a single word. Before the 2 could get the words behind out, they were directly interrupted by Li Xiaoyuan. Alright, don't even say it. One person 10,000 yuan take it. Louis and Lu Feng each go to buy a motorcycle. The motorcycle money is reimbursed by the company. This $10,000, both to your reward, but also to your commission. This time it's like this. All future orders will be executed according to the commission standard. Understand? Understood. The 3 stood at attention at a slight rest and answered loudly. Truly, they had dreamed of having a motorcycle of their own. Now, seeing Li Xiaoyuan talking so seriously, they happily agreed. This was 10,000 yuan, the money they could only earn by working at the construction site for a year, but now they could get it so easily. In their hearts, they were full of admiration for Li Xiaoyuan, and secretly swore that they would follow each other in this life. While the 4 were talking heatedly, a sweet voice suddenly came from the entrance of the store. Yell, Boss Li got so many little handsome boys from there. Look at how spirited and sunny this one is. The crowd looked in unison for the voice, only to see Zhang Lily in a plaid suit, with her hair in a high bun, her hands clasped on her chest, her legs crossed, leaning on the door frame, smilingly looking at the 4 of them. Li Xiaoyuan's heart tightened, and he hurriedly put away the money on the table, signaling Zhou Daqiang several people to load up their respective money as well. However, all this had long been seen by Zhang Lily, deliberately pulling her face and twisting her water snake waist as she walked in. Don't collect it. I've been to the front of the store and stood there for almost 5 minutes. What I should see, what I shouldn't see, what I should hear, what I shouldn't hear I've seen and heard. Mr. Zhang, it's not a good habit to listen to other people's business secrets. Li Xiaoyuan's face immediately darkened, not realizing that the other party had been here for almost 5 minutes. Zhou Daqiang and Lu Feng looked at each other and all saw doubt in each other's eyes. If it was any other day, if someone had appeared at the door for 5 minutes, they would definitely have noticed. But just now, everyone's attention was on Li Xiaoyuan and Xian, and they did not pay attention to the movement at the door. Zhang Lili, with a completely self-conscious look, came straight to Li Xiaoyuan, sat elegantly on the sofa, and snorted, "Come on, but also business secrets, on your little secret, that is not what I know?" Zhang Lili naturally said the production price of goods, ordering, but she accompanied Li Xiaoyuan to find Ma Sanxian. The cost of a single commodity is how much? She knows exactly. Wholesale price minus the cost price. The profit is not clear? However, her words fell in the ears of Zhou Daxiang. 3 people can be another flavor. The 3 people looked at each other again with a strange expression, and all saw the color of gossip in each other's eyes. They even gestured with sign language. It seems that the relationship between Brother Li and this beauty is not simple, more than uncomplicated. I feel that it's not shallow at all. Didn't you guys hear that? She knows all of Brother Li's little secrets, so the 2 of them won't. Hey, what are you guys comparing? Li Xiaoyuan let out a stern cry, interrupting the sign language exchange between the 3. Lu Feng laughed nervously and said, "Brother Li, we're practicing sign language. What's there to practice in sign language?" Li Xiaoyuan asked indifferently. Then, as if he thought of something, he asked in a cold voice, "No, what were you guys practicing just now?" Cough cough cough, report Brother Li. As scouts, sign language is a skill we must master, and we have developed the habit of practicing every day. Lu Feng said aloud. He wouldn't dare to tell the true content of sign language. What if Li Xiaoyuan wanted to kill and kill? With a sarcastic smile, he said, he. As for the content of the sign language, Zhou Daxiang said that this beautiful woman looks really pretty. Louis said that she looks like Chang'e in the Moon Palace, and I said that she looks like a fairy in the sky. Without waiting for Li Xiaoyuan to reply, Zhang Lili burst out laughing, then turned back to Lu Feng and Zhou Daxiang's trio. "I love to hear this. Your eyes are really bright. Unlike some people who have eyes but no pearls, a living, breathing, great beauty sitting in front of them. All of them are indifferent. My name is Zhang Lili. Nice to meet you guys. In the future, if you hang out in this market, just report my name. You guys, I'll cover you." "Thank you, Mr. Zhen." The 3 of them saluted and thanked at the same time. Then after giving each other a wink, they fled. Naturally, Li Xiaoyuan would not believe Lu Feng's bull **** and shouted, "Hey, you 3 brats are definitely fooling me, right? Why don't you hurry up and get your asses back here?" But how could Lu Feng and Zhou Daxiang listen to him? They didn't even return their heads for a second and grabbed the door. Zhang Lili gave Li Xiaoyuan 1,000 charming glances, and that flirtatious little look was simply mesmerizing. "Why are you like this? They complimented me for being pretty. Why are you not happy about it? Mr. Zhang, do you still have a lot of stores that you haven't finished inspecting? How about you go inspect the stores first?" Li Xiaoyuan didn't want to be alone with this goblin, and his words were meant to drive her away. However, not only was Zhang Lili indifferent, she even complained, "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed if you want to drive me away. Today I have all the stores, all inspections. You here is the last one, and is the general manager of the horse called me to come here and wait for him. Otherwise, you begged me to come. I will not come to you here, you a colorless guy. I at least is also your landlord. To come or so half a day. Even a cup of water cannot be begged." Humph. Not long ago, she received a phone call from Ma Sanxian, claiming that she was going to make a delivery to Li Xiaoyuan, inviting her to witness this great moment together. That's why she came here. What Ma Sanxian had in mind, Zhang Lili knew exactly. After all, this is 180,000 yuan of goods, no matter how good the relationship between the other party and Li Xiaoyuan, after all, belongs to the first cooperation. If there are not 2 reliable people around to watch the delivery, the other party is not really assured. Obviously, as the big boss of the wholesale market of small commodities, she is the matchmaker between Li Xiaoyuan and Ma Sanxian, naturally the best candidate for this delivery. Chapter 72 Delivery. Li Xiaoyuan smiled sarcastically. "Mr. Zhang is more than generous. I have a lot of things here that I haven't gotten all set up yet." With that, he shouted towards the front door. Zhou Daxiang, you 3 go and buy some mineral water back for the store." "Okay, brotherly." The 3 people who were furtively observing the movements of Li Xiaoyuan and Zhang Lili at the gate answered and returned to normal, heading towards the small store outside the market. There were some words that they could pretend not to hear, but there were some words that had to be carried out. Not long after, Zhou Daxiang and Lu Feng, the 3 of them walked back carrying 2 pieces of mineral water each, and along with them, there were also rumbling delivery vehicles. As soon as the 3 of them entered, Louis and Lu Feng each pulled out a bottle of water and handed it to Li Xiaoyuan and Zhang Lili respectively. Zhou Daxiang followed closely behind and said, "Brother Li, the delivery vehicle seems to be here. As soon as the words fell, Ma Sanxian's petite size appeared at the doorway. Immediately afterward, a smooth voice was heard. Ha ha ha, old brotherly, I've sent back all of your goods without fail. Where are these goods ready to be unloaded? Li Xiaoyuan and Zhang Lili got up at the same time and greeted them. Brother Ma has worked hard. I'm really sorry to let you make a trip yourself. Hey, what is there to be embarrassed about? We are all brothers, Ma Sanxian said cheerfully while shaking hands with Li Xiaoyuan and Zhang Lili one by one. Even without a trace, he looked around and said with a smile, Elder brotherly, it seems that Mr. Zhang has indeed taken good care of you. This store should have a lot of people thinking about it, right? No, my store has been vacant for half a month. If not for Boss Li taking over, I'm afraid it would still be idle by now. As Ma Sanxian said, this store is the best location, the most crowded and the most sought-after store in the whole market. Zhang Lili had wanted to rent it out at a high price, but who knew that Li Xiaoyuan had approached her and instead rented it to the other party at the lowest price as a way to thank him for saving her life. Ma Sanxian's vision is so poisonous. How could he not see the small seizure here? Some things to see through, not to say, they understand it is good. However, this also happens to give him a pill of peace of mind. Zhang Lili so take care of Li Xiaoyuan, that 18 million goods he is not afraid to ask for the hand. Nowadays, this batch of goods can also be handed over to the other party with confidence. Elder brotherly, Mr. Zhang, why don't we go to inspect the goods first? The workers are still waiting outside. Good. Li Xiaoyuan nodded his head in agreement, seemingly bashful, but actually excited. This batch of goods was designed and completed by himself, and it was his first career since he was reborn. He had long been unable to hold back the excitement in his heart and wanted to go and see its true colors. Soon, a group of 6 people arrived outside the store, into the eye, only to see the door parked a whole 310 meters long truck. Each car is loaded with goods. The unloading workers and drivers were removing the canvas from the vehicles. Ma Sanxian explained. Older brother, this car at the very front is loaded with windmills, the second is loaded with cars, and the last one is loaded with dolls, and each item contains a card, all packaged according to your requirements, and the remaining cards are loaded separately with the windmills. Saying this, Ma Sanxian handed the delivery slip to Li Xiaoyuan. Older brother, see if there's any problem with the quantity? 200,000 windmills, 50,000 cars, 50,000 dolls, 500,000 cards, and 500,000 cards. In addition to the cards packed into the merchandise boxes, there are 200,000 cards packed separately. Zhou Daqiang, Lu Feng, and Louis were quick on their feet and immediately took out 3 samples from each of the goods and brought them to the crowd. The 7 colored windmills, black SUVs and red supercars, as well as Li Xiaoyuan's purely hand-drawn cartoon cards of Journey to the West and 7 Dragon Balls brightened everyone's eyes, especially the cute dolls, made just like real people, blonde hair, blue eyes, delicate and smooth skin, wearing a small pink skirt. Underneath the skirt was a pair of long, bare and white legs, with a pair of crystal sandals on her feet. With just one look, Zhang Lili's girlish heart exploded, and she grabbed the amazing doll, her eyes glowing. Oh my god, this doll is made too beautiful and realistic, isn't it? The main thing is that elder brother Li's design is good. I as a big man have fallen in love with it, and I don't know if there are any women in the world that are as beautiful as the doll. Ma Sanxian couldn't help but sigh. Truly speaking, this doll has reached the golden ratio no matter from the dressing, or the face and body proportion. Not only was it beautiful, it was also extremely fashionable. Not to mention women and girls, even men and boys couldn't help but want to own one. Zhang Lili said while admiring it. This doll is indeed beyond my imagination. I'm afraid the whole country doesn't have such a perfect product. Boss Li, I'll take these 3 dolls. What do you want them for? Li Xiaoyuan asked out of turn. It wasn't that he was petty, but he was a bit puzzled. It was reasonable to say that a strong woman like Zhang Lili shouldn't be interested in these toys. Unbeknownst to him, the other party had already planned the use, giving one to each side of her bedroom and office as an ornament. The remaining one was prepared to be a gift to her cousin Xiaohong. Humph, it's up to you. Zhang Lili viciously blanked Li Xiaoyuan, then said to Ma Sanxian, Mr. Ma, I'll go back to my office first. When you guys finish unloading the goods, come and sit in my office. Definitely, definitely. With that, Zhang Lili took the doll directly from Lu Yi's hands, held it in her arms and headed towards her own office. Lu Yi froze in place, not knowing what to do, so he simply raised his head and looked at the sky, pretending that nothing had happened. Li Xiaoyuan also cannot help. These things are not worth a few dollars. Since the other party likes, let her take it. On the other hand, even Zhang Lili, such a domineering female president, like these dolls. That other people? Wouldn't they like it more? Zhou Daqiang came to Li Xiaoyuan's ear and muttered a few words in a low voice. Li Xiaoyuan's complexion gave a lurch and revealed a light smile. Then he said to Ma Sanxian, "Brother Ma, there's something I want to discuss with you." Oh, Ma Sanxian looked at the other party doubtfully, thinking that he wanted to discuss the matter of the payment for the goods with him. Older brother is polite. "What's the matter? Just say it, there's no need to be so polite." "Brother Ma, later can you use your car to help me deliver a batch of goods?" Li Xiuyuan said bluntly. This can be Ma Sanxian surprised bad. Originally thought it was with him to discuss the matter of payment for goods, did not think it was delivery. Subconsciously asked, "Elder brother Li, could it be that you have already received an order?" "Not much, an order of $200,000. Li Xiuyuan stretched out two fingers and said indifferently. Chapter 73, when the phone rings, there's 10,000 pieces of gold. What? $200,000? You haven't even opened here yet, and you've already sold $200,000 worth of goods? Ma Sanxian was shocked and couldn't believe it. Li Xiuyuan firmly nodded his head, with a smug little expression on his face. Nah, I guess this batch of goods aren't even enough for 3 days of sales. When you go back, remember to produce the same amount of goods for me again according to this standard. Oh yeah, the cards and windmills won't be produced for the time being, just the dolls and cars will do. I will also give you a one-time settlement for this payment tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Good. Then old brother wishes old brother a prosperous business. Ma Sanxian answered back and forth, looking even more excited than Li Xiuyuan. There is money not to be earned. Can he not be happy? Over the years, he had witnessed the rise and fall of countless others, but it was the first time he had encountered a large order coming to his door before a wholesale department even opened. Older brother. In that case, I'll leave all the workers and cars with you. They're at your disposal. Thank you, brother Ma. Old brother, I can't thank you enough. The two seemed to have only chatted for a few words, but they had determined 3 things. 1, of course, was the matter of borrowing a car to deliver the goods, and Ma Sanxian readily agreed. 2, the matter of paying off the purchase price. According to the contract, the full payment will be made within 7 working days after the delivery. Now it will only take 2 or 3 days to pay off all the payment for the goods. 3rd, Li Xiuyuan was very satisfied with the dolls and cars, and then let Ma Sanxian produce a batch of goods of the same quantity. These are not the key. The most critical thing is, Zhou Daxiang 3 people brought the contract price as $1,850,000. As long as the distribution of this batch of goods, that will be able to recover the balance of the money, and even take the few potential customers who are watching the intention. In this way, the wholesale department will not have $300,000 of income in the near future. An hour later, the crowd finished unloading the goods. Zhou Daxiang and Lu Feng, Lu Yian in accordance with the number of ordering contract reassembled a car, and then vociferously left the wholesale market. Li Xiuyuan locked the store door and headed towards Zhang Lily's office with Ma Sanxian. When they passed by the Yonggui wholesale department, they found that Wang Yonggui was not in the store and the store door was locked. Li Xiuyuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and secretly said, "Why didn't this guy come today? Couldn't have gone for a divorce with Qian Xiaoxiao, right? Hey, old Wang brother, I can only silently bless you in my heart." Old brother, look at your worried look. What are you thinking about? Ma Sanxian saw Li Xiuyuan's frown and couldn't help but ask one more question. Li Xiuyuan shook his head and smiled. "Nothing, brother Ma, but we have to say in advance, my product has an appearance patent. You can't privately produce it for others. Don't worry, even if old brother is an asshole again, this point of business ethics is still there. But old brother, also don't let me down. I wish you a prosperous business. Our cooperation will last for a long time." Ha. Good. Li Xiuyuan smiled incomparably as he heard this. He was most afraid that after his business caught fire, others would look for Ma Sanxian to produce and order the same goods. In that case, wouldn't he himself be a dowry for others? He did not want to see such a thing, much less allow it to happen. Not long after, the two of them talked and laughed, and soon arrived outside Zhang Lily's office door. Knock. The door to the room knocked, and immediately came Zhang Lily's high and cold voice. "Enter." The door to the room opened, and a scent of jasmine greeted her. Sure enough, a woman's office is just different from a man's, especially the office of a stunning beauty like Zhang Lily. Ma Sanxian walked in with a smile. "General Manager Zhang, still in the office?" "Yo, Mr. Ma is here. Welcome to my little lady's office as a guest. The venue is a bit humble. Please forgive me." Zhang Lily raised her eyes and realized that the visitors were none other than Ma Sanxian and Li Xiuyuan, and hurriedly went forward to greet them. By the way, she also asked Yuan Xia to prepare tea. "Xiao Ye, make a nice cup of tea for Mr. Ma and Boss Li." "Yes, Mr. Zhen." Yuan Xia left. After the 3 of them sat down, Ma Sanxian shook his head and smiled as he continued. "Mr. Zhang is joking. If this office of yours is simple, mine would be a dump. Zhang Lily's office is indeed not as luxurious as his, but the packing is very cozy, especially the fragrance of jasmine. Gently smell." Let a person relaxed and happy. Ma Sanqian habitually took out a cigarette, and also gave one to Li Xiaoyuan. Just two people just ready to light a cigarette. They froze, looked at each other, all saw from each other's eyes embarrassed, and then put away the cigarette again. Zhang Lili asked in confusion, "Why don't you smoke? We old smokers really can't bear to ruin the air in General Manager Zhang's office. It's better not to smoke." Ma Sanqian said mockingly, "If a man's office doesn't have a little bit of ash and tobacco flavor, it's not called an office. But for a woman's office to have tobacco odor and ash, it would seem a bit strange." Zhang Lili glanced at Li Xiaoyuan and realized that the other party was a bit naive and had not said a word from the time he entered the door until now. Thinking to herself, "What's wrong with this person? Wouldn't be sulking because I took his 3 dolls, right?" Then, he got up and came to the front of the duo, pulled out a crystal ashtray from under the coffee table and said with a smile, "It's okay, smoke. Although I don't smoke, I can't restrict my guests from smoking, right? Then I'll be polite." Ma Sanqian's old smoking addiction has long been committed. Now see, the other party took out the ashtray, then no longer polite, took out the Zippo lighter, gently hit, ding. After a crisp ringing sound, the fire was lit with a bang. The action was extremely dashing. "Elder brother Li, have one? Good." Li Xiaoyuan was also not polite, and smoothly lit the cigarette. The two big men in front of Zhang Lili, a stunning beauty, smoked cigarettes recklessly and kept gulping down the smoke. Not a moment. Yuan Xia will carry 2 cups of hot tea came in, respectively handed to Ma Sanqian and Li Xiaoyuan. At this moment, an urgent telephone ringing sounded. Li Xiaoyuan took out the small smartphone and saw that it was Lu Buwei who called. His heart was happy. When the phone rings, the gold is 10,000 taels. Hurriedly opening the upper flip cover of the cell phone, he pressed the answer button and took the lead in greeting. "Good day, Boss Lu. Little Li Z. A few days gone. Are you owed a beating? Now even Uncle Lu is not called?" Lu Buwei's seemingly unhappy voice came from the phone. Li Xiaoyuan smiled sarcastically, glanced at Ma Sanqian and Zhang Lili without any trace, and said faintly, He, Uncle Lu is good. Uncle Lu is auspicious. Well, that's more or less the same. How's your kid doing lately? I don't see you coming to my little store to take a look around. Are you doing big business and can't see me as a bad old man?" Lu Buwei said a total of 2 sentences, either sarcastic or complaining about Li Xiaoyuan. Li Xiaoyuan was stunned, thinking, why is this bad old man like a woman with a deep bosom? Couldn't be his great aunt coming, right? Chapter 74, Asking for Customer Resources. The thoughts in Li Xiaoyuan's heart, he definitely wouldn't say them out loud. Shaking his head and smiling, he said in a serious tone, "Uncle Lu, it's not that I don't want to come. It's not that I've done any big business, but I recently have new products to be launched, and it's driving people crazy. This is not, today just this batch of goods to the wholesale department, or I give you a few samples over to see?" Li Xiaoyuan's the sentence said extremely level, both expressed that he is very busy, but also expressed why he is busy. In the end, it also silently dissolved the other party's intention to complain, and also put the crux of the matter on business. When Lu Buwei heard this, he said with a few moments of obvious excitement in his tone, "You have a new product on the market again?" "Yes. I wonder if Uncle Lu's batch of goods is sold out yet." He. Truth be told, there is not much left. Li Xiaoyuan knew this was the result. If it wasn't for the fact that there were no more goods, would that old man have called him for no reason at all? These are not the tight spots. The most crucial thing is that to talk business, he should strike while the iron is hot and let the other party take another batch of goods. "Uncle Lu, how about this? I'll take some samples to your place in the afternoon. How about it?" "Okay, I'll be at this store at the Golden City Elementary School. We'll see you at 2 in the afternoon." "Okay, see you at 2 o'clock in the afternoon." The phone hung up. Li Xiaoyuan realized that Zhang Lili and Ma Sanqian were staring at themselves with unblinking eyes, their gazes sizzling as if they had seen some meat and potatoes. "Why are you guys looking at me with this look? TSK. I really didn't expect that business is so red hot even before your store opened. Business is coming to you of its own accord." Zhang Lili shook her pretty head and said with a smile. Ma Sanqian followed closely behind, patting his horse's ass. "Boss Li is really extraordinary. Every word he said just now was extremely well spoken. Mr. Ma admires and admires. Ma is too modest." Li Xiaoyuan gently smiled. He thought something had happened. The two turned out to be trying to pat him on the back. These are old customers from before. No big deal. Then, the conversation turned and continued. "Mr. Zhang, brother Ma, you guys have been doing business for so many years. You should have a lot of customer resources on hand, right? Look, I'm going to be ready to open for business tomorrow. Won't you guys help out?" Brush. Ma Sanqian and Zhang Lili froze at the same time. The smiles on their faces instantly solidified. It was unexpected that the other party would suddenly army them. which made the two business veterans very confused. Li Xiaoyuan looked at the two people's expressions as if they had eaten the scales and smiled without saying anything. This was the real purpose of him accompanying Ma Sanxian to Zhang Lily's office. He wanted to blatantly ask the two for customer resources. After a while, Zhang Lily and Ma Sanxian blackened their faces and glared over at the same time, saying in unison, "Your business is so hot, you still need us to introduce you to customers? Too, why not? There is money to be made." Li Xiaoyuan purposely put on an exaggerated expression and asked with a smile, "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Ma, you guys wouldn't be so petty that you wouldn't even want to share a single customer resource with me, right?" Zhang Lily and Ma Sanxian stared at each other in a daze, obviously surprised. Seeing that the two were silent, Li Xiaoyuan did not want to let them off the hook and continued to lobby. "MS. Zhang, MS. Ma, we're all on such good terms, we shouldn't be so petty, right? Besides, tomorrow morning I have a simple opening ceremony. You two must come. I'm not greedy, and I'm not interested in gifts. I just need customer resources. If you can't, you guys tell me the customer's contact information is fine. I'll go and talk myself." "Elder brotherly, you are a long-planned extortion. He. Brother Ma's holy wisdom. To be precise, I'm playing the landlord and dividing the land. You guys are all first-class big bosses. My business is just starting out. How can I say? You all have to help me out a bit, right?" Li Xiaoyuan said shamelessly. He didn't care what the other party thought of him. "If you can't get the customer resources today, you won't stop." The words have been said to this point. Zhang Lily and Ma Sanxian, what else can be done? Give. Alright, look at your money-minded look. You're about to fall into the eye of money. Later on I'll organize a few customer profiles for you, so you can take them and contact them yourself. Zhang Lily took the lead and said, she knew that if she didn't let go, Ma Sanxian would definitely not let go. But as long as she spoke like this, the other party, whether it was due to face issues or otherwise, would give Li Xiaoyuan some favors. Li Xiaoyuan nodded his head in satisfaction. "I have to thank Mr. Zhang for the smile, a great favor." Then he looked at Ma Sanxian. "Brother Ma, what about you? You are a shrewd monkey." General Manager Zhang has agreed. "What do you think I can do?" Ma Sanxian deliberately said with a stern face. Zhang Lily had promised to give it. If he didn't, wouldn't he appear to be too petty? Not to mention that he and Li Xiaoyuan were still in a cooperative relationship. After thinking about it, he said, "I'm different from General Manager Zhang. I know fewer wholesalers, but introducing 3 or 5 is still possible. 1 or 2 is not too little. 10 or 8 is not too much. No ceiling." Little brother thanked Brother Ma for his love. Li Xiaoyuan's purpose had been achieved. Doubly feeling relaxed all over. After the 3 ate lunch together, Ma Sanxian left. Zhang Lily also returned to her office to continue working, while Li Xiaoyuan took the samples and rode his motorcycle towards Lu Bui's small store. Golden City Elementary School. Want little shop. As usual, Lu Bui sat by the window of the store smoking an old man's cigarette. Suddenly, there was a bright light in front of his eyes. Unable to help but rub his eyes, he poked his head out of the window and fixed his eyes, only to see Li Xiaoyuan rumbling towards him on his motorcycle. The whole person looked excited and hurriedly knocked the old man's cigarettes out of the pot and walked towards the door. Aya. The old man can finally expect Boss Li to come. Hurry up and please inside. Please inside. Uncle Lu, before you said that I was being sarcastic, but now you're being sarcastic with a mouthful of Boss Li? You called me a little panicky. It's better to call me Little Li Z. Li Xiaoyuan will motorcycle parked, casually take off the car on a black plastic bag. Looking at Lu Bui, that attentive smiling face, always feel that the heart is not solid. Lu Bui smiled sarcastically and said, "Hey, I'm not being sarcastic. You are now the real big boss. How dare I call you Little Li? Uncle Lu, don't shabby me. You're the real big boss. How's business these days? The last shipment should have earned a lot, right?" Li Xiaoyuan didn't want to dwell on this issue with the other party, and without a trace, he shifted the topic to business. He had been a man for 2 lifetimes and still didn't believe that he couldn't handle a bad old man. As soon as he mentioned that previous business, Lu Bui was overjoyed. Ha, Little Li Z, you have to get another batch of goods back for Uncle Lu as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't have anything to sell. Chapter 75, Promoting New Products. Li Xiaoyuan glanced around the store and immediately noticed the windmills and kites in the store. Only the quantity was a bit low. There were already less than 20 windmills and less than 10 kites. With this amount, I'm afraid that they will be sold out as soon as school is over this afternoon. Shaking his head with a smile, he opened the black plastic bag in his hand, which contained exactly the 4 new items he had brought. "Uncle Lu, these are the new products I mentioned to you on the phone." You palm your eyes. "Oh, is that so?" Puzzled, Lu Bui took the plastic bag and pulled out the products inside one by one and set them on the counter. There were colorful windmills, black SUVs, red supercars, and dolls that looked like real people. Lu Buwei was instantly attracted by the dolls. His eyes were glowing. His eyes were straight. He quickly grabbed them in his hands and marveled. Oh my god, this doll is also too beautifully made and too realistic, right? Not bad. Li Xiaoyuan looked at the other party's sizzling eyes and knew that a good thing was near, and continued to introduce. Uncle Lu, let me tell you, this little car and doll are good things. They don't have seasonal limitations like kites and windmills. As long as it's past spring, not many people will play with them. But these two things never go out of fashion. Even if no one plays with them and put them at home, they are still a work of art. Right. Some works of art aren't this good. Lu Buwei concurred. Then the conversation turned and asked cautiously, Little Li Z, these two products should be very expensive, right? Even if the products are expensive, I can't inflate the price for Uncle Lu, right? Li Xiaoyuan smiled faintly, took out a cigarette and gave one to Lu Buwei. The so-called cigarettes and alcohol are not separated. Lu Buwei is not polite, took the cigarette and lit it. The whole face smiled just like a chrysanthemum, like a spring breeze. Your kid is sweet-talking. Speed some, give me a direct bottom price on the line. Windmill 20 starting batch each for $1. 100 starting batch each for 80 cents. 500 starting batch each for 60 cents. Dolls start at $8 for 20 and $5 for 50 or more. Model cars start at $10 for each of 20, and $8 for each of 50 or more. Li Xiaoyuan said bluntly. When these words came out, it made Lu Buwei happy to know. The windmill he took before was $1 apiece. The appearance is far from this colorful windmill gorgeous. The most critical thing is, this colorful windmill only needs 60 cents to get the goods. Compared to before, each on the windmill he can earn more 40 cents. Little Li, let's not say anything in the dark. Just based on your relationship with me, I want 30,000 windmills, 700 dolls, 700 small cars. Hearing this amount of orders, Li Xiaoyuan was very satisfied, but still said his suggestion. Uncle Lu, since you trust me so much, I can't let you down, but I have a suggestion. I don't know when to speak or not. Why have you suddenly become so outgoing? Why do you still want to say it? Just say it. Uncle Lu, I suggest that you take more dolls and cars. As for the windmill, I suggest not more than 20,000. After all, it's almost summer. Coupled with your previous sales, the market demand of your schools is basically in a saturated state. For me, the more goods you take, the happier I am, but I can't just watch you smash these goods in your own hands, right? Li Xiaoyuan's words were true. Although Lu Buwei had 7 stores, his consumer population was mainly dominated by students. All the students of the 7 schools together only amounted to about 20,000 people, and Lu Buwei had taken a batch of windmills and kites before. During this period, even if the repeat buyers were added, the total number of windmills sold could not have exceeded 40,000. He was going to take 30,000 windmills. Surely there would be 10,000 windmills that would not be sold and could only be pressed down to be sold again next year. But next year there will be new products. These windmills will only be reduced to scrap. Lu Buwei looked at Li Xiaoyuan with a smile. He had been running a store for decades. He knew a thing or two about these problems. Little Li, how about this? I won't say how much quantity I want. Just watch and match it up for me and tell me how much in the end. By this point, Lu Buwei obviously had unconditional trust in Li Xiaoyuan. Immediately afterward, the conversation turned and said, however, Little Li Z, what supermarket you said last time? Have to help a heart. I want to proceed as soon as possible. Okay, Uncle Lu, since you brought up the matter of the supermarket, I was thinking so. What is said is not right. I hope you bear with me. Little Li Z, you're being foreign again. See connotation my ass. Quickly say it. Li Xiaoyuan thought about it and said, Uncle Lu, I think, you now immediately start the store first disc down. The supermarket size set between 300 and 500 square feet. Then, in the summer vacation period, unified decoration. September, a school, a new store, new atmosphere, will inevitably usher in a wave of peak business. By then your customer base won't just be students, but also teachers, and residents in the neighborhood. Wonderful. Little Li Z, Uncle Lu can't even convince you. Lu Buwei was full of praise for Li Xiaoyuan's suggestion. It was now April. Leasing the store would take some time, and the renovation would also take time. But if he put the renovation time in the summer vacation, it would neither affect his business nor delay the renovation process, and he would still have a lot of time to keep an eye on the progress of the renovation at any time. Most importantly, he can contact suppliers in advance, so it's not too much of a stretch to say that it's the best of all 3 worlds. When the school year starts in September, the brand new supermarket will be open to teachers, students, parents, and residents in the neighborhood, and the consumer base will be expanded. So can the business not be booming? The surrounding small stores, minutes will be squeezed by him. he will become the school area of a brother. After finishing the matter of the supermarket, Li Xiaoyuan again shifted the topic to goods without any trace, which is the most important thing for him at the moment. Uncle Lu, as for the goods, I think you should take 21,000 windmills and allocate 3,000 for each store. Dolls and cars each take 1,400, and allocate 200 to each store. Try the sales first. If the sales are good, I can always deliver to you. This way, your pressure will be reduced. Good, good, good. Old brother Li is so considerate. Lu Buwei was already so excited that he didn't even call little Li Zi anymore, opening his mouth and closing it with old brother Li. One must know that there was a 20-year difference in age between the two of them. Then, Lu Buwei looked at the card in the plastic bag that had not been taken out and asked in confusion, Elder brother Li, how do you wholesale this card? How come I haven't heard you talk about it? Ha ha, Uncle Lu, have you discovered something? Li Xiaoyuan laughed and asked a rhetorical question. Chapter 76. The future is promising. Lu Buwei craned his neck and pursed his lips. I just feel strange. Why are there different cards in all these goods? Is there any special meaning? Uncle Lu, these are 2 sets of cards. The drawings on them are the 5 members of the Tang monk and his disciples from the journey to the west and the characters inside the 7 Dragon Balls respectively. Li Xiaoyuan spread out the 12 cards one by one and explained. Then, he asked rhetorically, Uncle Lu, if it were you, would you want to collect them all? If someone else has the Monkey King, do you want to have it? In that case, wouldn't it boost consumption? He didn't mention the rewards after collecting all these cards, but it already made Lu Buwei see unprecedented business opportunities. Good, simply great. Having a manufacturer as smart as Elder Brother Li is simply a boon for us sellers. Lu Buwei excitedly shouted repeatedly, Elder Brother Li, just match me with the quantity you just said. Send it over now. I can't wait. And match me with some more of these cards. Uncle Lu, I'll ship you all of this batch of goods at the lowest price. Windmills 60 cents, dolls $5, small cars $8. It works out to be a total of $30,800. Li Xiaoyuan immediately made a budget for Lu Buwei according to the best allocation plan. On the way out, he didn't forget to remind the other party, Uncle Lu, let's put the ugly words in front. This price of yours is the price I gave to those bosses in the wholesale market. You can't just go and flaunt it, or else, there's no way I can explain to those wholesalers. Don't worry, as long as I do business for one day, I will take the goods before you, and never look for the second one. You arrange to get me the goods now, and I'll get you the money. Saying this, Lu Buwei took out another canvas bag of money under the windowsill. Suddenly, as if he thought of something again, he asked with a smile, Elder Brother Li, that's not right. How come I didn't hear about the amount of cards dispensed? Uncle Lu, about the card. It's a little secret. It can't be sold for the time being. Once it starts selling, I'll tell you the first time. Okay. Lu Buwei was curious in his heart, but the other party had already said that it was a small secret, and that it could not be sold for the time being, so he couldn't be cheeky enough to pry hard. Could he? Unbeknownst to him, when making the packaging, Li Xiaoyuan had intentionally not packaged the cards of the Monkey King, the White Dragon Horse and the Divine Dragon inside the merchandise, but advertised that there were these 3 kinds of cards. If one day, someone realized that they hadn't collected all 3 cards, they would definitely dig for them. 1 by 1, 10 by 10. In less than a few days, the word would definitely spread throughout the entire Golden City. At that time, he would start selling them again, and the money would come, wouldn't it? Lu Buwei didn't care much about this. He only wanted to know how much money he could make from this batch of goods. Then again, he netted $30,000 on the last shipment. This time, the goods are not only cheap, the style is nice, and there is a card inside each item. Roughly estimating, the net profit could reach $50,000. With that, he opened the canvas bag and handed $38,000 to Li Xiaoyuan without hesitation. Elder Brother Li, count it. No need to count. I still trust Uncle Lu's character. Li Xiaoyuan smoothly put the money into a black plastic bag and continued. Uncle LV, this batch of goods may have to be delivered later. Our people have gone to the neighboring districts and counties to make deliveries, and are expected to come back only around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. No harm done, as long as it's delivered to me before school ends in the afternoon. Business near the school was like this. Once the students were in class or on vacation, there was no one around. However, during the 2 time periods of noon and the afternoon after school, the sales volume in just 2 hours could catch up with the sales volume of a whole day in a normal store. Everything was settled and the money was received. Li Xiaoyuan then left Lu Buwei without further delay. Uncle Lu, then I won't bother you anymore. We'll see you this afternoon. Okay, see you this afternoon. After saying that, Li Xiaoyuan left the Wanwan small store and rode his motorcycle towards the wholesale department. This batch of goods, don't look at the order of only $30,000, but he made a profit of at least $20,000. Compared to picking up the goods from Wang Yonggue, he had earned more than $5,000. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Duqiang, Lu Yi and Lu Feng returned happily. At the same time, they were riding 2 brand new motorcycles. As soon as they entered the door, they saw Li Xiaoyuan lying flat on the sofa, tinkering with his cell phone. The 3 of them playfully came to each other's side and sat on the sofa. Zhou Duqiang smoothly pulled out $85,000 from his briefcase and set it on the coffee table, smilingly saying, "Brother Li, the goods have been delivered and the payment for the goods has been fully recovered. This is $85,000. You count it." "No need to count it. I believe in you guys." Li Xiaoyuan sat up and collected the money extremely flatly. Lu Feng and Louis placed their respective motorcycle keys on the coffee table and said one after another, "Brother Li, we also went to the motorcycle market just now, and Louis and I bought our motorcycles as well. The same style as Duqiang's. We also bought a cell phone each, to make it easier to conduct business at a later stage." "That's right." Li Xiaoyuan smiled with satisfaction and said in a serious tone, "Now that everyone has a motorcycle and a cell phone, that can be a big boss, as long as we work together. The next step, a small car for each person." 98 years, although not as developed as 2020, the cell phone is still a small smartphone, but having it was better than not having it. Regardless of contacting business, or contacting between a few of them, it would be much more convenient. Nowadays, the 3 of them believe in Li Xiaoyuan as if he were a god. No matter what the other party says, they are unconditionally convinced. They were full of expectations for the future and were energized. Li Xiaoyuan looked at the trio's excited expressions and said indifferently, "Originally, I wanted everyone to get off work early today, but I also negotiated a business on my side. It's not much, it's only 30,000 yuan of goods, so I still have to trouble you all to send it over." "Brother Li, you're too good to be true. Can you talk about business while sitting in the store? Brother Li, you really are a good example for us. Brother Li is mighty." The 3 of them wailed with excitement when they heard that Li Xiaoyuan had negotiated an order of $30,000. In this way, it was equal to the 4 of them each having incomes, and according to this rate of development, a monthly income of 1 million would not be a problem. Li Xiaoyuan originally wanted to explain a few sentences, but on second thought, explaining more is not good. After all, he is the boss of this store, to make the people under the hand convinced, in addition to the money to give in place, but also have to show personal strength. Otherwise, others would only laugh at your lack of ability, and over time, phenomena such as meritocracy and complacency would occur. "Okay, Duqiang, go contact a minivan. Lu Yi and Lu Feng prepare the goods, early delivery and early rest. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, everyone on time to the store. We organize a simple opening ceremony. Also counts us Jiayuan Toy Wholesale Department officially opened." "Okay." Zhou Duqiang 3 people were energized, as if playing chicken blood, according to Li Xiaoyuan's command to separate actions. Chapter 77, A Sumptuous Dinner. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Xiaoyuan's 4 men finished their deliveries early. One person rode a brand new motorcycle, dressed in a colorful suit, and drove side by side on the road in Golden City, each with a huazi in their mouths, that look arrogant to the extreme. The turnover rate is not generally high, especially Li Xiaoyuan. The trunk of the motorcycle is loaded with 180,000 cash, exuding a powerful flavor. If each of them is equipped with a gold chain, it will be even more impressive. Either the legendary tycoon, or the legendary big brother. Zhou Duqiang shouted excitedly, "Brother Li, Zhou Duqiang, never thought that I would have such a dashing day, much less that I would someday walk the streets of Golden City with such confidence. Meeting you in less than 5 days has turned my life upside down." "Brother Li, thank you." "Brother Li, Lu Feng, haven't obeyed a few people in my life, but you I obey. In this life, Lu Feng, swear to serve you to the death." Lu Feng grabbed the handlebars of the motorcycle with one hand and clasped Huazi with the other, saying in a serious manner. Louis blackened his face and glared at the 2, dissatisfied. "Hey, the words have been finished by you 2, what am I going to say? Ha ha ha." These words caused the 4 people to laugh heartily. At this moment, it was as if only the 4 of them were left in heaven and earth. At this moment, it was so enjoyable that the people and things passing by beside them were treated as if they were unseen. The motorcycle slowly passed through the city, and the laughter of the 4 of them spread throughout the Golden City. Just whoever did not realize that behind them were actually 2 young men dressed in fancy clothes, tailed all the way. Followed, from the wholesale department to the wanting small store, and again from the often small store to the present. "Let's go. Go back and tell Brother Tiger. Just say that this drunkard has made a big fortune and opened a store in the small commodities wholesale market, and that he's going to hold an opening ceremony tomorrow. Good. We must tell Brother Tiger everything we got today." With that, the 2 disappeared into the crowd, out of sight. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Sun Jiayi and Nyo went home on time as usual. Just as they entered the door, they found Li Xiao Yuan busy in the kitchen, filling the house with a strong smell of meat. Even the house was cleaned up and organized. Nyo struggled, got down from Sun Jiayi's arms and ran towards the kitchen with her short legs. Wow, what a fragrant meat. Daddy, are you making meat for Nyo to eat? Yeah, my baby girl can eat as much as she wants. There's enough meat today. Li Xiao Yuan squatted down. Body, smilingly scraped Nyo's small nose and said in a doting manner. Sun Jiayi followed closely behind and also came to the kitchen. It was only when she saw the multitude of colorful dishes on the counter, her entire body froze. Then, her eyebrows knitted slightly, and she roared towards Li Xiao Yuan with a river lion's roar. Li Xiao Yuan, are you crazy? Why did you make so many dishes? Can our family finish it? Can't finish it and eat it tomorrow. It's not bad. Not to mention that Nyo is just growing her body. We can't treat the little kid poorly. Li Xiao Yuan, facing Sun Jiayi's roar, turned a deaf ear and said lightly as if nothing was wrong. Then, he said to Nyo, little baby, quickly go and wait in front of the dining table. Daddy will serve the rice here. Let's eat meat. Okay, Daddy. Nyo firmly nodded her head, then walked towards the living room with her short legs. Sun Jiayi looked at the father and daughter's unconcerned expressions, her shell teeth lightly biting, and her anger became uncontrollable. For so many years, she had gotten used to living a poor life, and suddenly made a dinner so sumptuous. But instead, she was a little less accustomed to it. After Nyo left, Li Xiao Yuan stood up and said to Sun Jiayi with a smile, wife, help me serve the chicken soup. I'll go serve the rice. Sun Jiayi was helpless. The rice was ready. What was the use of being angry? In a cold voice, he said, let's make a deal first. If you can't finish the rice tonight, you are not allowed to waste it. Tomorrow Nyo and I will bring it to the factory to eat. What? You still have to go to work tomorrow? Li Xiao Yuan sniffed and looked fiercely at Sun Jiayi, seemingly complaining. Didn't I tell you? Tomorrow my wholesale department opens. You and Nyo have to go over to witness that great moment. He remembered clearly, and had reminded the other party last night about tomorrow's opening. Who knew that Sun Jiayi had forgotten to take her vacation? That I forgot to take leave. Don't you have a cell phone? Just give Ma Aiju a call and it's over. While talking, the two had already served the meal and brought it to the table. After taking their seats, the family ate while exchanging pleasantries. Dad, I want chicken claws and paws. 1 chicken claw for you and Mom. Okay? Li Xiao Yuan clipped 2 chicken claws to Nyo and Sun Jiayi respectively. The mother and daughter grabbed the chicken claws and nibbled on them. Nyo didn't forget to say, Daddy, you are the head of the family. The chicken head is reserved for you. Alright, my precious daughter has given the word. Dad doesn't dare to disobey. Saying this, Li Xiao Yuan chucked the chicken head into his bowl and ate it. The meal didn't end until half an hour later. The three of them not only ate a mouthful of traffic, but also broke the record of eating in the last 3 years. In the past, a meal would never last more than 5 minutes, and once it exceeded that time, dinner would become the main battlefield for Li Xiao Yuan and Sun Jiayi. Punching, kicking, and clubbing. Today's times are different. Everything is going in the right direction. After dinner, Sun Jiayi dialed Ma Aiju to ask for leave. The other side is also good to talk to. Do not even think about it to allow half a day off. After hanging up the phone, Sun Jiayi began to clean up the dining table and kitchen. Li Xiao Yuan took Nyo into the bedroom. Suddenly, a Nyonya scream came from the room. Ah, Dad, what is this? What is this? Sun Jiayi, who was tidying up the kitchen, thought that something had happened and hurriedly ran towards the bedroom, barely dropping the dishes. However, just as she reached the bedroom door, she saw through the doorway that Nyo was holding a doll that looked like a real person, happily bouncing around on the bed. She couldn't help but stop her footsteps and didn't disturb the frolicking father and daughter. Daddy, is this the gift you bought for Nyonya? Nyo likes this doll so much. As long as my little baby likes it, it's good. Li Xiao Yuan looked at Nyo's joyful appearance and was overwhelmed with happiness. Immediately afterward, he followed Nyonyo's tone and whispered in her ear, Nyonya, Daddy secretly told you, I'm the one who has a house full of dolls. You just have to be obedient. Daddy's dolls are yours. Daddy, Nyo is very good, very obedient. You give your house full of dolls to Nyo, okay? Nyo pouted her little lips and said in a milky voice, making Li Xiao Yuan laugh. Good. Daddy give it to you. Daddy give you everything he owns. Is it still satisfactory? Thank you, Daddy. Moo-ah. Nyo climbed into Li Xiao Yuan's arms and gave a fierce kiss to that bearded face. Chapter 78, Daddy, is Mommy crazy? Nyo gave Li Xiao Yuan a kiss on his bearded face, then, obediently climbed into the other party's arms. Sun Jiayi leaned against the doorframe, tenderly looking at the friendly father-daughter duo, a happy smile surfacing on her face. This was the home she wanted. the life she wanted. After a while, shaking her head, she headed towards the kitchen. Another 20 minutes passed. Sun Jiayi cleaned up the kitchen and helped Li Xiaoyuan wash his clothes before returning to the bedroom. Creak! The door to the room opened, and the father and daughter looked toward the door in unison. Nyo waved the doll in her hand and said with gusto, Mom, look, Dad bought me a doll. He also said he's going to buy me a house full of dolls and cars. Nyonya is going to have a house of her own in the future. Sun Jiayi glanced at Li Xiaoyuan with an odd expression. She didn't know what the other party said to Nyo, but from the moment Nyo said she wanted to have her own house, her heart couldn't help but twitch. She always felt like she was being thought of by some kind of colorful wolf was thinking of her. But Nyo blinked her big dark eyes with a look of anticipation. Since your dad said that, then he will definitely buy you a house full of dolls. Go to bed early. Ah nah, Nyo sweetly answered, thinking, even her own mom said so, then dad will definitely fulfill her wish. At once, she let go of Li Xiaoyuan and crawled towards Sun Jiayi's arms. Sun Jiayi knew that the house full of dolls that Li Xiaoyuan said was the merchandise he was selling, but his purpose of coaxing Nyo was intriguing. Why tell Nyo to have a room full of dolls? Why let Nyo have a room of their own? All the reasons would converge on the same thing. That is, Nyo became the biggest obstacle for Li Xiaoyuan to take Sun Jiayi. He had to make sure that the good thing between the two of them could not be disturbed by this silly daughter. Right during the conversation between the mother and daughter, Li Xiaoyuan took out a black plastic bag from under the bed without a trace. Wife, I prepared a gift for you as well. Do you see if you like it? What kind of gift are you preparing for me? I'm not a child. What? Sun Jiayi opened the plastic bag without thinking, only just opened it, then closed it in a hurry. Then, stuffing it into the comforter, she also pressed the pillow on it with a warning face. You two are not allowed to touch the things inside. I'll go and come. As if Sun Jiayi had gone crazy, she ran to the living room with her bare feet on fire, and after making sure that the main door was locked, she once again returned to the bedroom. Again, she unlocked the bedroom door, and finally carefully came to the bed. This series of actions could scare Nyo, hiding into Li Xiaoyuan's arms, staring at Sun Jiayi with a guarded face. Daddy, what's wrong with her mommy? Is she crazy? Little child, don't talk nonsense. Without waiting for Li Xiaoyuan to speak, Sun Jiayi coldly and ferociously glared at Nyo. Nyo really stopped talking. Her scared little face was white, and she was even trembling. Li Xiaoyuan was eager to protect his daughter and said with a companionable face, Wife, you scared Nyo. Shut up, you don't talk either. Well, now not only Nyo couldn't speak, even Li Xiaoyuan also ate the closed door. The father and daughter snuggled up to each other and watched Sun Jiayi perform alone in a daze. Only see Sun Jiayi hands trembling, eyes shining, carefully remove the pillow, lift the nest. Finally, with shivering hands, she opened the black plastic bag, rubbed her eyes, rubbed them again, and then, at once, was ecstatic. Really, this is actually real? There's really this much money? No, how could Li Xiaoyuan have so much money? He wouldn't have gone to rob a bank, right? Dad, is mom crazy? Does she not want Nyo and dad anymore? I don't know. Hey. Li Xiaoyuan grunted and followed Nyo's example. Suddenly, a river lion's roar resounded in the room, scaring the father and daughter into trembling. The two couldn't help but look towards Sun Jiayi, only to see the other party stretching out her arm, pointing a single finger at Li Xiaoyuan's nose and roaring violently. Li Xiaoyuan, you asshole, where did you get so much money? You give me an honest explanation. Did you go rob a bank? If you are arrested by the police and sent to jail, what about me and Nyo? Saying that, Sun Jiayi's soulful eyes were blinded by tears, and the crystalline teardrops fell down her white cheeks and sexy jaws, barring on the bed, dampening the quilt surface, wetting the bed sheets. Li Xiaoyuan was also anxious, hurriedly dropping Nyo and quickly stepping forward, helping Sun Jiayi wipe her tears. Wife, don't get excited. Listen to me. You say, if you dare to do something illegal, I'll divorce you right here. I'll take Nyo back to my mother's home. Sun Jiayi said viciously as she plucked away Li Xiaojuan's arm, then took Nyo into her arms and glared viciously at the other party. Nyo didn't know why the two were quarreling, so she was scared that her little face was pale and she didn't dare to speak. Li Xiaoyuan always kept a smile on his face and smiled as he explained. Wife, this money is my store's one day's flow, no more, no less, exactly $180,000. If you don't believe me, you can ask Zhou Daxiang and the others. All this money can be earned by them. Really? When Sun Jiayi heard this, her complexion slightly improved, but she was still a bit puzzled, thinking to herself, isn't it just opening a toy wholesale department? One day's water flow can be $180,000? There are so many smart people under the sky. Why was such a good business met by you? As if Li Xiaoyuan had read the other party's mind, he nodded firmly and said in a serious tone, this is just the beginning. In the future there will be more money coming in. Daily income of millions. 10 million are possible. Humph. Give you some good face? You also gasped on. Daily income of millions? You think your own money printing machine ah? Although Sun Jiayi's face was better, and she believed a large part of Li Xiujuan's words, but this daily collection of millions and millions, she couldn't accept it and didn't dare to imagine it. Li Xiuyuan shook his head and smiled, continuing, wife, don't get excited first, here say, okay, then you say it, I'll see what flowers you can say. This money, you take it first, when you take a break to find a bigger house, buy or rent, at the very least to ensure 2 rooms and 2 halls. Li Xiuyuan glanced at Nyo, can't let her sleep with us all the time, right? Sun Jiayi had a flash of light. She said how Li Xiuyuan was so kind to buy Nyo a room full of dolls. The feeling was that he really had a purpose. However, this also reminded Sun Jiayi, after all, Nyo was only 3 years old. She could still sleep with them for a while. So what if she grows up to be in her teens? She can't have a family of 3 continue to sleep in the same bed, right? Alright, when I'm rested I'll go find a 2-room, 2-bathroom house nearby. Chapter 79, Worship the God of Guangong, not the God of Wealth. Okay, you pick the house. I'll pay for it. It's best to be closer to the school. The house is newer. Nyo grows up a bit more. She should go to school too. At that time, let's buy some more furniture for the house. The big color TV I promised Nyo hasn't been realized yet, Li Xiuyuan said. He now had money in hand and could buy a color TV at any time. But the problem was, where to put it after buying it. This rental house of theirs was so small that it was crowded. There was really no place to put a TV when they bought one. Forget it, wait until we have a big house in the future. Then we can buy a TV. Sun Jiayi didn't listen to a single word that Li Xiujuan said. At this moment, looking apprehensive, she glanced around the bedroom, not knowing where to hide the money. Eventually, the broken closet caught her attention. Right, hide it under the closet. It shouldn't be discovered. Then, she tied the plastic bag tightly and quickly got out of bed, lying on the floor, hiding it under the closet. Li Xiuyuan looked at the other party's actions and was really crying and laughing. I really didn't think that your wife is still a financial fanatic. Isn't it just 180,000 yuan? Why be so careful? However, when we move in the future, we still need to buy 2 safes. Otherwise there are some valuables I don't know where to hide. After Sun Jiayi hid the money, she patted the dust on her body and gave Li Xiuyuan a flavorful blank look. What are you looking at? I'm telling you, this money is the money I'm going to buy a house with. You're not allowed to hid it. My good wife, this point of money is nothing. When later I will earn you 10 times, 100 times, 10,000 times back. Come on, and wheezing on, please, can we not blow it? Dreaming of everything, early wash and sleep. Li Xiuyuan had wanted to brainwash Sun Jiayi, but who knows? The other party didn't give him a chance to speak at all. As soon as she got into bed, she fell asleep. Li Xiuyuan put Nyo aside and cheaply came over. Wife, that, don't even think about it. My body is still not well. Wait a few more days. Li Xiuyuan had a mouth. Sun Jiayi knew what the other party was going to fart, a sentence that her body wasn't well, and put off all of it altogether. However, this was the big truth. Her great-aunt hadn't left until now. Li Xiuyuan was helpless and nodded extremely aggrieved. Alright then. It was at this moment that Nyonya crawled over from behind Li Xiuyuan and said in a milky voice, Mom and Dad, what are you guys whispering about? Nyonya also wants to listen. What are you listening to? A child's home. Don't interrupt when adults are talking. Sun Jiayi smoothly embraced Nyo and put her under the quilt, forcing her to fall asleep. As Li Xiuyuan watched this scene, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch and sigh. AI, your wife is getting more and more formidable. Even Nyo won't let go, but the future is promising. I don't believe that my great-aunt can still stay for a month. A night without words. In the blink of an eye is the next morning. Li Xiuyuan was dressed in a suit and cleaned up extremely vigorously. Sun Jiayi not only put on light makeup, but also wore a short-sleeved floral dress, with a pair of small white shoes, like a waterfall of hair draped over her shoulders. Her sexy ankles were exposed, and her sense of girlhood was bursting. Nyo was wearing a set of festive new clothes, tied with a crocheted pigtail, staring at Sun Jiayi in a daze. A happy smile articulated on her tender face. Mommy is so pretty, just like a big fairy. Nyo is also beautiful, just like a little fairy. Li Xiuyuan looked at Sun Jiayi's delicate face and graceful figure, and his eyes went straight. Wife, if you wear this every day in the future, I guarantee that you can be colorful and gorgeous. Come on, still wear this every day. Do you want me to live? This floral dress was bought 3 years ago, when Sun Jiayi had just gotten pregnant. It hadn't yet become obvious. After all, the first stage, the pinch was especially careful, in order to the baby's health. She has a big determination. Spent $30 to buy this flower dress, has been wearing to show pregnant. Only after the skirt will be put away in the bottom of the box. If it wasn't for the opening ceremony today, she wouldn't be wearing it. Seeing that the young couple had started whispering again, Nyo couldn't help but once again go up and lie down in Li Xiaoyuan's arms, ghostly saying, "Daddy, quickly praise me. Do you think I'm pretty? My little baby is of course beautiful. You are a little fairy. Mom is a big fairy. A big one and a small one. Both are fairies." Li Xiaoyuan dotingly pinched Nyo's little nose, making Nyo laugh. Nyo is a small fairy. Mommy is a big fairy. He. Suddenly, Li Xiaoyuan's complexion was stunned, fixed his eyes towards Sunjai, and upon closer inspection, he realized that the other party actually had dark circles under her eyes, and couldn't help but ask, "Wife, didn't you sleep quite well last night? How come there are still dark circles under your eyes?" "It's up to you." Sunjai's pretty face flushed, shy beyond recognition. Last night, she appeared to be sleeping sweetly, but in reality, she was worrying about the $1,800,000 on the floor of the closet, and had not been able to fall asleep for a long time. The reason why she wore makeup this morning was solely to cover the dark circles under her eyes. But she was still discovered by Li Xiaoyuan, the straight man. Could she not be shy? Li Xiaoyuan smiled sorrowfully, as if he understood a lot. "If you don't let it be, just don't care. Nyo, let's go. Daddy will take you to see many dolls." Not long after, the family of three left the rental house on a motorcycle. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Daqiang, Lu Yi and Lu Feng were wearing straight suits. Their leather shoes were polished and shiny, and they were all cleaned up in a good and handsome manner. At this time, they had been in the store for almost an hour. Not only had they pasted the couplets, they had also prepared firecrackers, fruits, incense wax, yellow paper and so on. "Daqiang, what are you preparing so much incense wax and yellow paper for?" "That's right, we are soldiers, we don't believe in superstitions, okay?" Louis and Lu Feng looked at Zhou Daqiang with a disgusted face and asked one after another. Zhou Daqiang mysteriously placed a 1 meter long and half meter wide wooden box on the table and said with a smile, "Thanks to you guys being scouts, don't you know that those big bosses have the habit of receiving the god of fortune? I'm preparing Brother Li in advance. He'll definitely want to receive the god of fortune when he comes later." Hearing the other party say this, Lu Yi immediately reacted. The opening of a new store, this is indeed a big event for a businessman. And there are indeed a lot of preoccupations. Burning incense and setting off cannons, receiving the god of fortune is a necessary part. Louis laughed nervously and said, He, it's still Daqiang who is considerate." Lu Feng followed closely behind, staggeringly saying, He, that's not right. I remember that those bigwigs don't all worship the god of Guan, who enshrines the god of wealth. When they were soldiers, they had carried out missions to destroy the lairs of outlaws. Now that they remembered it, those people were all businessmen on the surface, but in private, they were doing illegal and disorderly deeds. However, they all had one thing in common, worshipping Guangong instead of the god of wealth. Zhou Daqiang patted Lu Feng's shoulder, shook his head and laughed. "Brother, that's a triad organization you're talking about. Our brother Li is a serious businessman." Chapter 80, God of Wealth Wooden Sculpture. While Zhou Daqiang was discussing the matter of Guangong and the god of wealth, Li Xiaoyuan walked in with Nyo in his arms. What surprised people was that Sun Jiayi was actually holding Li Xiaoyuan's arm, and the family of three was talking and laughing happily. "What are you guys talking about? Didn't I tell you guys to come after 8 o'clock? Why did you come so early? Brush. The three of them jerked their heads back, and after seeing the visitor clearly, a bright smile surfaced on their tanned faces. Zhou Daqiang immediately stepped forward and greeted them warmly. "Good day, Brother Li. Good day, sister-in-law. Good day, Nyo. Aha!" Li Xiaoyuan nodded slightly as a greeting. Then, to Sun Jiayi, he said, "Wife, feel free to sit down. Just treat this place as your own home." From the moment Sun Jiayi entered the door, her entire body was in a state of confusion, and up until now, it was still like a dream. It was simply unbelievable that this store would be opened by Li Xiaoyuan. 8 days ago, the other party was still a famous alcoholic gambler, drinking and dreaming, and when he was not happy, he punched and kicked her and Nyo. Now, transformed into the owner of this wholesale department. How could this not surprise her? Sun Jiayi did not hear Zhou Daqiang's greeting, nor did she hear Li Xiaoyuan's command, staring around in a daze, unable to say a word. Li Xiaoyuan knew that the other party would definitely be shocked, but he did not expect to be surprised to this extent. In order to avoid embarrassment for Zhou Daqiang's few people, he didn't bother with Sun Jiayi anymore and said to Nyo, Daddy will introduce you to a few uncles, okay? Good. Nyo was a little kid. Naturally she didn't understand a lot of things. No matter where she went, as long as her mom and dad were there, she was fearless. Only to hear Li Xiaoyuan introduce them one by one. Nyo, This is your Uncle De Chang. This is your Uncle Louis. This is your Uncle Lu Feng. Quickly say hello to your uncle. Hello Uncle De Chang. Hello Uncle Louis. Hello Uncle Lu Feng. Nyo followed Li Xiaoyuan's introduction and greeted the three people extremely politely. That milky voice would have melted the three steel-hardened men, especially Lu Feng and Louis, who looked at Nyonya dumbfounded and at a loss for words. However, Zhou Daxian was prepared and took the lead in taking out a small bear ragdoll and handed it to Nyonya. Nyonya, this is a small gift that Uncle Daxian prepared for you. I hope you will like it. Thank you Uncle De Chang. Nyo nonchalantly accepted the ragdoll handed to her by Zhou Dachang and was overjoyed. Zhou Daxian smiled nervously. No thanks, as long as Nyo likes it. Don't look at him, he is quite naive, but his mind is very delicate. On the first day he came to the wholesale department. He had a meeting with Nyo. Today coincides with the opening of the wholesale department. He is sure that Nyo and Sun Jai will come. Therefore, specially prepared a gift for Nyo. But the problem was that Louis and Lu Feng had not seen Sun Jai, much less knew of Nyo's existence. The two froze in place, doubly embarrassed. Unable to help but tug on Zhou Daqian's coat corner, he asked in a low voice, Zhou Daqian, you're too damn unkind. Knowing that Nyo will come, why didn't you tell us in advance? You two didn't ask. Why should I be redundant? The two of them were instantly disliked and speechless, looking at Nyo's big, soulful eyes, as well as a face full of anticipation. They forced a smile. Nyo, Uncle Lu Feng originally prepared a gift for you, but I was in too much of a hurry to leave this morning and forgot to take it, so I'll send it over to you tomorrow, okay? Nyo, Uncle Louis is also. This morning was rushed to death by your Uncle De Chang. This anxiousness, forgot your gift, tomorrow to make up for you, okay? Zhou Daxian looked at the two men's defeated appearance, straining a smile. His heart was so happy. Little bastard. I told you guys to bully me usually. This time you will be defeated, right? Serves you right. Nyo tilted her little head, thought about it and nodded heavily in response. Alright, then Uncle Louis and Uncle Lu Feng aren't allowed to lie to little kids. Daddy says that people who lie aren't good kids. Yes, we promise not to lie to Nyo. People who lie are not good children. The two of them nodded their heads in unison and answered in unison. This hurdle of the little kids was finally muddled through. Immediately, the two of them blared at Zhou Daxian at the same time, their eyes fierce and their faces grim, as if to say, you bastard, I'll get back to you later. Humph, thanks to us treating you as a brother, you set us up. Villain. Li Xiaoyuan naturally saw the trio's small movements, but pretended not to notice anything. Placing Nyo on the ground, he said to her, Nyo, go play with your mom. I'll say something to your three uncles. Okay, Daddy. Nyo took the little bear ragdoll and walked towards the trance-like Sun Jai with her short little legs. Then, fiercely hugging the other party's thigh, she blinked her big dark eyes and asked, Mommy, what are you thinking about? Uncle Daxian gave me a little bear. As if Sun Jai had woken up from a dream. She looked down at Nyo and couldn't help but blush with a pretty face. I didn't think anything. Humph, Mom must be lying to Nyo. Your face is red. By Nyo saying this, Sun Jai's face became more and more blushing. She had never lied before and blushed whenever she lied. This would be something that even a 3-year-old could see, so how could others not see it? On the other side, Li Xiaoyuan stole a glance at the mother and daughter, but did not say anything. Pointing to the fruits and scented wax on the table, he asked with a smile, Not bad, the three of you are quite considerate and well organized. Hard work, brotherly. All these things were arranged by De Chang. Lu Feng and I just cleaned up a bit. Louis smiled sarcastically and said truthfully. Lu Feng followed closely behind, saying in succession, Right. De Chang also said that he would wait for you to come to pick up the God of Fortune. Look, we are all ready. Receiving the God of Fortune. Where is the God of Fortune? Li Xiaoyuan never thought of receiving any God of Fortune. Initially, he just wanted to go through the process and simply open the business. Unexpectedly, Zhou Daqian was so complete, and quite elaborate. Brotherly, the God of Fortune is here. Saying that, Zhou Daqian had already opened the wooden box, and the crowd's eyes suddenly lit up, only to see a wooden sculpture of the God of Fortune appear in front of them. The God of Fortune was about 88 centimeters tall and 36 centimeters wide, with a purple-red body, holding coins in his left hand and yuanbao in his right hand. The craftsmanship was exquisite, the carving was exquisite, the beard and smile on the face, the folds, buttons and lines on the clothes were clearly visible. Li Xiaoyuan was astonished for a while. This can't be Xiaoye Zitan carving, right? If it was placed in 2020, just this piece of wood, together with this craftsmanship, at least $50,000 to start. De Chang, this god of wealth, you invited it from there? It should have cost a lot of money, right? Hey, it's just a piece of rotten wood. It's not worth a few dollars, as long as Brother Lee likes it, Zhou Daqiang said with a big grin.